The apocalypse game has arrived. Disasters are rampant across the globe. Volcanoes, earthquakes, floods, extreme heat, viruses, and severe cold abound. In merely 6 months, the population of the entire blue star has plummeted by 80, and civilization is on the brink of collapse. Humanity, in its helplessness, can only enter the apocalypse game to undertake survival challenges, thus grasping onto the hope of continued existence. Fortunately, Tang Yu awakens the Super Monopoly game plugin. Thus, he commences his journey in the apocalypse game world, beginning at the subway station, purchasing the entirety of the world. By acquiring the subway station, he secures a refuge, eliminates vagrants, and collects a variety of spoils. Purchasing the Red Romance Club, he slays cultists of the evil god and obtains rare construction blueprints. By acquiring the Central Hospital, he establishes a medical station that reliably refreshes medical supplies daily. However, he soon discovers that this world is far from simple. The secrets behind the 10 major laboratories, the conflict between Calamity and the new deities, the entanglement of power and kinship. The Forgotten Star Sea beckons new explorers, while cosmic wonders stand ready to create miracles. Or the ancient tree, Eliah's leaf, and the cloud whale. When Tang Yu ultimately rules the city and occupies the initial territory, the entire world gazes up, whispering his titles: Lord of Calamity, Destiny Dictator, Sovereign of Night and Ocean. Chapter 1. Entering the Apocalypse Game. Everyone remember, the only thing to do upon entering the Apocalypse Game is one thing: survive, survive, and survive. Please keep the following key points in mind, as they will determine your lives and the hope for the survival of our base city. 1. The first task upon entering the game is to confirm the apocalypse disaster event and collect relevant supplies based on the nature of the disaster. Take note, this is crucial. 3. Collect as many valuable items as possible, as this will determine whether you can negotiate for your life if captured by vagrants. 5. Upon descending into the apocalypse game, quickly ascertain your environmental region, city, prairie, wasteland, forest, or desert, and conduct your survival according to the training guidelines. Outside a colossal bronze structure, 1,000 people stand in a dense crowd, listening to the repeated announcements echoing from the loudspeakers. Tang Yu furrows his brow, striving to memorize the content. I never expected to encounter the apocalypse world. In just one day since his arrival, Tang Yu has come to understand his predicament. This parallel world of Blue Star was ensnared by the apocalypse game 3 years ago, as the sun rotated around the center of the galaxy. Disasters are rampant across the globe. In just 6 months, the population of the entire Blue Star has diminished by 80, bringing civilization to the brink of collapse. Thus, the apocalypse game officially commences. 100 bronze structures descend upon Blue Star, and humanity establishes city bases around these 100 bronze edifices. Each city can select between 50 to 1,000 individuals monthly to enter the apocalypse game for survival challenges. After each city selects the number of participants, the bronze buildings will randomly choose corresponding survivors from the current city's population to enter the game. While engaging in survival challenges, they must also contend with characters from the apocalyptic game and players from various tribes vying for dominance. For every cycle of periodic apocalyptic disaster survived, survival resource rewards will be distributed based on the number of survivors in each city base. These survival resource rewards serve as the guarantee for each city base's continued existence. Tang Yu is one of the individuals selected to enter the Mo Ryoshi this month. Following the crowd, he quickly enters the Bronze Hall, only to discover that it is, in fact, a massive teleportation portal. Soon, Tang Yu finds himself before the portal, nervously rubbing his hands together as he steps forward. What a pity, I can't bring anything in. This thought barely crosses his mind before darkness envelopes him. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in the midst of a vast urban ruin. The streets are littered with damaged cars, shattered walls, and broken glass. You can even see numerous bullet holes pockmarking the walls. As he surveys his surroundings, he realizes he is inside a convenience store, which has evidently been ransacked. Scanning the area, he spots only a single bottle of mineral water lying on the ground. Tang Yu quickly picks up the bottle and stashes it in his jacket pocket. From this moment on, every piece of resource he encounters will be of utmost importance. At that moment, a game interface appears before Tang Yu, displaying information about the Mo Ryoshi. In the most prominent position, a message appears. The disaster event arriving in 7 days is polar blizzard, lasting for 3 days. A blizzard, this is going to be tough. The choice of hiding place becomes critical. An underground structure would be ideal. While pondering this, Tang Yu glances at the other options. Hiding place backpack chat. The hiding place option is grayed out, indicating that its functionality will only activate once he selects a hiding place. Upon opening the backpack option, several sub-options appear. Items, health, skills, crafting. The items column currently holds only 5 slots, so Tang Yu places the mineral water into the items column, only to find that it occupies 2 slots. Clearly, the item pickup system is based on the size of the items, making the selection of what to collect critically important. Additionally, equipping a backpack can enhance the number of available slots. The health section displays temperature, hunger level, hydration level, life points, and stamina. Both skills and crafting are currently at 0. He examines the information displayed on the panel. Is this game mechanics based on attributes? He then opens the chat page, revealing several new options. Friends Regional Chat World Channel. The Friends section is currently empty. He then opens the World Channel, where lines of chat messages appear. Damn it, why was I born in this desolate place on the prairie? Have you all seen the disaster information for 7 days from now? It's a polar blizzard. This is going to be tough. Someone help me. I'm in the city and I've been spotted by scavengers. They are chasing me. Wow. I ran into scavengers. Everyone be careful. Guess what I saw? Rebels at a military base on the coastline. If only I could sneak in. What kind of world is this? Observing the chatter in the World Channel, Tang Yu furrows his brow. He soon notices a small icon of a speaker next to the World Channel with the number 1 displayed, and when he focuses on it, a message appears. The player can make 1 statement in the World Channel per day. He can only voice 1 remark in the World Channel each day, making it imperative to choose his words wisely. The situation is similar in the regional chat. Everyone is discussing trivial matters, with the only difference from the World Channel being the absence of chat restrictions. However, Tang Yu quickly spots a small person icon in the upper right corner of the regional chat, displaying the number 1000. This must be the number of survivors in the current area. Tang Yu attempts to click on a person's avatar, revealing 3 options: private chat trade block, clear, and straightforward. After briefly familiarizing himself with the game interface, he glances at the time, noting it is already 4 in the afternoon. Nightfall is not far off. Tang Yu's immediate priority is to secure a hiding place. Just then, a new prompt appears in his mind. Detecting the MO Rio Shi Super Monopoly Beta plugin is ready to be completed. Would you like to bind it? Tang Yu bind. Chapter 2. Purchasing the station, acquiring a hideout, weapons. As Tang Yu's voice faded, the message materialized. Apocalypse game, Super Monopoly Beta plugin, binding successful. 1 dice roll is available each day. Current rolls. Note, this version is a beta. Survivors will upgrade to the official version after enduring the first round of the apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, a dice, as large as a fist, appeared before Tang Yu, accompanied by a Super Monopoly map. This map resembled a miniature version of a city, already populated with various squares and events. A minuscule Tang Yu stood at the starting position, aptly labeled convenience store. Clearly, as in the game of Monopoly, rolling the dice would allow him to advance and reap corresponding rewards based on the number rolled. With a flicker of his thought, the dice in the void began to dance, revealing a number before him. 3. Simultaneously, the miniature Tang Yu on the map leaped 3 squares forward, landing before an icon representing a station. Would you like to spend 250 points to purchase the Subway Garden Station? Tang Yu then realized that the Super Monopoly interface featured a starting fund section, currently displaying a value of 500. So, he had 500 points at his disposal. Observing the interface's changes, he was initially perplexed by the significance of the station. Yet he understood that this was an investment game, where purchases typically yielded returns. He decisively confirmed his intent. Purchase the station. 250 points spent. Subway Garden Station acquired. Simultaneously, an intricately complex 3D virtual map of the subway station unfolded in Tang Yu's mind, revealing rooms and item locations. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile of delight graced his face. This was invaluable resource information. Tang Yu felt an uncontrollable surge of joy in this apocalyptic game. Resources were the most precious commodity. He could now navigate the subway station's details with ease, as if plucking fruit from a tree. Particularly, the 3D architectural blueprint in his mind updated in real time, even displaying several moving green dots, which he discerned to be a few rats scurrying about the subway station. This revelation sparked a thought in Tang Yu's mind. Henceforth, any enemy that appeared at the station would be under his vigilant surveillance, akin to a personal omniscient observer. Without delay, Tang Yu delved into the station's information, uncovering a highly concealed room within his view. This space was undoubtedly the perfect hideout. It was discreet, spacious, and contained several glimmering resources. Resolute, Tang Yu stepped cautiously out of the convenience store, making his way toward the subway station. Fortunately, this subway station was situated not far from the birthplace of Tang Yu's convenience store, merely a couple of 100 meters away. After glancing around the deserted street, he hastened toward the subway entrance. Along the way, he could faintly hear the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Huayuan subway station, descending the corridor towards the room that had been detected. The lighting within the subway tunnel flickered erratically, revealing a scene of chaos and destruction. However, the marble floor bore little dust or grime, as if the city had recently been steeped in civilization, only to now find itself plunged into apocalyptic despair. Navigating through the winding corridor, he reached a discreet iron door. After ensuring that no threats lurked inside, Tang Yu opened the door cautiously. A staircase made of cement revealed itself, leading downward into a narrow passage illuminated by a faint glimmer of light. As he descended, he felt a switch beside him and pressed it, causing the overhead lights to illuminate. Evidently, due to the presence of city insurgents, the power supply remained relatively stable. The space opened up before him, revealing a monitoring room within the subway station. The room was L-shaped, containing a simple single bed and a wall of monitors, one of which flickered with static, the source of the earlier dim light. Tang Yu accessed the game's hiding place interface, which promptly lit up. "Would you like to designate this location as your hiding place?" appeared on the screen. Note: once a hiding place is confirmed, it cannot be changed. He confirmed his choice. With Tang Yu's affirmation, the transformation of the game's hiding place commenced. 1, 5, 18, 34, 100. The hiding place has been successfully designated. Information regarding the hiding place appeared on his panel. Hiding place. Owner: Tang Yu. Current facilities: rest area, main entrance constructible facilities, none area, 8-2. The information was scanned, and his gaze settled on the two existing facilities. Rest area. Effect: sleep for 8 hours, restoring 80 stamina, reducing hunger by 40 and dehydration by 30. Note: trust me, it's a small comfort compared to sleeping on the floor. Next stage, rest area level 1. Upgrade requirements: 5,000 doomsday coins, 1 blanket, 1 match. Upgrade time: 30 minutes. Insufficient resources for upgrade. Hiding place security door. Effect: effectively prevents animal intrusion. Note: indeed, its sole purpose is to prevent animals from entering. Next stage, hideout security door, level 1. Upgrade requirements: 25,000 doomsday coins, 1 anti-theft lock core, 1 tape measure. Upgrade time: 30 minutes. Currently, the required materials for upgrading are insufficient. At the bottom of the hideout page are the names of other constructible facilities: ventilation duct, warehouse, rainwater collector, kitchen. There are approximately 10 facilities listed, all depicted in a gray state. Clearly, they're all unbuildable due to insufficient construction materials. However, this realization has made Tang Yu acutely aware of the significance of resources in the apocalyptic game, thus enhancing the urgency of resource collection. Fortunately, his hideout is now fully established, and its configuration significantly surpasses that of other players. His gaze inevitably fell upon the monitoring station within the hideout, which houses the few existing materials. Approaching the monitoring station, he found 3 computers completely blacked out and a subway security uniform draped over a chair. Upon retrieving the security uniform and searching through it, Tang Yu's fingers brushed against a hard object, causing a momentary pause in his expression. Soon, an incredulous look spread across his face as he hurriedly grasped the item. To his astonishment, it was a handgun, accompanied by a holster. The details of the handgun materialized before him. Glock 17 pistol. Type: handgun. Occupied slots: 2. Effective range: 50 meters. Firing mode: semi-automatic. Caliber: 9mm. Magazine capacity: 17 rounds. Chapter 3: Scavenging Station Supplies, Encountering Refugees. Recalling the brief training before entering the apocalyptic game, Tang Yu fumbled slightly as he inspected the firearm, ejecting the magazine and checking the bullets. To his relief, the magazine was fully loaded with 17 rounds. This handgun could be deemed his most reliable weapon at present. In a survival game set in an apocalypse, weapons are the most vital survival tools, especially for surviving in urban landscapes where refugees and insurgents pose the primary threats to newly initiated players. If he could eliminate isolated insurgents or refugees, he would be able to collect their weapons and protective gear, thereby gaining a measure of survival capital in this dire game. Slinging the Glock 17 into its holster, he continued to scavenge for resources. From the clothing, he unearthed a small and a large key, a trio in total, causing a smile to blossom on Tang Yu's face. Remarkably, they were keys. Key to apartment 15. Effect. Unlocks the main door of apartment 15. Key to room 807 of apartment 15. Effect. Key to room 807 of apartment 15. Key to locker 45 male. Effect. Can unlock the male changing room's locker 45 at the station. Quite a fortunate start. Keys are one of the most crucial resources in the apocalyptic game city. Only by possessing the corresponding key can one enter the respective rooms and acquire the supplies within. Of course, one could also achieve the same result by climbing through windows or breaking down doors. But the noise from such actions would attract the wandering refugees in the city. In the early stages of the game, this is akin to courting disaster. Placing the key into the inventory, Tang Yu discovered a flashlight and a chocolate bar in the drawer. He had thoroughly scavenged all the resources in this hideout. Glock 17 pistol X1, key X3, flashlight X1, chocolate X1, mineral water X1. This constitutes all the supplies Tang Yu had gathered thus far. So far, he had secured food, water, weapons, and a refuge. His resource acquisition on the first day of the apocalyptic game could be described as remarkably smooth. Arriving at the resting area, he sat on a single bed and opened the chocolate and mineral water to restore his satiety and hydration levels. He also opened the regional chat to check on the progress of others. Who was at the shopping center? Help! The rebels are behind me. Brothers, there are 5 or 6 refugees near the hotel. Be cautious nearby. Where should I place the hideout? I feel like nowhere is safe. Can someone trade me a weapon? I'll exchange a key for it. There's a lone refugee I want to take out. The brother upstairs is so impressive. I have an extra knife. I'll trade. Oh my, what have I seen? The Dogcoin rebels are actually roaming the city in an armored vehicle. Everyone be careful. Just as he opened the chat page, Tang Yu saw numerous players sharing their information. However, he also noticed that the survival count in the upper right corner of the chat had decreased from an initial 1,000 to 983. A chill ran down his spine. Since leaving the convenience store, no more than an hour had passed, and already 17 individuals had perished. The urgency of survival surged within Tang Yu once more. No, it was not yet time to rest. He must seize the moment to enhance his chances of survival. After finishing the chocolate, he placed the remaining half bottle of water back into his inventory. Ensuring the safety of his pistol, Tang Yu exited the hideout and stealthily made his way towards the other rooms in the subway station. Guided by the mental map of the subway station, Tang Yu knew that there were no other people present. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly cautious, wielding his weapon as he traversed the silent corridors of the station. According to the map, the areas rich in supplies were primarily concentrated in several locations throughout the station. In the employee lounge, changing room, and control room. The remaining areas, such as the electromechanical equipment room and communication equipment room, were devoid of supplies. Consequently, Tang Yu made his way directly to the employee changing room, which was nestled within the lounge. Upon reaching the lounge, he gently tugged at the doorknob and exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to the public nature of the lounge, the door was unlocked. He entered and carefully closed the door behind him. Inside the employee lounge, a scene of utter chaos unfolded before him. Tables and chairs lay scattered haphazardly across the floor, and shards of glass were strewn about. The floor bore unmistakable traces of blood, indicating that a struggle had indeed transpired within these walls. Unsure whether the virtual map could accurately reveal the presence of foes, Tang Yu brandished his pistol, meticulously inspecting every corner of the room to ascertain that no danger lurked within. Once satisfied, he holstered his weapon and commenced his search for any potential supplies. His first target was the changing room. Holding a key for locker number 45, he approached it directly. With ease, he unlocked the cabinet door. Inside lay a backpack. As he opened it, he discovered a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, an encrypted USB drive, and an energy drink. The backpack was designated as a simple backpack, possessing a capacity of 20 slots, albeit at the cost of reduced mobility and turning speed. Slinging the backpack over his shoulders, Tang Yu's inventory expanded from 5 slots to an impressive 25. He noted with delight that he merely needed to select collect to have items automatically transferred to the backpack, making the process remarkably efficient. With the newfound container, Tang Yu's speed in scavenging supplies noticeably increased. He thoroughly examined all accessible lockers in the changing room before moving on to the employee lounge. Ultimately, he managed to gather a box of matches, a screwdriver, a tape measure, 2 towels, and a blanket that had fallen to the ground. Although the haul was modest, Tang Yu's spirits soared, for he had successfully collected both items required to upgrade the hideout resting area. Additionally, One of the items necessary for upgrading the hideout's entrance, the tape measure, was now in his possession, leaving only a security lock cylinder to procure. As he contemplated the remaining challenge of acquiring the so-called doomsday currency, his demeanor suddenly shifted. He swiftly drew his pistol, disengaged the safety chamber round, and pressed his back against the wall by the entrance of the employee lounge, holding his breath. On the virtual map, 2 red dots materialized at the entrance of the subway station, advancing toward the interior. Minutes ticked by, and soon, indistinct sound began to filter through from outside the lounge. Today, unexpectedly, I ended up killing a survivor, albeit a destitute one, devoid of any possessions. Indeed, the fellow known as Black Dog mentioned that in a few days, it seems that Lord Grinning Face intends to organize a sacrificial ceremony. Had I known, I would have preserved that survivor for the offering. What a pity. Otherwise, Lord Grinning Face would surely have rewarded us. Tang Yu quietly listened to the conversation between the two outside, and upon hearing the term sacrificial ceremony, a thought stirred within him. These two individuals were, in fact, vagrants, and quite possibly devotees of an evil deity. Chapter 4. My first encounter as the sixth. Astonishing gains. Vagrants constitute the largest demographic within the apocalyptic game, characterized by a diverse composition. They include scavengers, criminals, thugs, and followers of malevolent deities. Undoubtedly, the followers of these dark gods are the rarest among the vagrants, engaging in regular human sacrifices to commune with their so-called deities, thus acquiring strength. Although these followers are few in number, their fervor and aggression are unparalleled, with some of their special adherents possessing bizarre abilities. Typically, players discovered by these malevolent devotees stand little chance of survival. At this moment, Tang Yu's breath was nearly suspended, yet his heartbeat quickened. Casting a glance at the Glock 17 in his hand, Tang Yu resolved to make a bold decision. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The followers of dark deities are indeed perilous beings, their danger level akin to a nightmare for newcomers. However, should he be fortunate enough to eliminate them, the rewards would be immense. According to the training materials provided before entering the game, it was stated that killing followers of dark deities could yield rare resources and weapons, significantly aiding newcomers in surviving the initial wave of apocalyptic calamity. At this moment, the voices of the dark devotees outside grew increasingly nearer, and Tang Yu's attention was wholly focused on the 3D model map of the station in his mind. The 2 red dots representing the followers were closing in on the employee lounge where Tang Yu was concealed. He had already ascertained that apart from these 2 cultists, no other foes lurked within the station. The footsteps of the dark devotees were now audible just outside the door, with less than 2 meters separating them. Merely a wall away. All right, let's take a brief rest here. We must attend to tonight's event soon, one of the dark devotees declared as he pushed open the door to the employee lounge. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he spotted a shadow lurking at the corner of the wall, and his instinct from prolonged combat prompted him to shout out. Bang! 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 The relentless sound of gunfire erupted as bullets struck his chest. In that instant, Tang Yu noticed with alarm that both individuals were clad in bulletproof vests. His heart raced. After the initial 2 shots, the remaining bullets were all aimed at their heads, until the last round was fired and the pistol's firing pin emitted a hollow click. Tang Yu gasped for breath, still reeling from the earlier thrill. The expression of the cultist lay in disbelief as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Alongside him fell his companion, who had raised his weapon at the very moment the gunfire erupted, yet was struck fatally by Tang Yu before he could mount any defense. With little time to ponder, uncertain if the gunshots would attract new foes, Tang Yu swiftly dragged the bodies into the staff lounge and closed the door behind him. Grasping the weapon that had fallen from the enemy's grasp, he directed his attention to the virtual map. After 2 minutes of careful observation and confirming the absence of new adversaries, a smile spread across his face as he gazed upon the corpse of the cultist. It was then that Tang Yu realized these 2 individuals were not cultists at all, but merely common vagabonds. The most distinguishing mark of a cultist was the divine insignia tattooed on their necks, which these men clearly lacked. Nevertheless, he could hardly contain his elation at the sight of their equipment. I've struck gold. Tang Yu proceeded to strip the weapons and gear from their bodies. 1 PM submachine gun with 1 magazine containing 39mm rounds, 2 standard PM magazines, 69mm rounds, 1 AKS-74U short assault rifle with 1 magazine containing 35, 45 by 39mm rounds, 1 AK-74 compatible magazine containing 35, 45 by 39mm rounds, 2 PL-15 pistols, each with one magazine containing 16 9mm rounds, 5F, 1 defensive fragmentation grenades, 1 Damascus dagger, 1 6H5 bayonet, 1 terrorist balaclava, 1 half mask, 2 Paka soft body armor vests, level 2, 1 Malawian Quacha chest rig, 1 SOE micro chest rig, 6 sterile bandages, 1 Venus ointment, 2 beef sausages, 1 bottle beer, and 30,000 doomsday coins. With the ground strewn with such bountiful spoils, Tang Yu felt dazed. By heavens, I've truly struck it rich. Yet, this was not the time for reverie. He needed to transport these treasures back to his hiding place to examine the attributes of the gear in detail. He placed all items that could fit into his backpack into its compartments. To his surprise, he discovered that the 2 vests also increased the number of compartments in his backpack, although only 1 vest could be equipped per person. He equipped the vest with 16 compartments, expanding his backpack space from 25 to 41 slots. After a hasty cleanup of the scene, he slung the 2 long guns over his shoulder and clutched the 2 bulletproof vests as he dashed toward his refuge. Throughout the journey, his heart brimmed with euphoria as if he had struck an unexpected fortune, his excitement uncontainable. Indeed, greater risks yield greater rewards. The wisdom of our ancestors holds true. Before long, Tang Yu returned to his hideout. Once he firmly secured the entrance, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. With a long gun and a bulletproof vest, and burdened by dozens of kilograms, he had sprinted tirelessly, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. Yet, the smile on his face was irrepressible. This could be considered his first pot of gold. Half an hour later, Tang Yu had meticulously organized his spoils. He was particularly intrigued by the doomsday currency, and he promptly took out the 30,000 yuan worth of doomsday notes to examine them closely. The doomsday currency resembled paper bills, with each note valued at 1,000 yuan. The requirements for upgrading the resting area were now complete, making it the perfect time for an upgrade, which would take half an hour to finalize. With a match and a blanket in hand, Tang Yu made his way to the single bed. As expected, the upgrade information for the resting area had been updated. Resting area, effect, sleep for 8 hours, restore 80 stamina, decrease hunger value by 40, decrease hydration value by 30. Note, trust me, it offers a bit of psychological comfort compared to sleeping on the ground. Next stage, resting area, level 1. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 doomsday currency. 1 blanket, 1 match. Upgrade time, 30 minutes. Are the upgrade materials sufficient? Shall we proceed with the upgrade? What is there to hesitate about? Yes. As Tang Yu confirmed the upgrade, the single bed, along with the match, blanket, and 5,000 doomsday currency, was enveloped in a soft glow. Chapter 5, Secret Messages. Tactical Scopes. Seizing the opportunity during the resting area upgrade, Tang Yu opened the regional chat. Now, possessing an extra handgun and bulletproof vest, he thought it wise to explore the possibility of trading for something more useful. The regional chat was abuzz with activity. Tang Yu noticed that the number of players in the current area had dwindled to 968, a significant decrease, perhaps due to the rising death toll. Messages from players seeking weapons and armor were rampant. 5 packs of instant noodles, seeking a weapon, melee weapons preferred, trading with MMMM, trading a firearm, willing to exchange for 2 keys. Contact if interested. Brothers, anyone have healing items? Please help. I'm on the brink of death, continuously bleeding. I would be immensely grateful. Currently have a crowbar, image, trading for an abandoned factory key. Contact if available. Anyone have food or drink? I'm in dire straits. My hunger and hydration values have hit 0, and I'm about to lose health. Help! Tang Yu's attention quickly fixed on one particular message, and he reached out to the sender. Tang Yu, where are your 2 keys from? Wang Bohu, brother. Do you possess any firearms? This key I have is for apartment 15 and the entrance to the Red Romance Club. Rest assured, it has never been used. Tang Yu felt a surge of joy. He happened to have 2 keys for apartment 15 as well. What a remarkable coincidence. Tang Yu, I do have a handgun, but merely having 2 keys is insufficient. Wang Bohu, goodness. How on earth did you acquire a handgun, fully loaded, in just 1 afternoon? Wang Bohu, indeed. This is rather inadequate. However, aside from the 2 keys, all I have left is some food and drink. How about I offer a piece of information in exchange? Tang Yu, what information? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Wang Bohu. No, I assure you, this information is confidential, known only to a select few in the real world. I stumbled upon it by chance. So, shall we proceed with the exchange? Tang Yu, given the value of this information, you are quite bold to propose a direct trade. Wang Bohu, don't jest, my friend. At this stage, The value of a firearm exceeds all other resources. Furthermore, once we surpass the initial disaster in this apocalyptic game, everyone will eventually learn of this information. Sharing it with you now poses no risk, although I can guarantee that currently, very few are aware. Tang Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Bohu's words. The existence of confidential information was indeed intriguing, and Wang Bohu did not seem to be fabricating anything. Tang Yu, very well. I will exchange the 2 keys for the information you mentioned. I hope you will not deceive me. Wang Bohu, fear not. You will certainly find this exchange worthwhile. Immediately, Tang Yu traded a handgun along with a magazine of bullets, while Wang Bohu provided the keys to apartment 15 and the Red Romance Club. Simultaneously, Wang Bohu sent the promised information. Wang Bohu, this piece of information is crucial. If you possess the ability, make sure to collect graphics cards, an essential electronic component. After surviving the first wave of apocalyptic disasters, our version of the game will merge with that of the veteran players. At that point, graphics cards will be incredibly significant, serving as a vital item for acquiring disaster currency, which is a rare trading currency in this apocalyptic world. 2 entirely new items materialized before Tang Yu: graphics cards and disaster currency. Yet, he pondered their utility. What captured Tang Yu's attention most was the notion of merging with the veteran player's version of the game. Tang Yu, are you implying that our current area is populated solely by novice players? Wang Bohu, precisely. Before the first calamity was overcome, the entire world consisted solely of us novice players, and the game difficulty was merely at a rudimentary level. It was only after we survived the initial round of disaster that our realm would integrate into the established version of the game, whereupon the difficulty would significantly escalate, and players from various races would officially engage with us. Upon receiving confirmation from Wang Bohu, Tang Yu immediately grasped the situation. Essentially, the world they currently inhabited was akin to a new game zone, while seasoned players resided in the major area. Only after they navigated the first wave of disaster would the new zone merge with the major area, allowing for authentic apocalyptic gameplay alongside all veteran players and diverse races. One could easily surmise that the survival challenges at that juncture would rise exponentially. Not only would the environment become harsher, but they would also face higher-level opponents equipped with superior gear. Tang Yu's gaze inevitably fell upon the surveillance console of a nearby subway station. Realizing the necessity to seize every opportunity for advancement, he felt immense gratitude for having traded for this information with Wang Bohu, as it provided him with a clearer understanding of his impending survival conditions. Determined, Tang Yu approached the console and began to dismantle the 3 computer cases. Evidently, these cases had suffered some unknown damage, leaving only a few fragmented electronic components usable: 1 CPU fan, 1 memory stick, 1 power supply unit, and 1 power cable. The haul was meager, lacking any notable treasures. Nonetheless, Tang Yu collected all the items, and though he did not acquire a graphics card, he had uncovered a new method for resource procurement: dismantling computer cases. The materials obtained from this endeavor were primarily electronic components, which would undoubtedly prove useful in the trials of survival to come. Casting a glance at the door of his hideout, Tang Yu contemplated and subsequently posted 2 messages in the regional channel: 1 Damascus dagger, image, trading for 1 anti-theft lock core plus any key. Interested parties please message me. And 1 level 2 bulletproof vest, image, trading for hideout upgrade materials. Interested parties please message me. The players in the chat were left in utter astonishment upon seeing Tang Yu's messages. Another player trading melee weapons. Why are there so many who acquire weapons? Is this esteemed player planning to upgrade the hideout door directly? Make sure to notice this player is not only trading melee weapons, but also a level 2 bulletproof vest. Could it be that they have slain the vagrants right after entering the game? A grand player has appeared. Is there a guide for acquiring weapons? Seeking to share. Such comments ignited a flurry of excitement in the regional chat. The vagrants were perceived as an insurmountable force for players at this stage. Most of those who perished in the afternoon had succumbed to the vagrants. Thus, the astonishment of the other survivors was entirely understandable. Esteemed player, may I accompany you? I lack accessories. Great one. Dear Tang Yu, I currently lack a burglary lock core. Would food suffice? Is it possible to trade for 3 packs of instant noodles? The messages directed at Tang Yu flooded in, predominantly from individuals seeking to exchange food or other resources for weaponry, to which Tang Yu remained indifferent. Among them were some private messages proposing exchanges that piqued his interest. However, in the pursuit of upgrading the entrance to his hideout, he chose to remain patient. Hello. May I trade one burglary lock core along with a tactical sight for your consideration? A tactical sight. Tang Yu straightened his posture, eagerly examining the image presented. Chapter 6, Red Romance Club. Preparations complete. Let us depart. DP Reflective Compact Sight. Effect. Enhances aiming precision, increasing long-range shooting accuracy by 25. Magnification, 1x. Applicable weapons, submachine guns, assault rifles. As he perused the specifications of the tactical sight sent from across, Tang Yu felt a surge of delight. This sight was perfectly compatible with his current 2 weapons. He promptly contacted the player to finalize the trade, exchanging 1 Damascus dagger for 1 burglary lock core and 1 tactical sight. Subsequently, armed with the burglary lock core and a measuring tape, he approached the entrance of his hideout. Hideout security door. Effect. Effectively prevents animal incursions. Note. Indeed, its sole function is to obstruct animals from entering. Next phase. Hideout security anti-burglary door, level 1. Upgrade requirements. 25,000 Doomsday coins, 1 burglary lock core, 1 measuring tape. Upgrade time. 30 minutes. All upgrade materials are satisfied. Shall I proceed with the upgrade? Yes. The hideout's door immediately entered upgrade mode, depleting all of Tang Yu's Doomsday coins. At that moment, the resting area had just completed its upgrade. The previously flimsy single-bed mattress transformed into a thick blanket, and the iron frame was replaced with a wooden structure. Resting area, level 1. Effect. Sleep for 6 hours, restoring 80 stamina, reducing hunger by 30, diminishing hydration by 20, providing a degree of warmth, with a 10 chance of removing negative effects. Note. Mediocre, but at least I can sleep now. Next phase. Cozy resting area, level 2. Upgrade requirements. Level 1 ventilation duct, 20,000 Doomsday coins, 1 energy-saving bulb, 1 energy battery. Upgrade time, 1 hour. Current upgrade materials are insufficient. Upgrade cannot proceed. Tang Yu also noticed a manufacture button option appearing at the bottom of the resting area's page. He clicked to open it, revealing several manufacturing options before him. They consisted of single blanket, manufacturing requirements, 10 wool, 2 hemp threads. Single comforter, manufacturing requirements, 15 cotton, 1 needle and thread. Single mattress, manufacturing requirements, 3 palm fibers, 1 rubber. Requirements for pillow production, cotton 2, polyester 2. A complete set of bedding. Regrettably, Tang Yu no longer possesses the energy to trade these materials. He lies upon a now plush single bed, succumbing to slumber. The inaugural day of the apocalyptic game has proven to be exceedingly eventful for Tang Yu. It has also drained his vitality, leaving him utterly fatigued. When he awakens once more, it is already the dawn of the second day. Roused by the urgent need to relieve himself, after a brief resolution of this matter, he finds himself fully alert, contemplating the day's course of action. The initial step in determining today's endeavors leads Tang Yu to activate the panel and direct his gaze towards the Super Monopoly plugin. As anticipated, with the movement of his consciousness, the virtual map of Super Monopoly reappears, and the number of dice rolls resets to 1. Would you like to roll the dice? Tang Yu rubs his hands together. May fortune smile upon me. Yes. With his confirmation, the dice dance swiftly in the void before gradually coming to a halt, revealing today's score. 4. Today's score is 4, and upon the virtual map, Mini Tang Yu begins to leap. 1, 2, 3, 4. The position where Mini Tang Yu halts reveals a design of red light on the virtual map. Would you like to spend 150 points to purchase the Red Romance Club? A mechanical prompt resonates in Tang Yu's ears. Red Romance Club? Tang Yu's spirits lift at the familiar name. He promptly opens his backpack space and glances at the several keys within. Currently, Tang Yu possesses 5 keys. The key to the main entrance of apartment 15. The key to room 715 of apartment 15. The key to room 807 of apartment 15. The key to locker 45 of the subway station changing room. And the key to the entrance of the Red Romance Club. Astonishing. This is it. Tang Yu retrieves the metallic key that unlocks the Red Romance Club door, meticulously comparing it to the Super Monopoly page. Indeed, it is the Red Romance Club. Without hesitation, Tang Yu selects yes. As he affirms this decision, a new 3D map materializes in his mind, depicting the virtual layout of the Red Romance Club. A subtle smile graces Tang Yu's lips. When luck arrives, it is truly unstoppable. A key that was merely a byproduct of yesterday's trading unexpectedly proves invaluable today. Thus, the destination for exploration is firmly established. However, a few matters remain to be addressed. The first involves Tang Yu once again examining the Super Monopoly panel, his brow furrowing slightly. The wealth points displayed now astonishingly amount to 153, which seems entirely amiss. Yesterday, the initial points for Monopoly stood at 500. After spending 250 points to purchase a station and 150 points for the Red Romance Club, he should have retained 100 points. So, where did this surplus of 53 points originate? Tang Yu swiftly perused the system records and was struck with a sudden realization. He had completely forgotten that purchasing assets would yield investment returns. At 5 a.m., the Super Tycoon feature refreshed, and the system notification appeared at that very moment. Though Tang Yu was deep in slumber and entirely oblivious to it. On the second day of the Apocalypse game, the summary of Super Tycoon investment returns revealed a single investment at the Subway Garden Station, yielding 53 points that day. Tang Yu's gaze instinctively shifted towards the location of Red Romance. If this was the case, then having just one property would result in an increase in wealth points the following day. Now that he possessed two properties, would he not experience a delightful doubling of joy come tomorrow? This was truly an unexpected surprise. As dawn broke, Tang Yu was elated by this unforeseen windfall. He promptly checked on other tasks, noting that the security door of his hideout had been successfully upgraded. Hideout Security Door, Level 1. Effect, constructed from robust steel and equipped with a precise locking mechanism. This door can withstand the intrusion of common biological threats. Note, the upgrade of the security door marks your first step in the apocalypse. Next phase, Hideout Security Alloy Door, Level 2. Upgrade requirements. Ventilation Duct, Level 1. Restroom, Level 1, 50,000 Apocalypse Currency, 2 alloy steel, 1 glass, 1 foam adhesive. Upgrade time, 1 hour. Current materials are insufficient for upgrade. Excellent. It appears that there is no immediate need to contemplate upgrade requirements. The successful enhancement of the security door allowed Tang Yu's once-taut nerves to relax slightly, and a key for the hideout security door materialized in his backpack. Additionally, the transaction information for the Level 2 bulletproof vest he had posted the previous night attracted a flurry of offers from dozens of survivors. Ultimately, he chose one survivor to complete the trade, acquiring 2 energy cells and 1 foam adhesive, materials that were essential for upgrading his hideout. Once the matters regarding the hideout were settled, Tang Yu took a moment to replenish his energy with a simple meal, recovering from the fatigue of the previous night. He then organized his gear, preparing to venture to the Red Romance Club for exploration and to scavenge supplies. His equipment was exceptionally lavish. Any other player who beheld it would undoubtedly be left in awe. Main weapon, PM submachine gun, 3 magazines, 90 rounds, equipped with a tactical sight. Side weapon, PL-15 pistol, containing 16 rounds. Melee weapon, 6H5 bayonet. Throwing weapons, 5F, 1 defensive fragmentation grenades. Vest, level 2 bulletproof vest. Backpack, 20-slot backpack with 16-slot ammo pouch. Medical supplies, 6 sterile bandages, 1 golden star ointment. Gazing at his armament, Tang Yu felt a profound satisfaction. Lacking in skill, he compensated with equipment. As long as he remained cautious, he could persevere to the Red Romance Club. In due time, with the assistance of his virtual map, he would assuredly make his adversaries experience the quintessence of the old 6. Chapter 7. The Gunfight at the Corner, F. 1 defensive grenade. Tang Yu traversed the pitch-black subway tunnel with a flashlight in hand, making his way towards the Red Romance. Geographically, the distance from the Red Romance to the Garden subway station was not extensive, merely 5 or 600 meters. However, considering the presence of refugees and insurgents above ground, Tang Yu deemed it prudent to approach the vicinity of the Red Romance via the subway tunnel. Due to the weight of his equipment, it took him a full 15 minutes to reach the Cape of Good Hope subway station near the Red Romance. This location exceeded the range of the subway stations he had purchased, rendering the virtual map ineffective. After extinguishing his flashlight, he carefully concealed himself in the shadows of the tunnel, waiting for 2 full minutes. Once he was assured that no suspicious sounds could be heard, he ascended to the subway platform, heading towards the entrance. The subway station held little allure for the refugees, thus allowing Tang Yu to reach the entrance without difficulty. He could also see the location of the Red Romance, situated on the street diagonally across from the subway entrance. However, just as he prepared to cross the street, a series of gunshots rang out from a nearby building, accompanied by 2 harrowing screams. A surge of alarm gripped Tang Yu, prompting him to swiftly open the area chat panel. As anticipated, the number of survivors had decreased by 2. Undoubtedly, players have been discovered by the refugees. What troubled Tang Yu most was that the gunfire he had just heard indicated the presence of at least 3 enemies, an insurmountable challenge for him. He realized that remaining idle in this location would inevitably lead to his demise. He had to devise a means to infiltrate the Red Romance if he wished to survive. Tang Yu pondered this, aware that he was mere steps away from the Red Romance. To abandon this opportunity would severely hinder his potential for advancement, casting doubt on his ability to endure the impending catastrophe in 6 days. Thus, to secure his survival, he had to enter the Red Romance, where he could leverage the advantages of the virtual map for maximum gain. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yu hesitated no longer. After confirming that the street was devoid of people, he swiftly dashed across the road. No one sees me. No one sees me. Those who shoot at me are dogs. Whoever shoots at me is a dog. As he ran, he muttered to himself, and the 30 to 40 meters seemed interminably long. Finally, upon crossing the road and bursting into the street where the Red Romance was located, he gasped for breath, the preceding stretch having been fraught with anxiety. Yet he had made it. The Red Romance was now less than 20 meters away. Just as he began to relax, a series of rapid gunfire erupted. After a series of gunshots echoed, several bullet holes appeared in the wall beside Tang Yu. He gasped in disbelief. He had been discovered. His eyes widened, yet his reaction was remarkably swift. He immediately turned and sprinted towards the location of the Red Romance establishment. Having already heard the chaotic footsteps of the vagrants rounding the street corner, the survivors were in pursuit. Quickly, there's still one survivor left. This time, don't kill him. Let's have some fun. Indeed, perhaps after we're done, we can sell him to the masked ones. They seem to be searching for living prey. Capture this kid. But be cautious. I think I saw he was armed. Everyone, stay alert. Listening to the shouts behind him, Tang Yu reached the entrance of the Red Romance Club. The entrance featured an opulent brass door, embellished with a keyhole that beckoned. Summoning his backpack space, he retrieved the long-prepared key to the Red Romance door. He inserted the key and twisted it. The door swung open, and just as Tang Yu stepped through, the vagrants rounded the corner. Upon seeing the half-open metal door, they immediately raised their weapons and fired. Bullets ricocheted off the metallic surface with a cacophony of sound. Tang Yu hastily entered the room, slamming the door shut behind him, and dashed toward the interior of the club without glancing back. The moment he stepped inside, he quickly accessed the virtual map of the Red Romance Club in his mind. While running, he confirmed that there were no enemies within the establishment. He concealed himself in the innermost room on the first floor, pulled back the gun's bolt, chambered around, and prepared himself for what lay ahead. After several deep breaths, his rapid heartbeat began to stabilize. He could now hear the voices of the vagrants outside the door. Bang! Bang! With 2 gunshots, the entrance to the Red Romance was violently breached, and the vagrants entered. 4 red dots appeared on the virtual map. The interior of the Red Romance was dimly lit, illuminated only by the overhead red neon lights, which cast an even more obscured ambience within the already shadowy room. Listening to the sounds of the vagrants rummaging through the items, Tang Yu remained silent, biding his time. He was acutely aware of his own weaknesses. His proficiency with firearms was not strong, thus he could only hope for a close-range ambush to have any chance of victory. Engaging the vagrants in a direct firefight would be futile. The vagrants, evidently well acquainted with the survivors, divided themselves into 2 teams. Each pair provided cover for one another as they advanced. Despite their previous bravado, they exhibited caution when faced with a potentially threatening enemy. As one group searched the first floor while the other ascended the stairs, a glimmer of hope sparked in Tang Yu's eyes. The enemies had split up in their search for him. This was an opportunity. Currently, he was situated in the innermost room on the first floor of the Red Romance. A private room meant for seclusion. The dim lighting in the room rendered Tang Yu's figure even more elusive. 2 homeless individuals searching the first floor had approached the corner of the corridor. As soon as they turned, they would find themselves at the very location of Tang Yu. Observing the positions of the 2 homeless figures on the virtual map, Tang Yu cautiously retrieved an oval object from the gear hanging in front of him. F.A. defensive grenade. Type: throwing weapon. Space occupied. 1. Delay before explosion. 35 seconds. Explosion radius, 3,7 mètres. Concussion radius, 12 meters. Number of shrapnel, 90 F1 shrapnel pieces. It is well known that grenades are categorized into offensive and defensive types. The lethality of a defensive grenade primarily relies on the shrapnel produced upon detonation. Consequently, its destructive power is formidable, with the sole purpose of a defensive grenade being to eliminate all enemies. Should this grenade explode in the corridor, the homeless individuals would sustain the maximum possible damage. Pulling the safety pin, Tang Yu silently counted to 1 before abruptly opening the door and tossing the grenade at the feet of the 2 individuals who had just rounded the corner. He then swiftly closed the door, silently exclaiming, "Let it roar." In the very instant the door shut, a violent explosion erupted. Bang! Chapter 8, Daily Life of Lao Lu. Footsteps on the second floor, the 2 homeless individuals, one in front of the other, had just turned the corner of the corridor when they spotted a round object rolling towards their feet. Initially taken aback, their muscle memory, honed from prolonged urban combat, compelled them to leap aside instinctively. A grenade. Yet by the time they registered the danger, it was already too late. Their attempts to evade were futile against the imminent blast. As they were still airborne, the F-1 grenade detonated, sending dozens, if not hundreds, of shrapnel pieces tearing through their bodies. The tremendous force of the explosion hurled them away, and upon landing, they were left as nothing but severed limbs, lifeless and beyond recovery. The violent shockwave startled Tang Yu, who was hiding in the room. The walls of the chamber cracked, exposing the underlying drywall, and a breach was blasted through the area, connecting his room to the adjacent one. The force of the explosion toppled him to the ground. Countless particles of dust and debris rained down upon him, leaving him in a disheveled state. Coughing, Tang Yu struggled to rise, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he still heard a faint ringing in his ears. Damn it, what a shoddy construction. It nearly killed me. However, once he regained his footing, his expression tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly fled towards the opposite direction of the corridor, for the virtual map indicated that 2 other homeless individuals, who had ascended to the 3rd floor, were now rapidly descending toward the 1st floor in response to the explosion. As Tang Yu passed by the corner he had just navigated, he beheld 2 lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, though the spoils adorning their forms tempted him. His thoughts were far removed from such trivial pursuits. The corridor of the Hong romantic establishment formed a T-shape. One direction led to the very room where Tang Yu had taken refuge, while the other led to the kitchen of the establishment. Upon reaching the kitchen, Tang Yu securely closed the fire door behind him, just as 2 other vagrants arrived on the ground floor. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the air, the sudden explosion sending chills down the spines of the remaining 2 vagrants. They began to call out for their companions, but the silence that greeted them made it clear that they were likely not dealing with mere survivors, but rather a seasoned hunter. As they approached the corner of the corridor, they caught sight of their fallen comrades, yet they merely cast a cursory glance before diverting their attention elsewhere. In the world of the destitute, death was an ever-present specter. One of the vagrants swiftly surveyed several nearby rooms, but found no suspicious targets. Their gaze then shifted towards the kitchen at the opposite end of the corridor. After exchanging a knowing glance, they cautiously raised their weapons and advanced towards the fire door. Their positioning was deliberate. The fire door featured 2 circular glass windows, prompting them to hug the wall as they moved forward, weapons trained on the windows. Should anyone dare to show themselves, they would be met with lethal precision. However, as they reached the door, no unexpected occurrences transpired. Once they confirmed that the entrance was devoid of life, they signaled each other with coordinated gestures. One of them kicked the fire door open, while both simultaneously hurled grenades to either side of the entrance. The ensuing explosions reverberated through the air, prompting the vagrants to rush into the kitchen, firing at any potential hiding spots. After thoroughly inspecting every room, they found no sign of life. Just as they began to believe the survivors had vacated the area, a muffled thud resonated from the direction of the cold storage room. They exchanged amused glances. This survivor was intriguing, having chosen to conceal themselves in the cold storage. A smirk crept across their faces as they stealthily approached the cold storage door. One of them clutched 2 grenades, nodding with a grin, while the other grasped the handle of the cold storage, ready to fling open the door. Once opened, the other would toss in the grenades, obliterating the survivor. They began to envision the impending scene. Unbeknownst to them, a freezer door, pressed against the wall some 7 or 8 meters behind them, creaked open silently. The dark muzzle of a weapon was now aimed squarely at their backs. Just as the cold storage door swung open and the grenades left their hands, the PM submachine gun erupted with a furious blaze, unleashing a relentless torrent of fire, exceeding 600 to 750 rounds per minute. In a mere 3 seconds, a magazine of 30 bullets was expended, and the 2 destitute souls lay riddled with bullets on the ground, their faces adorned with a semblance of disbelief. Suddenly, 2 muted explosions resonated from the cold storage. Tang Yu forcefully extricated himself from the refrigerator, swiftly reloaded his magazine, and delivered 2 decisive shots to the heads of the fallen, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the entire Red Romance establishment was devoid of enemies. However, the recent cacophony of explosions and gunfire was likely to attract nearby vagabonds or insurgents. Tang Yu knew he must hasten to scavenge supplies and depart. He meticulously stripped the 2 men of their gear, stowing grenades and other items into his backpack. Larger equipment, such as firearms and bulletproof vests, was concealed within a refrigerator. After disposing of the bodies of the 2 men he had dispatched around the corner of the corridor, half an hour had already elapsed. During this time, Tang Yu remained vigilant, continuously monitoring the virtual map for any signs of new adversaries. Yet, despite collecting the gear from all 4 individuals, no enemies had materialized. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he also resolved to maintain a heightened state of alertness. Having played the role of a cunning ambusher against the destitute, he could not discount the possibility of being targeted by other players. After all, at least 3 players had acquired firearms by the time he had departed that morning. It was a common practice for players to eliminate one another for resources. Soon, a wave of exhilaration washed over Tang Yu's face. Having only just arrived, he had already secured the equipment of 4 destitute individuals. The haul was nothing short of extraordinary. Given the extensive damage to the ground floor, he made his way to the 2nd floor. The Red Romance establishment boasted a total of 3 floors, and it was evident that, prior to the apocalypse, it served as a somewhat concealed venue for indulgence. Frequented by the affluent. In a brief search of 2 rooms, he discovered 15,000 Doomsday coins alongside 2 valuable guitar picks. Tang Yu embarked on a joyous spree of scavenging. A gold necklace, what a treasure! I shall take it. A doll, surprisingly valuable. I shall take it. Ibuprofen, medical supplies, a prized find. I shall take it. Energy-saving bulbs, materials for upgrading the lounge area. I shall take them. Room by room, he meticulously scavenged, leaving a scene as pristine as a locust swarm in his wake. Just as he exited the final room on the 2nd floor, his keen ears detected the faintest sound of footsteps. The noise emanated from just outside the room, downstairs. Tang Yu's senses heightened, bracing himself for what lay ahead. Chapter 9. Slaying the Cultist, High-Quality Supplies. Faint footsteps echoed once more, and at this moment, Tang Yu was utterly convinced. Outside the window below, there was undoubtedly someone moving stealthily, seemingly aware of Tang Yu's presence on the 2nd floor. Each step was taken with utmost caution. Had he not been positioned at the very edge of the window, he would not have overheard the subtle sounds. Tang Yu had now completely entered a state of silence, as the figure outside evoked an unsettling aura. It felt as though they were locked in a game of wits. As time slipped away, Tang Yu finally discerned a crimson dot on the virtual map in his mind, glowing a shade of red, so dark it appeared nearly black. His eyes widened in disbelief. A look of astonishment etched across his face. What manner of entity was this? It was his first encounter with such a hue. The red dot already signified an adversary. But what could this deep crimson black dot represent? Boundless hostility? Or perhaps malevolence? The answer eluded him. For all he knew was that the enigmatic figure had now reached the corner of the 2nd floor. His gun was trained unwaveringly on that very spot. The moment the enemy revealed themselves, they would be met with a hail of bullets. Yet, just as the figure was about to emerge from the corner, they abruptly halted. The 2nd floor of the Red Romance fell into silence. What was happening? Did they somehow sense that he was aiming at them? Tang Yu pondered this question, but no answers came forth. This impasse was untenable. He kicked a grenade, which he had prepared earlier, causing the pin to rattle ominously, giving the impression that he was poised to throw it. At that very moment, the mysterious figure, concealed behind the corner, sprang into action. With a tactical roll, they lifted their weapon, aiming directly at Tang Yu's position. The sound of gunfire erupted incessantly, bullets striking the ground and creating varying depths of craters, accompanied by the dull thud of bullets piercing flesh. Soon, the magazine was emptied. Only then did Tang Yu rise, a smirk of derision playing on his lips as he reloaded the grenade into his pouch. I knew you were waiting for me to handle the grenade before you opened fire. Approaching the now bullet-riddled figure, he switched on his flashlight to inspect. His gaze sharpened as he yanked down the collar of the mysterious individual, revealing a peculiar symbol tattooed on their neck. This was a tattoo. Tang Yu's expression turned complex as he regarded the corpse. This was undeniably a devotee of an evil deity, starkly different from the 2 vagrants from the previous night. This was a true acolyte of malevolence. Yet in the next moment, excitement washed over Tang Yu's face. His gaze upon the lifeless body resembled that of one eyeing a precious treasure chest. The followers of the malevolent deity invariably possess high-level rare items, a fact emphasized in the training materials prior to entering the apocalyptic game. Tang Yu immediately began to scavenge the body of the cultist, his eyes visibly gleaming with excitement. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him. AS Val Special Assault Rifle. Type: Assault Rifle. Occupied space: 52. Effective range: 400 meters. Firing modes: semi-automatic, fully automatic. Rate of fire: 900. Aiming distance: 420. Caliber: 939 millimeters. Magazine: 30-round VSS magazine. Spare magazines: 2. Level 3 armor-piercing rounds: 90 rounds. Level 3 armor-piercing rounds. Type: 939 millimeters bullets. Ricochet rate: 40. Fragmentation rate: 20. Bleed rate: 10. Major bleed rate: 20. Heat generation: 45. Probability of jamming: moderate. Probability of misfire: very low. Effect: capable of penetrating level 3 bulletproof vests, with a 50 chance of penetrating level 4 vests. Recoil: 7. Shatter mask. Type: facial gear. Occupied space: 22. Protected areas: eyes, jaw. Ricochet probability: high. 6B13 assault armor. Type: lightweight bulletproof vest. Weight: 28 kilograms. Occupied space: 34. Material: aramid. Bulletproof level: 2. Protected areas: chest, stomach, back, sides, throat, groin. Plate insertion areas: front, rear. Plate level: 4. Impact on movement speed decreases by 1. Impact on turning speed: 0. Military backpack. Container size: 42. Reinforced military boots. Type: rare foot equipment. Material: cowhide, cashmere, steel plates. Stab resistance level: 2. Insulation quality: excellent. Movement speed bonus: 10. Stale bonus: Lima Blas. Fireplace construction blueprint. Type: rare blueprint. Effect 1. Construct a warming fireplace in the hideout's resting area, increasing indoor temperature by 1050. Effect 2. Once ignited, every 2 hours. There is a 60 probability of removing 1 negative status effect from survivor. Construction requirements: ventilation duct, level 1, 30,000. Doomsday coins, 30 units of stone, 10 bolts. 10 nuts. Construction time: 1 hour. Gazing at the dazzling array of equipment, Tang Yu's lips curled into a smirk, reminiscent of a pouting fish. The assault rifle. Bulletproof vest with level 4 plates, facial mask, backpack, rare military boots, and rare construction blueprint. Each item had the potential to stir monumental waves within the chat room. Before Tang Yu lay a complete set of equipment, particularly the military boots and the blueprints for a fireplace, both of which were indispensable for enduring the impending catastrophe of the polar blizzard 6 days hence. The fireplace was not a conventional facility within a hideout, thus absent from the construction list, yet it could be crafted directly with the appropriate blueprints. This exemplified the worth of the cultist of the malevolent deity. With the fireplace in his possession, Tang Yu's odds of surviving the initial disaster had surged to 40. He swiftly stowed these items into his backpack, replacing his gear with the military boots, bulletproof vest, and primary weapon. With the ballistic mask now adorning his face, Tang Yu had effectively updated his entire arsenal. The introduction of the level 3 armor-piercing rounds within his assault rifle significantly enhanced his offensive prowess. Essentially, any bulletproof vest rated below level 4 would crumble under his assault like mere paper, proving utterly ineffective. This revelation left Tang Yu both astonished and grateful. His previous life spent immersed in shooting games had endowed him with a profound understanding of battlefield tactics. It was through cunning deception that he had lured the cultist, thereby securing his survival. The level 2 bulletproof vest he wore would likely spell his doom if struck even once by the cultist. Consequently, Tang Yu approached the city with heightened caution and vigilance. As he prepared to scour the 3rd floor for supplies, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the corner of the staircase. There, lying quietly, was a notebook. Chapter 10. A Bounty of Riches, Trading Equipment. What is this? Upon picking up the notebook, Tang Yu was met with the sight of a mysterious symbol depicting a gigantic eye. The pages were filled with an array of enigmatic symbols, none of which belonged to any language known to him. Cultist's notebook. Description: a notebook used by the cultist to record crucial information, requiring corresponding knowledge or a decryption USB drive to comprehend its contents. Tang Yu felt a surge of astonishment. To his surprise, this notebook promised unexpected intrigue. undoubtedly containing vital information among the cultists, though he lamented his inability to decipher its contents at present. He could only stow it away in his backpack, hoping to unlock its secrets in the future. With the second floor already thoroughly scavenged prior to the confrontation, he proceeded to the third floor. The search on the third floor went remarkably smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Each room was in disarray, with some still containing luggage left behind by guests. Yet none were spatial backpacks. Hence, Tang Yu merely collected the supplies within before moving on. However, upon reaching the final room, he stumbled upon two intriguing items. Commemorative coin. Type: valuable item. Description: a commemorative coin issued in honor of the 80th anniversary of the city of Luo's victory in the war. It is said that some individuals are in pursuit of these. Key card holder. Container size: 44/16 slots. This is a specialized receptacle designed for storing keys or loose coins. Tang Yu had just become aware of the name of the city he resided in, Luo City. The key card holder proved to be exceptionally useful for Tang Yu, as a single key in his backpack would occupy one slot. However, by placing all 5 of his keys within the key card holder, it would only occupy one item slot in his backpack, thereby conserving a significant amount of space. He took the liberty of placing his commemorative coins inside as well. After thoroughly scavenging the entire Hong Romantic Club, he returned to the kitchen on the first floor. Following the battles and resource gathering, 2 hours had elapsed. Inspired by the earlier experience with the key card holder, Tang Yu realized that the backpack space could indeed be stacked. He retrieved the spoils hidden within the refrigerator. All grenades and small items were placed in his spare ammo pouches or his backpack, stacked accordingly. In the end, only the 2 least valuable level 2 bulletproof vests, along with 2 submachine guns and 4 melee weapons, remained that he could not carry. Tang Yu promptly engaged in regional chat. Tang Yu, high-grade supplies for sale, limited quantity. First come, first served. Tang Yu, 2 submachine guns, each with a magazine and 30 bullets, limited quantity, trade only for rare materials, blueprints, or items. Tang Yu, level 2 bulletproof vests, the best choice for survival, significantly increasing survival odds, only 2 available, priority for trading upgrade materials for hideouts. Those interested, send me a message with your offer, highest bidder wins. Tang Yu, for melee military knives, brothers without weapons should not miss this opportunity, priority for trades involving cotton, stones, wood, and other materials. Those interested, send me a message with your offer, highest bidder wins. 4 consecutive messages were sent, and the chat screen, which had been continuously scrolling, momentarily went blank. The next moment, the regional chat erupted with excitement. Messages flooded the screen like a tsunami, filled with the astonishment of fellow survivors. What did I just see? Did he raid the rebels' armory? Are you crazy? I'm still playing hide-and-seek with the refugees. Has Yushin already gone on a rampage? I just heard gunfire and explosions coming from a nearby building, trembling in fear. Could it be this great god in battle? Did he wipe out a refugee squad? Why was I almost killed by a refugee while he has so much gear? Why is there such a vast disparity between people? I'm still starving and afraid to venture out, while Yushin is already selling arms. Wait, wasn't he the same big shot who sold weapons and bulletproof vests last night? Has he restocked today? The arms dealer of the apocalypse? Yushin, I just sent you a private message. Can we discuss a potential trade? Unbelievable indeed. Astonishment and disbelief abound. There are those whose minds are unbalanced, who cast blame upon fate. As Tang Yu gazed at the myriad of chat messages, his eyes began to struggle with the sheer volume, compounded by the incessant notifications of private messages. He promptly silenced the notification sounds and began to peruse the private messages. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant regarding the unfolding situation on the virtual map. Undoubtedly, the individuals eager to acquire the 2 submachine guns were the most numerous. However, the majority were merely jesters seeking to take advantage, with some even attempting to acquire them without cost. Tang Yu swiftly blocked these individuals. Among the remaining messages, he discovered some relatively desirable items. Disguise coding sticker. Type: rare item. Effect: a coding sticker for the entrance of a hiding place that automatically changes color to blend in with the surrounding environment, thereby reducing the probability of detection by 60. Safe ventilation duct renovation blueprint. Type: rare blueprint. Effect: enhances the structure of the ventilation duct in a hiding place, improving ventilation by 40 and the expulsion speed of indoor harmful gases by 30. Construction requirements: Level 1 ventilation duct, 10,000, Doomsday coins, 1 insulation coating, 1 exhaust fan. Construction time, 2 hours. Ultimately, Tang Yu chose these 2 items. The advantages of the disguise coating are self-evident, as it would significantly enhance the concealment of his hiding place, especially considering the subway station's location, which occasionally attracts drifters. If, during his outings or nighttime rest, his hiding place were discovered by these drifters, it would result in a devastating blow for him. The ventilation duct renovation blueprint can be regarded as a specialized upgrade for the ventilation duct, requiring the completion of a level 1 ventilation duct for renovation, with a particular emphasis on enhancing indoor air circulation. Additionally, Tang Yu happened to possess a blueprint for a fireplace. During the first disaster, the polar blizzard, indoor heating will be indispensable. With this blueprint in hand, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning can essentially be averted. Tang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the fact that there are still many capable individuals among the survivors. Although there are numerous avenues to acquire rare resources, to secure them so swiftly on just the second day certainly commands his respect for the other party. He directly contacted 2 individuals and swiftly completed the transaction. Notably, one of the trading partners was none other than Wang Bohu, the one with whom Tang Yu had exchanged a handgun the previous day. Wang Bohu marveled at Tang Yu's speed in acquiring equipment, prompting Tang Yu to take a closer interest in him. It appears that Wang Bohu also possesses considerable ability on only the second day. While the average person still struggles for survival, he has managed to continuously obtain rare resources, trading for both a handgun and a submachine gun. Perhaps maintaining a long-term connection with him would be advantageous. With the transaction complete, Tang Yu continued to examine the trading information for other pieces of equipment. However, he soon encountered a problem. Chapter 11, Trading Materials and High-Tech Camouflage Coatings. Tang Yu discovered that the survivors who sent him trading information primarily offer construction materials, electronic components, food, and water. However, he found himself in dire need of stones, wood, and cotton, which were conspicuously absent from the offerings. This predicament furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that these resources do not drop within urban areas? At that moment, a recollection from the training manual surfaced in his mind, and he realized the truth. These specific materials indeed do not originate within city confines. Stones are predominantly found in Gobi or mountainous regions, while wood is most abundant in forested areas. Cotton, in contrast, thrives in plains. Each region possesses its own unique specialties, with urban areas yielding primarily items frequently utilized in daily life. Additionally, the acquisition of food and water is relatively less challenging, affording urban survivors slightly better living conditions compared to those in other regions. However, this advantage comes with the peril of facing marauders and rebels, resulting in a heightened risk of mortality in urban settings. With this understanding, Tang Yu promptly accessed the long-neglected World Channel. The discourse within the World Channel was evidently sparse compared to the regional chat, consisting of only a few scattered exchanges. He swiftly composed his message and sent it forth. City, Tang Yu, for melee weapons, military knives, the optimal choice for self-defense and hunting. Brothers without weapons should not miss this opportunity. I am trading cotton, stones, wood, wool, and other materials. Limited quantities available. Those interested, please quote your offers. The highest bidder wins. This announcement indeed captured the attention of numerous survivors, leading to a noticeable increase in the frequency of messages flooding the World Channel. Approximately 100,000 survivors had entered this apocalyptic game, and despite some casualties, the surviving count remained above 90,000. Consequently, Tang Yu observed a more frenzied barrage of messages compared to the earlier regional chat. Mountain region, Lu Tao. Fantastic. A wolf has been lurking outside my hideout. And now there's hope. God, I've sent a trade request. Grasland, Ma Jingtai, Ausome, for weapons right off the bat, and all military knives. Incredible. Forest, Zhongwenwen. Bro, can I borrow your weapons for a bit? I promise to return them shortly. West Coast, Zhongdong. God, can I exchange seafood for your weapons? His private messages continuously refreshed, swiftly reaching a staggering count of 999. Tang Yu, now well-versed in this process, set up keyword filters for his inbox, eliminating all messages devoid of offers. Utilizing the keyword search function, he meticulously sifted through potential trading partners, placing particular emphasis on cotton, stones, and wood, resources he urgently required due to the impending disaster of an Arctic snowstorm. The prices of cotton and timber are evidently more exorbitant than that of stone, resulting in a notably limited volume of trade for these commodities. However, Tang Yu is not in a rush to engage in transactions. He meticulously selects his items, After all, despite the high cost of cotton and timber, many individuals possess them. In contrast, the opportunity to trade weapons is exceedingly rare, an existence marked by demand far exceeding supply. Those who should be anxious are the other survivors. As anticipated, the bids from those who arrived later escalated significantly. Ultimately, Tang Yu exchanged 4 melee weapons for 30 units of cotton, 80 units of timber, 150 units of stone, and 20 units of wool. However, as he is currently outside and his backpack is at full capacity, he did not retrieve the traded goods, but opted to store them in his mailbox to be collected upon returning to his hideout. He also completed transactions for 2 level 2 bulletproof vests from the 2 highest bidders. With this, his exploration of the Red Romance Club was successfully concluded, and his sole objective now was to return to his hideout safely. After a thorough check of all his gear and supplies to ensure nothing was overlooked, Tang Yu exited the doors of the Red Romance Club and swiftly headed towards the nearby subway station. The journey proved to be quite smooth, devoid of the anticipated enemies. However, laden with an abundance of loot, what was originally a 10-minute walk extended to nearly an hour due to numerous stops. After a brief respite, Tang Yu began to organize his spoils. The resources scavenged from the Red Romance Club were indeed bountiful. 110,000 Doomsday coins, valuable items including 2 guitar picks, 2 dolls, 1 gold necklace, 1 golden rooster statue, 1 gold egg, and 1 commemorative coin. Additionally, there were medical supplies and electronic components. The loot acquired from the 4 slain drifters and cultists comprised 2 PP, 9 submachine guns, with 4 magazines, 2 MP443 pistols with 2 magazines, 120 rounds of 9x19mm submachine gun ammunition, 56 rounds of 9x19mm pistol ammunition, and an M67 grenade. Nonetheless, the most significant gain from this excursion was the rare-grade military boots, weapons, and a level 4 bulletproof vest that Tang Yu immediately equipped. This also included 2 rare blueprints and a piece of camouflage coating sticker. Gazing at the scattered bounty, Tang Yu felt overwhelmed and promptly accessed the facility construction page of his hideout. He examined the construction requirements for the warehouse. Initially, he deemed it unnecessary due to a lack of items, but now the time had come to build it. Warehouse, Level 1. Effect: grants a storage capacity of 40 slots within the hideout. Construction requirements: 10,000 Doomsday coins, a backpack with at least 6 slots. Construction time: 30 minutes. Tang Yu directly seized the military-grade 8-grid pouch and chose to construct a warehouse in proximity to the entrance of his hiding place. The military pouch vanished, and 10,000 Doomsday coins were expended. The construction of the warehouse commenced. He then produced a camouflage coating sticker and approached the entrance, opting to apply it to the security door. The item in his possession dissipated, and the security door appeared to be enveloped in a silken layer, revealing a smooth texture and hue. Gradually, it melded seamlessly with the surrounding walls, transforming the once prominent entrance into a flat wall. A look of astonishment adorned Tang Yu's face as he circled the area, scrutinizing it from various angles, yet he could discern no suspicious features. "Incredible, truly remarkable," he exclaimed. "Undoubtedly a rare item. Could it be a product of advanced technology?" After confirming the camouflage coating presented no issues, Tang Yu reached for the door handle he sensed in his mind. With a click, the security door swung open, unveiling the interior of his hideout. He shook his head in disbelief, utterly amazed. Upon returning to his sanctuary and gently closing the door, the security door slowly vanished once more, leaving behind an empty wall. Chapter 12. Trading equipment again. Scoring a graphics card. Half an hour later, the warehouse was completed. Tang Yu arranged all his available supplies within. However, he set aside some spoils, intending to trade again. The equipment in his hideout, aside from what he personally possessed, included a plethora of surplus items: 3 submachine guns, 1 AK rifle, 4 8-grid ammunition pouches, 1 16-grid ammunition pouch, 3 level 2 bulletproof vests, and 4 handguns. Tang Yu realized he could not utilize all this equipment alone. Retaining them would only result in stagnation without generating any value. Thus, he resolved to keep 1 submachine gun and the 16-grid ammunition pouch, while placing the rest up for trade. This strategy would not only allow him to acquire superior resources or rare blueprints from other survivors, enhancing his strength and the level of his hideout, but it would also empower other survivors, enabling them to venture into more perilous areas to gather resources. When stagnant waters transformed into flowing streams, future transactions would yield even better exchanges for high-grade materials. However, having exhausted his speaking quota in the World Channel for the day. He could only post in the regional chat. Tang Yu, one submachine gun, equipped with 1 magazine and 30 rounds of ammunition, a tool for prosperity. Only trading for rare materials, blueprints, or equipment. Please message me with offers. No spammers, I will block directly. Tang Yu, 3 level 2 bulletproof vests, essential for survival. The foremost treasure for preserving life. I only trade for bolts, nuts, alloy steel, DVD drives, toilet paper, waterproof glue, soap, basins, and other supplies. Interested parties? Please message me with offers. No spam, please. Tang Yu, 2 handguns, the optimal choice for self-defense, compact and lightweight, each carrying a full magazine of 16 rounds. Interested parties? Please message me with offers. No spam, please. Tang Yu, 2 8-slot ammunition pouches, featuring 8 compartments for item storage, the perfect choice for gathering supplies. Interested parties? Please message me with offers. No spam, please. Tang Yu has set aside a submachine gun, an AK rifle, 2 handguns, and 2 8-slot pouches. All reserved for trading on the World Channel tomorrow. After trading equipment twice in the area over the past 2 days, and considering the current population of over 900, releasing this batch of gear would nearly saturate the market. Not everyone can acquire high-grade supplies for trade. In the next 2 days, Tang Yu will focus his trading efforts on the World Channel. When other survivors, after a 2-hour interval, witnessed Tang Yu's equipment trading messages again, their initial shock and disbelief had dissipated. See, I knew Yushun must have taken down an arms depot. He is back to selling weapons. How did I know this was Yushun's trading message? Because he is the only one who trades in arms. Wow, these supplies are as impressive as ever. I've sent a private message for the handgun, hoping for a favor. I'm losing my mind. How does this guy have so much gear while I've been butchered by the bandits? Details, please. I'm eager for specifics. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, savoring a beef sausage and sipping juice, meticulously reviewed his private messages. It became evident that after the previous 2 rounds of trading, high-grade supplies in the current area were scarce, mostly consisting of mundane items. However, he remained unhurried. His equipment held substantial value. As it was a seller's market, this was indeed the opportune moment for profitable exchanges. In a couple of days, as players' survival skills improved and the number of traders increased, they would become more astute. Yet, Tang Yu intended to be the first to seize the advantage. Before long, his expression momentarily froze before breaking into a smile. A potential trade for a handgun had surfaced. However, the item offered caught his attention, a graphics card. Description: a graphics card, along with fans and processors, is a valuable source of electronic components. To his delight, Tang Yu recalled the secret information he had received yesterday. Graphics cards were exceedingly valuable following the first round of apocalyptic disasters and were crucial for acquiring the rare trade currency, disaster coins, in the Doomsday game. What a delightful surprise. What astonished him even more lay ahead. The survivors' offer not only included graphics cards, but also other items, among which 2 supplies, insulation paint and exhaust fans, sent a thrill through Tang Yu. These 2 items were essential for the construction of a rare blueprint, the safe ventilation duct modification blueprint. Goodness, this is not merely a trading partner. This is akin to discovering a long-lost father. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu promptly reached out to the survivor and completed the transaction. When these items appeared in his possession, Tang Yu was elated. This was the joy of unearthing hidden treasures. All these supplies had been scavenged by the survivor in the city. Without the relevant blueprints, their utility would have remained a mystery. Consequently, the survivor regarded them merely as ordinary materials, opting to trade with Tang Yu in a spirit of abundance and curiosity. When the survivor, entirely unaware of the item's true value, managed to exchange them for a fully loaded pistol, his exhilaration was palpable. Just yesterday, he had nearly fallen victim to marauders, and now he finally possessed a measure of self-defense. Thus, he quickly became a staunch supporter of Tang Yu, extolling his virtues in the regional chat channel, inciting waves of envy and admiration among other survivors. Consequently, many who had been merely observers shifted their perspectives, eagerly sending their own supply offers to Tang Yu. What if they too possessed materials that the esteemed Yu needed? Might they not become the next fortunate beneficiary? Tang Yu continued his pursuit of hidden treasures. However, after perusing all the information, he was disheartened to find no new high-level supplies. There was little to be done. It was merely the second day at noon, and he had only been immersed in the game for a day. The quantity of resources he had already acquired was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, aside from the rare supplies pertaining to submachine gun trades, Other equipment offers had preliminarily met Tang Yu's trading requirements. Thus, he directly contacted the survivors with the highest offers, completing the current transactions amidst their continuous expressions of gratitude. Tang Yu, aside from a submachine gun, all equipment has been traded. If anyone possesses rare blueprints, items, or equipment, please seek me for weapon trades. Upon reading Tang Yu's message, the survivors who hadn't traded equipment lamented in the chat area. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, having acquired the construction materials for his hideout facilities, commenced a comprehensive upgrade of his refuge. Chapter 13, Upgrading Hideout Facilities, Uninvited Guests, Ventilation Duct, Level 1. Type, Hideout Facility. Effect, air circulation of 30, ensuring basic survival needs. Construction requirements, Hideout Security, Level 1, 1 screwdriver, 1 roll of duct tape, 20,000 Doomsday Currency. Construction time, 30 minutes. Restroom, Level 1. Type, Hideout Facility. Effect, the speed of wound healing is increased by 20 and the probability of infection is reduced by 20. Construction requirements, waterproof coating X1, toilet paper X1, soap X1, basin X1, Doomsday Currency 30,000. Construction time, 1 hour. The construction requirements for these two shelter facilities have been fully met. As the construction materials vanished, the building process commenced. The most crucial facility now is the ventilation duct. Only upon its completion can Tang Yu begin to construct the two rare facility blueprints he has acquired. These two facilities are of utmost concern to Tang Yu. Fireplace. Type, Rare Shelter Facility. Effect 1. Construct a warming fireplace in the shelter's resting area, raising the indoor temperature by 1050. Effect 2. Every 2 hours of burning. There is a 60 chance of removing 1 negative debuff from a survivor. Construction requirements. Ventilation duct level 1. Resting area level 1. Doomsday Currency 30,000. 30 units of stone, 10 units of bolts, 10 units of nuts. Construction time, 1 hour. Ventilation duct modification blueprint. Safety type. Type, Rare Shelter Facility. Effect, modifies the structure effect of the shelter facility ventilation duct, enhancing ventilation performance by 40 and the expulsion rate of harmful indoor gases by 30. Construction requirements. Ventilation duct level 1. Doomsday Currency 10,000. 1 unit of thermal insulation coating. 1 unit of exhaust fan. Construction time, 2 hours. Half an hour later, as Tang Yu eagerly awaited, the ventilation duct was finally completed. He beheld a square ventilation opening, measuring 30 by 30 centimeters, emerging in the ceiling near the resting area wall. Standing beneath the vent, Tang Yu could even feel a gentle breeze brushing past. Without further hesitation, he opted to construct the fireplace and the safety-type ventilation duct. The stone, bolts, nuts, thermal insulation coating, and exhaust fan vanished, along with 40,000 Doomsday Currency. The construction of the shelter facilities had begun in earnest. After half a day, it was already 1 p.m. Glancing at his health data, Tang Yu noted that his stamina would take some time to recover. He decided to lie down and take a midday nap. 2 hours later, as Tang Yu awoke, it was nearly 4 p.m. His stamina had fully replenished, and he quickly consumed some food and drink to restore his energy. The facilities, restroom, fireplace, and safety-type ventilation duct had all been completed. The restroom had materialized into a small room of approximately 2 square meters, equipped with a toilet and a sink. The fireplace appeared quite rugged, with its top completely open to the roof. The ventilation duct was fitted with an exhaust fan, which was now slowly rotating. After inspecting the facilities, Tang Yu began to re-equip himself and check his weapons and ammunition. Yesterday, due to an encounter with the displaced, he hastily rummaged through the rest areas and changing rooms of the subway station, returning to his hideout with his spoils. Now, he was preparing to gather the remaining supplies from the station's control room and a few other rooms, hoping to check if he could find a case that might contain a graphics card. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. Just as he donned his bulletproof vest, he froze momentarily, a look of astonishment crossing his face. In the virtual map of the subway station within his mind, 2 points radiating a faint red glow had illuminated. What astonished Tang Yu the most was the direction these two individuals approached the station from, which was precisely the subway tunnel he had traversed when heading to Honglumen. Is this a tail following me? Tang Yu pondered, as the emanating red light suggested that if they were indeed advancing towards him, their intentions were likely malevolent. After swiftly equipping his weapons and ammunition, he exited his hideout, cautiously making his way towards the approaching figures, his military boots silent against the ground. Are you sure the kid came through here? A wiry man clutched his dagger tightly, leaning against the wall as he whispered to the burly figure in front of him. The burly man halted and turned to his subordinate. "You talk too much. I saw that person climb onto the platform with my own eyes. Are you in or out? If not, then get lost." "Boss, how can I not be in?" "But that person is armed," the subordinate protested. Upon hearing this, the burly man scoffed. Then, to his subordinate's astonishment, he retrieved a handgun from his backpack. "Where'd you get that handgun?" "Where else? I bought it." "That Tang Yu is truly a fool. I just traded some useless junk for this gun." "Is that the handgun from Yushin?" The burly man rolled his eyes dismissively. "Yushin, my foot. He just got lucky. Now that I have a gun too, just watch me shine." "All right, enough talking. Stay cautious. If we take that guy out, we'll be set for life." The station fell silent once more, save for the sound of the two men stealthily moving along the wall. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Yu listened to their conversation, a playful glint in his eye. "This is intriguing." The wiry man and the burly figure stealthily made their way to the station's control room. Upon entering, the wiry man immediately spotted a mobile phone lying in the corner. His heart leaped with joy, and taking advantage of the burly man's distraction, he quickly stashed it in his backpack. "What are you doing?" The burly man glanced back. "Oh, nothing, boss. Just keeping up with you." "Keeping up?" "We're supposed to split up and gather supplies. Every little bit counts." The two began rummaging through the control room. "Oh, my boss. There's food. I am starving." The wiry man exclaimed as he discovered a bag of instant noodles lying on the floor and eagerly began to munch on it. The burly man disregarded the thin monkey and approached the computer casing directly. He glanced back at the thin monkey, who was munching on food, his eyes betraying a hint of derision. Subsequently, he busied himself with the casing. 1 unit of CPU fan, 1 unit of power supply, 1 unit of capacitor, 1 unit of computer CPU processor. The casing was systematically disassembled, and all the electronic components were stowed away in the burly man's backpack. However, his brow furrowed deeply. Damn it, 4 casings and not a single graphics card. Before entering the apocalyptic game, the burly man had acquired intelligence from the black market regarding the end-of-the-world scenario, which indicated that graphics cards would be among the most valuable items after the first disaster. Hence, he had been consciously collecting graphics cards since he entered the game. Unfortunately, despite having opened no fewer than 20 casings, he had yet to find a single graphics card, which left him feeling increasingly anxious. He glanced at the last casing. His hopes already dim. Yet, the moment he lifted the casing cover, his eyes widened in surprise. Good heavens! He struck gold, but in the next instant, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Chapter 14. Infighting, fierce battle in the subway station. Upon hearing the wind, the burly man instinctively tilted his head and rolled to the side, but alas, he still took a hit. A dagger grazed his shoulder, blood spattering forth. The thin monkey glared at the burly man, who had rolled aside, his face contorted with malice. And a cold smile crept across his lips as he lunged forward again with the dagger. However, the burly man had already drawn a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the walls and ceiling. Unfortunately, the thin monkey had already darted behind a control console upon seeing the handgun. The two men found themselves in a standoff, separated by the console. "Damn it, thin monkey, you're courting death." The burly man held his handgun defensively with one hand while retrieving a sterile bandage from his backpack with the other. He bit open the packaging and began to wrap it around his shoulder wound, his movements tinged with urgency. He had already been alerted that his body was in a state of bleeding and needed to staunch it quickly. Otherwise, he would soon succumb to excessive blood loss. The thin monkey was well aware of the situation as well. Hearing the sound of the bandage being applied, he attempted to rush out twice, only to be forced back by gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, the burly man successfully halted the bleeding, and as his blood volume gradually stabilized, all his attention shifted to the thin monkey. Tang Yu, hiding outside the control room, listened to the gunfire inside while observing the coordinates of the two individuals on the virtual map. Indeed, in this apocalypse, the human heart was the most unpredictable. He remained unhurried. After all, there was only one exit from the control room. It would not be too late to intervene once the two had settled their dispute. However, his hopes would soon be dashed. Perhaps it was the gunfire that instigated the sudden appearance of 4 red dots on the virtual map, swiftly advancing towards the control room from the subway entrance. Accompanying this was the anxious chatter of the refugees. "Hurry, hurry! They must be survivors. This street belongs to us for the search today. There will be no one else." The echoes of gunfire suggested that yesterday, Luke and his companion had indeed met their demise at the hands of these survivors. utterly incompetent. Remember to leave one alive. Ghostface is desperate for 10 sacrifices in the coming days, and he offers a handsome price. As the refugees neared the control room, they fell into an eerie silence, stealthily approaching their target. All of this unfolded before Tang Yu, who remained hidden in the shadows of the subway tracks. Inside the control room, two individuals continued their standoff, and a gunfire erupted once more. This very sound confirmed the refugees' location, prompting them to split into two groups, encircling the entrance of the control room. After exchanging glances, one of the refugees produced a throwing weapon, preparing to launch it as soon as his companion opened the control room door. With a sharp, thunderous explosion, Tang Yu was startled by the agonizing cries that followed, quickly drowned out by wailing. Was that a flashbang? An expression of disbelief crossed Tang Yu's face. What manner of refugees were these, and how did they possess such weaponry? As the screams echoed, the refugees stormed into the control room, swiftly overpowering the two incapacitated survivors. Haha, two of them. They ought to fetch a good price, one refugee chuckled. All right, let us move quickly. The sooner we exchange them for money, the sooner we can enjoy ourselves. However, just as they prepared to depart, a grenade rolled in from the now open control room door, landing at their feet. A grenade! They shouted, diving for cover. The explosion sent dozens, if not hundreds, of shrapnel fragments shattering the glass within the control room. Damn it, there's still an enemy. Watch out for grenades. This guy's formidable, shouted a refugee, donning a bandit mask. Curse be, those two survivors were blown to bits. My money. FCK. I'll kill him. Our money is gone. They hurled grenades in both near and far directions. The nearer grenade was thrown at an acute angle, striking the wall beside the control room's entrance. This strategy ensured that the explosion would not harm the refugees inside, but anyone within 10 meters outside the door would be caught in its blast. Tang Yu crouched behind a stone pillar in the subway hall, 30 meters away, watching the scene unfold. The massive pillar, with a diameter of 1 meter, concealed his entire body, revealing only the barrel of his AS-Val special assault rifle. Wearing a shattered mask, he fixed his gaze through the sights, intently locking onto the control room's entrance. In his mind's eye, the virtual map displayed all 4 refugees hiding behind the wall, waiting for the opportune moment. Boom, boom. After 2 consecutive explosions of hand grenades, the command to charge rang out. Quick, get outside. At the behest of the masked bandit, 4 refugees decisively burst forth from the control room, aiming to seize the initiative while the enemy was preoccupied with evading the grenades. Concealed behind a stone pillar, Tang Yu observed the fleeing refugees, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The relentless barrage of bullets tore into the bodies of the refugees, blossoming like crimson flowers. The 2 at the forefront collapsed, struck down, while the remaining 2, hindered by their fallen comrades, were compelled to retreat back into the room. Mommy, I want my mommy. It hurts so much. One injured refugee cried out in agony as he lay on the ground. 1 dead and 1 wounded. Having honed his shooting rhythm over 2 days of battle, Tang Yu delivered a precise triple shot, silencing the wailing refugee. With 15 rounds left in the magazine, the 2 remaining refugees huddled in the room, too terrified to show themselves. Rising once more, Tang Yu hurled another grenade into the control room, though this throw was slightly off, landing just outside the door. He then leaped down from the subway platform, sprinting in another direction. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending countless shards and debris flying, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Utilizing this cover, Tang Yu successfully repositioned himself, hiding behind another stone pillar a dozen meters away. After reloading, he resumed his watch over the control room entrance. From this vantage point, he could observe the scene within, with 75 bullets remaining and 2 grenades still in hand. The 2 refugees inside had been thoroughly disoriented by Tang Yu's onslaught. Not only had they lost 2 members, but the grenades had effectively trapped them within the confines of the control room. What should we do now? We can't get out, one of them exclaimed, glancing at the lifeless body of his comrade at the door, then turning to the masked bandit. The masked bandit squinted slightly. There are still a few grenades left, too. The enemy's position is behind the stone pillar, about 30 meters to the left of the door. When we throw a grenade there, he will undoubtedly take cover. This is our only chance. Chapter 15. Total Annihilation, Achievements, Titles, Regional Legend Status in Tang Yu's line of sight. He deduced the refugees' intentions through their positions on the virtual map. Just as one of the refugees grasped a grenade and stepped out from behind the wall to throw it towards his previous location, Tang Yu unleashed another 3-round burst. striking the refugee and killing him instantly. Consequently, the masked bandit, hidden behind the wall, discerned Tang Yu's current location from the gunfire. The submachine gun emerged from behind the wall, and a relentless hail of bullets rained down on Tang Yu's position. The barrage peppered the ground and stone pillar, leaving a trail of blood. Behind the pillar, Tang Yu grimaced at the wound on his shoulder. How unfortunate it is to be struck by stray bullets. Enduring the pain, he clenched a grenade in his hand and hurled it towards the control room's entrance. Subsequently, he retrieved a sterile bandage from his inventory and began to dress the wound on his shoulder. Sterile bandage. Type: trauma treatment. Occupied slots: 1. Usage count: 11. Effect: removes bleeding status and grants fresh wound status. Due to the bullet lodged in the wound, although he successfully staunched the bleeding, his mobility was hampered, and the excruciating pain blurred his vision. 3 debuffs appeared as health bar. Bullet wound. Type: debilitating status. Effect: the wound cannot fully heal, reducing limb movement speed by 10. The bullet must be extracted for complete recovery. Pain. Type: debilitating status. Effect: vision begins to blur. Fresh wound. Type: temporary status. Effect: the freshly bandaged wound may reopen and bleed if subjected to vigorous movement or running. This state lasts for 5 minutes before dissipating. Tang Yu cautiously peered into the control room situation. The masked bandit, perhaps wary after witnessing the fate of his comrade, had already secured the control room's door before he could throw the grenade. Although the explosion left craters in the metal door, the structure itself remained intact. The masked bandit's strategy was clear. He intended to rely on the metal door of the control room and engage in a war of attrition with Tang Yu. As long as he could successfully delay until other refugees discovered the anomaly and arrived to search the area, he would have a chance at salvation. Tang Yu also consumed ibuprofen pain relief tablet from his backpack, successfully alleviating the pain debuff and acquiring a 3-minute analgesic state. For the next 3 minutes, he would be free from the effects of pain. Consequently, Tang Yu redirected his focus to the remaining refugee. Undeniably, this masked individual exhibited a rare tactical acumen among the refugees. He had skillfully evaded Tang Yu's attacks twice, even managing to ascertain Tang Yu's position while his companion was under assault, thus successfully counterattacking and inflicting injury upon Tang Yu. Each movement was calculated with precision. Tang Yu even began to suspect that this individual had deliberately directed his comrade to throw the grenade outward to draw fire away from himself, thereby creating an opportunity for retaliation. However, it was time to bring the skirmish to a close. Tang Yu once again lowered himself to the ground, focusing intently on the red dot on the virtual map. The crosshair of his tactical rifle scope adjusted continuously in accordance with his gaze, targeting the metal door. Behind the control room's metal door, the masked bandit pressed closely against the barrier, listening intently to the sounds outside. At this moment, he found himself cornered. Yet there was a glimmer of hope. If he could hold on until nightfall, someone would undoubtedly notice the unusual activities of their small group and venture into this neighborhood to search for their whereabouts. At that point, all he needed to do was fire his weapon, helping the other survivors pinpoint this subway station, thus securing his own salvation. With this thought, a flicker of optimism appeared on his face. However, in the next instant, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets pierced through the metallic door of the control room, blooming crimson flowers on its inner surface. The masked thug felt the icy grip of the bullets within him, collapsing in disbelief. How could this be possible? Level 3 armor-piercing round. This was Tang Yu's secret weapon. The armor-piercing rounds, capable of effortlessly penetrating even level 4 bulletproof vests, rendered the control room's metallic door as fragile as mere paper. Once the glowing red markers on the virtual map extinguished, Tang Yu finally exhaled a long, relieved breath. Congratulations! Survivor Tang Yu has successfully eliminated 10 survivors, earning the achievement Nemesis of Survivors, Level 1. Survivor Tang Yu has received the ordinary title Enemy of Survivors, with a regional legend status of 1. 2 consecutive notifications from the Doomsday game appeared on Tang Yu's panel. The achievement, Nemesis of Survivors, and the title, Enemy of Survivors. The terms regional legend status were entirely new to Tang Yu, leaving him momentarily astonished. He promptly began to investigate further. Achievement, Nemesis of Survivors. Level 1. Requirements to obtain. Independently eliminate 10 survivors. Effect, quality of loot gained from killing survivors is increased by 10. Title, Enemy of Survivors. Level, Ordinary. Requirements to obtain. First survivor to achieve Nemesis of Survivors in the novice version of the Doomsday game. Effect 1. Damage dealt to survivors increased by 5. Effect 2. Reputation with the hostile camp of survivors becomes friendly. Reputation with the survivor faction becomes hostile. Regional legend status. Requirements. Attain special achievements within the region or complete unique events. Current legend status. 1. Description. All factions within Sparrow City have heard of a certain individual known for hunting survivors. Effect. None at present. As Tang Yu absorbed the information displayed on the panel, he felt as though he had gained deeper insight into the intricacies of the Doomsday game. At that moment, all survivors within the same region as Tang Yu received a notification on their panels. In the current region, a survivor has attained regional legend status, activating the legend status feature for survivors within Sparrow City. Following this message, the survivors noticed a new display box appearing beside their information panel. Legend status, 0. The entire regional channel erupted with excitement. Which esteemed hero has performed a remarkable feat to trigger the activation of a new feature in the Doomsday game? Does anyone know the specifics? I'm utterly curious. Which esteemed individual has achieved the legendary status? Could you enlighten us on its significance? How does one attain this legendary status? There are no clues provided. I wonder if it is related to the cosmic god? It seems only he possesses the requisite strength. I too believe it must be the cosmic god. Who will inquire? Tang Yu was also delving into the legendary status when he was bombarded by a flurry of private message notifications. Upon opening the messages, he found a multitude of discussions centered around his acquisition of the legendary status. Among them was Wang Bohu, who seemed to hold many clandestine insights regarding the apocalyptic game. Thus, he decided to open Wang's private message. Wang Bohu, esteemed one, did you acquire this legendary status? In response to Wang Bohu's inquiry, Tang Yu pondered for a moment before refraining from confirming, as he was still unaware of the purpose of this legendary status. However, the fact that the apocalyptic game had made such a significant announcement indicated that it must hold some special significance. He preferred to keep his information private. Tang Yu, is not I. I too am curious about who has achieved this legendary status. You seem well informed. Do you know how one can attain it? Wang Bohu, to think it is not you, what a pity. If it were you who attained this legendary status, it would be splendid. As for how to acquire it, I am not sure. I only know it is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Tang Yu, what do you mean? Is it that important? Wang Bohu, I do not know the specifics, but I have heard that once we survive the first wave of apocalyptic disasters and merge with the world of the old survivors, there will be some unique benefits. Upon concluding the conversation, Tang Yu gazed at the solitary point of legendary status on his panel. So, it is after the world merges? Chapter 16, Acquiring a Graphics Card. Meet Dog and Ghostface after 2 harrowing battles in a single day. Even though Tang Yu had rested in his hideout prior, he was feeling somewhat fatigued. However, this was not the time for relaxation. The hour was nearing 6 in the evening. He needed to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Most critically, he had been shot in the shoulder, though it had ceased to bleed for the moment. He needed to find a way to extract the bullet to ensure the wound could heal properly. Unfortunately, the only medical supplies at his disposal were bandages, devoid of any tools to treat gunshot wounds. He could only hope that the spoils of war contained healing items. If all else failed, he would have to try his luck trading in the regional channel. Minutes later, the debuff of fresh wound dissipated. He took another painkiller and began to gather the spoils. Tang Yu made his way directly to the location of the computer case. His curiosity piqued about what could have incited a conflict between the lanky monkey and the brawny man. Surely, they did not pry a graphics card from the computer case. To his astonishment, upon peering inside the case, he exclaimed, "Incredible! It truly is a graphics card." Tang Yu gazed incredulously at the graphics card, then cast a complex glance back at the burly man who had been killed by the grenade. What incredible luck this fellow had. He was truly a lucky star. No witties. My friend, the graphics card you have touched shall be entrusted to me. Rest in peace. With this newfound graphics card, he now possessed 2 in total. Delighted, he secured the card before shifting his attention to the corpses of the vagrants, particularly that of the masked bandit who had been the last to fall. The equipment he bore was distinctly superior to that of the other 3. He had an MP5 submachine gun with 3 magazines, 69 rounds of 9mm armor-piercing ammunition, a PL-15 pistol with 2 magazines and 32 bullets, a Damascus dagger, a level 3 bulletproof vest, a 12-slot ammo pouch, a grenade, a flashbang, a small emergency surgical kit, 3 military bandages, and a gold necklace. When Tang Yu read the description of the surgical kit, his eyes lit up. Emergency surgical kit, small, type, trauma treatment description, a compact surgical instrument kit capable of treating gunshot wounds and other severe injuries. Occupies 2 slots. Uses 55 effect. Heals and removes 1 instance of gunshot, status, or other injuries. Note: after treatment with the emergency surgical kit, only the gunshot status can be removed. Other healing items are required for further treatment. Head and chest injuries cannot be treated. Tang Yu opened the surgical kit to discover a pair of scissors, a surgical clamp, a skin stapler, and a bottle of disinfectant spray. He first cut open the fabric around the shoulder wound, disinfected the area, then used the surgical clamp to extract the bullet lodged within. Finally, he utilized the skin stapler to close the wound. A simple procedure was completed, and the gunshot debuff was successfully removed. Subsequently, he wrapped the wound with sterile bandages. And by the time the bandages were fully utilized, the injury had healed completely. This miraculous healing left Tang Yu marveling at the prowess of the apocalyptic game, which could mend a gunshot wound that would typically require over a month of recovery in just a minute. He could only wonder what kind of existence lay behind the game. With the treatment concluded, Tang Yu continued to strip the equipment from the other 3 vagrants, a smile once again curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as I remain in this subway station, it feels as if I'm playing with cheat codes. The acquisition of an abundance of weapons and gear allowed Tang Yu's advantages to grow exponentially, widening the chasm between him and the other survivors. This was precisely the foundation for his rapid accumulation of resources in the early stages. Coupled with the gear from the masked bandit, Tang Yu's own equipment began to evolve. Yet, what thrilled him the most was the discovery of 69 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing ammunition on the bandit. The attributes of the effects are nearly indistinguishable from the armor-piercing rounds within the assault rifle he held. The previously consumed quantity of armor-piercing ammunition has been replenished. With such a bounty of spoils, Tang Yu required 2 trips to transport everything. The corpses were unceremoniously discarded within the control room. As he tracked the burly man and the lean monkey, he glanced into the lounge and noticed that the 2 bodies of the refugees from the previous day had entirely vanished, leaving only a dark red stain upon the floor. Thus, Tang Yu surmised that each night, the apocalyptic game would automatically refresh these deceased refugees. This realization alleviated his concerns regarding the potential outbreak of a viral plague resulting from decaying bodies. It appeared there was no cause for alarm after all. By the time he returned to his hideout, it was already 7 in the evening. After organizing the spoils, he resolved to keep the MP5 submachine gun from the bandit's mask as a backup weapon, allowing him to utilize the 69 rounds of submachine gun armor-piercing ammunition. The remaining weapons and gear were slated for trade on the World Channel the following day. His trading list for tomorrow would consist of 2 submachine guns, 2 AK rifles, 7 handguns, 5 melee weapons, 3 level 2 bulletproof vests, 1 level 3 bulletproof vest, and 5 8-slot ammo pouches. Truly a luxurious assortment. Having organized the supplies in his hideout, as well as the items for tomorrow's trade, Tang Yu quickly consumed a modest meal, freshened up, and then laid down upon his bed. He began to reflect on the 2 battles he had fought that day. Following the incident of being shot, he recognized the urgency of strengthening himself, although he had emerged victorious in both encounters. Only he was aware that his success was entirely attributable to the virtual map in his mind. It was akin to having a wall hack. It would be strange not to win. But what would happen when he encountered skirmishes in other locations? To forge iron, one must first be strong. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Tang Yu gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, within a building seized by refugees in a city district, a rotund man with a scar across his face listened to his subordinates report regarding the recent disappearance of 4 more of his men, revealing an expression of unrestrained fury. Who dares to oppose me? The loss of 10 subordinates over 2 consecutive days had begun to alter the way his remaining followers regarded him. As one of the leaders of the few refugee camps in Luo City, Meat Dog was no stranger to ruthless methods. However, the loss of these 10 men had slightly jeopardized his standing. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently emerged within the room's gloom. Unbeknownst to Meat Dog, he remained oblivious to any anomaly, continuing to speculate about who might be causing him trouble. It wasn't until he inadvertently caught sight of the terror etched upon his subordinate's face that he turned his head, only to be met with the sight of a dark figure lurking in the shadows. A bead of sweat had begun to trickle down his brow as he uttered, "Lord Ghostface?" Chapter 17. The Special Event Task. The Doomsday Blade Runner, I have heard that you have lost 10 subordinates in the past few days. The figure known as the Grim Face turned his gaze towards the Beast Dog. Grim Face, your information is remarkably astute. Indeed, I have suffered the loss of 10 men, exclaimed the beast dog, his teeth gritted in frustration. I cannot fathom who dares oppose me. These 10 subordinates have vanished without a trace. And amidst our fierce territorial dispute with the rebels, I am left wondering where they met their end. Grim-Face replied directly. 4 individuals were slain at the Red Romance Club this morning. They were likely your men. Red Romance? How do you know Grim-Face? The beast dog inquired earnestly. His curiosity piqued. After a brief silence, Grim-Face slowly elaborated, because a follower of the deity was also killed there. At this revelation, the beast dog's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling. What? A follower of the deity is dead too? This news struck him with a force greater than the loss of his 10 subordinates. As one of the few leaders among the city's vagrants, he possessed a deeper understanding of Grim-Face and the followers of the malevolent deity than the average drifter. He was acutely aware that these followers possessed enigmatic powers. Grim-Face scrutinized the beast dog's expression, and upon witnessing his dilated pupils, he abandoned the notion of eliminating him. It appeared that the death of the follower bore no connection to the beast dog. However, Grim-Face's curiosity regarding the individual capable of slaying a follower intensified. Although the deceased follower had only recently completed the sacrificial rite and ascended, they still wielded formidable abilities. The vagrants under the beast dog's command would likely offer little resistance in the face of an assassination by a follower. Beast dog, I require your utmost assistance in locating this blasphemer who has dared to defy the deity. Understood, Grim-Face. The beast dog responded. Following his reply, Grim-Face retreated into the shadows, and after a brief flicker, he vanished entirely from the room. The beast dog observed, his heart pounding with trepidation. Grim-Face's power had become even more formidable. The next moment, he turned to his subordinate, who was already drenched in cold sweat. Relay the message. Starting tomorrow, everyone must conduct thorough patrols around Garden Street and the vicinity of the Red Romance Club. We must unearth that rat lurking in the shadows. Whoever brings him to me will be rewarded with 200,000 doomsday coins. Tang Yu remained oblivious to the impending crisis. Upon awakening once more, he felt a sense of invigorating ease and vitality. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, only 4 days remained until the onset of the first wave of cataclysmic disaster. He could distinctly sense the temperature within his hiding place beginning to drop. The upgrades to his refuge needed to continue, and warm clothing should be procured, along with food supplies. Merely relying on a fireplace felt inadequate when faced with the extreme conditions of polar blizzards. He hoped for fruitful results from today's exchanges on the World Channel. After replenishing his energy with provisions gathered from the warehouse and freshening up, Tang Yu opened the Super Tycoon panel. With the dawn of a new day, he was rewarded with 128 wealth points, which, when combined with the 153 points he had left from the previous day, brought his total wealth points to 281. A smile of delight illuminated Tang Yu's face. His intuition had proven correct. The more assets he acquired, the more substantial his returns became. Noticing that the number of dice rolls had reset to 1, he gazed at a property located 2 spaces ahead of his miniature figure on the Monopoly map. With his hands cupped over his mouth, he exhaled fervently, invoking good fortune. Heaven bless. May the spirits be with me. Let me roll a 2 today. He then proceeded to roll the dice. As his gaze followed the tumbling dice, time seemed to freeze at the moment they settled, revealing the number 5. Alas, as the miniature Tang Yu began to bounce, it ultimately landed on a space marked with a question mark. What could this be? The survivor had triggered a special event quest, Doomsday Runner. The quest requirements stated that before midnight, the survivor could only employ melee weapons, daggers, short swords, bayonets, cleavers, and axes to eliminate 3 enemies. The rewards for this task included a rare skill, stealth operations, and a rare piece of equipment, Cloak of Night, hooded. Tang Yu was taken aback. Upon reading the quest requirements, his face fell, disbelief washing over him. Was this some sort of joke? Given the current circumstances, being forced to engage in combat with melee weapons to defeat 3 foes seemed utterly absurd. This effectively thwarted any strategy of using firearms to incapacitate enemies before delivering a final blow. However, he couldn't help but think that this was simply ludicrous. If he were to encounter actual enemies, he would likely be turned into a sieve before even reaching them. The rabble may lack tactical acumen, but they were neither blind nor foolish. Sighing, he concluded that today's quest was a wasted endeavor. Understanding his own limitations, he realized that at his current level, he could only manage ambushes and sporadic shots. If he were to engage in real combat, by next year, grass would be a foot tall on his grave. Thus, he quickly adjusted his mindset and resolved to complete the day's transactions first. Opening the World channel, Tang Yu began composing his trade message. City Tang Yu, submachine gun image X3, AK rifle image X2, pistol image X7, melee weapon image X5, level 2 bulletproof vest image X3, level 3 bulletproof vest image X1, 8-slot magazine image X5. Equipment for trade, only accepting rare grade or cold-resistant items, blueprints, and equipment. Limited quantity, highest bids will be prioritized. As Tang Yu sent this message, it reverberated through the World channel like a depth charge thrown into a tranquil pond. All survivors who witnessed the information were left in a state of charred disarray. Forest King poetry. Plains, Zhang Xinhong. My goodness, did I just see a ghost early this morning? Isn't that the prominent figure from yesterday's trade? Has he restocked? City, Lu Fengyao. A thunderous shock from the ground has revealed our esteemed Yu Shun. I am in awe. West Coast Gao Chong. The esteemed one's transaction has been dispatched. Please check. City, Gao Sheng. This is absurd. I have been relentlessly pursued by the marauders while he possesses such an abundance of equipment. Gobi, Wang Luchi. Which rare item does not surpass the value of this equipment? What a ridiculous notion. Plateau, Su Xn. Those above. Do not be so bitter, no matter how valuable your rare items are, at the brink of life and death. I hope you remain just as defiant and do not trade. Among the 100,000 survivors who entered the apocalyptic game, fewer than 95,000 remain alive today, with over 5,000 having perished in just 2 short days. Many among them had promising starts, acquiring weapons and gear, yet at this stage, none could compare to Tang Yu, who continuously released such an impressive array of weaponry and equipment. Not to mention, he possessed devastating firearms like submachine guns and AKs, which are unparalleled weapons at this moment. This event has made Tang Yu's name known to all new survivors. While the World channel buzzed with fervor over Tang Yu's announcements, he tirelessly perused his private message inbox, yet his message count surged past 999 once more. In this moment, he felt both pain and joy. Chapter 18. The consecutive trade of 5 rare items at this moment, within the regional chat channel of Tang Yu's location. Some had seen his messages in the World channel, and the regional chat erupted once again. I cannot believe it. Everyone go check the World channel. Yu Shun has released over a dozen pieces of equipment, and those people are clashing. This is simply insane. Is Yu Shun even human? How does he possess so many weapons and gear? Is he some kind of illegitimate child of the apocalypse game? I have seen it too. It startled me awake from my slumber. But why is Yu Shun not trading in our regional channel? Many of us still lack equipment. What could the reason be? It is simply because there is nothing in our region that Yu Shun deems worthy. Do you not recall that yesterday afternoon, no one could produce the resources to trade for a submachine gun? If you ask me, since he has so much equipment, why not share it with us to bolster our strength? Such a narrow-minded perspective. To the person above, narrow-minded your nonsense. Are you his son or grandson to expect gifts? Spare me your entitlement. What are you arguing about? Yesterday, Yu Shun stated clearly that anyone with high-level resources should contact him for trades. Rather than squandering time here, it would be wiser to contemplate how to procure resources. Wang Bohu, who had previously engaged in 2 transactions with Tang Yu, noticed the news on the World channel. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly accessed Tang Yu's private message inbox. Due to being designated as a person of special interest by Tang Yu, Wang Bohu's message appeared directly before him. Wang Bohu, esteemed one, do you find this of any interest? Paralytic toxin image X1. Upon viewing it, Tang Yu felt a surge of intrigue. Paralytic toxin. Type, rare liquid poison. Uses, 55. Description, can be applied to melee weapons or cloth. It can incapacitate the target through blood or respiratory absorption, rendering them incapable of resistance. Effect, when applied to a melee weapon and striking the target will lose their ability to resist within 3 seconds. If sprayed on a cloth and used to cover the target's mouth and nose, the target will succumb within 1 second. Paralysis duration lasts for 300 seconds. Note, the paralytic toxin evaporates rapidly. Please utilize it within 3 minutes. Upon reading the description of this paralytic toxin, Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this is remarkable. Tang Yu, what do you wish to exchange for it? Tang Yu, wouldn't you prefer to keep this for your own use? Wang Bohu, awkward expression, esteemed one. I have no use for it. I lack the courage to engage in melee combat. I would like to exchange it for 1 submachine gun magazine and 30 rounds of ammunition. Tang Yu undo stole. Indeed, survivors were eager to avoid confrontations with marauders, rendering this item somewhat superfluous. However, he recalled the special event mission from earlier that day, which sparked a notion in his mind. Just yesterday, Wang Bohu had traded for a submachine gun, which consisted of only 1 magazine and 30 rounds. It was entirely reasonable for him to have such a request now. Tang Yu, very well. Yet this fellow had just exchanged for a rare blueprint the day before, and now he was trading yet another rare item. It seemed this individual possessed his own fortunes or secrets. Nevertheless, Tang Yu had no particular thoughts on the matter. There were numerous avenues to acquire rare resources in the apocalyptic game, whether through vanquishing rare entities, such as the evil cultist Tang Yu had defeated, or through treasure hunting, opening concealed safes, or even trading with special units. Thus, whether Wang Bohu had some unique fortune or other reasons was of little concern to Tang Yu. As long as he could consistently procure the materials Tang Yu required, their exchanges of equipment and items could continue indefinitely. In fact, should Wang Bohu demonstrate significant value in the future, Tang Yu would not hesitate to lend him a hand, should he be capable. However, for now, the transaction would proceed as usual. With the completion of the trade, Wang Bohu joyfully caressed the magazine filled with ammunition in his hands. Today, he hoped to explore that 4S shop, yearning for a bountiful discovery. Tang Yu gazed at the small glass vial in his hand, which emitted a faint green glow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A promising start. 2 hours later, he finally unearthed several remarkable items from the vast sea of transaction information. Security renovation blueprint for hideout, silent alloy door. Type, rare blueprint. Effect 1. The entrance to the hideout opens and closes without producing any sound. Effect 2. The door is completely sealed, isolating sound between the interior and exterior of the hideout, offering a noise reduction of 40. Water cannot penetrate the hideout. Renovation requirements. Hideout security, level 1, ceiling strips X2, soundproofing cotton X2, alloy steel X2, latex X1, doomsday currency 30,000. Renovation time, 1 hour. Insulated wall renovation blueprint for hideout. Type, rare blueprint. Effect, reduces heat loss within the hideout by 60, providing a noise reduction of 40. Renovation requirements. Ventilation duct, level 1, insulation panels X5, foam adhesive X1, ceiling strips X2, doomsday currency 40,000. Renovation time, 1 hour. 078 tactical gloves. Type, rare equipment for hands. Material, sheepskin D30 shock absorbing plastic. Insulation level, good. Dexterity enhancement, 10. Grip enhancement, 15. Black mask. Type, rare facial equipment. Material, cashmere cotton. Insulation effect, good. Breathability, good. Environmental hearing, -5. Special effect, features a realistic depiction of a black face. When worn in dark or dim environments, it grants a concealment effect of 20 and a disguise effect of 20. Rabbit brand, sheepskin military coat. Type, special equipment. Material, sheepskin, cotton, fleece. Insulation effect, excellent. Breathability, poor. Mobility impact, -15. Among these 5 rare items, the blueprints were what Tang Yu found most satisfying, and unsurprisingly, the items he traded were the 3 submachine guns and 2 AKs. Through the IDs of several survivors, Tang Yu discovered they were from other urban areas. He decisively contacted them to finalize the transactions. Considering the renovation materials required for the 2 rare blueprints, Tang Yu promptly reached out to Wang Bohu, asking him to convey a message in the World Channel. City, Wang Bohu, Yushin requests the following: ceiling strips, soundproofing cotton, insulation panels, alloy steel, etc. Friends possessing these materials may contact Yushin for trade. Simultaneously, Tang Yu disseminated the same information in the regional channel. Tempted by the allure of abundant equipment, within just half an hour, Tang Yu successfully gathered the renovation materials needed for the 2 rare blueprints, and the requirements for the hideout facilities had already been met. Thus, Tang Yu resolutely opted to utilize 2 rare blueprints. The silent alloy door blueprint for Safe Haven is currently under renovation, as is the insulated wall blueprint for Safe Haven. Chapter 19. A citywide search for refugees. The subway station has been compromised. Consequently, the equipment and weapons Tang Yu possesses have dwindled to 2 pistols, 1 level 2 bulletproof vest, 1 melee weapon, and 1 8-slot ammunition pouch. After another half an hour of meticulous selection, all equipment has been traded, resulting in a substantial acquisition of construction materials for safe haven facilities. Notably, he also exchanged for 100,000 Doomsday coins, as the recent construction of those two rare blueprints had nearly depleted his reserves. Rest area, level 1. Effect: sleep for 6 hours, restoring 80 stamina, reducing hunger by 30 and hydration by 20, with a certain degree of warmth, 10 chance to remove negative effects. Note: mediocre, but at least it allows for sleep. Next stage, cozy rest area, level 2. Upgrade requirements: ventilation duct, level 1, 20,000 Doomsday coins, energy saving bulb X1, energy battery X1. Upgrade time, 1 hour. The materials for the upgrade meet the conditions. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Yes. After a wait of 2 days, the rest area is finally eligible for another upgrade. Tang Yu's next intention is to construct the kitchen and generator set. However, since the prerequisite for building the kitchen is a level 1 generator set, Tang Yu, despite not currently lacking for electricity in his safe haven, must still construct the generator set. Generator set. Effect: generates electricity through fuel, enabling the safe haven to utilize an electrical system. Construction requirements: safe haven security, level 1, 50,000 Doomsday coins, cylinder body X1, crankcase X1, spark plug X1, piston assembly X1. Construction time, 2 hours. The construction materials meet the requirements. Shall we proceed with the construction? Yes. As the construction of the generator set commences, Tang Yu, who has been busy all morning, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he only needs to wait for 2 hours for the generator set to be completed, after which he can build the kitchen facility. This is a crucial factor in whether Tang Yu can successfully withstand the first wave of the extreme cold disaster. He reclines on his bed and opens the regional chat to see if any other survivors have clues regarding the completion of that special event task. However, upon opening the regional channel, he notices some survivors expressing their grievances. This is ridiculous. Why are there refugees everywhere today? It seems they are searching for something, and it scares me so much that I dare not utter a sound in my safe haven. Is it the same where you are? All morning, refugees have been wandering back and forth above my safe haven, making my heart race. No way, brother. Where's your safe haven? How can refugees be above you? In the sewer, although the flavor is somewhat intense, it remains undeniably safe. Suddenly, a sense of urgency arises as a group of refugees has discovered my hiding place. Help! I exclaim. Brother, are you still alive? Tang Yu furrows his brow, pondering the sudden and widespread search among the refugees. At that moment, several red dots appear on the virtual map in his mind, indicating the entrance of the subway station. The refugees are hastily making their way toward the subway hall, meticulously searching room by room. A foreboding feeling washes over Tang Yu as he swiftly dons his gear: military boots, tactical gloves, a level 4 bulletproof vest, and a fractured mask. Just as he is equipping himself, the refugees arrive at the control room, immediately noticing the bloodstains on the floor and the numerous bullet holes and explosive craters scattered about. Stand guard. A command echoes through the room, and each refugee aims their weapon in a specific direction. The leader of the group steps into the control room to search, but upon discovering several shell casings on the ground, his expression darkens ominously. 10 minutes later, within his hiding place, Tang Yu has fully equipped himself, though his demeanor is grave, and his breathing has become more measured. The virtual map of the subway station now shows over 20 refugees methodically searching each room surrounding the control room. The anticipated confrontation has finally arrived. After eliminating 4 refugees yesterday, he had foreseen such a scenario, albeit sooner than expected. He had initially thought it would take until tomorrow or the day after for the refugees to pinpoint this subway station, which is why he hastily traded resources for rare equipment. However, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Fortunately, he has successfully absorbed all the spoils into his own strength. At this moment, the refugees have located the staff lounge of the station, the very room where Tang Yu had dispatched 2 refugees on the first day. Black Dog, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, arrives at the staff lounge, gazing at the long-dried bloodstains on the floor, picking up a half-smoked cigarette, but he mutters, "Don't let me catch you, you bastard." Unlike the 4 individuals who perished in the control room, the 2 refugees who initially vanished were under Black Dog's command. They had ventured out following his orders to capture survivors in the city, only to mysteriously disappear. Little did he know they had met their demise here. Search. Everyone. Split up and scour the station thoroughly. He must be within this station. Whoever finds this rat will receive a direct reward of 50,000. With a command from the black dog, over 20 vagrants began to disperse within the confines of the subway station. However, they remained wary of this unknown adversary's prowess, thus opting to search in pairs or small groups. Observing the scattered vagrants, Tang Yu pondered their intentions. Simultaneously, the survivors in a regional chat channel, who had been living in trepidation due to the presence of vagrants, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Brothers, what's the situation on your end? I haven't seen a single vagrant for nearly half an hour. Same here. I noticed vagrants running in a certain direction as if they had received some news. Why haven't I seen any vagrants today? Just yesterday, I would occasionally spot one. From a messages in the regional channel, Tang Yu realized that today the vagrants were scouring the city in search of his whereabouts. Now that they had discovered the location of the vagrant's demise, it was likely that this subway station had become a focal point of their attention. Fortunately, having traded for the disguise coding sticker the day before, he had effectively concealed his hideout. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. This was also the reason for Tang Yu's relative calmness. His understanding and trust in the effects of this rare item were unwavering. As the vagrants continued their search, and Tang Yu waited, the renovation of his hideout's security door and insulation walls was successfully completed. Chapter 20 Apocalyptic Blade Runner. First kill, Hideout Security Soundproof Alloy Door, Level 2. Effect 1. The hideout door opens and closes without emitting any sound. Effect 2. The hideout door is entirely sealed. Once closed, it isolates sound between the interior and exterior, achieving soundproofing of 40, preventing any water from entering the hideout. Insulated walls of the hideout, Level 1. Effect. The temperature loss within the hideout is reduced by 60, achieving soundproofing of 40. Tang Yu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the searching vagrants arrived near Tang Yu's hideout, a duo, to be precise. Who on earth possesses such audacity to have slain 6 of our comrades? Let us be cautious. Didn't the black dog say that the perpetrator is likely hiding in some corner? This is infuriating. I had just discovered the whereabouts of a survivor chick yesterday and was planning to capture her for some fun tonight. Do you have a smoke? Hand me one. Initially, the two were vigilant in their patrol, but after failing to locate the individual despite the multitude of them, they began to speculate that the culprit had long since vacated the premises. After all, who would be foolish enough to linger in a place where they had committed murder? Furthermore, given the ruckus they had made upon their descent, even if the murderer had been hiding there, they would have fled by now. Thus, the inherently lax nature of the vagrants became apparent. The vagrant population was indeed a complex assembly, comprising scavengers and thugs who had survived the apocalyptic calamity, devoid of any semblance of discipline. At this moment, they leaned against the wall, gazing into the profound and shadowy subway tunnel, inhaling their cigarettes deeply. They merely wished for the search to conclude swiftly, enabling their return to a carefree existence. Meanwhile, Tang Yu scrutinized the virtual map, continuously adjusting its angle and view to analyze the movements of the two individuals. Coincidentally, the wall against which the two vagrants rested was the very wall concealing Tang Yu. Just a turn around the corner led to the entrance of his hideout. Thanks to the camouflaging adhesive layer, the entrance had entirely vanished, rendering it an unremarkable wall to the vagrant's eyes. Tang Yu's attention fixated on the special event mission titled Doomsday Runner. It seemed that the completion of this task was not devoid of possibility. Silent alloy door, insulated wall, numbing toxin. The effects of these 3 rare-level items swirled in Tang Yu's mind, endlessly rearranging. A noiseless entry, an 80-point stealth enhancement for the hideout, coupled with a toxin that rapidly incapacitated enemies. Additionally, with the rare-grade military boots enhancing his stealth and the camouflaging effect, serendipity led Tang Yu to a potential opportunity to accomplish this mission. Contemplating the 2 rewards awaiting completion, a rare skill and a rare piece of equipment, Tang Yu found himself stirred with desire. He was acutely aware of the peril inherent in such aspirations. Any misstep, any chance for the vagrants to fire a shot, would result in an unfathomable predicament for him. Nevertheless, the immense allure of the rewards propelled him to make a decisive choice. He would proceed. Every substantial gain he had achieved over the past few days had come at the cost of life and death. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. A single gamble could yield riches for 3 days. Armed with the advantage of the virtual map, he deemed it worthy of the attempt. Without further hesitation, Tang Yu stowed away all weapons that might hinder his impending actions, such as his assault rifle, into his backpack. He approached the security gate, observing the positions of the two individuals on the virtual map. A towel had already materialized in his hand. The numbing toxin could be applied to melee weapons or sprayed onto the towel to cover an enemy's nose and mouth. The duration of effectiveness varied. Striking an enemy with a melee weapon required 3 seconds to render them defenseless, while using the towel method could conclude the encounter in just 1 second. Aware of his own circumstances, Tang Yu decisively opted for the towel approach. Now, all that remained was to quietly await the opportune moment. Outside the hideout, the two vagrants had smoked half their cigarettes. One yawned and turned towards the wall corner. "Where are you going?" "Taking a leak. Don't wander far. Call me if anything comes up." After a brief exchange, the vagrant sought a suitable spot to relieve himself in a corner of the wall, approximately 10 meters away. His gaze settled on a stone pillar roughly 3 meters from the wall. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he approached the pillar, unfastened his trousers, closed his eyes, and began to hum a tune while urinating. Unbeknownst to him, a large door had silently appeared in the once seamless wall behind him, and a figure had emerged, stealthily approaching his back. Just as he finished, his body involuntarily shivering, a towel was abruptly pressed over his mouth and nose. In an instant, the vagrant's eyes widened in terror as he began to struggle. Instinctively, he reached for the handgun at his thigh, but his hand was still occupied. By the time he extracted it, it was already too late. Tang Yu soon felt the vagrant's struggles weakening and his body growing heavier, signifying the onset of the paralysis toxin. Without hesitation, he confirmed that the other vagrant was unresponsive and cautiously dragged the now incapacitated vagrant back to their hideout. At that moment, the vagrant's wide eyes reflected a myriad of emotions: fear, disbelief, and dread. However, as he witnessed the door to the hideout close, only an abyss of despair remained in his gaze. With a knife plunged directly into the vagrant's heart, Tang Yu observed the mission counter on his panel change from 03 to 13. A sigh of relief escaped him. It was indeed feasible. He left the knife embedded within the vagrant's body, ensuring minimal bloodshed, as he wished to avoid the hideout reeking of blood. Retrieving another weapon, he secured it to his waist and returned to the door of the hideout, awaiting further opportunities. Outside, the remaining vagrant discarded his spent cigarette, but, opening his eyes to the direction his companion had departed, a puzzled expression on his face. Damn, how long does it take to relieve oneself? Surely he hasn't lost control and decided to take a detour. He mused inwardly, though outwardly he called out, "Hey, 3 centimeters, are you done yet? We need to hurry and find the others." However, 5 seconds passed without a response from his companion. A sense of foreboding began to creep in. He quickly raised his gun, disengaged the safety, and chamber round, focusing intently on the corner of the wall. 3 centimeters, don't joke around. Hurry up and come out. Still, no reply came. At this point, genuine concern had settled in. He was certain he had heard nothing. Damn it. Could he have encountered something sinister? Approaching the corner, he peered around it, his gun's barrel aligning with his line of sight. Upon finally rounding the corner and finding it empty, save for a solitary stone pillar and a blank wall, a significant wave of relief washed over him. Damn it. That startled me. Where has the fellow known as 3 centimeters gone? He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, yet found no trace of him nor anything suspicious. His anxious heart began to ease slightly. Could it be that this scoundrel has scampered off to relieve himself elsewhere? He pondered. After thoroughly searching the area, he still received no news of his companions. The vagabond was thoroughly alarmed. He needed to inform Boss Black Dog without delay. With this thought, he remained vigilant of his surroundings as he hurried back. However, as he passed a stone pillar, an unpleasant odor suddenly wafted towards him. Instinctively, he glanced down and noticed a puddle at the base of the pillar, which, combined with the scent he had detected earlier, was unmistakably urine. The marble floor had previously obscured his notice of the dampness. Yet, the presence of this liquid indicated that his companion had resolved his predicament right here. With this realization, the vagabond felt an ominous premonition and was about to turn around when a slightly damp towel was stealthily pressed against his mouth and nose. He only had time for a brief gasp. The sharp, staccato sound of gunfire echoed in the empty subway station. Who fired the shot? Did they spot the enemy? Hearing the abrupt gunfire, Boss Black Dog, who had been awaiting search results in the control room, sprang to his feet. Upon reaching the subway hall, several vagabonds were looking towards him. "Boss, the sound came from the left. Let us go, everyone." At that moment, Tang Yu, concealed in his hiding place, dropped several spent shells onto the ground, his expression grim. He had strived for perfection, yet in that fleeting second, the vagabond had managed to pull the trigger. Fortunately, His reflexes were quick enough. After dragging the vagabond into his hideout, he gathered the spent shells and used a blanket to absorb the puddle at the base of the pillar. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Just moments after he returned to his hiding place, vagabonds began to appear in the vicinity. Boss Black Dog soon arrived as well. Who fired the shot? Upon hearing Black Dog's inquiry, the vagabonds exchanged bewildered glances. Was it you who fired? No, we just got here. It wasn't us. We came with the boss. Observing the murmurs among his subordinates, Black Dog furrowed his brow. Dog brother, it wasn't anyone from our group who fired. One of his subordinates whispered. Check for any missing individuals. Is everyone accounted for? Black Dog spoke in a deep tone. A wave of alarm swept through everyone as they hastily confirmed. Among the 20 or so of them, they had indeed not noticed this detail. Soon, someone spoke up. Boss, it seems 3 centimeters and 2 dogs aren't here. But I saw them searching just a moment ago. Yes, I saw them coming too. Silence. At this point, it became evident to all the wandering souls that the fate of these 2 individuals was grim. The gunshot they had just heard was likely a response to an encounter with the enemy. The elusive rat could not have fled far. Everyone was ordered to scour the area thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned in their quest to unearth him. Following the command of the Black Dog, the refugees commenced their search, firing bullets into any suspicious or shadowy areas without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had already dispatched his second refugee, was fully armed. He concealed himself behind a fireplace in the resting area, gripping an assault rifle, his aim fixed on the entrance of the hideout, utterly still. In a mere 3 minutes, no fewer than 6 refugees had passed by his door, all deceived by the disguise of the entrance, casting only a cursory glance before turning away. Nevertheless, beads of sweat began to form on Tang Yu's forehead as he observed over 20 refugees incessantly roaming the vicinity on his virtual map. The pressure was immense. Not only was Tang Yu feeling the weight of anxiety, but so was the Black Dog. Had they yet to locate the rat? After a meticulous search lasting several minutes with no progress, the Black Dog could no longer remain composed. From the moment they heard the gunfire to their arrival, barely a minute had elapsed. Such a brief window made it nearly impossible to handle the aftermath, let alone vacate the scene. Yet now, the outcome was that the 2 missing subordinates remained unaccounted for, with not a trace of their presence. No bodies, not even the faintest signs of struggle. Have we determined the gunfire's origin? In response to the Black Dog's inquiry, his subordinate wore a look of resignation, shaking his head slightly. Boss, we've combed this area and found no shell casings. We could have deduced the location from the footprints, but several individuals arrived before us, making that impossible to utilize. Damn it, can this fellow turn invisible? Just then, the sounds of intense gunfire erupted from the tunnel on the other side of the subway. Boss, we've spotted the guy. He*s in the tunnel, engaging us in a firefight. A smile spread across the Black Dog's face as he exclaimed, Finally, I've got your scent, you wretched creature. Everyone, move in for support. With that, he sprinted towards the source of the commotion, closely followed by the other refugees. Their faces twisted in malicious glee. They all understood that if they could eliminate this youth, the Black Dog would undoubtedly reward them handsomely that night. Among the group, the last refugee in line was already lost in dreams of the rewards he might receive from the Black Dog when, without warning, a towel was thrust over his face from behind. In the next instant, he felt his entire body succumb to paralysis, rigid and unresponsive, unable to exert even the slightest control. Soon, a man wearing a shattered mask emerged, dragging him as if he were a lifeless dog, pulling him into the adjacent wall. As the ominous black door slowly closed, he realized that the very individual they had been searching for had been hiding right beneath their noses. Akin to a silent specter of death, concealed behind a wall that had been scrutinized countless times, he quietly observed them. However, he surmised he would not have the opportunity to share this revelation with his comrades, for he had already glimpsed the lifeless bodies of 2 cold corpses on the ground, individuals he recognized, having shared drinks with them just the night before. One was named Sand Centimeter, the other Ergo. Both were the very ones he had been desperately seeking. Witnessing the expressions of terror and despair etched on their faces, he comprehended his own fate. As the icy blade pierced his heart, a chill enveloped his entire being, leading him ultimately into darkness. Chapter 22. Doomsday Runner completed. The Grim Reaper in the darkness. The survivor completed a special event task, Doomsday Runner. Rewards: rare skill, stealth movement, rare equipment, night cloak hooded, stealth movement. Type: rare passive skill. Description: Stealth movement allows for quieter footsteps and reduces the range of sound transmission. Effects: increases speed while moving stealthily. Reduces footstep noise on ordinary surfaces. Diminishes the sound transmission range during stealthy movements. Lowers noise generated by weapons and equipment. At max level, silence on all types of surfaces. Proficiency: 0-10,000. How to increase proficiency. Gain proficiency during stealthy movement. Night cloak, hooded. Type: special equipment, back. Material: black camouflage coating, cotton, specialized polyester fibers. Special effect 1. In darkness or shadows, concealment effect 30, chance of being ignored 30. Special effect 2. Reduces noise from footsteps, weapons, and equipment by -30, sound transmission range 30. The skill bar was finally no longer empty. Tang Yu's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 rewards he had obtained. Wow, this is incredible, he thought to himself. Had he possessed such skills and equipment earlier, he would have had the confidence to stealthily approach and ambush the refugees without the need for the elaborate efforts he had just undertaken. The combined effect of stealth movement and night cloak was indeed greater than the sum of its parts. Glancing at their attributes, Tang Yu hurried to the warehouse and retrieved the black mask he had traded for that morning. Black mask. Type: rare equipment, face. Material: cashmere cotton. Insulation effect, good. Breathability effect, good. Environmental hearing, -5. Special effects: a mask emblazoned with a lifelike depiction of a black individual's visage. When donned, this mask grants a concealment effect of 20 in dark or shadowy environments, coupled with a camouflage effect of 20. These 2 pieces of equipment are a remarkable match. When combined with the night cloak, Tang Yu finds himself possessing a total concealment enhancement of 50 whenever he remains in darkness or shadow. With the additional effects of being overlooked and camouflaged, he can scarcely fathom the outcome. He would truly be the sovereign of the night. Gazing at the 2 pieces of equipment and their associated skills, a myriad of innovative ideas flit through Tang Yu's mind. While these items may not significantly enhance his capabilities in direct combat, lacking any defensive attributes, they do offer a tantalizing prospect for an assassination exploration route. Operating under the veil of night not only allows him to investigate previously inaccessible areas, but also ensures a greater sense of safety compared to daytime explorations. This revelation fills Tang Yu with exhilaration as he directs his attention to the virtual map of the subway station. Over 20 red dots are gradually encircling a solitary yellow dot. Though the yellow dot attempts to retreat, the overwhelming number of adversaries presents a formidable challenge. Since you aided me once, allow me to assist you in return. After donning his gear, Tang Yu drapes the night cloak over his shoulders, replacing his shattered mask with a black mask. As he pulls the hood over his head, an assassin emerges from the shadows. Stepping out of his concealment and leaping onto the tracks, Tang Yu begins to sprint swiftly through the shadows. Instantly, he perceives a notable difference. The sound of his footsteps and the friction of his equipment have diminished significantly. In the shadows, he feels a peculiar sense of belonging, as though he is intimately acquainted with the darkness. He instinctively knows where to position himself and in what posture to perfectly meld into the obscurity, as if it were second nature. This sensation is truly remarkable. In this extraordinary state, Tang Yu quickly approaches the battlefield, where the attacks from the marauders are evidently overwhelming. The yellowed is now barely sustaining itself, relying solely on the cover of the tunnel's darkness, and is on the verge of exiting the virtual map of the subway station. Simultaneously, his private messages light up. Wang Bohu, Master, help. I'm out of submachine gun bullets. Urgently needed. Upon reading the private message, Tang Yu furrows his brow. No way. Tang Yu, are you the one being attacked by the marauders in the tunnel? Wang Bohu, what do you know, Master? Are you nearby? Help me, Master. Understanding Wang Bohu's response, Tang Yu pieces together the situation. It makes sense that this individual could endure so long against the onslaught of marauders. Though it seems a bit far-fetched, it is plausible considering that Wang Bohu had traded submachine gun bullets and magazines with him just this morning, so conserving them is indeed reasonable. In light of the recent assistance he provided in drawing the attention of the refugees, Tang Yu exchanged 60 rounds of ammunition and a grenade. You hold them off for me. I will find an opportunity to rescue you, he instructed. I'm on it. Thank you, Great One. Wang Bohu replied appreciatively. In the next moment, Tang Yu heard the sound of gunfire intensifying within the tunnel once more. Simultaneously, the yellow dot on the virtual map transformed into a pale green hue. Tang Yu grasped the significance of the color distinctions on the virtual map. Red indicated hostility, yellow represented neutrality, and green signified friendship. This knowledge emboldened him to pursue the rescue of Wang Bohu. At this juncture, he had already entered the tunnel, enveloped in darkness. In the pitch-black corridor, the flashes from gunfire sparkled like distant stars. Tang Yu focused on the last individual in the refugee group, able to hear their frenzied shouts as they attacked. As his steps became more delicate, he grasped the bayonet firmly in his right hand, bending slightly, alternating his feet in a stealthy advance. His movements grew increasingly silent, each action more graceful. The voice of Black Dog echoed from an unseen corner. "Take your time. Let us see how many bullets he has left. I want him alive. This fellow has taken so many of us down. Let him witness our might." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression turned peculiar. No wonder they had all rushed over. Wang Bohu had taken a fall for him. A good person deserves a peaceful life. In this moment, the refugees, upon hearing Black Dog's words, revealed sinister smiles as they began to inch closer. The last refugee in line fired sporadically at the location of the survivors ahead. Only when the click of an empty chamber sounded did he swiftly take cover beside the wall, retrieving a spare magazine to reload. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had now positioned himself merely 2 meters behind this refugee, resembling a silent specter of death in the darkness. "Attack! Draw the attention of the refugees," he commanded. "Understood, Great One," Wang Bohu replied promptly. In the following instant, gunfire erupted at the tunnel's forefront, with the refugees either seeking cover or retaliating. The refugee had just finished reloading when he heard the cacophony of gunfire ahead. Raising his weapon, he aimed at the position of the survivors. Yet, in the very second before he pulled the trigger, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, followed by the warmth of blood trickling down. The sharp bayonet had severed his throat. With utmost care, Tang Yu laid the refugee's body gently on the ground, casually wiping the blood from the blade. He continued stealthily toward his next target. The refugees remained oblivious to the shift in their ranks, as Black Dog's attention remained fixated on the survivors, who were gradually becoming encircled. The survivors' rate of attack noticeably diminished, bringing immense joy to Black Dog. "Brothers, this fellow has run out of bullets. Go capture him." Upon hearing Black Dog's command, the refugees swiftly divided into 2 teams. One group, comprising 3 to 4 individuals, took positions at the rear, providing cover fire and persistently suppressing the survivor's position. Meanwhile, the second team, also consisting of 3 to 4 refugees, stealthily approached the survivor, intent on capturing him alive. Black Dog remained in the middle, awaiting the conclusion of the skirmish. Unbeknownst to Wang Bohu, he was currently hiding in a crevice within the tunnel, replacing his magazine. Just as he prepared to resume firing to draw enemy fire, a message from Tang Yu arrived. "Tang Yu, do not attack. Take out a grenade, remove the safety pin, and prepare to throw it 5 meters behind you, following my instructions. Tang Yu, the enemy is closing in on your location." Startled by Tang Yu's message, Wang Bohu acted without hesitation, retrieving the grenade, removing the pin, and holding it tightly in his hand, awaiting further instructions. Wang Bohu, "Master, I have the grenade ready." After gently bringing down the second refugee and stowing his knife, Tang Yu re-equipped himself with his assault rifle and also grasped a grenade in his hand. Although he wished to continue his covert operations, the situation at Wang Bohu's end clearly necessitated immediate action. Thus, he moved to a position 10 meters behind the team, providing cover, and quietly awaited the opportune moment. As he observed from the virtual map that the refugees attempting to capture Wang Bohu had approached within 6 or 7 meters, he sent the command, "Now, throw it 5 meters behind you. After the grenade explodes, fire at the wall 20 meters to your left." With this directive dispatched, Tang Yu hurled the grenade he held toward a spot 10 meters away. When the grenade landed at the feet of the covering refugees, none noticed, as their focus was entirely on Wang Bohu ahead. However, when Wang Bohu's grenade was thrown and landed among the group attempting to capture him, it was immediately spotted. "Grenade, run!" Yet, it was evident that Wang Bohu was not inexperienced. He had deliberately timed the throw. The 2 teams of refugees suffered devastating casualties amidst the chaos of explosions and anguished cries. The consecutive detonations, accompanied by the screams of their comrades, left Black Dog bewildered. He could not comprehend why explosions were occurring behind them, but upon witnessing the flames erupting from Tang Yu's hand, the truth became clear to him. "Enemies are behind us. Attack!" The refugees began to retaliate, but by that time, Wang Bohu had already emerged from his cover, gun barrel protruding as he unleashed a barrage of fire. Tang Yu was not foolish enough to remain stationary. After delivering a 5-round burst, he rolled and evaded, then continued to crouch and fire before rolling again to evade. Under the cloak of night and the effect of the black mask, Tang Yu's position could only be discerned for a fleeting moment, precisely when he fired his weapon. However, as the bullets from the refugees whizzed past, they merely struck the ground. Wang Bohu, cunning as ever, remained concealed, allowing nothing but the muzzle of his gun to protrude from behind the wall, methodically emptying his magazine in the direction indicated by Tang Yu. With a resounding explosion, Tang Yu hurled another grenade. Instantly, the tunnel echoed with the anguished cries and wails of the refugees. Ultimately, when Wang Bohu had expended every last round from his submachine gun and his pistol, the majority of the refugees had been decimated, leaving only 3 or 4 wounded. Groaning in agony, after 6 or 7 gunshots rang out, all the refugees lay slain, and the tunnel was plunged into an eerie silence. In the midst of this darkness, Tang Yu grimaced, clutching his thigh, and swiftly consumed a painkiller. Once the pain subsided, he retrieved a surgical kit to attend to his wounds while keeping a vigilant eye on the color of Wang Bohu's dot on the virtual map. Although Wang Bohu's color appeared to have deepened into a more vibrant green, Tang Yu remained on high alert. Wang Bohu, meanwhile, inundated Tang Yu with private messages. Wang Bohu, Great One, I've run out of bullets. Are there any refugees left? Wang Bohu, Great One, I hear silence. Have all the refugees perished? Wang Bohu, Great One, are you alright? Don't scare me. Wang Bohu, Great One, you risked everything to save me. I didn't expect it. Tang Yu, I'm still alive. Don't panic. Wang Bohu, Great One, you're alive. What a relief. At that moment, Tang Yu's injuries had completely healed. He stood up, raising his weapon once more. All right, the refugees are all dead. Come out. As he spoke, he lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing his form, and illuminated Wang Bohu's location with his flashlight. Come out. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Bohu peeked out from behind his cover, a grin spreading across his face as he approached Tang Yu. Great One, I've finally found you. However, upon clearly seeing Tang Yu's face, Wang Bohu's expression morphed into one of horror, staring at him in disbelief. It dawned on Tang Yu that he was still wearing the black mask, which naturally made him appear as a figure of another race to Wang Bohu. I'm wearing a mask, he explained, prompting a look of understanding from Wang Bohu. Throughout this exchange, Tang Yu remained acutely aware of any shifts in Wang Bohu's coloration. Should there be even the slightest change, he would not hesitate to fire. Indeed, Tang Yu observed a transformation in Wang Bohu's color, which appeared to grow even more vibrant, reminiscent of imperial jade, glowing with a lustrous, deep green hue. Tang Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, lowered his firearm and nonchalantly inquired, Wang Bohu, did you ever have a girlfriend? Ah, Wang Bohu responded, somewhat puzzled, but answered truthfully. There was one, but we broke up. I couldn't accept it. So, I voluntarily entered the doomsday game. Cough, cough, it's nothing, Tang Yu said, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. It was then that he noticed Wang Bo, who was merely a boy of 17 or 18, which astonished him greatly. I didn't expect you to be so young. Wang Bo, who bashfully scratched his head. Hee, I just turned 18 this year. Tang Yu chuckled inwardly and gestured with his chin towards the corpses of the refugees that Wang Bo, who had previously dispatched. All right, hurry and collect the spoils. Take as much as you can. There are over 20 corpses in this tunnel. It's only fair to share some of the loot with you. Not to mention that the other party had indirectly assisted him by attracting a considerable amount of firepower. Really, God, is that true? Wang Bohu, although he had entertained this thought before, found it hard to believe upon hearing Tang Yu actually say it. Happiness had come too swiftly. Indeed, as long as you can secure it, go and scavenge. Be quick about it. The refugees will have their eyes on this place soon. Wang Bohu did not hesitate. He genuinely needed the weapons and equipment to enhance his combat prowess. He swiftly made his way towards the location of the grenade explosion. While Tang Yu's gaze shifted to where the black dog was situated, a faint smile gracing his lips. The joy of gathering spoils was indeed delightful. And considering that this leader of the refugees could command over 20 others, he must possess some valuable items. Chapter 24. Sabotaging the subway station's power system. Upgrading the hideout, once more Tang Yu and Wang Bo, who did not linger long. This was not the time for deliberating the quality of the spoils. Wang Bo, who filled his backpack to the brim, ultimately shouldering 2 submachine guns as he looked at Tang Yu. God, I'll be heading back now. Let's chat privately later. Go ahead. Be cautious of the refugees on your way. Watching Wang Bo, who laboriously vanished into the dark tunnel, Tang Yu remained busy. He made several trips back and forth, transporting all the equipment and supplies from the refugees back to their hideout. In addition, He relocated 3 corpses within the hideout to the tunnel, creating the illusion that the enemy had retreated deeper into the tunnel after the refugees were entirely annihilated. After meticulously clearing any traces that might expose their hideout, Tang Yu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Today's unexpected turn of events had indeed been thrilling. Fortunately, since the first day he entered the Doomsday game, he had been preparing for such scenarios, consistently enhancing his own strength and equipment, as well as fortifying the hideout. It was through these efforts that he had successfully navigated such a perilous confrontation, with luck decidedly favoring him. If it were not for Wang Bohu's acquisition of the paralytic toxin, Tang Yu would not have successfully completed the Doomsday Knife Runner quest and received those 2 rewards. Had it not been for Wang Bohu's inexplicable appearance, which diverted the attention of the vagrants, Tang Yu would not have had the opportunity to launch a covert ambush. Contemplating this, Tang Yu paused momentarily, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Thus, one might say that this fellow is indeed my lucky star. Meanwhile, Wang Bohu struggled to return to his hideout. This was primarily due to Tang Yu's suggestion that he take whatever he could carry. Consequently, Wang Bohu burdened himself to the limit and crawled back at a snail's pace. His emotions fluctuated between tension and exhilaration. The abundance of equipment felt like a transformative boon for him. He managed to bring back 4 rifles for handguns, 6 or 7 grenades, and a fully stocked supply of ammunition. Additionally, he had scavenged a substantial amount of medical supplies. Gazing at the room filled with gear, a foolish grin spread across Wang Bohu's face. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly opened his private message inbox. Wang Bohu, Master, I have returned safely. Tan igriku, okay. With that, Tang Yu promptly traded him 4 bulletproof vests. Tang Yu, here are your spoils. Make good use of them. These 4 vests were retrieved from the vagrants that Wang Bohu had dispatched. He had been unable to take them earlier, so Tang Yu collected them in his stead. He was not in need of such trifles and had little regard for the level 2 vests. But he held a favorable impression of Wang Bohu and decided to extend kindness. Indeed, Wang Bohu was elated upon seeing them. Wang Bohu, Master, you are too generous. Tang Yu, enough. I have matters to attend to. Wang Bohu, Master, please be busy. At this point, Tang Yu began to seriously contemplate the potential vulnerabilities of his hideout in the subway station. He understood that after this encounter, a far greater threat was imminent. What had been merely a handful of vagrants could easily escalate to dozens or even hundreds of adversaries. His sense of urgency grew increasingly pronounced. Undoubtedly, after acquiring the Cloak of Night and the Black Mask, darkness felt like the safest environment for Tang Yu. It offered him a strategic advantage whether he chose to attack or conceal himself. Thus, he could no longer remain idle. He donned his gear once more and ventured directly to the station's electrical room, where all the circuits and power switches of the subway station were housed. After deploying 2 grenades, the electrical room lay in disarray, sparks flying wildly. Following this, the entire station was plunged into impenetrable darkness. Tang Yu activated his flashlight and re-entered the electrical room to inspect it thoroughly. Once he confirmed that all the equipment was beyond repair, he finally returned to his hideout. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He also comprehended the rationale behind the necessity for survivors to construct generator facilities, despite the power systems in the urban area still functioning. It seems that the Apocalypse game encompasses multifaceted considerations. However, due to the damage sustained by the power system at the station, the hideout was shrouded in darkness. Previously, Tang Yu had not established any lighting facilities within the hideout, relying solely on the power and lighting system of the subway station. At this juncture, he was compelled to construct one. Lighting Level 1. Effect. Provides illumination for the hideout using candles. Construction requirements. 10,000. Doomsday coins, 1 candle, 1 lighter. Construction time, 5 minutes. The construction materials meet the conditions. Shall we proceed? Yes. After 5 minutes, the Level 1 lighting facility was completed. Tang Yu immediately upgraded it to Level 2 lighting. Lighting Level 2. Effect. Provides illumination for the hideout using basic lighting. Upgrade requirements. Level 1 generator. Level 1 lighting, 10 light bulbs, 10 wires, 1 switch, 20,000 Doomsday coins. Upgrade time, 1 hour. Insufficient materials for the upgrade. Unable to proceed. Tang Yu realized that the quantity of light bulbs and wires required for this upgrade was substantial. Thus, he sought trade in the regional channel. The transaction was remarkably smooth, involving only basic urban resources, and he successfully exchanged a dagger and a Level 2 bulletproof vest. He then commenced the upgrade of the lighting facility. During the upgrade period, Tang Yu remained unhurried, lying on his bed to rest. Upon awakening, he discovered that it was already evening. The lighting facility had been upgraded successfully. Tang Yu first retrieved 2 barrels of fuel he had prepared in advance from the warehouse and poured them into the fuel generator. With the activation of the generator, it emitted a subtle sound and commenced operation. When Tang Yu pressed the lighting switch, the entire hideout was once again bathed in light, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This generator was impressive. It must be a product of advanced technology, as it operated with remarkable quietness, and the exhaust was directly connected to the ventilation ducts. Since only the lighting required electricity at present, he adjusted the generator to its lowest setting. He believed that these 2 barrels of fuel would suffice for the generator to function for an extended period. Subsequently, Tang Yu ventured outside the hideout. After carefully confirming that the sounds of the generator, the illumination, and the vibrations within the hideout would not be perceptible from outside, he finally felt at ease. He silently rejoiced at his decision made earlier that morning to trade for the silent alloy door and the insulated walls. Returning to the hideout, he began constructing the kitchen facility, which he had not had the chance to build earlier. Finally, Tang Yu found time to organize the spoils from the day's battles. Undeniably, the magnitude of this acquisition is unprecedented, especially as Tang Yu gazes upon the myriad of equipment strewn about. A subtle sense of achievement wells up within him. Chapter 25. A whirlwind of deception. The response of the flesh dog the night had fully descended into darkness. At the refugee camp, the flesh dog inquired once more, "Has Black Dog not yet returned?" "Boss, Dog Brother has not come back." At noon, he sent someone to report that he had located the place where our brothers were slain, right inside the Huayuan metro station. He then summoned over 20 brothers to seek out the enemy. With so many brothers accompanying him, he should be returning soon. As the flesh dog listened to his subordinate's report, an increasing sense of unease gnawed at him. Although reason dictated that Black Dog, accompanied by more than 20 men, should not encounter any unforeseen mishaps, the lateness of the hour cast doubt upon this belief. "No, we must send someone to locate Black Dog and ascertain the situation." Following the flesh dog's command, a team of over 10 men set out once again towards Huayuan metro station. At this moment, Tang Yu attentively scrutinized a map in his hands. Map of the White Tower District, Luo City. Type: Intelligence item. Occupied grid spaces, 21. Description: This is a detailed map documenting the street information within the White Tower District of Luo City. This was Tang Yu's first opportunity to gain an intuitive understanding of the streets and locations in his vicinity. He quickly pinpointed the location of the metro station, where he was situated, nestled between the central area and the outskirts of the White Tower District. It was neither an advantageous nor a disadvantageous position. Huayuan Station was aptly named for its proximity to the Baita Flower Park. Simultaneously, Tang Yu located the position of the Red Romantic Club, which he had previously visited, confirming it was merely 1 station away. He also identified the location of apartment 15. Situated between the direction of the Red Romantic Club and the next station. The map indicated that this area was predominantly inhabited by the middle class. Given its proximity to a large shopping center and a luxurious automobile dealership, along with a bank located nearby. Moreover, on the map, a building labeled Trading Center was circled with red ink, inscribed with the words Base Camp. This trading center served as the stronghold for the refugees in this area. Tang Yu carefully stowed the map away, recognizing its immense value, sufficient for him to undertake certain actions. He then produced a key. Pinewood Hotel Room 903 key. Effect: grants access to room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel. Both of these items had been confiscated from the leader of the refugees. Tang Yu surmised that the key likely belonged to this individual's private room, where it was probable that valuable supplies were stored. With this thought, Tang Yu felt an irresistible urge to proceed with the search. Tang Yu found himself at a crossroads with 2 potential avenues for exploration. One was the apartment 15, for which he possessed 3 keys, inviting further investigation. The other was room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel, intriguingly situated adjacent to apartment 15, separated only by a bank building. However, the specifics of his exploration would hinge upon the unfolding events of the super monopoly scheduled for the following day. Due to the overwhelming abundance of loot accumulated, his storage was clearly insufficient to accommodate the multitude of items. Consequently, Tang Yu placed them in a corner and succumbed to a drowsy state. The exertion of the day had undeniably drained him. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, a mere 10 minutes after he fell asleep. A group of ragged individuals dispatched by the meat dogs to locate the Black Dog team arrived at the Garden Metro station. The area was shrouded in darkness. Silence. Turn on the flashlights and proceed with caution, commanded the group leader, whose heart sank upon witnessing the inky blackness of the station. In such an environment, it was hard to believe that the Black Dogs could have lingered for long. Yet, following their leader's orders was non-negotiable. Thus, they began their search within the station. They soon discovered bloodstains and signs of struggle on the control room floor. As the group continued their exploration, one of the members shone his flashlight down a tunnel and appeared to glimpse something lying on the ground. "Hey, it seems there is something in the tunnel," he called out. As they ventured deeper into the tunnel, incredulous expressions graced their faces. "Is that 3 centimeters? One of the vagrants recognized the identity of the corpse. "There is more ahead. That looks like ergo." Panic ensued as they directed their flashlights deeper into the tunnel. 1, 2, 3, 27 familiar faces lay lifeless on the ground. Except for 5 who had perished by military blades, the others had clearly endured a ferocious battle, each bearing numerous bullet wounds and injuries from shrapnel. The group leader stared at the lifeless Black Dogs, their eyes wide open and unblinking, his heart pounding with dread. What a nightmare. The Black Dogs and their 20-plus members had met their demise here. It was evident that this was a premeditated attack targeting their camp. Should the assailants still be nearby, this small band of ragged individuals would be utterly defenseless. Not only he, but the other vagrants were equally filled with terror as they gazed upon the sea of corpses. Many of them had shared drinks with these very individuals the night before. "Everyone retreat. We must leave at once," the leader hastily instructed, snapping a few photographs of the grim scene in the tunnel. In a state of panic, the ragged group began to flee back the way they came. As they stumbled out of the subway station entrance, basking in the serene glow of the moonlight above, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Turning back to glance at the dark and foreboding subway station, it resembled an endless abyss of despair. After a brief moment to regain their strength, they hastily made their way back to the camp. "What? You say that over 20 members of the Black Dog have perished in the subway tunnel?" The flesh dog looked incredulously at his subordinate reporting the grim news. "Boss, here are the photographs. All the equipment and weapons belonging to the Black Dog have vanished, leaving only their lifeless bodies in the tunnel. I suspect this is a meticulously organized attack specifically aimed at us." Taking the photographs, the flesh dog gazed at the lifeless forms of the Black Dog and other refugees, his face darkening with rage. "Who is orchestrating this against me? Is it Cabin or the Butcher?" He approached the city map affixed to the wall for a closer examination. Cabin had taken control of the 4S car dealership, while the Butcher was holed up in the theater building. The subway tunnel indeed led toward their direction, and the Red Romance Club was situated right at the intersection of their territories. Damn it, could those two actually be conspiring against me? Although he could not confirm this suspicion, the flesh dog understood that he could not remain idle. Otherwise, his subordinates might harbor their own thoughts. Resolving to take action, he turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Notify the Blade to meet with me." 10 minutes later, a figure clad in black, wearing a skull mask, appeared before the flesh dog. "Blade, you must have heard that over 20 members of the Black Dog were killed in the tunnel today. In addition to the 10 from a couple of days ago, this amounts to more than 30 lives lost. Only Cabin and the Butcher possess such power. I want you to take your men and show them what we are capable of. The brothers cannot die in vain. Be discreet." Listening to the flesh dog's orders, Blade said little, merely nodding before exiting the room. Watching Blade's retreating figure, the flesh dog took a deep drag from his cigar, his eyes narrowing. "Cabin, Butcher, though I cannot ascertain whether you are behind this, I have no other options. If it isn't you, do not blame me for what is to come." Chapter 26. Undercurrents, the 4th day of the apocalypse. Later that evening, several leaders from other refugee camps in Luo City began to receive the news. The flesh dog's most capable subordinates, over 20 members of the Black Dog, had been slaughtered in the subway tunnel. In recent days, nearly 40 of the flesh dog's men had perished. As this news spread, astonishment gripped everyone. Despite the flesh dog's dubious character and questionable rise to power, it was undeniable that the refugee camp he led was formidable. Now, someone had managed to inflict such a significant loss upon the flesh dog without him catching a single lead. Upon discerning that the recent events were not orchestrated by their own, the leaders of the refugee camps found themselves in a state of intrigue. It is essential to note that nearly 40 fully armed warriors were involved. Although they may not possess the elite prowess of the Northern rebels, they are certainly not mere defenseless creatures. The ability to execute such actions silently provoked a sense of contemplation among these leaders, as they weighed whether their own men could withstand a similar scenario. The meat dog must have provoked someone of significant consequence. Else, why would he be specifically targeted? This notion was shared by more than just a few. Consequently, directives were issued across the various refugee camps. Despite differing expressions, the underlying message was singular. Maintain a low profile for the next few days, steer clear of the subway station, and avoid entanglements with individuals best left alone. Anticipation grew as they awaited the meat dog's response, adopting an observer's demeanor, relishing the prospect of his misfortune. Above all, everyone was on the lookout for an opportunity to annex the territory of the meat dog. The refugees were akin to insatiable hyenas, indifferent to whom they opposed. Their sole focus lay on territory and profit. As the early hours of dawn passed, 6 hours had elapsed since the refugees discovered the bodies of the black dog and his companions. The garden subway station welcomed new visitors. Had Tang Yu been awake, he would have discerned on the virtual map a pitch black dot materializing at the subway station's entrance. This entity traversed the darkened subway corridors, passing through the hall and entering the tunnel, all in utter silence. Wherever it passed, insects and ants succumbed to instant death. It resembled a spectral harbinger of death, silently claiming lives without a trace. At this juncture, the bodies of the black dog and his companions had vanished, leaving only a trail of blood and bullet holes adorning the tunnel walls, accompanied by a faint scent of gunpowder. The figure examined the scene meticulously, from the bloodstains to the bullet holes and the sites of 3 detonated grenades. Upon obtaining the desired information, he departed once more without a sound, re-establishing the silence of the tunnel as if no one had ever been there. What? Only 2 individuals? This is impossible, the meat dog exclaimed incredulously. Are you questioning me? And no, I would not dare, Master Ghostface. It is just that this news is overwhelmingly surprising, considering it involves over 20 fully armed individuals, not merely a flock of chickens. In the shadowed confines of the room, Ghostface regarded the meat dog, revealing a look of disdain behind the mask. Meat dog, do not forget who elevated you to your current position. A cold sweat broke out on the meat dog's brow. Master Ghostface, I would not dare. Were it not for you, I could never have attained this status. You understand well. The message has been conveyed. Find a way to locate these 2 individuals. Yes, Master Ghostface. Thus commenced the 4th day of the apocalypse. 3 days remained until the impending polar blizzard disaster. Tang Yu tightened the blanket draped over him, shivering slightly. Indeed, the weather had begun to grow colder, although it was said that the cataclysm would not arrive until a week after entering the game. Early signs of disaster had already manifested. After a few moments of drowsiness, Tang Yu rubbed his still sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. Rising, he made his way to the generator, reigniting it before switching on the lights. The area around him was illuminated, revealing that the kitchen facilities had been completed. It appeared to be a small countertop with an electric hot pot. How impressive this apocalyptic game is, he marveled internally. He then retrieved a box of milk and a loaf of bread from storage. After briefly heating the milk in the electric pot, he relished his breakfast, alternating between sips of milk and bites of bread. Still unsatisfied, he pulled out a can of luncheon meat and devoured it hungrily. What a comfort! Tang Yu had been in this apocalyptic world for 5 or 6 days now. This was the first time he had savored a warm and delectable meal. In the preceding days, the pressures of survival had forced him to survive on bread or beef jerky, quenching his thirst with bottled water. Having been accustomed to warm meals, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. This was precisely why he had rushed to construct the kitchen yesterday. With the weather turning colder, he could hardly imagine persisting on such frigid fare. While soaking his bread in the warm milk, he opened the regional chat channel, eager to discover if anything noteworthy had occurred the previous night. To his relief, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos he had experienced the day before when he was pursued by refugees. Of course, some voices in the channel lamented their lack of food and water, pleading for assistance. Yet the collective attitude was unanimous. It was already the 4th day. Unlike survivors born in forests, deserts, or barren wastelands, those in the city found food relatively accessible. As long as one was brave enough to venture out for supplies, meeting their daily survival needs was hardly a challenge. The individual requesting food clearly had not ventured outside, and it was unreasonable to expect others to share the provisions they had risked their lives to procure. They were not his benefactors. After satisfying his hunger, Tang Yu tidied up and eagerly opened the Monopoly panel, curious about what fortune the day would bring. He hoped for property this time, as special event tasks were exceedingly difficult. The investment wealth points for today had been distributed, granting him an additional 128 points, bringing his total wealth points to 409. Over 400 points. Tang Yu felt immense satisfaction. He had drawn a special task yesterday, and surely it was due to the incantation he had invoked. Today, he resolved to try a different approach. Guan Wudi Jun, the god of wealth, and Lord Guan, may you bless me today with real estate. The dice rolled. Tang Yu gazed intently, and when the dice came to a halt revealing the number 6, his eyes had already darted towards the space 6 places ahead of mini Tang Yu. However, upon seeing the symbol displayed there, Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 27. Unexpected Fortune. Another transaction. Tang Yu's expression was one of profound dejection. The icon in that position was still a question mark symbol. Could fortune be so cruel? Tang Yu surrendered to despair, enveloping himself heavily within his blanket. The survivor triggered an unexpected event, unexpected fortune, earning 200 wealth points. What? Hearing the notification sound from Super Monopoly, Tang Yu abruptly sat up, staring at the panel. Astonishing. This is quite favorable. Suddenly, he found the situation not so difficult to accept. It seemed that praying to Lord Guan had indeed borne fruit, even when encountering unexpected events. One could still acquire wealth without effort. Consequently, his wealth points surged to an impressive total of 609. With his spirits lifted, Tang Yu happily closed the panel and began to devise his work plan for the day. Today marked the 4th day in the apocalyptic game, and the temperature was noticeably dropping. Tang Yu's primary concern remained how to survive the first round of the impending disaster. Although his shelter was already far ahead of other survivors, survival in this apocalypse was not merely a contest among survivors, but a struggle against calamity itself. Tang Yu still believed there was room for improvement in his refuge. Currently, he had a fireplace for warmth, a kitchen for food preparation, and insulated walls for protection. Yet no one could predict the severity of the forthcoming blizzard, given the extreme cold associated with such disasters. Tang Yu estimated temperatures could plummet to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Even with the fireplace raising the temperature by 50 degrees, it would barely hover around zero, still quite frigid. What if the catastrophic cold were to escalate further, plunging to -70 or 80 degrees or even lower? Moreover, this disaster was projected to last for 3 days. Tang Yu felt it was imperative to prepare in advance. The more heating facilities, the better, while some could be optional. None could be absent. Additionally, he needed to stockpile fuel for the generator and attend to the production of bedding. Since the resting area had upgraded to level 2, cozy resting area, he had yet to review the newly added bedding production list due to a series of pressing matters. Today would be an opportune time to trade resources for those items. This morning, he already felt a chill, even with the insulated walls in place. And tomorrow the temperature was expected to drop even more severely. If he were to catch a cold in his sleep, it would truly be a case of adding insult to injury. He also needed to prioritize the stockpiling of medicine, alongside food reserves and warehouse upgrades. Today is filled with pressing matters. Merely contemplating them causes Tang Yu a throbbing headache and a sense of vexation. However, he swiftly resolves the task for the day, deciding against venturing out for exploration, as there are no new real estate acquisitions to warrant such risks. Instead, he chooses to remain in his hideout to upgrade facilities, trade for supplies, and craft items in preparation for the impending extreme cold disaster in 3 days. This also presents an opportunity to process the vast array of equipment and weaponry he acquired yesterday. Otherwise, he would soon find his hideout lacking in space. Having made a decision, Tang Yu proceeds to the warehouse to review the upgrade requirements. Warehouse, Level 1. Effect: provide the 5x8, 40-slot supply storage within the hideout. Next stage, expand warehouse, Level 2. Upgrade requirements: warehouse, Level 1. Ventilation duct, Level 1, 50,000 Doomsday coins, 3 items occupying over 12 slots, 2 units of wood. 1 pack of nails, 1 unit of WD anti-corrosion waterproof agent. Upgrade time, 1 hour. Current supplies are insufficient for the upgrade. The material requirements for this warehouse upgrade are significantly more demanding than before. Fortunately, the most challenging item to acquire, the 12-slot space items, includes several 12-slot ammo hangers from yesterday's spoils, which should suffice. The remaining materials can likely be procured through trade. Next, he examines the latest crafting list for the resting area. Loose cotton blanket. Crafting requirements: 25 units of cotton, 1 unit of needle and thread. Comfortable bedsheet. Crafting requirements: 2 units of fleece fabric, 1 unit of polyester, 1 unit of needle and thread. Buckwheat pillow, crafting requirements, 3 units of buckwheat husk. 1 pillow, 1 unit of needle and thread. As he gazes at the newly available crafting options for bedding in the resting area, Tang Yu furrows his brow. He is not particularly pleased with these items. It seems that placing his hopes on trade is the more prudent course of action. With that in mind, Tang Yu promptly opens the World channel to edit his trading information. A few minutes later, City, Tang Yu, submachine gun image X13, AK rifle image X7, shotgun image X3, pistol image X23, melee weapon image X23, level 2 bulletproof vest X20, level 3 bulletproof vest X4, trading blueprints, items, equipment, and supplies. With a priority on rare items, warmth, and heating supplies. Limited quantities available. Please DM for trades. He sends the same message to the regional chat channel. The outcome is that this announcement renders both the World channel and the regional chat channel utterly silent. After several seconds, Tang Yu notices no new messages refreshing the chat. What on earth? Can the chat channels in this apocalyptic game really freeze? Tang Yu speculates in disbelief. Just a few days ago, whenever he posted trading information, a flurry of comments would ensue. What is going on today? Just as he finished contemplating this, information from the World channel and regional channels began to flood the screen with an overwhelming frenzy. His private messages also started to surge rapidly. Emotions certainly have their delays. This startled Tang Yu, yet he felt a sense of relief. However, the survivors who had previously traded with Tang Yu could hardly remain calm. Although the equipment he had offered before was outrageous, it was still within a certain limit that everyone could accept. Moreover, those survivors who had purchased weapons from him over the past 2 days began to reap their rewards, leading to a gradual normalization of weapon trading discussions in the World and regional chat channels. They never expected that merely a day later, Tang Yu would unleash another grand offering. Dozens of firearms, over 20 melee weapons, and bulletproof vests. This was nothing short of a revelation, reshaping the survivors' understanding of weapon and equipment trading. City, Lu Haitao. Is the god of universe no longer concealing his arsenal? Has he finally revealed everything from his stockpile? Forest, Lu Mintao. This is simply absurd. The god of universe has released so much at once. Doesn't he fear inflation? Grassland, Wang Minmin. I think the god of universe is impressive. This could enhance the survival capabilities of many. Though it would be better if the prices were a bit lower. City, Wang Bohu. Don't think these are overpriced, everyone. These items were obtained through the god of universe's fierce battles against over 20 marauders. If you need weapons and gear, hurry and contact him. West Coast, Neo-Dayton. Wow, it seems the upstairs people know some inside information. Is this true? After a brief glance at the chat, Tang Yu once again immersed himself in selecting trading partners. The road ahead was long and arduous. Chapter 28. Heating stoves, water purifiers, heaters. Although only a day had passed, Tang Yu could clearly perceive that the prices of heating supplies had significantly increased. Yesterday, one could trade a rare item for a single long gun. Today, the price had surged to 2 or even 3 times that amount. Clearly, the sudden drop in temperature made all survivors aware that the extreme cold disaster might arrive sooner than anticipated. Nevertheless, Tang Yu bore no du satisfaction. He had anticipated this situation well in advance. He felt immensely grateful for his earlier decision to acquire a substantial amount of necessary supplies, while others were still in the early stages of the apocalypse. Thus, in light of the current trading volume, Tang Yu was quite generous, as long as the counterparty did not demand exorbitant prices and their requests remained reasonable. He chose to proceed with the trades. He also focused on the essential upgrade materials needed for constructing facilities. After spending the entire morning digesting all the weapons and gear, he amassed a significant quantity of materials required for upgrading his hideout, along with ample food reserves and numerous doomsday coins. Tang Yu once again acquired several remarkable rare items and blueprints, among which was a highly coveted blueprint for upgrading a shelter, which brought him immense satisfaction. However, to obtain this blueprint, he had to expend roughly 1/10 of his trading goods. Yet, in his eyes, the exchange was exceedingly worthwhile. Blueprint for shelter upgrade, underground bunker. Type, rare blueprint. Effect, upon use, it will enhance the spatial dimensions and facilitate targeted modifications of the survivor's shelter. Upgrade requirements, requires shelter, 300 stones, 20 concrete, 5 waterproof glue, 5 foam glue, 20 alloy steel, and 100,000 doomsday coins. Upgrade time, 5 seconds. The materials for the upgrade are ready. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? At this moment, Tang Yu stood outside the shelter and decisively chose yes. The entire shelter, situated within the dark confines of the subway station, became even more profound. The 5 seconds passed swiftly, and when Tang Yu reopened the shelter door, the interior had undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a mere short staircase now extended further downward. After descending approximately 3 meters, Tang Yu finally set foot on the ground of the shelter, which retained its overall L shape. Upon traversing a security corridor roughly 3 meters long, he arrived at the main hall of the shelter, with the corridor situated precisely at the corner of the L. Peering inside, he observed that the ceiling had transitioned from the flat roof of the former station's monitoring room to a vaulted design reminiscent of a cave dwelling. Notably, the internal area of the shelter had more than doubled in size. The resting area, kitchen, ventilation ducts, generator, and other facilities remained in their original positions. Yet ample space now existed between each facility, presumably reserved for future upgrades. Furthermore, the dimensions of these amenities had slightly adjusted in accordance with the shelter's upgrade, rendering them more harmonious in appearance. The most significant change was evident in the ventilation ducts. Previously, there was a single vent approximately 30 by 30 centimeters in size mounted on the ceiling. Now, it had been relocated to the wall along the longer side of the L-shaped shelter, transforming one vent into 3. Consequently, even though they were underground, the air within the shelter remained remarkably fresh. Tang Yu glanced at the data provided by the virtual map. The subway station was already situated underground, and now the shelter was approximately 30 meters below the surface. This shelter should suffice for the time being. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Tang Yu commenced the construction of additional facilities. Rest Area Renovation Blueprint, Heated Kong. Type, Rare Blueprint. Effect 1. Transforms the beds in the resting area into heated kangs, allowing the burning of wood, charcoal, and other combustible materials within to elevate the temperature of the resting area by 10 to 40 degrees, thus providing resistance against the cold. Effect 2. Reduces the probability of survivors contracting colds or frostbite by 30, while also decreasing moisture consumption by 40. Renovation requirements. Rest area, Level 1, ventilation duct, Level 1. Fireproof bricks X50, insulation pad X1. Renovation time, 1 hour. Water collector renovation blueprint, purification type. Type, Rare Blueprint. Effect 1. Generates 500 milliliters of purified water per hour, with a storage capacity of 5L, requiring filter replacement every 2 weeks. Effect 2. Wastewater filtration efficiency of 2L per hour, necessitating filter replacement every 3 days. Renovation requirements. Kitchen, Level 1. Water collector, Level 1. Generator, Level 1. Filter X2. Pipe tape X1. Corrugated hose X1. Doomsday coins X20000. Renovation time, 1 hour. Kitchen renovation blueprint, heater. Type, Rare Blueprint. Effect 1. Introduces a heating facility in the kitchen area, providing hot water 24 hours a day, with a kitchen energy consumption of 12. Effect 2. Reduces the probability of survivors contracting gastrointestinal diseases by 10. Renovation requirements. Kitchen, Level 1. Water collector, Level 1. Generator, Level 1 or stove, Level 1. Doomsday coins 25000. Faucet X1. Metal parts X1. Renovation time, 1 hour. These 3 hideout facility blueprints were meticulously selected by Tang Yu, and the rest area renovation blueprint, Kong Bed, is set to commence immediately. Following this, the construction of the water collector facility adjacent to the kitchen will proceed, as all necessary materials are at hand, thus opting for direct construction. Initially, Tang Yu was not in a hurry to construct the water collector, as his current water source was more than adequate. The warehouse contained ample bottled water and milk, sufficient for a week's sustenance. However, upon seeing the purifier and heater facilities, he chose to acquire them, considering them a preparation for future needs, as they would inevitably be utilized. On another note, the cost of these 2 blueprints was remarkably low, merely the price of a long gun. Nevertheless, Tang Yu understood the rationale. The traders of these rare blueprints were survivors from the urban area, thus their need for water sources at this stage was minimal. While the construction requirements of these blueprints were exceptionally stringent, making survivors capable of meeting these demands exceedingly rare. Hence, it was more advantageous to trade them for weapons with Tang Yu, as weapons remained a valuable commodity, even beyond the initial disaster. Despite Tang Yu's frequent transactions involving weapons in recent days, the number of survivors acquiring firearms independently remained scarce. Half an hour later, the water collector was completed. Tang Yu immediately opted to utilize the rare blueprints for the purifier and heater. During this time, the warehouse upgrade had already been finalized, expanding the storage capacity to 200 item slots. Though this seemed substantial, the varying space requirements of items in the Doomsday game meant that only small and cumbersome items were stored away, such as food, water, and medical supplies. The fuel for the generators he purchased was neatly stacked in the corner on the opposite side of his hideout. This time, he had procured approximately 20 barrels, which, based on a weekly consumption of 1 barrel, would suffice for an extended period. The transaction was conducted with a player who happened to be born near a gas station. Coincidentally, this individual resided in the same area as Tang Yu, specifically the one who previously placed his hideout in the sewer. It was rumored that this person had amassed a considerable amount of resources through the resale of fuel. Tang Yu couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, there are many capable individuals, and with a keen eye for opportunity, one can always identify advantageous prospects. After Tang Yu stacked the necessary materials for the heated bed, such as wood and charcoal, in the corner, it was already 2 p.m., and the upgrades to the facilities had been completed. Chapter 29. The hideout upgrade was finished, and the exploration of the Pine Hotel's rest area had transformed entirely. The once solitary wooden bed had been replaced by an 18-meter by 2-meter heated bed, with a flue connected to the adjacent fireplace. The rest area could no longer be merely considered Tang Yu's sleeping quarters. With a sofa beside the fireplace and a television placed across the wall, it resembled a modest living room. Approaching the heated bed, Tang Yu retrieved several warm bedding items from his private mailbox, including a thick cashmere blanket, a thick double quilt, a down pillow, cashmere pajamas, and cashmere socks. Essentially, he had gathered nearly all the essentials and facilities necessary to withstand the extreme cold, bringing him a sense of peace. Feeling fatigued, Tang Yu collapsed onto the heated bed, wrapping himself in the cashmere blanket and drifting off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, several incidents of refugees being attacked had erupted in the White Tower district, each attack occurring swiftly, resembling a premeditated ambush that concluded within mere seconds. A sense of unease had spread among all refugee organizations in the White Tower district. The storm resulting from Tang Yu's actions against the refugees was gradually showing signs of spreading to other neighborhoods. When Tang Yu awoke again, it was already 9 p.m. He stretched comfortably before rising leisurely. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. He was clearly pleased with the cashmere blanket, having felt no chill during his rest. He made his way to the kitchen with 2 beef sausages, a piece of bread, and a bag of milk. After lightly frying the sausages and toasting the bread, he rolled them together and enjoyed them with the warm milk. Tang Yu felt an immense sense of contentment. Perhaps it was because his hideout was underground, but he sensed that the temperature was warmer than it had been in the morning. He thought to himself that he should acquire a thermometer when the opportunity arose. After a simple yet satisfying meal, he opened the panel to check his status. Name: Tang Yu. Hideout type: underground bunker. Hideout area: 201. Shelter facilities: security, level 2 silent alloy door, rest area, level 2 heated Kong, kitchen, level 1 water collector, purification type level 2. Generator set, level 1, warehouse, level 2, insulated walls, level 1, ventilation ducts, safety type level 2. Shelter auxiliary items: fireplace, rest area, heater, kitchen. Camouflage coating stickers, shelter security. Health points: 508. Stamina: 100. Condition: energetic. Energetic. Effect: the survivor has had ample sleep and sufficient nourishment within 1 hour. Stamina consumption is reduced by 50. This state is just perfect. Tang Yu did not choose to return to rest. Instead, he donned his gear. He had been preoccupied with the supplies in the Pinewood Hotel and Apartment 15. The reason he refrained from venturing out during the day was due to the lack of property acquisition. Recklessly exploring would pose too much risk. However, with the cover of night and the assistance of the Cloak of Night and Black Mask, Tang Yu felt no apprehension. His main concern was that if he delayed for another day or two, as the temperature began to plummet, it would become increasingly difficult to explore. Therefore, he was determined not to squander this rare window of opportunity. Soon fully equipped, this time his primary weapon was no longer the assault rifle, but the MP5 submachine gun, primarily because its compact size allowed him to carry more supplies. Tang Yu stepped out of the shelter's door. The moment he exited, he could not help but shiver. The temperature must be around 15 or 16 degrees at most. Once he donned the hood of his cloak, he seamlessly blended into the darkness, leaping onto the subway tracks and sprinting towards the direction of the Red Romance Club. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the subway station entrance. After meticulously surveying the surroundings and finding no signs of scavengers, he proceeded towards the Pinewood Hotel. It seemed that due to the drop in temperature, the sky was thick with clouds, obscuring the moon's glow. However, this worked to Tang Yu's advantage. He remained enveloped in darkness throughout, and as he passed, it was as if the shadows deepened momentarily, vanishing in an instant. Unless one looked closely, no one would notice his presence. The Pinewood Hotel was situated approximately 500 meters from the subway station, adjacent to the Calamities Bank, with apartment 15 just on the other side of the bank. Soon, Tang Yu spotted the hotel's sign, though it had been partially destroyed by shelling. The street was littered with bomb craters, and vehicles lay strewn about haphazardly. As he approached within 50 meters of the Pinewood Hotel, Tang Yu began to move stealthily, his body slightly bent. The effects of this stealth operation skill began to manifest. Only when one was exceedingly close to Tang Yu could they faintly hear the sound of his footsteps. He continuously scanned his surroundings, remaining vigilant and alert. Since the leader of the refugees possesses the key to the Pine Hotel room, it is inevitable that others might also hold the same key. Thus, he treaded carefully with each step. However, until he ascended the stairs to the 9th floor, he encountered no unforeseen circumstances. Room 903. He swiftly switched off his flashlight. As the doorplate before him read 903, he extracted the key, inserted it, and turned it. With a click, the door swung open, and Tang Yu swiftly entered. The room was enveloped in darkness. This was a suite comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room. After confirming the absence of anyone in each room, Tang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He drew the curtains shut and moved to the living room to illuminate the space with his flashlight. To his astonishment, as he cast the beam left and right, he was utterly taken aback. Could this fellow truly be a mere minor leader? The first thing that came into Tang Yu's view was a large and 2 small weapon boxes, all exquisitely crafted, evidently meticulously collected by this individual. Beside the weapon boxes were 2 mannequin figures, each adorned with a sleek black tactical vest. Unlike ordinary vests, these tactical vests possessed both ballistic protection and spatial capabilities, rendering them incompatible with standard bulletproof vests. Typically, such vests are of superior quality. He could hardly fathom how this individual acquired them. One mannequin sported a helmet, while the other donned dark sunglasses and headphones. Additionally, on the floor lay an enormous backpack, reminiscent of an elongated outdoor coffin-shaped bag. It was clearly a vast storage container. Next to the backpack were several red duffel bags. Good heavens, he had struck gold. Tang Yu never anticipated that this minor leader would possess such an abundance of high-grade supplies. Upon opening the duffel bags, he discovered they were brimming with doomsday currency. The currency was bundled into small rolls, stacked together in a most impressive display. Turning his gaze towards the remaining 2 bedrooms, Chapter 30, entering 903, astonishing supplies. Striking it rich, Tang Yu ventured into the secondary bedroom, greeted by a cabinet overflowing with food and drinking water, comprising exceedingly rare canned goods and energy drinks. Canned vegetable puree, canned peas, canned herring, canned salmon, and canned beef stew made Tang Yu's appetite surge. In the drawers beneath the food cabinet, high-calorie items such as chocolate, candies, and energy bars were meticulously categorized. It could be said that the provisions stored in this room, if merely a few were released, would be exceedingly rare in today's world. He could only wonder where this minor leader had procured such a bounty of food. Adjacent to the food cabinet was a box of alcoholic beverages. A brief inspection revealed a considerable assortment of vodka, wine, and beer. Finally, there was a small cabinet filled with various medications, an impressive array of pharmaceutical supplies. Amoxicillin, sterile bandages, military-grade bandages, vehicular medical kits, emergency surgical kits, and more. Among these, Tang Yu even discovered a compact syringe pouch, a spatial container designed solely for syringes, measuring 4x4, containing several vials of injectable medication. He was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the notion of the vast quantities of food he could acquire through trade. Even survivors in urban areas, after such a long period, might find it difficult to resist the allure of canned goods. How much more so for those born in the desolate expanses of the Gobi or the grasslands. Previously, he had observed food transactions on the World Channel, which primarily featured fruits and homemade grilled meats or fish. Having assessed the supplies in the secondary bedroom, Tang Yu proceeded directly to the master bedroom. The first sight that greeted him was 3 suitcase-like containers positioned beneath the bed. A gleam of joy lit up his face. Evidently, the most valuable items in this room resided within these boxes. He extracted the 3 containers and placed them on the bed, opening them sequentially. Upon opening the first container, he was met with an unexpected delight. Inside lay 2 blueprints. Intelligence Center Blueprint. Type: Rare Blueprint. Effect: enables the construction of a special facility intelligence center at the hideout. Construction requirements: hideout security, level 2, generator, level 2, ventilation ducts, level 2, 500,000 doomsday coins. 1 laptop, 1 confidential intelligence, 1 terrain intelligence map, 1 encrypted USB drive. Construction time: 24 hours. Refugee treasure chest blueprint. Type: Rare Blueprint. Effect: enables the construction of a special facility refugee treasure chest at the hideout. Construction requirements: intelligence center, level 2, 300,000 doomsday coins, 1 golden rooster. 4 Rolex gold watches, 8 gold necklaces, 6 golden skull rings, 3 bronze lion statues. Construction time: 36 hours. Tang Yu was utterly astonished, his heart racing uncontrollably. These blueprints were far from ordinary. Setting aside the peculiar facilities mentioned, the outrageous construction requirements alone were staggering. The combined total of doomsday coins required for the 2 blueprints approached an astonishing figure of nearly 3 million, along with materials whose names he had never heard before. Even with the blueprints in hand, he had no idea when he might ever gather such an extensive array of construction materials. Most outrageous was the construction time. The intelligence center required a full 24 hours, while the refugee treasure chest extended that to an entire day and a half. Tang Yu felt a surge of determination. He was certain these blueprints were not possessions of a mere petty leader of refugees. Even the drops from the evil cultist he had slain previously were not nearly as extravagant, combining the astonishing supplies from the other 2 rooms. His curiosity regarding the leader of the refugees intensified. Without a second thought, he tucked the blueprints into his backpack, regardless of the circumstances. Tang Yu could never abandon this opportunity. In fact, he even hoped that this individual could directly procure all the materials necessary for construction, sparing him the trouble of searching everywhere. Upon opening the second suitcase, he was utterly dumbfounded, for it was brimming with an array of golden treasures: 1 golden rooster, 2 Rolex gold watches, 4 gold necklaces, 2 golden skull rings, and 1 bronze lion sculpture. Remarkably, the materials required for constructing the refugee treasure chest were already about 1/3 complete. Was this not absurd? Turning his attention to the 3rd suitcase, he swallowed hard. Do not tell me that the materials for building the intelligence center are contained within. As he unveiled the 3rd suitcase, his expression morphed into one of astonishment, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Inside the suitcase lay but a single item, a nearly pristine laptop computer. Not the occupied slots, 3x4. Description: a remarkably rare item in a post-apocalyptic world, possessed by only a select few. It is said to be exchangeable for disaster coins from the collector. Tang Yu recognized a familiar item, the disaster coin. It was indeed an item that could only be exchanged with disaster coins. Undoubtedly, the value of this laptop exceeded Tang Yu's expectations. However, after a brief surge of excitement, an overwhelming wave of elation washed over him. I never imagined this. The Good Samaritan has gone above and beyond, directly preparing the most challenging items for me. Tang Yu, of course, would not be remiss in taking advantage of this. He had realized that all 3 suitcases were spatial containers. Aluminum alloy suitcase. Type: container. Occupied slots: 4x4. Capacity: 8x8, 64 slots. The immense space of the suitcase surpassed any container Tang Yu had previously known. Without hesitation, he returned to the living room, removed his 20-slot backpack, and equipped the enormous backpack resembling a coffin. Camel travel backpack. Type: backpack. Occupied slots: 5x7. Container size: 5x7. Movement speed impact: -7. Turning speed impact: -4. After properly equipping his new backpack, he returned to the master bedroom, stowing the suitcase filled with golden treasures inside, followed by the laptop. The items occupied 29 slots in total, 4x4 for the suitcase and 3x4 for the laptop, leaving just 4 slots of space remaining in his travel bag. At this point, Tang Yu had reached his limit. His storage space was filled to the brim with magazines and grenades, leaving little room for anything else. Nonetheless, he clung to the idea of leaving no stone unturned. He conducted a thorough search of the bedroom and, to his surprise, discovered something intriguing. Behind the mural at the head of the bed, there was a hidden compartment. Upon opening it, he found only 2 items, a notebook and something resembling a ring box. Without further inspection, he recognized that such a well-concealed stash must hold significance. He swiftly placed it into his backpack, ensuring that his storage was now complete. With one last glance at the room filled with supplies, he declared, "I'll be back for you soon, my treasures." After locking the door to room 903, he stealthily made his way back to his hideout. Chapter 31. Completely cleared out, a late-night visitor this night was undoubtedly extraordinary. Tang Yu tirelessly made 4 trips to clear out the resources from room 903. During the second and third trips, he focused on transporting the 2 bulletproof vests from the living room and the gear from the weapon box. Each vest compartments were crammed with various food items, demonstrating his commitment to maximizing every bit of space. What delighted him most was that the weapon box containing grenades turned out to be a spatial container as well. Grenade box, type, container occupied space, 3x3 capacity, 8x8, 64 slots. Note, can only store grenades, artillery shells, and grenade fuses. The value of this item was undoubtedly immense, especially considering it was filled with an assortment of grenades. He no longer needed to worry about depleting his grenade supply. The transportation of this weapon box necessitated an additional trip. Upon returning to room 903 for the 4th time, the living room had been entirely cleared, leaving only a portion of food from the secondary bedroom. Tang Yu promptly transferred all the food into a designated suitcase, which he then stowed in his backpack. At last, he had successfully emptied all the resources from room 903. After meticulously searching once more to ensure nothing was overlooked, Tang Yu exited the room, feeling thoroughly satisfied. This night had yielded an unprecedented bounty. In terms of value, it was comparable to the vast spoils acquired the previous day. The acquisition of numerous spatial containers had temporarily alleviated the issue of limited storage in his hideout, not to mention the worth of the 2 blueprints and the supplies. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through him. After a night of labor, by now it was 3 a.m., Tang Yu had been busy for nearly 6 hours, and despite replenishing his food and water multiple times, his physical stamina was nearly depleted. After consuming yet another bottle of energy drink, Tang Yu briefly regained his strength and stepped out of the Pinewood Hotel, treading cautiously in the shadows. However, as he reached the street corner, he felt an inexplicable urge to glance back at apartment 15. Initially, he had intended to explore apartment 15 today, but it seemed that fate had other plans. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly froze, his expression turning grave as he cast his gaze once more towards apartment 15. He concealed himself entirely in the shadows, rendering him nearly undetectable. Within his line of sight, amidst the otherwise pitch-black windows of apartment 15, one window flickered with a faint glow. Though dim, it stood out brilliantly against the dark night. There were indeed people inside, lighting a fire in the dead of night. Tang Yu doubted these were survivors. They were not foolish enough to expose themselves so blatantly. Who could it be? After pondering fruitlessly, he committed the location of that room to memory and turned to leave. He would eventually explore apartment 15. He would seize the opportunity to investigate further. An hour later, Tang Yu finally returned to the Garden subway station. As he stepped into his hideout and retrieved supplies from his backpack, exhaustion overwhelmed him. He hurried to the restroom for a quick wash before collapsing onto the warm Kong, pulling a cozy cashmere blanket over himself, drifting into a drowsy state. He thought to himself that he would sort through his findings tomorrow. However, tonight seemed to be filled with unforeseen events. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, Tang Yu's eyes flew open, banishing any remnants of sleep. Shock and solemnity replaced his drowsiness. In his mind's eye, the virtual map of the subway station displayed an uninvited guest. A dark, inky black that traversed the deserted subway corridor from the entrance of the Garden station. It passed by the control room and the staff lounge, ultimately arriving at the tunnel where the vagrant had been slain the day before. Who could this person be? This was Tang Yu's first encounter with such a black. The most severe prior instance had merely been that of a cultist of the evil god, whose aura was merely a deep crimson. Wait a moment. Could this black that also belong to a cultist of the evil god? Tang Yu had learned the significance of the various colors of the dots appearing on the virtual map. Red signified outright hostility. For someone to possess such a pitch-black aura, one must harbor an intense loathing. Yet that didn't add up. He had never encountered this individual. All those who had seen him were long deceased. Was this person simply malevolent? Tang Yu speculated on the identity of this intruder, but all his conjectures yielded no clues. However, it is certain that if this individual truly has connections with the followers of the dark deity, he is a force to be reckoned with. What a jest! Even a mere ordinary follower of the dark deity is adept at cunning games. How formidable must this shadowy figure be? Tang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. What a close call. He had traversed the tunnel leading to the Pinewood Hotel multiple times that evening, returning just in time. Had he delayed, even slightly, he might have crossed paths with this individual. At present, Tang Yu lacked the confidence to confront him decisively. He observed the dark figure meandering through the tunnel, seemingly searching for something. What would he be seeking? Tang Yu pondered gafao, reassured that he had thoroughly cleared the battlefield the previous night, leaving no trace behind. However, a sudden chill gripped his heart. Could it be that this figure had come by the night before as well? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Yet he could not fathom the reasoning behind it, left to watch the dark silhouette drift through the tunnel. Half an hour later, the figure exited the confines of the subway station. As it vanished from sight, Tang Yu exhaled in relief. With the tension eased, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ghostface had just concluded a sacrificial ceremony and hurried to the site of the Black Dog's demise from the previous night. After a thorough search, he found nothing. This incited his fury, and he cursed the deceased Black Dog incessantly. Damn it! What have you done with what was entrusted to you by the Master? Foolish creature, your death is of no consequence, yet you had so many subordinates and still chose to take risks. What an imbecile. Ghostface found himself in a precarious situation. The Master was currently away, unaware of the Black Dog's demise, yet Ghostface could already envision the wrath that would ensue upon the Master's return, discovering not only the death of his nephew, but also the absence of the perpetrator. Moreover, the Black Dog had been in possession of significant supplies entrusted by the Master for safekeeping, and now, due to the dog's untimely end, those supplies were lost. He had initially wondered if the Black Dog had dropped keys or similar items in the tunnel. It now appeared to be nothing more than a wild fantasy. Damn it! Even in death, you seek to ensnare me. Ghostface cast another icy glance at the garden station, his eyes reflecting an endless chill. Chapter 32. The Approach of the Deluge. An intensifying atmosphere on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Tang Yu was awakened by the sound of a private message from Wang Bohu. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, he glanced at the message. Wang Bohu. Great one. Something serious has occurred. Look outside. It's pouring. A deluge. Wang Bohu. Great one. The temperature has plummeted significantly today. Wang Bohu. Great one. It seems this disaster may arrive ahead of schedule. Wang Bohu. Dear God. Tang Yu glanced at the time. It was already 11 a.m., yet Wang Bohu had been bombarding him with messages since 7 in the morning, accumulating quite a few. This fellow must truly be a chatterbox. Tang Yu felt a bit exasperated. However, he was somewhat concerned about Wang Bohu's warnings regarding the heavy rain and temperature drop. Emerging from his warm cocoon, he could distinctly sense a chill in the air. Nevertheless, due to the subterranean nature of his refuge and the insulated walls, the indoor temperature remained tolerable, around 17 or 18 degrees. After donning his clothes without equipping any gear, as there were no patrons at the subway station, he ascended the stairs to the entrance of his hideout. The moment he opened the soundproof door, an icy sensation enveloped his feet. Looking down, he was alarmed to see the subway station submerged in water, approximately 10 centimeters deep. The water flowed past the entrance of his refuge, heading towards the adjacent subway tracks. With the door ajar, rainwater began to seep into his sanctuary. Fortunately, the door was robust and sealed at every crevice, preventing the rain from flooding his hideout last night. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Tang Yu hastily closed the door, successfully halting the influx of rainwater. Yet in those fleeting seconds, the water had already cascaded down the stairs into the corridor. Quickly descending, he retrieved a blanket and spread it across the corridor, soaking up the rainwater. By the time he finished, 20 minutes had elapsed. Although the indoor temperature remained bearable, the exposure to the frigid water had compelled Tang Yu to shiver involuntarily. The outdoor temperature must have plummeted to around 10 degrees, evidently a consequence of the sudden downpour. This torrential rain seemed to herald the impending disaster of a polar blizzard. He recalled the ominous clouds that loomed over the city the previous night. Thankfully, he had managed to transport the supplies from 903, or else he would be in a dire predicament now. Tang Yu, concerned about catching a cold due to his chill, he promptly ignited the fireplace in the lounge area, knowing it could elevate the indoor temperature by 20 to 50 degrees. He added only a modest amount of firewood. Soon, he felt the warmth enveloping his refuge, particularly in the lounge. After briefly responding to Wang Bohu, Tang Yu opened the regional chat channel to check on other situations. He discovered that everyone was somewhat flustered by the unexpected downpour. After all, for everyone, today marked merely the 5th day, with a true calamity yet to arrive in 2 days. Consequently, many were ill-prepared, especially those whose hideouts were constructed at lower elevations. Numerous shelters were already inundated by the relentless rain. Among them was a survivor who had previously engaged in fuel transactions with Tang Yu, whose hideout was located in the sewers. Under normal weather conditions, it would have been a sufficiently secure refuge. However, during a torrential downpour like today, his sanctuary became the first to suffer. This fellow is currently seeking solace in an abandoned residential building nearby, lamenting to anyone who will listen. Yet, based on Tang Yu's understanding of him, this individual has amassed a considerable stockpile of resources through his dealings in fuel over the past few days. He possesses weapons, equipment, and an ample supply of food and water. His circumstances are far from the dire plight he professes. Of course, it is certain that he cannot return to his hideout now. There are indeed many survivors akin to him, each with their unique resources. In the past few days, as long as one was neither exceptionally foolish nor exceedingly lazy, they had sufficient supplies to cope with today's situation. This is reminiscent of the rare blueprints and materials Tang Yu has procured. While it is undeniable that some individuals were compelled to trade with Tang Yu out of necessity, a significant portion willingly exchanged surplus resources, having already acquired similar supplies. This is quite evident. Thus, Tang Yu paid no heed to those lamenting in the chat channel. Instead, turning to the world channel, it was apparent that this torrential rain and drop in temperature were global phenomena, affecting nearly every region. Today, the prices of timber and heating materials surged dramatically. Food prices also escalated, with some items costing more than ordinary warming supplies, reaching absurd heights. Tang Yu observed that the price of a single piece of warm clothing had skyrocketed to the equivalent of a submachine gun and a dagger, a stark indication of the panic buying. He was left astounded. However, upon inspecting his stockpile of timber, he found only 158 units remaining. Given the rapid decline in temperature today and the consumption of resources for both the fireplace and Kong, this quantity could prove perilous. Consequently, he reached out to a survivor with whom he had previously traded. "City, Tang Yu, are you still alive? Do you have any timber available?" The other party seemed preoccupied, taking about 10 minutes to respond. "Forest, Wang Hao Yu, alive. I was busy earlier. Do you need timber, you god? Prices have risen today. The demand is high, and I must brave the rain to fell trees, so..." "City, Tang Yu, understood. Let us go with today as prices. I require 200 units. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. That works, but I can only provide it in half an hour, as I need to cut it fresh. I only trade food. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. High-energy food or instant noodles that come with soup are preferable. I need only 40 units for that. If it's biscuits or bread, then it will require 80 units. City, Tang Yu, what about canned food? Images of beef canned food, salmon canned food, herring canned food. In the forest, Wang Hao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, it's actually meat canned food. Yushin, I would consider one can equivalent to 2 units of instant noodles, so 20 units of canned food would suffice for the trade. In response, Tang Yu simply replied, okay. Somewhere in the forested area, Wang Hao Yu gazed at Tang Yu's reply, feeling a wave of surprise. This Tang Yu is truly impressive. He knew that even though food was relatively easier to find in the urban region, very few could offer canned meat for trade. Food is categorized by its quality, with the highest tier being various kinds of canned meat. These provisions not only boast long shelf lives, unaffected by environmental factors, but are also rich in protein and fats, containing ample salt, a precious commodity in this post-apocalyptic world. This is particularly vital for survivors like them, born in the wilderness. Moreover, the canned meat comes with a rich broth, which, when simply heated, can be enjoyed by dipping bread or biscuits into it, making it both simple and convenient. Not to mention, the used metal cans can serve as containers for heating. Wang Hao Yu was determined to acquire these cans. He looked out into the pouring rain that continued to fall outside his hideout, donned his dripping raincoat, and grasped his fire axe, stepping back into the downpour. He was resolute in securing this order. Chapter 33. Filling in the gaps and assessing gains. Tang Yu was in no hurry, given the weather today. He was certain he would not be venturing outside. After confirming the trade details with Wang Hao Yu, he proceeded to trade for some daily necessities in the world channel. He acquired 1 small water kettle for cups, 1 red tea, 1 single sofa, 1 small coffee table, and a carpet measuring 3 by 4 meters. These supplies were remarkably inexpensive, especially after knowing that Tang Yu had traded for canned meat. In total, he utilized only 4 cans, making it quite a bargain. He laid the carpet between the fireplace and the kitchen, positioned a single sofa against the heated bed, and placed it sideways against the fireplace. The small coffee table was set between the sofa and the fireplace, completing a simple living room arrangement. Next, he approached the heater in the kitchen, flipped the switch, and steaming hot water filled the kettle. He poured himself a cup of red tea while keeping the kettle warm on the heater. Tang Yu began preparing today as breakfast, or rather lunch. After more than half an hour, once he had finished his meal and tidied up, Wang Haoyu sent a trade request. The two successfully completed their previously discussed transaction, with Tang Yu consuming 20 cans of canned meat. What amused him most was that Wang Haoyu had specifically traded for a can of herring, simply because he had never tried it before. Tang Yu smiled as he completed the transaction, eager to see the expression on this fellow's face when he opened the herring can. He retrieved the timber from the private mailbox, still bearing traces of moisture, and neatly stacked it in the corner. With this, the stockpile of wood could be deemed secure. Tang Yu's gaze shifted to the supplies transported from room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel yesterday. Today, organization and categorization were imperative. First came the several bags of doomsday currency, which Tang Yu meticulously sorted to reveal a staggering total of over 2 million. He was astounded, realizing that for a considerable period, there would be no need to worry about funds. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Next on his agenda was the classification of food and medical supplies, a task that proved to be quite straightforward. Tang Yu completely cleared the warehouse, dedicating it entirely to the storage of food and pharmaceuticals. The food was arranged systematically into categories: canned meats, canned vegetables, ready-to-eat meals, high-energy foods, bottled water, energy drinks, and fruit juices. The inventory of food amounted to approximately 150 units, with various meat cans constituting over 70 of those units, a generous supply indeed. As for the medical supplies, they were organized into trauma treatments, first aid kits, tablets, and syringes. Tang Yu also familiarized himself with the contents of the syringe storage box. Syringe storage box. Type: container. Occupied slots: 1 by 1. Capacity: 3 by 3, 9 slots. Description: a storage box for syringes, hormones, and other specific medications. Upon discovering that this box offered 9 slots while occupying only 1 space, he was taken aback. Although it was solely designed for syringes, its rarity was commendable. Within the storage box were several syringes containing medications. Adrenaline syringe, X5. Type: injection. Description: a single-use, sterile syringe containing a dose of adrenaline, the primary hormone of the adrenal medulla. It prepares the body for intense muscular activity while enhancing physiological responses. It can temporarily augment strength and endurance, as well as alleviate pain. Occupied slots: 1 by 1. Uses remaining: 11. Beneficial effects: removes bruise status, pain status, lasting 65 seconds. Adds euphoria status, lasting 65 seconds. Increases stamina by 10. Increases strength by 10. Increases recoil control by 10. All effects: 1 second delay. Duration: 60 seconds. Increases health recovery by 4 seconds. All effects: 1 second delay. Duration: 15 seconds. Detrimental effects: reduces stress resistance by 10. All effects: 1 second delay. Duration: 60 seconds. Reduces moisture recovery by 1 second. Reduces stamina recovery by 0.8 seconds. All effects: 50 seconds delay. Duration: 30 seconds. Note: current survivors cannot utilize this item until they have endured the first round of disaster. The potency of this injection is nothing short of formidable. Regrettably, Tang Yu currently finds himself unable to utilize this newfound ability. It appears that such capabilities are not afforded to newcomers prior to overcoming their trials. This undoubtedly transcends the ordinary, further piquing Tang Yu's curiosity regarding the identity of that refugee leader. Although he cannot wield it at the moment, it does not diminish his joy. Simultaneously, he comprehends the effects of the two newly manifested statuses. Contusion. Type: debuff. Effect: survivor's auditory perception of the environment is reduced by 33, lasting 60 seconds. Euphoria. Type: immunity to fractures, gunshot wounds, and pain states. A remarkable find, it must be safeguarded. Tang Yu begins to organize his newly acquired weaponry and equipment, starting with the two exceedingly rare tactical vests. One of the vests boasts level 4 ballistic plates, closely resembling the bulletproof vest he currently employs. The other vest, however, is extraordinary. Tactical vest. Type: lightweight ballistic chest rig. Weight: 35 kilograms. Occupied slots: 4 by 4. Material: aramid. Ballistic level 2. Protective area, front and rear plates. Plate level 5. Durability 100. Impact on mobility 1. Container size 18 slots. What pleases Tang Yu most about this vest is its impressive level 5 ballistic protection for both the front and rear plates. Generally, standard armor-piercing rounds would struggle to penetrate such caliber of armor. For instance, the level 3 armor-piercing rounds Tang Yu currently employs can only penetrate level 4 ballistic armor at best, rendering them ineffective against level 5 protection. Naturally, this refers to the protective areas where the front and rear plates are positioned. Furthermore, this armor includes an 18-slot container space, and due to its lightweight design, it weighs less than 5 pounds. Truly impeccable. Moreover, Tang Yu observes that the magazine pockets are positioned on the front of the vest, which provides an additional layer of protection. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this tactical vest will likely serve as Tang Yu's enduring equipment in the future. Next comes the moment Tang Yu has eagerly anticipated. He has long coveted these two weapons. Cold M4A1 assault rifle. Type, assault rifle. Weight, 935 kilograms. Occupied slots, 5x2. Recoil, vertical, 84. Horizontal, 243. Effective range, 500 meters. Firing modes, semi-automatic, fully automatic. Rate of fire, 800. Accuracy, 182. Ammunition caliber, 56 by 45 millimeters. Default magazine, Colt 5. 56 by 45 millimeters, 30-round magazine. Emotionagant bolt-action sniper rifle. Type, sniper rifle. Weight, 488 kilograms. Space occupied, 6x1. Recoil, vertical, 176. Horizontal, 595. Effective range, 1,000 meters. Firing mode, semi-automatic. Rate of fire, 30. Accuracy, 131. Ammunition caliber, 762 mm RLPS. Default magazine, standard 4-round Mosin rifle magazine. Tang Yu is exceedingly familiar with these two weapons, a familiarity born from his previous life. He had indulged in numerous gunfight games. The M4A1 can be regarded as one of the most renowned firearms in the world. Its presence is virtually indispensable in every shooting game, truly a veteran performer. The armory also included 2 magazines, along with 90 standard rounds and 60 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing ammunition. The Mosin rifle typically features in games related to World War II, being one of the most celebrated weapons of that era, with exceptionally reliable performance. Having undergone various modifications through the years, its magazine, though limited to 4 rounds, can actually accommodate up to 5 rounds, comprising 1 in the chamber and 4 in the magazine. However, Tang Yu did not expect to encounter this antique here, particularly in the form of a sniper variant, which piqued his interest. Chapter 34 Disaster Coin, notes within the notebook. Alongside the Mosin sniper rifle were 2 tactical accessories, 1 scope rail and 1 4x optical sight. There were also 20 rounds of level 3 armor-piercing ammunition for the Mosin sniper rifle, as well as 5 rounds of level 4 armor-piercing ammunition. These 2 weapons indeed brought a broad smile to Tang Yu's face. Now equipped with the M4A1 assault rifle, he could finally upgrade his primary weapon. As for the sniper rifle, it was unlikely to become a regular weapon for him, given his lack of experience with such firearms. Everything required exploration. Nevertheless, with time on his side and the equipment in hand, Tang Yu was not concerned about lacking opportunities to utilize them. The final 3 pieces of equipment were a facial protection gear mounted on a mannequin head, which was exceedingly rare. Bastion ballistic helmet. Type, heavy helmet. Weight, 9 kilograms. Space occupied, 2x2. Material, composite materials. Ballistic level, 4. Protection area, top of the head, back of the neck. Ricochet probability, high 50. Protective goggles. Type, eyewear. Space occupied, 2x1. Material, glass. Protected area, eyes. Protection level, 1. Ricochet probability, 25. Blindness protection, 10. Compatibility with helmet. Yes. Compatibility with mask? No. Compatibility with face mask? No. Description: sturdy shooting goggles with anti-glare lenses. Digital headphones. Type, headphones. Occupied slots, 2x2. Compatibility with helmets? No. Compatibility with masks? Yes. Compatibility with face shields? Yes. Performance, distortion 0. 25, footstep detection 0. 25, equipment noise acquisition 0. 15, auditory range 0. 10, Environmental white noise -0. 15. Introduction. The digital headphones are meticulously crafted to safeguard your hearing. These 3 pieces of head protection equipment exhibit varying degrees of effectiveness, with some pieces exhibiting incompatibilities. Nevertheless, this has unveiled a plethora of possibilities for Tang Yu within this apocalyptic game. After enduring numerous days of survival, his curiosity about the end-of-the-world game has only intensified. What manner of existence could conjure such a miraculous world, accommodating so many? Perhaps, once he navigates through the initial wave of calamities, he might uncover some answers. Presently, however, Tang Yu has a unique opportunity to glean information about his current surroundings. He retrieves 2 items from his backpack. One is a somewhat yellowed leather notebook, while the other resembles a small ring box. These were procured from a concealed compartment behind a mural in the main bedroom of room 903 just the previous night. Setting the notebook aside, Tang Yu directs his attention to the small box. Crafted from a type of redwood, the box is elegantly simple, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Upon opening the box, Tang Yu is momentarily taken aback by its contents, quickly replaced by a look of astonishment and excitement. Inside lies a singular object, a brand new black gold coin, approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, adorned on both sides with a Z pattern, encircled by an array of enigmatic symbols. It exudes an air of mystery. Disaster coin. Type: rare currency. Description: the physical equivalent of the digital cryptocurrency known as the disaster coin. In the apocalyptic realm, it is an exceedingly precious and scarce medium of exchange, coveted and pursued by all. Its worth is sufficient to incite betrayal of one's beliefs. With enough disaster coins, one can procure anything desired. Goodness gracious! Tang Yu finds himself utterly astonished as he gazes at the disaster coin in his hand. Ever since he heard Wang Bohu speak of the disaster coin, he had contemplated various means of acquiring it, yet never envisioned receiving it in such a manner. He is astounded to discover that this coin is far more precious and rare than he had ever anticipated, rendering him momentarily dizzy with disbelief. So, this is the disaster coin, and it is indeed the so-called physical equivalent. This is akin to the apocalyptic version of Bitcoin. Isn't it? At last, Tang Yu comprehends the implication that acquiring disaster coins necessitates graphics cards. It appears that mining will also be required to obtain the disaster coins. Suddenly, the once enigmatic disaster coin in Tang Yu's mind lost its allure. Yet this did not diminish the status of the disaster coin in the apocalyptic world. Carefully securing the disaster coin, he turned his attention to the notebook. His curiosity regarding the leader of the refugees had reached a peak. The supplies he possessed were undoubtedly beyond the means of a mere refugee. Through the names inscribed in the notebook, he learned that this refugee leader was known as Black Dog, a name that seemed somewhat familiar. I hope you can provide me with an answer. January 6th. I really can't comprehend why my uncle insists on having me join the ranks of Meat Dog, that gluttonous pig. Everyone in Luo City knows that the fool gained his position by betraying his own leader to my uncle, offering a pledge of loyalty. He is nothing but a petty man. February 16th. The recent torrential rains have been catastrophic. Watching those survivors swept away by the storm brings me a strange sense of satisfaction. Yet, when will my uncle allow me to leave this place? I'm utterly fed up with that Meat Dog. Foolish imbecile. April 23rd. That ghost face is becoming increasingly arrogant. If it weren't for my uncle's reliance on him, I would have long since dismissed him. He is too peculiar, and I cannot defeat him. Yet, I wonder why my uncle 1T allow me to use the transformation potion. I too desire such strange abilities. April 29th. It seems that every time Ghostface transforms a new follower, he conducts a sacrificial ritual. There must be a connection between the transformation potion and the sacrificial ceremony. May 5th. The refugees are truly a wretched bunch. What utter fools. It's such a hassle for them to find a few survivors. No wonder they have never triumphed against the rebels, raiders, or wanderers. They're simply idiots. May 12th. Ghostface is doing quite well. He has transformed another follower today. However, I've noticed that his success rate is rather low, approximately 1 success out of 5 attempts. What a waste of materials. June 18th. What have I just heard? My uncle seemed to be on the phone with someone, mentioning the transformation potion and a laboratory. Does this mean that the transformation potion originated from a laboratory? But I have never heard of any such facility. July 3rd. My uncle stated that he would be away for a while and asked me to safeguard some items for him. It seems someone has made a reservation with him, and it appears to be of great importance. I swear my agreement wasn't solely due to that disaster coin. July 6th. I took the opportunity to request a batch of supplies from my uncle. despite having so many cans. He insists that I share the same rations with those fools. I refuse to comply. Those 2 guns are magnificent. Alas, he wants to give me the 18 Malawian Quatches precision rifle, which I adore. July 29th. What is going on with Ghostface? He has been subtly inquiring about the items my uncle entrusted me with. What on earth does he intend to do? August 1st. Damn it. Today, 2 of the subordinates who went out to capture survivors have not returned. If I find out who is responsible, I will make them pay dearly. On August 2nd, it was reported that 8 individuals had gone missing again. The situation was dire, and the presence of a figure known as Ghostface was particularly troubling, as even the believers were capable of committing murder. The urgency of the matter was palpable, with demands for survivors to take matters into their own hands. On August 3rd, there was a glimmer of hope that the perpetrator might finally be apprehended. In Chapter 35, titled Acquisition of the Hospital, Tang Yu sat on the sofa, repeatedly flipping through his notebook. However, the entry ceased on August 3rd, indicating that his arrival in this world was likely on August 1st, meaning today should be August 5th. It became evident that the vagrants Tang Yu had slain in previous days were under the command of a figure named Meat Dog, who was identified as the leader of the vagrants based on the map of the Baita district in Kaluo City. Yet, what troubled Tang Yu most was the identity of this black dog and the uncle he mentioned, which also clarified Tang Yu's confusion regarding how Black Dog had accumulated so many resources. It appeared that these resources were not his own, but entrusted to him by his uncle for safekeeping. His uncle seemingly was the true power behind the city. Even someone like Meat Dog required his uncle's approval to establish dominion over any territory. Additionally, the mention of Ghostface triggered a memory. These 2 names had been spoken by the first 2 vagrants Tang Yu had killed on the evening of his arrival. Ghostface was likely the one overseeing the cult of the evil god in this area, which involved conducting sacrificial rituals to convert individuals into followers, albeit with a high failure rate. Ghostface also operated under the directives of Black Dog's uncle, but seemed particularly intrigued by the items entrusted to Black Dog. From these deductions, it seemed that the dark figure who had appeared the previous night was indeed Ghostface. The notebook also referenced transformation potions and a laboratory, piquing Tang Yu's interest. The mere mention of a laboratory suggested a grand and sophisticated endeavor. Tang Yu felt a sense of relief, grateful that this individual had the habit of keeping notes, which not only clarified his doubts, but also provided insight into the forces and adversaries he would face. For now, the primary threats appeared to be 3 individuals: the vagrant leader, Meat Dog, the cult leader, Ghostface, and the enigmatic uncle who controlled both. Rubbing his temples, Tang Yu contemplated the situation. Although the strength of these 3 adversaries far surpassed his current capabilities, he possessed a significant advantage. His existence remained a secret to all, particularly the mysterious uncle. According to Black Dog, the uncle was not currently in Kaluo City, which meant he was likely unaware of Black Dog's demise and the loss of the resources he had been safeguarding. This afforded Tang Yu a unique opportunity to develop in secrecy. Tang Yu firmly believed that with the assistance of the illustrious Monopoly game, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Had he forgotten something? Astonishingly, he had neglected to roll the dice. This revelation caused him to spring to his feet, tossing his notebook onto the bed and promptly accessing the Monopoly interface. How infuriating! He had indeed forgotten to roll the dice, all thanks to Wong Bo who had rudely awakened him early that morning. Swiftly adhering to his routine, he made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and hands. In a bid to imbue the moment with a sense of ritual, he retrieved the Gold Star ointment he had previously acquired and applied it to his hands. A whiff confirmed its pleasant aroma. Everything was in order. With utmost sincerity, he commenced his prayer. Lord Guan, God of wealth, revered Guan, your humble descendant Tang Yu, earnestly beseech you today for a stroke of fortune. As the dice danced and gradually came to a halt, Tang Yu's gaze fell upon the 5th square. Was that the hospital? The mechanical voice of the Monopoly game echoed in his mind. Would you like to spend 450 points to purchase the city hospital? Was there any question about it? Yes. With his choice made, the system confirmed the expenditure of 450 points for the acquisition of the city hospital. As the notification faded, a brand new virtual map unfolded in Tang Yu's mind, its expanse nearly twice that of a subway station. It featured 3 buildings: an emergency wing, an outpatient department, and an inpatient tower. The emergency and outpatient buildings each boasted 3 stories, interconnected by a glass corridor. The towering inpatient facility stood 12 stories high, with 3 underground levels and 9 above ground. In an instant, Tang Yu discerned several red dots on the upper floors of the inpatient tower. These were likely the vagrants who had sought refuge there during the rainstorm. After briefly assessing the situation, he exited the virtual map and retrieved the White Tower district map from his backpack to locate the city hospital. Before long, he pinpointed his destination on the map. The hospital lay in the opposite direction of the Red Romance Club, located on either side of the Garden subway station where Tang Yu currently stood. However, upon closer examination, he realized that the distance to the hospital was, in fact, slightly farther, nearly a kilometer away. It was impossible to make the journey today. In all likelihood, it would prove challenging over the next few days. Given the inclement weather, Tang Yu resolved not to venture outside unless absolutely necessary. Conditions were deteriorating daily, and he could only speculate what tomorrow might bring. Should he find himself trapped outdoors, it would indeed feel as though neither heaven nor earth would respond to his plight. Nevertheless, the wealth points accumulated tomorrow would surely be substantial. Today, he had already received his wealth points, and after deducting the 450 points spent on the hospital, he found himself with a surprising total of 287 points remaining. Though it is already the 5th day, the characteristics of the super tycoon have become evident. The greater the assets, the more substantial the profits, gradually accumulating like a rolling snowball. After accomplishing the day's most critical task, Tang Yu finally relaxed. It was then that a private message from Wang Bohu arrived once more. Wang Bohu, great one, do you want this item? Nourishing lamb soup recipe image. Nourishing lamb soup recipe. Type, rare recipe. Effect, learn the method to prepare nourishing lamb soup. Learning requirements, water collector, level 1, kitchen, level 2. Tang Yu. Tang Yu, is there such a thing? What do you wish to exchange for it? Wang Bohu, hee, great one. I was seeking shelter from the rain and stumbled upon some resources. I found this in a kitchen apron. I have no use for it. Could you exchange it for 3 gems, or perhaps 2 grenades? Tang Ran chuckled inwardly upon reading this. Never mind, he too desired this dish. And Tang Yu sensed that a recipe capable of standing alone must possess some unique qualities. Tang Yu, Anzai. The two swiftly completed the transaction. Currently, the water collector has reached level 2, but the kitchen remains at level 1. Kitchen, level 1. Effect, restores 10 stamina every hour. Next phase, kitchen, level 2. Upgrade requirements, kitchen, level 1. Water collector, level 1. Generator, level 1. Bathroom, level 2. Phase control relay X1. Corrugated hose X1. Wrench X1. Stainless steel pot X2. Current upgrade conditions are insufficient. Upgrade not possible. Chapter 36 Level 2, Kitchen, Bathroom. To be honest, Tang Yu was somewhat bewildered. What does upgrading the kitchen have to do with the bathroom? Why must the kitchen's upgrade be contingent upon establishing a level 2 bathroom? Is it due to the so-called principle of mutual connection? An input from above and an output below, emphasizing a fair distribution? Although he did not comprehend the reasoning, it did not alter the fact that he must first upgrade the bathroom. Bathroom, level 1. Type, shelter facility. Effect, wound healing speed 20, probability of infection 20. Next phase, dry-wet separation bathroom. Level 2, upgrade requirements. Generator, level 1. Water collector, level 1. Ventilation duct, level 1. Heating pipe X2. Corrugated hose X3. Electric drill X1. Shower head X1. Toilet X1. Upgrade time, 2 hours. Current upgrade conditions are insufficient. Upgrade not possible. Just as Tang Yu was about to post a request for the materials needed to upgrade the kitchen and bathroom on the World Channel, he suddenly halted. Indeed, since he was already seeking upgrade materials, why not share the construction materials from those 2 images as well? Perhaps he might find a hidden gem. Tang Yu Bunda. From his backpack, Tang Yu retrieved the blueprints for the Intelligence Center and the Wanderer's treasure chest. Upon examining the construction requirements, he discovered that he was still missing a level 2 generator, while he currently possessed only a level 1 generator. He promptly compared the necessary upgrade materials and began to draft a message. A few minutes later, he posted in the World Channel, City Tang Yu, I am earnestly seeking to purchase confidential intelligence, Rolex gold watches, gold necklaces, golden skull rings, bronze corrugated hoses, motors, etc. I am open to trades, including food items, various canned goods and high-energy food photos, and weapons, assault rifle and grenade photos. It was only upon returning that Tang Yu realized he had inadvertently acquired 2 of the materials required for constructing the Intelligence Center. Firstly, he had completely forgotten about the encrypted USB drive, and it took him a moment to recollect that he had found it in a locker room behind the rest area of the subway station on the very first day. As for the terrain intelligence map, it was quite fortuitous The map of the Pagoda district in Luo City he held in his hand was precisely what he needed. This experience encouraged him to take a chance in the World Channel. His message quickly garnered the attention of other survivors. Blinds? Tang Yu. Wow. Isn't that the arms dealer? Has he started dealing in food now? City. Lu Chenglong. Ha, this is hilarious. The arms dealer, but it seems you really resembles one. Now, he's even delving into the grenade business. Forest. Wang Haoyu. Everyone, hurry and trade with you. He has some great items. I just completed a trade with him. Gobi. Wang Cici. Janet Beef. I am drooling. City. Wang Mingyi. You. We're freezing here, and we can't return to our hideout. Do you have any warming food? As Tang Yu perused the messages in the World Channel, he noted that while it wasn't as sensational as it had been in previous days, it had indeed captured the interest of several survivors. His weaponry now consisted solely of the assault rifle and MP5 submachine gun he had confiscated from the cultists. With the acquisition of an M4A1, these two weapons had become his reserves. Should anyone wish to trade for weapons, he would be amenable, though he could not part with the armor-piercing ammunition, as it was a strategic resource. In Tang Yu's eyes, the value of good ammunition far surpassed that of the weapons themselves. However, it seemed that few survivors had access to high-grade ammunition. As private messages continued to refresh, Tang Yu poured himself a cup of hot water, sitting beside the cozy fireplace, and meticulously examined the contents of his private messages. It must be said that among the survivors, there exists a considerable number of capable individuals. Although they are scattered across various locations in this apocalyptic world, facing a myriad of dangers and challenges, many survivors still possess a significant amount of resources. Within mere minutes, numerous individuals sent information regarding supplies. Clearly, the torrential rain and the rapid drop in temperature today have instilled a sense of impending disaster among all survivors, prompting them to exert every effort to acquire essential survival materials. However, these individuals sought to exploit Tang Yu's proactive approach in purchasing supplies, attempting to impose exorbitant prices upon him, hoping to gain whatever they could. They audaciously requested 10 or 8 cans of meat at once. Naturally, Tang Yu would not indulge such behavior. He countered with what he deemed a fair price. If a transaction could be made, it would proceed. If not, he would simply seek other options. After all, food and heating supplies are currently the most precious commodities in a seller's market. The items he sought were neither consumable nor drinkable. If they were capable, they should refrain from selling and simply endure. Regardless, Tang Yu's hideout was well stocked, capable of sustaining him for a month or so without issue. He could afford to wait. Surely, others would not be able to. Indeed, apart from a few survivors who grasped the situation and successfully completed transactions with Tang Yu, many still attempted to take advantage of him. He marked these individuals for future reference and chose to ignore them thereafter. Among them, one individual presented a piece of classified information that was quite significant. However, he opened with a demand for 50 cans of meat, which made Tang Yu chuckle in disbelief. If negotiations had been reasonable, he would have been open to discussion. Yet the individual instead made an outrageous demand. It was understandable for someone to ask for 20 cans for timber, given that wood is a heating resource with a high price, which Tang Yu could accept. But why should he be charged merely for wanting what he desired? Tang Yu promptly replied with an offer of 3 cans, indicating that they could sell to someone else if they wished. Nevertheless, after several hours of selection, the materials necessary for upgrading the bathroom and kitchen were almost gathered, with most transactions completed with survivors from his area at relatively fair prices. Tang Yu proceeded to upgrade the bathroom, which would allow him to upgrade the kitchen subsequently. The afternoon was spent reviewing information while he awaited further developments. By 8 p.m., the kitchen's upgrade was finally complete. The information regarding the upgraded bathroom and kitchen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Separated wet and dry bathroom, level 2. Type, hideout facility. Effect 1, wound healing speed 40, probability of infection 40, stress resistance 15, immunity 10. Effect 2, radiation 15. Kitchen, level 2. Type, hideout facility. Effect 1, stamina recovery 15 per hour, stress resistance 10, immunity 10, metabolism 15. Effect 2, when consuming food prepared in the kitchen, there is a 10 chance to gain the special effect, energized, recipe food effect 10. Chapter 37, a brand new opportunity for resource acquisition. The kitchen and bathroom have undergone a remarkable transformation. The bathroom, aptly named, now boasts a separate shower area, with the toilet and sink conveniently situated outside. If a washing machine were to be added, It would closely resemble the rental apartment where Tang Yu resided prior to his journey. The kitchen has also experienced significant changes. Not only has the space expanded considerably, but the previously rudimentary countertop has been replaced with a 2-meter-long workstation, upon which a soup pot and a frying pan are neatly arranged atop the electric stove. The heater remains positioned adjacent to the workstation, presenting a clean and efficient appearance. This time, both facilities not only enhance their original functionalities, but also introduce numerous new effects. Pressure resistance description. Pressure resistance increases a survivor's chances of enduring in a post-apocalyptic world. Effects. Reduces the likelihood of shock due to pain. Mitigates trembling or shivering caused by discomfort. Diminishes feelings of fear and despair triggered by sudden circumstances or survival pressures. Immunity description. Affects susceptibility to diseases and the efficacy of treatments. Effects. Lowers the chances of injury or inflammation due to environmental factors. Reduces the negative effects of stimulants, food, and beverages. Diminishes the potency of toxins. Extends the duration of analgesics. Metabolism description. A healthy metabolism enhances the effects of nutrition. Effects. Increases the benefits derived from food and drink. Reduces the consumption of physical strength and hydration. The emergence of these 3 new effects has brought Tang Yu immense joy. As in a world ravaged by calamity, the greatest fears revolve around illness and injury. Without appropriate medicine, even a simple cold could claim the life of a survivor. Furthermore, the psychological strain of surviving in such dire circumstances is another concern. Those living in the wilderness face a relatively straightforward dilemma of survival pressure. Although life is somewhat more arduous than in urban areas, as long as they manage to survive the first day, they can trade unique resources for essential supplies to weather the storm. In contrast, urban survivors grapple with both survival pressures and the constant vigilance required against the unpredictable influx of roving bands of refugees. Once detected by these groups, survival becomes increasingly difficult. Unless one is exceptionally fortunate, the overwhelming advantage of armed assailants often spells doom. Even today, the regional communication channels frequently report incidents of survivors being slain by these marauders. An unfortunate inevitability. This is why the survivors within the regional channel regard Tang Yu with such goodwill. The weapons he has traded have substantively assisted many, alleviating their survival crises and affording them a modicum of self-preservation. Tang Yu subsequently directed his gaze toward the panel in the hideout, where he discovered a new button beneath the second-level kitchen and wet-dry separation bathroom, inscribed with the word craft. Upon clicking the crafting button beneath kitchen, a new page materialized. Emergency water, X2. Required items, tools, silicone tube. Materials, water, 500 milliliters, duct tape, X1. Crafting time, 5 minutes. Kvass X2. Required items, bottled water, X2, rye bread, X4. Crafting time, 10 minutes. In total, there were 7 or 8 types of food supplies available. It became clear to Tang Yu that this was indeed the page for crafting food and beverages. He understood why a second-level kitchen was necessary to access these recipes. It was precisely for this reason. He then examined the crafting page for the bathroom, which was astonishing in its content, resembling a rudimentary chemical factory. Not only could soap be produced using alkali, salt, and sausage, but toilet paper could also be made from paper. Sterile bandages could be crafted using bandages and vodka, an epitome of simplicity and efficiency. The remaining crafting list included items such as aluminum clamps, hoses, backpack containers, bulletproof vests, aramid fabric, tear-resistant cloth, among approximately a dozen categories. Tang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the possibilities. He realized that the crafting pages of the hideout facilities could transform a plethora of low-level or unused items into valuable resources through this synthesis method, making them usable by survivors. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He could leverage this extreme cold disaster to amass and trade those seemingly worthless materials, subsequently crafting them into more sought-after items via the bathroom, thereby profiting from the price difference. The more he contemplated this approach, the more viable it appeared. He surmised that at this stage, very few could unlock the crafting pages of the hideout facilities. He might even be the sole individual capable of doing so. This could very well represent a unique resource domain for him, allowing for a continuous stream of trading to acquire supplies. Moreover, this differed significantly from his previous trading dealings. Be it weaponry, equipment, or food transactions, they had been one-time exchanges. Once sold, they were gone unless reacquired. However, The crafting in the bathroom and kitchen permitted a sustainable transformation of low-value materials into high-value commodities, yielding consistent profits. As long as no other hideout facilities exceeded Tang Yu's level, he could perpetuate this endeavor. This revelation filled Tang Yu with excitement. Although the process might be cumbersome and intricate, the potential for sustainable profit was undeniable. Over time, it could yield exponential advantages akin to a snowball effect. However, he soon regained his composure. Under such circumstances, the supplies within his hideout could become somewhat precarious. At present, the existing stockpile of supplies is sufficient for his individual needs. However, it would evidently fall short in the event of trade. If absolutely necessary, he might have to seize the opportunity to venture out. Tang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially wished to avoid any risks, but with such a promising opportunity to enhance his own capabilities, he was reluctant to forfeit it. Perhaps this matter could be addressed later. For now, he would examine that recipe. Tang Yu retrieved the nourishing lamb soup recipe, and indeed, it was now available for use. Subsequently, on the production page under Level 2 Kitchen, a new crafting recipe materialized. Nourishing lamb soup, X2. Type, recipe. Effects, removes cold wind status, lasting 120 minutes, with a 25 probability of complete removal. Adds, young energy rising status, lasting 30 minutes. Immunity 10, lasting 60 minutes. Satiety value 70. Hydration value 60. Required items, 500 G lamb, 1000 G water, 1 goji berry, 1 red date, 1 pepper, 1 salt. Additional items may be added. Just 1 is sufficient to gain extra effects. 1 ginseng, 1 angelica, 1 astragalus, 1 codenopsis. Production time, 15 minutes. Good heavens, this is a windfall. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. Chapter 38. The astonishing value of nourishing lamb soup. Preparations in full swing. Cold wind. Type, debuff status. Description, a cold-induced ailment. Effect 1. Weight -50, stamina -60, water consumption -60, action speed -40. Effect 2. Pain throughout the body causes blurred vision. With a tremor probability of 80, a 20 chance of escalating to a more severe high fever status. Young energy rising. Type, buff status. Description, a warm sensation throughout the body due to the consumption of special food. Effect 1. In cold environments, the body remains impervious to the chill, maintaining warmth. Effect 2. In warm environments, stamina consumption -30. In hot environments, it transforms into a heat status. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Tang Yu is now exhilarated beyond measure. This dish is akin to a life-saving talisman for survivors about to face a harsh cold disaster. He absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. Tang Yu promptly contacted the survivor with whom he had previously traded wool and cashmere blankets. City Tang Yu, hello, are you still alive? Prairie Sandy. What are you saying, brother? Do you still want the cashmere blanket? City Tang Yu, not this time. You must have lamb, right? What is the price? In a hidden enclave somewhere on the prairie, Sandy, munching on a lamb chop, furrowed his brow. Isn't Tang Yu from the urban area? You should have ample food. What does he need lamb for? However, she still replied, stating that the primary issue for her was the excessive amount of mutton. Prairie, Sandy, if you want mutton, I can exchange 2 units for a handgun or 50 rounds of ammunition, or any equivalent item. City, Tang Yu. Frowning expression, has the price risen so significantly? Prairie, Sandy, the extreme cold disaster is imminent. Everyone knows that mutton replenishes yang energy. And besides, it is food. City, Tang Yu, if I require a larger quantity, can you offer a discount? Prairie, Sandy, well, how much do you need? Just give me a number. If you can procure some medicinal supplies for me, I might be able to lower the price somewhat. Tang Yu surveyed his hiding place. The warehouse was already brimming with various foods. The 3 large-capacity suitcases contained valuable items, while the other 2 were filled with equipment salvaged from room 903. On the opposite side of the refuge, there were stacks of reserved fuel and timber that were off-limits. Only a small space remained in the center of the refuge. The temperature had already dropped, so placing items on the ground should prevent spoilage for a short time. Once the torrential rain ceased and the temperature fell further, he could store the mutton outside. After all, with a virtual map, he had no worries about being discovered. Yet, the storage containers were still insufficient. Shaking his head, Tang Yu replied, City, Tang Yu, let's start with 500 pounds. How many medicinal supplies do you need? Alternatively, can we trade for food? Food image X35, medical supplies image X20? In the prairie area, Sandy was drinking goat's milk when she saw the message from Tang Yu, particularly the 35 images of various foods, which caused her to spray the milk from her mouth. She coughed repeatedly, gazing incredulously at the pictures he sent. Prairie, Sandy, don't tell me you possess all these foods and medicinal supplies. City, Tang Yu. Indeed, I have them all. We can trade food or medical supplies, but there's one thing to consider. Your mutton is raw, merely a material, whereas my food and medicinal supplies are immediately usable items with various effects. Hence, their values are not equivalent. Therefore, your prices need to be reasonable. If they're suitable, I will come to you, otherwise, I shall seek others. Upon reading Tang Yu's message, Sandy understood his point. She had indeed contemplated this notion earlier, but after reflecting on his words, she sighed and relinquished the thought. Tang Yu was correct. Mutton was not exclusive to her. However, it seemed that he was currently the only one capable of trading food or medicinal supplies on a large scale. Others could engage in exchanges too, but their quantities and varieties were significantly lacking, especially the various canned meats and fish, which made Sandy's throat swell with anticipation, and to her surprise, she even spotted canned vegetables. Oh my, she has indulged in lamb and sheep's milk every day for the past few days, and now her gaze towards the canned vegetables gleams with desire. Meanwhile, Tang Yu harbors no concerns whatsoever, as he remarked. Lamb is not a resource exclusive to the other party. There are numerous survivors willing to engage in trade. Indeed, the other party conveyed their understanding, subsequently sending over a list of desired food and medical supplies. To his surprise, the majority of their requests comprised various canned vegetables and fruits, with fish cans being the most sought after among meat products, followed by an assortment of biscuits, bread, and beverages. As for medications, the most requested were amoxicillin antibiotics for treating inflammation and ibuprofen for pain relief, alongside various bandages and wound treatment items. In total, this transaction consumed nearly half of Tang Yu's food reserves and about a third of his medical supplies. However, the bounty was substantial. 11 slaughtered sheep lay on the ground of their hideout. Calculating swiftly, each sheep weighed approximately 45 pounds. After accounting for bones, the meat yield would be around 30 pounds per sheep, totaling roughly 330 pounds of lamb. Each pound of lamb yields 2 portions of lamb soup, resulting in an astonishing 660 servings. Staring at this revelation, Tang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. It is noteworthy that the total value of the food and medical supplies he just expended was less than 80 units. Despite differing values, this was undoubtedly a lucrative exchange. Goodness, this won't do. I need to procure more lamb. Tang Yu was convinced that during this polar blizzard, more than half of the population would struggle to cope with the disaster, and the current number of survivors worldwide had dwindled to about 90,000. Half of that is 45,000 people, a veritable treasure trove of a market, and one that Tang Yu could potentially monopolize. However, the kitchen's production capacity posed a significant obstacle. The kitchen requires 15 minutes to prepare 2 servings of lamb soup, yielding 8 servings per hour, which amounts to 192 servings in a day. With tomorrow, the day after, and an additional 3 days during the blizzard, he could produce a maximum of around 960 servings. Yet, this was a limitation Tang Yu could not circumvent, as it was the essential time needed for food preparation. This meant he would require 5 more sheep to produce those 960 servings of lamb soup. Upon contacting Sandy again, he was informed that only 1 slaughtered sheep remained, and he would have to wait until tomorrow for further trade. Tang Yu expressed his understanding, casually brushing off the other party's curiosity about his substantial sheep transaction. He then reached out to survivors in other regions and successfully acquired red dates, goji berries, pepper, ginseng, and angelica, completing the ingredients for the nourishing lamb soup. Fortunately, these medicinal herbs, being neither food nor warm clothing, were astonishingly inexpensive, with just a few cans. He managed to trade for an ample supply, sufficient for his needs for a considerable time. Now, let us indulge in this nourishing lamb soup. With eager eyes, Tang Yu opened the kitchen panel, ready to prepare the nourishing lamb soup. Chapter 39. Exploring the city hospital, morphine injection. 15 minutes later, Tang Yu gazed at the rich aroma wafting from the nourishing lamb soup before him, his throat instinctively contracting. The fragrance was simply irresistible. The mingling sense of fat and medicinal herbs captivated him utterly. He had spared no expense in crafting this nourishing lamb soup, infusing it with ginseng, which enhanced its aromatic profile. Nourishing lamb soup. Type food. Effects. Removes Wine cold status for 120 minutes with a 25 chance of complete removal. Adds, young energy rising, status for 30 minutes. Immunity 10 for 60 minutes. Satiety 70. Hydration 60. Special effects. Immunity 15. Health recovery 10 per minute. Grants energized status for 60 minutes. The potency of this effect was remarkable, further amplified by a special effect likely derived from the ginseng addition. The energized status was presumably triggered by the level 2 kitchen effect of 10. Unable to resist the allure of the food any longer, Tang Yu began to eat heartily. As the steaming lamb soup entered his mouth, he felt a warm current flow down his throat, settling into his stomach. This warmth radiated throughout his entire body. Although the temperature in his hideout was not cold, it was not particularly warm either, merely at a tolerable level for the human body. Yet after just a few bites, he began to feel cozy all over. He finished the entire bowl of lamb soup in just a few gulps, letting out a satisfied burp. Then, he noticed 2 new status icons appearing in his status bar. Young energy rising and energized. At that moment, Tang Yu felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. Oh no, it was nighttime. Clearly, sleeping was now out of the question. The heavy rain had ceased 2 hours prior. Tang Yu opened the door of his hideout to assess the weather outside. Perhaps due to the nourishing lamb soup he had just consumed, he felt no chill, only a refreshing coolness that was quite pleasant. Inside the subway station, the aftermath of the rain left the ground in disarray, though the water was already scarce. After a moment as contemplation, Tang Yu returned to his hideout to don his gear, with the buff from the lamb soup still active. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Additionally, the recent transaction had depleted a significant amount of medical supplies. So Tang Yu planned to seize the opportunity to explore the city hospital he had just purchased. This time, Tang Yu intended to carry minimal belongings, relying on the equipment he had used during his previous visit to room 903 of the Songmu Hotel. He replaced his level 4 bulletproof vest and ammunition harness with a level 5 harness, boasting an impressive capacity of 18 slots. His weaponry consisted of an MP5 submachine gun accompanied by level 3 armor-piercing rounds, optimizing space efficiency. For close combat, he retained his 6H5 bayonet and 3 grenades. His backpack was a 35-slot camel outdoor backpack. With his own 5-item slots, Tang Yu's total carrying capacity expanded to 58 slots. Once prepared, he donned a black mask and digital headphones and pulled the hood of his night cloak over his head, then made his way towards the subway station exit. Due to the torrential rain, there was a layer of accumulated water in the subway tunnels, prompting Tang Yu to opt for the ground route to the city hospital. Fortunately, there was no moonlight this evening, enveloping the entire city in darkness. As he traversed the desolate streets, the relentless downpour had cleansed the city, and he carefully navigated around the puddles, anxious that the sound of his feet splashing might attract the attention of any lurking refugees. Each step was taken with utmost caution. Outside the subway station, the temperature was colder than Tang Yu had anticipated. However, thanks to his current state, he felt no discomfort. Occasionally, the distant echoes of gunfire could be heard from afar. 20 minutes later, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the city hospital. The hospital lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few lights flickering on the top floor of the inpatient building. Glancing at his virtual map, Tang Yu noted that 3 refugees were resting on the top floor. With just a cursory look, he proceeded towards the emergency building. Stepping inside the emergency room, he observed several stainless steel stretchers haphazardly scattered across the triage hall, while various medical instruments and documents cluttered the floor. He picked up a fallen sterile bandage and placed it in his backpack. The virtual map in his mind had already displayed all available supplies, prompting Tang Yu to methodically collect items room by room. The hospital's inventory was rather meager. Valuable resources had likely been scavenged by refugees or other factions, leaving behind only inconsequential items. After a considerable time of searching, he managed to gather around 10 items. The most abundant find was undoubtedly bandages, encompassing both sterile and regular varieties. However, the latter lacked hemostatic properties and were merely ordinary supplies. Nevertheless, Tang Yu recalled that crafting sterile bandages in the bathroom's crafting interface required such items, so he accepted them all without hesitation. The emergency building evidently housed an array of trauma treatment supplies, including portable defibrillators, cat tourniquets, emergency hemostatic agents, aluminum splints, sutures, and a plethora of surgical instruments, all of which Tang Yu diligently collected. Furthermore, he gathered various disinfectants, medical alcohol, antiseptic gauze, and cotton balls that had fallen into the corners of cabinets. Simultaneously, he discovered the indoor thermometer and thermometer he had been yearning for over the past few days. However, what truly delighted Tang Yu was the unexpected find of several injectable medications, a remarkable stroke of fortune. The potency and rarity of these injectables were beyond question. In room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel, he stumbled upon a syringe pack left behind by a black dog, which contained only 5 vials of adrenaline injectables. Within the emergency room's resuscitation tray, he found 2 morphine injectables and 1 adrenaline injectable. The morphine injectable is characterized as follows. Type: injectable. Description: a single-use syringe filled with a substantial dosage of morphine, primarily utilized for managing acute and chronic severe pain. Occupying space: 1 by 1. Usage count: 11. Enhancement effects: removes bruise and pain statuses, duration 305 seconds. Adds euphoria status, duration 305 seconds. Diminishing effects: stamina -10, hydration -10. Note: current survivors are unable to utilize this item until after the first round of disaster. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Duo, the Pot Sword Saint. The morphine injectable evidently leans more towards analgesic functionality, with effects lasting considerably longer. Unlike the adrenaline injectable, which enhances bodily functions comprehensively, it comes with significantly fewer side effects. The impact on the body post-use is minimal. By this point, Tang Yu's exploration of the emergency building was nearing its conclusion. Overall, the harvest was commendable, particularly with the 3 injectable vials, which considerably elevated the value of the resources acquired. Crossing the glass corridor, he arrived at the outpatient building, heading directly towards the pharmacy. In the virtual map, he observed numerous luminous points representing resources. Upon reaching the pharmacy, he encountered a chaotic scene of medicine shelves strewn about, with packaging and prescription slips scattered everywhere. Following the locations of the luminous points on the virtual map, Tang Yu meticulously collected the abandoned medications from the crevices of shelves, corners, and beneath cabinets. The items primarily consisted of various tablets, including the analgesic, ibuprofen tablets, the dual-purpose, analgin painkillers effective for both pain relief and fever reduction, and the broad-spectrum antibiotic, amoxicillin tablets, for treating bacterial infections. Additionally, he gathered a haphazard collection of unnamed tablets, which he speculated might be useful for future constructions. Collecting them all. Among these, the analgin painkillers were a delightful surprise. Their fever-reducing and pain-relieving properties would prove invaluable in the impending extreme cold weather. During this occasion, Tang Yu managed to acquire 3 bottles of analgin pain relievers, each containing 50 tablets, totaling approximately 150 tablets. He carefully stowed away these pills, noting that he had come across several bottles of medication in the pharmacy, a rather fortunate find, as they were all valuable commodities. Subsequently, he commenced his search from the first floor, methodically scouring each room. Upon encountering a computer case, he deftly pried it open, hoping to discover a graphics card. If none was found, he would proceed to the next room. However, just as he ascended to the second floor, he abruptly halted his actions. For 2 crimson dots had appeared on the first floor of the outpatient building. Could they be refugees? Tang Yu pondered un setting. As the movements of these 2 individuals were notably peculiar, they lacked the usual brash demeanor characteristic of refugees. Instead, they advanced with a stealthy and deliberate slowness. Seemingly in search of someone, Tang Yu froze, pressing his body against the wall. The slightest sounds, enhanced by his cloak of night and the skill's stealthy movement, were confined within a 2-meter radius around him. Cautiously, he approached the garden pool on the second floor, crouching behind a cluster of lush plants. Peering over the wall towards the lobby below, due to the absence of light, he could only vaguely discern the 2 slowly moving shadows. Their footsteps were remarkably faint. Had he not been listening intently, he would have scarcely noticed them, akin to his previous encounter with a cultist of the malevolent deity. This indicated that these 2 individuals were likely accustomed to such covert maneuvers, hence their pronounced silence. Were it not for his virtual map as an advantage, he might have already been discovered by these 2. Under Tang Yu's vigilant observation, the duo conducted a thorough search of the first floor, before ascending to the second via the staircases, ultimately converging at the garden pool in the middle of the staircase, where they engaged in hushed conversation. It appears there are no refugees here. Should we proceed directly to the dean's office to retrieve the item our employer requires? One suggested. The other shook his head in response. That is unwise. Our employer warned that opening that secret door would create a significant commotion. If there are refugees on these 2 floors who hear us, we could find ourselves trapped. Very well then. You take the left, and I'll take the right. We shall search separately and call out to each other upon discovering anyone. Agreed. As the two concluded their discussion and departed in opposite directions, Tang Yu, concealed behind the dense foliage just a meter away, finally exhaled with relief. What a thrilling experience. It was akin to being a master swordsman amidst a flower bed. Had it not been for the protective cover of the plants and his equipment and skills, he would have hardly dared to breathe, even widening his mouth to inhale cautiously, fearing that his breath might betray him to the duo. Just a meter apart, a mere whisper could be detected by them. However, this proximity allowed Tang Yu to overhear their entire conversation. The mention of the dean's office and the secret chamber piqued his interest, as he keenly sensed the allure of high-grade supplies. The virtual map illuminated, revealing a spacious office located in the center of the third floor of the outpatient hall. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yu discovered a hidden chamber, approximately 1 square meter in size, containing several points of light. However, the door to this chamber was astonishingly thick, measuring a staggering 30 centimeters, which was simply absurd. It was clear that conventional methods would not suffice to open this chamber, let alone access the supplies within. Undoubtedly, the means to unlock it resided with the two enigmatic individuals. Based on their references to an employer, Tang Yu suspected they possessed mercenary-like capabilities, their combat prowess evidently surpassing that of the common populace. It was apparent they had undergone extensive military tactical training, showcasing a seasoned demeanor. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. As Tang Yu observed the direction in which the two departed, his gaze deepened with contemplation. A plan was essential. He decisively exited the flower bed, choosing a corridor to stealthily follow them towards the escalator on the third floor. As the duo entered a series of consultation rooms, he swiftly bypassed them and ascended the escalator to the third floor of the outpatient building. The most perilous step had been accomplished. In his mind, he devised a feasible strategy. He promptly arrived at the director's office, situated at the center of the third floor. He twisted the doorknob, unlocked, slipping into the room. He closed the door behind him. It was evident that the previous occupant had left in haste, as documents lay scattered across the floor, and a fallen clothes rack alongside 2 white coats cluttered the space. The reception area was strewn with remnants of food and beverages, but Tang Yu had no inclination to collect them. In the virtual map, the two individuals had completed their search of the second floor and were now approaching the escalator, ready to ascend to the third floor. Looking around, Tang Yu's gaze fell upon a massive potted plant, a bird of paradise, nestled in the corner. Its expansive leaves concealed the entire area with remarkable thoroughness. This was the very solution he had conceived. The flower pot served as his sanctuary. When the two finally arrived at the director's office, Tang Yu had completely obscured himself behind the vast foliage, shrouded in darkness with the aid of a night cloak and a black mask. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of shadow. With a creak, the door to the director's office swung open. Chapter 41. An interception on the way, infection of cold wind. Tang Yu observed as the two entered the room, swiftly sweeping the area with a flashlight. Thanks to the cover provided by the bird of paradise, they failed to detect his presence, immediately searching for their intended target. Have you found the hidden chamber? Yes. The employer indicated that the switch for the hidden chamber is located beside the desk. A solitary figure approached the desk, effortlessly locating an inconspicuous button. Under the watchful gaze of the two companions, as the button was pressed, a segment of the bookshelf began to rotate, accompanied by the sound of wood scraping against the floor. Before Tang Yu appeared a small room, scarcely 1 square meter in size. It's opened, he exclaimed, shining his flashlight into the dark chamber, revealing a meticulously crafted safe. A wave of emotions washed over him, both incredulity and relief. Incredulity at the headmaster's excessive caution, having concealed items in a secret chamber and even equipped it with a safe, and relief at his decision not to act rashly against the two individuals. For not only would he have struggled to find the switch to this hidden room, but the safe itself would have posed a significant challenge. At that moment, Tang Yu noticed one of the individuals producing a uniquely shaped key from his possession. The key measured a formidable 15 centimeters in length, adorned with intricate engravings. Keep an eye on the outside for me. I will unlock the safe. This mechanical combination lock is exceedingly complex. I need 2 minutes. Understood, replied the lookout, positioning himself at the door, attentive to the corridor beyond. Meanwhile, the other, with a miniature flashlight clenched between his teeth, crouched before the safe, inserting the peculiar key into the lock while his other hand deftly adjusted the combination dial. The room echoed with the delicate sounds of the turning combination lock and the key S rotation, interspersed with the soft clinks of equipment and weapons. Tang Yu, having navigated through the lush paradise bird plants, discreetly positioned himself against the wall behind the lookout, holding his breath as he awaited an opportunity. "Are you done yet? Hurry up," came the impatient call. "Almost there," the lookout replied, turning slightly to glance back, only to have a large hand suddenly cover his mouth. A sharp blade swiftly slicing through his throat. It's open, it's open. What are you doing making such a racket? Keep it down." The one unlocking the safe had just managed to open it when he heard the sound of his partner's feet hitting the floor, sensing something amiss. He quickly produced a silenced pistol and turned to investigate, but was met with the thud of a heavy object falling to the ground, followed by a shadow lunging towards him. A series of muffled gunshots rang out, and Tang Yu, panting heavily, hastily stuffed all the contents of the safe into his backpack, performing a rudimentary bandaging of his leg wound to stem the bleeding, swallowing a dose of ibuprofen. In the next moment, he finally exhaled in relief as the pain subsided. Though his complexion had turned pale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. With utmost urgency, he packed the remaining supplies from the duo into his backpack, filling it to capacity. The two extra long guns were slung over his shoulders as he swiftly made his way towards the first floor of the emergency building. Throughout this ordeal, Tang Yu remained vigilant, observing the three refugees on the upper floor of the hospital, grateful that they exhibited no unusual reactions and remained within their quarters. Upon entering the emergency hall, Tang Yu consumed another analgesic tablet and retrieved an emergency surgical kit to commence a self-administered extraction of the bullet. This duo was undeniably on an entirely different echelon of combat prowess compared to mere vagabonds. With meticulous calculation, Tang Yu had managed to eliminate one adversary swiftly. However, the other responded with astonishing alacrity. Although he ultimately succeeded in dispatching his foe, he sustained 2 gunshot wounds, fortunately to his legs. Had they struck his heart or head, he would have met a dire fate, as the bullets were extracted from his legs and sterile gauze was applied in succession. Tang Yu's precarious life force began to recover gradually. Concurrently, statuses such as pain and bruising were entirely eradicated, leaving only the condition of fresh wounds from the bandaging. Despite the perilous nature of the ordeal, this was the best outcome Tang Yu could achieve. Not only had he successfully intercepted the items sought by the duo, but he also acquired 2 sets of weaponry. The once desolate warehouse would once again brim with supplies. 5 minutes later, the status of fresh wounds dissipated. Without pausing, Tang Yu treaded back to his hiding place, remaining vigilant and cautious throughout the journey. As he neared the garden subway station, a light rain began to fall, quickly transforming into tiny icy particles that blanketed the ground. The invigorating effects of the nourishing lamb soup had long since faded, and despite his body perspiring due to carrying an excessive load, he still felt the encroaching chill infiltrating his being. His condition was characterized by internal warmth escaping through sweat, while the cold air sought to penetrate through his open pores. This juxtaposition of external cold and internal heat rendered Tang Yu quite uncomfortable. Upon finally stepping into the garden subway station and traversing the subway corridor, he was struck by a sudden bout of sneezing. Once back in his refuge, he emptied the contents of his backpack, sneezing incessantly. Although the status panel did not indicate the presence of a cold, Tang Yu, drawing from years of personal experience with illness, surmised that it was highly probable. Alas, this was the consequence of my actions. Indeed, within moments, as various discomforts manifested, the cold icon officially appeared on Tang Yu's interface. Fortunately, during the preparation of the nourishing lamb soup, he had produced 2 bowls at once. Mustering his spirits, he heated the remaining bowl and consumed both meat and broth in a few hearty gulps. Instantly, he felt a warmth enveloping him, banishing the tremors strengthening his legs, and easing his joints. A profound sense of relief washed over him. Tang Yu relished the benefits bestowed by the lamb soup, feeling quite satisfied. Though it did not perfectly eliminate the cold, it granted him 2 hours of health status. His anticipation for the future market prospects of the nourishing lamb soup grew ever stronger. The clock struck 1 in the morning. Taking advantage of the soup's effects, Tang Yu succumbed to slumber. In a secluded chamber, an individual awaited the return of wanderers bearing rewards. "Trin, when did those 2 set off? Why have they yet to return? My lord, they may have encountered unforeseen circumstances. After all, that territory is dominated by feral dogs, and it is said that the hospital has long had their agents lurking about." Chapter 42, Blueprints for the Medical Station, laboratory access keycard. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Tang Yu awoke with a splitting headache. His body ached excruciatingly, particularly his joints, which felt as though they were devoid of lubrication, rendering every movement arduous. Coughing, he felt as if his throat had been sliced by a blade. Rousing his groggy mind, he sensed it had turned to mush, sloshing about with his movements. Opening his status panel, he found 3 glaringly red conditions: wind chill, fever, and bacterial infection. Rising to the kitchen, he promptly prepared 2 servings of lamb soup. While it simmered, he hurriedly ignited the fireplace, having forgotten to do so the previous night due to his discomfort, which exacerbated his cold today. As the fireplace radiated warmth, his trembling body gradually steadied. After sipping 2 cups of hot water and consuming an analgesic tablet and amoxicillin antibiotic, the pain subsided along with the fever and bacterial infection conditions. Moments later, as he savored the lamb soup, he felt rejuvenated. To his delight, he had triggered a 25% probability of perfectly removing the wind chill condition. His body finally returned to normal. Though the stamina depleted by his illness would require more time to recover, he needed a rest. It was arduous, although he was currently buoyed by the rising yang status. He donned the previously acquired rabbit skin military coat. Grasping an indoor thermometer, he stepped outside his hideaway. After a few minutes, the thermometer registered a chilling 3 degrees. Tang Yu. On just the 6th day, temperatures approached freezing. It seemed likely that snow would fall the following day. The most challenging times had arrived. Returning to his refuge, he opened the chat channel, discovering that all survivors were discussing the weather. Tang Yu learned that over 3,000 individuals had perished last night, primarily due to the frigid temperatures, succumbing to wind chill, or being slain by marauders or beasts. Before their demise, many had sought assistance in the chat channel, but the resources available to aid them were scarce. The survivor spirits grew increasingly burdened by the onset of this first, brutal cold disaster. Some individuals have attempted to organize mutual assistance to navigate through these trying times. However, given the current circumstances, it is commendable for each person to merely ensure their own survival. The notion of extending help to others seems an unappealing endeavor. In this apocalyptic game, personal survival invariably takes precedence. All notions of morality, law, and shame become irrelevant. Tang Yu, having observed the messages within the channel, had no inclination to engage in altruistic acts. He was merely an ordinary individual whose primary objective was to sustain himself comfortably amidst this catastrophe for the long term. With no regard for others, he held respect for those who selflessly dedicated themselves to others, yet he refrained from emulating them or compounding his own burdens. After a brief moment of reflection, an expression of excitement illuminated Tang Yu's face. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for nourishing lamb soup, determined to maximize his efforts in its creation. This was a rare opportunity, and he intended to seize every moment. As he glanced at the icon indicating the commencement of the soup's preparation, Tang Yu hastily contacted Sandy to inquire about the 5 sheep he had reserved the previous day. He was informed that the other party was just about to set out and that he would need to wait 2 hours for the transaction to proceed. In the meantime, Tang Yu retrieved the spoils he had acquired from the director's office of the hospital the day prior. Firstly, he discovered 2 blueprints, which brought a radiant smile to his face. In this apocalyptic world, blueprints were undoubtedly the fastest avenue to enhance one's capabilities. Medical Workbench Construction Blueprint. Type: Rare Blueprint Effect. Enables the construction of a workbench for crafting medical supplies at the hideout. Construction requirements: Generator, Level 1. Water Collector, Level 1. Restroom, Level 1, 50,000. Doomsday Coins, 1 beaker, 1 test tube, 1 tourniquet, 1 set of surgical instruments, 1 ibuprofen pain reliever. Construction time: 30 minutes. Medical Workbench Upgrade Blueprint. Medical Station. Type: Rare Blueprint Effect. Transforms the medical workbench at the hideout into a more advanced special facility. Medical Station. Construction requirements: Generator, Level 1. Medical Workbench, Level 1. Restroom, Level 2. Ventilation ducts, Level 2. 200,000 Doomsday Coins, 1 medical intelligence document, 3 packs of medication. 5 sterile bandages, 4 tourniquets, 2 sets of surgical instruments, 1 medical transfusion kit, 1 portable defibrillator. Construction time: 120 minutes. When Tang Yu beheld the construction requirements for the medical station, he was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such an extensive list of requirements for a facility, particularly the portable defibrillator. Had he not fortuitously discovered one in the emergency building, he would likely be at a loss. The difficulty of this construction truly opened his eyes. Yet he could not suppress the excitement that began to manifest on his face. What a jest! The sheer volume of resources required for construction indicates that the efficacy of this facility cannot be lacking. Tang Yu possessed all the necessary materials to erect these two establishments and sought a spacious location within his hideout to commence the construction of the medical workbench. Now, he could only await its completion in half an hour before upgrading it into a medical station. The requisite medical intelligence document for this upgrade was fortuitously discovered as the third item within the director's office safe, saving Tang Yu a considerable amount of time in his search. However, the final item within the safe was a white access card emblazoned with the prominent letter CBS. The CBS Laboratory Access Key Card. Type: Laboratory Key. Space occupied, 1 by 1. Purpose: grants one-time access to the CBS Laboratory. The mention of a laboratory invigorated Tang Yu's spirits, as he recalled the laboratory's name referenced in the Black Dog Diary. According to Black Dog's speculation, this laboratory might be producing transformation potions, which are crucial for converting the followers of the malevolent deity. Furthermore, the enigmatic uncle behind Black Dog, who seemingly held sway over the entire populace of Luo City and its cultists, was intricately linked to this laboratory as well. Now, Tang Yu discovered that the director of the city hospital possessed this laboratory access key. He immediately sensed that there was an inexplicable connection between the city and the laboratory lurking in the shadows. And let us not forget that mysterious employer. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 43. The astonishing effects of purchasing the park and medical station. Regarding this enigmatic employer, Tang Yu had already formulated a hypothesis. The duo's access to the director's office and the safe's key and code last night had evidently been provided by this mysterious benefactor. If this individual was not the director himself, they must be someone intimately familiar with him. The likelihood of the employer being the director was a staggering 90. Tang Yu glanced at the laboratory access key card, surmising that the employer's objective was indeed this very card. After pondering for a while, without reaching a conclusion, he decided to relinquish his thoughts. The item was already in his possession. He would confront whatever challenges lay ahead as they came. For now, it was paramount to organize the spoils from the previous night. The remaining items consisted solely of the various equipment from the duo, among which Tang Yu was particularly delighted to find that their weapons were all equipped with silencers. Stechkin APB, silenced, automatic pistol X2. Type: handgun. Space occupied, 4 by 1. Recoil: vertical, 205. Horizontal, 138. Effective range, 50 meters. Firing mode: semi-automatic and fully automatic. Rate of fire: 750. Precision: 1111. Caliber: 9 by 18 mm PM ammunition. Default magazine: APS 9 by 18 PM standard magazine with 20 rounds. PP 9101 Keter B silent submachine gun X2. Type: submachine gun. Occupied slots: 3 by 2. Recoil: vertical, 38. Horizontal: 162. Effective range: 100 meters. Firing mode: semi-automatic and fully automatic. Rate of fire: 900. Precision: 688. Caliber: 9 by 18 mm PM ammunition. Default magazine: PP 919 by 18 PM standard magazine with 30 rounds. These weapons are meticulously designed for stealth and assassination, whether handguns or submachine guns. Tang Yu is utterly enamored with these firearms. He now ventures out primarily at night in search of supplies, prioritizing the quiet elimination of adversaries. Last night, he became well acquainted with the sound of the silenced pistol. Expressing immense satisfaction, Tang Yu carefully secured these weapons, replacing his previously used handgun with one of them. Fortunately, all these handguns and submachine guns utilized the same 9 by 18 mm ammunition, thus sparing him the trouble of searching for new rounds. The remaining equipment for the duo consists of 2 level 3 bulletproof vests and 2 ammunition pouches with 12 slots each, leaving no other useful supplies. After half an hour, the medical workbench was completed, leading Tang Yu to promptly upgrade the medical station. Subsequently, he commenced the day's grand Monopoly dice rolling segment. Following his acquisition of the city hospital yesterday, Tang Yu earned 201 wealth points today, raising his total to 488 points. Following the established routine, he proceeded to the restroom, washed his face and hands, applied Golden Star ointment to both hands, and began a devout prayer. Lord Guan, God of wealth, Venerable Guan, I, your humble servant Tang Yu, earnestly pray today for a prosperous roll. The dice rolled. 3. Should the survivor spend 300 points to purchase White Tower Park? Upon hearing the mechanical prompt, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could one actually purchase a park? Yes. As his wealth points diminished, the virtual map updated once more, and Tang Yu comprehended the park's purpose. Unlike other buildings such as subway stations, the Red Romance Club, and the City Hospital, which provide him with a certain number of wealth points daily, the park serves a different function. It does not directly yield wealth points, but rather appreciates the value of all properties under Tang Yu's ownership, subsequently generating more wealth points each day. The more parks he acquires, the greater the appreciation of other properties, resulting in an increased daily yield of wealth points. Tang Yu felt a surge of joy within. This is splendid. Having completed today's dice rolling, Tang Yu began to peruse his private messages. Evidently, following the icy rain of the previous night, many survivors were unable to endure the harsh conditions. They reached out to Tang Yu, seeking to barter their supplies for food or medicine. After a short while, the kitchen had prepared several rounds of nourishing mutton soup, totaling approximately a dozen bowls. Initially, Tang Yu intended to post the food for trade on the World Channel. However, he recalled that Sandy had yet to complete the transaction for the last 5 sheep. If others were to see the attributes of the food he was selling, there was no guarantee they wouldn't attempt to inflate the price. The same logic applied to other survivors who could provide mutton. Thus, Tang Yu resolved to wait until he finalized the transaction with Sandy before sending out trade information on the World Channel, ensuring the utmost security. As Tang Yu sifted through the transaction messages in his inbox, he finally gathered the last battery required to upgrade the level 2 generator. He exchanged 1 can of food and 1 energy drink to complete the trade, initiating the generator's upgrade. Sandy's message arrived just in time. Grassland, Sandy, ready to trade. How about 10 sheep? You want 5? City, Tang Yu. Then I'll take 7. Ultimately, Tang Yu expended all his vegetable cans and ready-to-eat snacks, along with some medicine, to finalize this trade. Although the food stock in his warehouse dwindled to just over 20 cans, the sight of the abundant mutton brought a smile to his face. An hour later, Tang Yu was busy organizing the prepared, nourishing mutton soup, now totaling 24 servings. Meanwhile, the medical station he had been concerned about had successfully upgraded to level 2. Medical station level 2. Type, shelter facility. Effect 1. Every day at midnight, the medical station will randomly refresh medical items, with both quality and quantity being random. Current probabilities: 40 for pill-type items, 30 for trauma treatment items, 25 for first aid kits, and 5 for injectables. Effect 2. Immunity 25, Health 25, Vitality 25. Effect 3. Medical station produces items with a 20 chance of quantity 1. Health. Description: good health can accelerate the healing process of wounds after being hit and reduce the likelihood of fractures, while also decreasing stamina and hydration depletion. Effects: reduces fracture likelihood, reduces stamina consumption, slows dehydration rate. Vitality. Description: vitality can lower the probability of fatal injuries to specific body parts, leading to bleeding and immediate death, thereby enhancing survival chances after injury. Effects: reduces blood loss probability, reduces disability probability from limb injuries, increases recovery speed of wounds during combat. Wow, this is truly remarkable. Tang Yu understood that the medical station facility, which could be combined with a laboratory key card, was undoubtedly not an ordinary blueprint. However, upon witnessing such impressive functionality, he could not help but marvel. Chapter 44. The global impact caused by a bowl of lamb soup. The medical station functions similarly to the level 2 restroom and level 2 kitchen, possessing the ability to produce items. The medical station can synthesize high-value medical items from various low-value medical supplies. A collection of surgical instruments and a portable first aid kit can be combined to create an emergency surgical kit. A mixture of tablets, sterile bandages, and tourniquets can yield an IFAK emergency treatment kit. A set of tools, magnets, wires, capacitors, and a power bank can be synthesized into a defibrillator. The production list, comprising dozens of options, filled Tang Yu with elation. Thus, Tang Yu had established a stable and enduring workshop for the production of advanced medical items. If he could occasionally trigger the effect characteristic of the medical station to produce items, it would be sheer delight. Tang Yu stroked his chin, pondering that the value of low-level medical supplies had always been minimal. Items like the collection of surgical instruments and tablets had no practical use for survivors, ultimately becoming the epitome of something that was tasteless yet too valuable to discard. The next step in his resource collection might revolve around these low-level medical supplies, which, over time, could undoubtedly evolve into a crucial resource model for Tang Yu. This consideration did not even account for the fact that the medical station would automatically refresh medical items daily. From the refresh rates, Tang Yu discerned a hierarchy among the medical supplies, with the most basic being various medications, abundant yet fleeting in effect and singular in purpose. Currently, the most valuable tablets in his possession were 3 bottles of aspirin, prized for their fever-reducing properties, which would be immensely beneficial in the impending frigid weather. However, like the nutritious lamb soup, their value would peak only within the next 5 days. Once the calamity of the polar blizzard subsided, their worth would significantly diminish. Undoubtedly, the most valuable items among the medical supplies were injections and various treatment kits. This confirmed Tang Yu's earlier conjecture. Injections would be an exceedingly scarce medical resource following the first wave of disaster, due to their remarkably potent functions and consequently high price. Tang Yu was thoroughly satisfied with the effects of the medical station and promptly placed all the low-level medical items from his warehouse into the medical station. He initiated the synthesis process, filling the entire production list to capacity. 2 hours later, the generator set successfully upgraded to level 2. The entire unit's design became more compact and exquisite, with the operational noise reduced to merely a faint hum. Due to the presence of a storage battery, the generator set has overcome the drawbacks of prolonged operation. During each operational phase, excess electrical energy is stored in the battery, and once the battery reaches full charge, the generator set automatically shuts down to rest. When the battery's charge depletes to a mere 20, the generator set springs back to life, resuming its power generation duties. Consequently, Tang Yu has effectively attained a state of energy independence. Furthermore, for the power system facilities within his hideout, this advancement signifies greater energy efficiency, efficacy, and intelligence. However, Tang Yu furrows his brow in concern. With the upgrade of the generator set completed, only one item remains to fulfill the construction requirements for the intelligence center, the highly coveted confidential intelligence. This item appears to be exceedingly rare, as 2 days have passed with no one willing to part with it for trade. Nevertheless, Tang Yu is particularly invested in the intelligence center, convinced that its establishment will significantly benefit both his refuge and his personal development. Yet, among the numerous survivors who have approached him, none have offered confidential intelligence for trade. Conversely, there is no shortage of individuals willing to trade various precious items needed for constructing the refugee treasure chest, although many demand exorbitant prices. Tang Yu successfully completed transactions with a few survivors who offered reasonable prices, while others were left waiting. He resolved to expedite the construction of the intelligence center today. Without hesitation, Tang Yu posted a photo of nourishing lamb soup to the World Channel, confident that no one could resist such an enticing offer. City, Tang Yu, nourishing lamb soup image X1, a remedy against the harshest of calamities, a glimmer of hope for survival, the final shiver before dawn. Removes the wind, chill, status, guarantees a second chance at life. Seize the opportunity, limited quantity, first come, first served, trade for. Rare item, confidential intelligence, offer me a price. After posting in the World Channel, he simultaneously shared the message in the regional chat channel. He then sent 2 portions to Wang Bohu. Tang Yu, brother, here are 2 portions for you. Use them wisely. Tang Yu was not being altruistic. He recognized that he had benefited significantly from this exchange, having traded just 2 grenades for the recipe. While the item's value could be deemed low, its effects were substantial enough to save lives in extreme cold. Gifting it to Wang Bohu provided him with a safeguard, especially since he had an abundance of this item. Additionally, Tang Yu held a favorable impression of Wang Bohu, whose capabilities were commendable. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, he had consistently acquired rare items. Cultivating a good relationship could prove beneficial in the future, and there was no need for any resentment over the food, despite Tang Yu's indifference. After all, as the ancients say, the more friends one has, the more paths one can tread. Indeed, upon receiving the lamb soup from Tang Yu, Wang Bohu promptly sent a message. Wang Bohu, oh my great master, please don't tell me this is the formula I sold you. It's incredible. Tang Yu, indeed it is. Are you regretting it now? This statement was, in fact, a test from Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, no way, I have no regrets. Only you could create this, if it were my hands. Who knows when I would manage to make it? A level 2 kitchen, my goodness. Wang Bohu, this item is only valuable for the next few days. If the next disaster brings extreme heat, this food will become worthless. So, I have no regrets at all. Wang Bo Hu. Hee but great master. You should have some left, right? Don't sell out completely. Remember to save me a few bowls. I'll come by more once I've eaten. Upon seeing Wang Bo Hu's message, a smile crept onto Tang Yu's face. This was precisely why he appreciated the lad. He understood boundaries and was sensible. Tang Yu, Anzai. I'll set some aside for you. Just let me know. Wang Bo Hu. Thanks a lot, great master. After handling matters with Wang Bo Hu, as Tang Yu anticipated, the entire world channel and regional chat channels erupted in fervor, with all survivors shaken to their core. The nourishing lamb soup was akin to cold water poured into a hot oil pan. An absolute explosion. Chapter 45. The turmoil in the chat channels. Tang Yu's disdained city. Lu Zhenyu. Oh my gosh, what am I witnessing? Prairie. Wang Xian ran. Wow, it's again the god of universe. How can this food have such a powerful effect? Truly the nemesis of extreme cold. Forest Wang Haoyu. God of universe. Why didn't you present this food during the previous transaction? I regret it immensely. City. Zhang Lu Xian. What is going on? How come there is such food? I've never seen it before. Have any of you seen it? Gobi. Yin Guhua. God of universe. I'm barely hanging on. Could you please send me a portion of that food? I've contracted wind cold. The regional chat channels were equally ablaze. All astonished that Tang Yu possessed such an extraordinary food item. This dish could remove wind cold. Since yesterday, nearly everyone had felt the might of the extreme cold weather. And many had already contracted wind cold, now huddled in their hideouts, shivering. Seeing the image of the food Tang Yu posted left them all in shock. It was indeed an essential item for survival. However, these individuals lacked rare items or confidential information. Thus, under the pressure of survival, the darker aspects of human nature began to surface. Not only in the world channel, but even survivors in the regional channels began to voice some sarcastic remarks. Prairie. Sandy. Isn't that food merely made from the sheep I sold you? Sandy, who had completed a transaction with Tang Yu, also sent a private message. Tang Yu was not surprised at all. City. Tang Yu correct. Prairie. Sandy, no wonder you needed so many sheep. However, you're making me incur a loss. You must share a portion of the items you traded with me. Tang Yu glanced at the private message and couldn't help but chuckle in anger. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to withhold the news about the nourishing mutton soup. Otherwise, this individual might have caused an even greater commotion. Now that the transaction was complete, he still wished to claim a share of the resources. Surely, this person must have had their wits knocked out by a donkey. This illustrates the stark disparities among individuals. Tang Yu had never underestimated the malevolence inherent in human nature. City. Tang Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you lose your mind while catching sheep? Prairie. Sandy. Just wait. Tang Yu scoffed disdainfully and chose to ignore the comment, opting instead to review the transaction messages and select the resources. However, a few minutes later, Wang Bo Hu sent a message containing a screenshot. Prairie. Sandy. This Tang Yu is truly heartless. The mutton he possesses was given to him by me, and it amounts to hardly any resources. Now he sells it at such exorbitant prices. His conscience is utterly corrupt. If I had so many resources, I would sell them at a discount or even give them to those in need to help them survive this calamity. What a profiteer. Wang Bo Hu. Master, this person is speaking ill of you. She has exploited the rule, allowing only one message per day on the world channel to slander you. Tang Yu opened the world channel to assess the conversation. Indeed, under her influence, others seeking to take advantage of Tang Yu began to emerge, leading the entire channel's discourse astray. Simultaneously, within the regional channel, some were actively discussing this topic, and with a few instigators stirring the pot. Public opinion began to turn against Tang Yu. Observing those stirring the pot most enthusiastically, Tang Yu discovered that they were all sending him trade requests. He shook his head in silent dismay. As expected, people often present one facade in public and another in private. Perhaps they hoped to dissuade others from trading with Tang Yu, allowing them to acquire more nourishing mutton soup at a lower price. Unfortunately for them, Tang Yu, you still have your quota of messages for the world channel today, right? Wang Bo Hu, yes, master. Tang Yu sent a few items to Wang Bo Hu and forwarded an edited message. Soon, Wang Bo Hu's message appeared in the world channel. City. Wang Bo Hu, you shameless lot. Take a good look at the transaction details, and you will understand who is truly causing trouble. Don't let yourselves be used as pawns, helping others to profit. Moreover, the esteemed Tang Yu has asked me to convey a message. All those who stirred the pot in the channel just now will be blacklisted and never traded with again. And as for Sandy, didn't she claim to help many people? Anyone without food can approach her for sustenance. Her food reserves are remarkably substantial. As Wang Bohu's message circulated, everyone fell silent, especially upon witnessing Tang Yu's transaction with Sandy involving a staggering number of sheep. The sheer volume of food and medical supplies exchanged left everyone in awe. Over 100 units of provisions, predominantly consisting of various canned and energy foods, alongside an impressive 40 to 50 units of the most sought-after medical supplies for treating wounds, were part of the deal. They had never encountered such an abundance of resources. Even the more affluent survivors could only boast 20 to 30 units within their hideouts. Medical supplies were particularly scarce. The total value of these resources could only be described as exorbitant. Furthermore, the images released by Tang Yu included messages from Sandy demanding a share and threatening him. Those who glimpsed the information could hardly remain oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Was it not evident that this individual, driven by insatiable greed, initially procured a vast quantity of supplies during the transaction, and now, upon recognizing the worth of Tang Yu's nourishing lamb soup, sought to claim a portion for himself? His rage upon being refused was palpable. The crux of the matter was that while one could act as they pleased, manipulating others was intolerable, and it ignited the fury of all the survivors. They inundated Sandy with private messages, creating a scene that rivaled the commotion on Tang Yu's side. Similarly, those initial instigators found themselves in a precarious position, as Tang Yu had publicly shared their transaction details, directly targeting them for a response. Though some attempted to morally condemn Tang Yu, the sight of his substantial contributions silenced their objections. There was no justification for demanding something for nothing when Tang Yu had invested genuine resources to procure his goods. Consequently, the public opinion within the chat channel had decisively shifted in favor of Tang Yu. However, he paid little heed to the unfolding drama. To him, having Wang Bohu disseminate those materials was merely a means to alleviate some troubles. He was indifferent to others' opinions. With the items in his possession, if any transaction did not meet his standards, no one would be able to complete a deal with him. Those unwilling to engage were of no concern. After all, this extreme cold disaster had only just begun, and time was on Tang Yu's side. He could afford to wait, but the question remained whether others could do the same. With a group of individuals blacklisted, Tang Yu found himself with a manageable amount of trade information to sift through. A smile gradually appeared on his face. It had arrived. Chapter 46. Intelligence Center begins construction. Butcher Calamity. Before Tang Yu, a trading dialogue unfolded. A red folder, containing several images printed on white paper, materialized before him. Confidential intelligence. Type: intelligence item. Space occupied, 2x1. Description: a folder filled with various documents, potentially useful to certain individuals. Haha, I finally have everything I need. Tang Yu decisively completed the transaction with this survivor, although the survivor required a considerable amount of supplies, including a bowl of nourishing lamb soup and a vial of amoxicillin antibiotics. It appeared that the individual was likely suffering from a cold and experiencing an inflammatory response. Tang Yu, unwilling to prolong the wait, decided to proceed with the transaction, as he had an ample supply of amoxicillin and the medical station could continue to synthesize it. With determination, he completed the deal, a sense of relief washing over him as he gazed at the thick folder in his hands. It had been a challenging endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved all the necessary materials to construct the intelligence center, selected a location, and commenced the building of this special facility. Observing the construction light, he noted that the intelligence center would require 24 hours to complete. It was now 1:30 p.m. By the same time tomorrow, on the 7th day of the apocalypse game, the construction would be finished. Although Tang Yu felt an exhilarating anticipation, his gaze fixed on the building light as if he could will it to progress faster. He could only await patiently. It had been a long time since he had anticipated something so eagerly. After a busy morning, hunger gnawed at Tang Yu. This time, he opted not for the lamb soup, but rather heated a packet of milk, complemented with 2 beef sausages. After his lunch, he replenished the wood in the fireplace and lay down on the heated bed, drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, the World Channel continued to echo with denunciations of Sandy. Despite Sandy's claims of sharing food with those in need, when survivors attempted to privately request sustenance, they were met with harsh rebukes and were blocked. As these chat logs circulated in the channel, Sandy's reputation plummeted. Suggestions arose for all survivors to avoid trading with Sandy to prevent being taken advantage of. Although the proposer of this notion hailed from the same prairie region, his intent was clear to other survivors. Nevertheless, many rallied to support the idea. In a room somewhere in the White Tower district of Kaluo City, flames flickered in the fireplace. warming the indoors despite the frigid outdoor temperatures. A corpulent, bald man in his 50s exhaled a thick puff of smoke while observing the individual across from him. Have those two wanderers been located yet? He inquired. Lord Calamity. There has been no news regarding the two wanderers. They must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. That area is notorious for feral dogs. And, given that there were vagrants in the hospital last night, could they have been involved? My lord, there were no gunshots reported yesterday. And those two wanderers were skilled individuals recommended by Solon. They shouldn't have vanished without a trace. Calamity, cigar in hand, narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A few minutes later, he pressed a button on the table, causing the wall behind him to rotate, accompanied by the sound of friction between the wall and the floor. Descending the staircase, he entered a chamber of approximately 60 square meters. Within this chamber were 8 cages, and Calamity, maneuvering his corpulent body, approached one of the cages. Observing the man slumped on the ground, covered in blood, he chuckled and said, "My dear director, how do you fare?" Upon hearing Calanty's voice, the incapacitated man struggled to lift his head and gazed at him. "You bastard, when my brother returns, he will make you pay," he retorted. Enough with the futile remarks. All who knew the truth are already dead. By the way, I recently heard an intriguing piece of news. Your nephew, Black Dog, seems to have met his demise as well. Now that Meat Dog doesn't he even know who killed Black Dog? How is that possible? Calamity remarked, bemused by the incredulous expression on the man's face, a smirk of derision creeping onto his lips. Let's return to serious matters. Are you certain the access key card to the laboratory is hidden in the chamber you mentioned? Is there anything else you have withheld? At Calanty's inquiry, the man on the ground visibly faltered, and then, as if realization dawned upon him, he looked at Calamity with utter astonishment. It seems you haven't secured it, after all. I have told you everything you need to know, yet you have failed to acquire it. Butcher. You truly are a waste. Calamity, known as the Butcher, stared intently into the man's eyes until, 5 seconds later, he snorted coldly and exited the dark chamber. As the chamber slowly closed, the Butcher's gaze was razor-sharp. Damn it, the look in his eyes tells me he was genuinely surprised by my question, which means the safe's code and the key he provided are indeed authentic. What about those two wanderers? Finally, he turned his attention to the figure standing across from him. Military knife, this matter is entrusted to you. Tonight, personally infiltrate the city hospital and assess the situation. Be cautious not to let Meat Dog's men catch wind of your presence. Otherwise, our clandestine capture of this individual may be compromised. Understood, Lord Calamity. I will traverse through the subway tunnels. Given the recent events surrounding Black Dog, there will be no one there. Good. I have faith in your abilities. At 6 p.m., Tang Yu finally awakened, yawning as he donned his cashmere pajamas. He proceeded to the bathroom to draw water and ultimately prepared himself a cup of red tea. Settling into a single armchair, he opened his device to check the chat messages. Currently, neither the global channel nor the regional chat was discussing the events of the afternoon. Instead, conversations revolved around various trades and complaints. Particularly in the regional chat, the situation for survivors in the urban area appeared quite grim. The primary concern was those survivors who had taken refuge underground. Not everyone had been able to upgrade their security doors to level 2, much like Tang Yu, and even fewer had doors with waterproof features. Their hideout was submerged, and the frigid temperatures quickly froze everything. It is likely that these individuals will struggle to survive this calamity. Subsequently, Tang Yu stored the nourishing lamb soup he prepared in the kitchen into the warehouse. Although many sought to trade with him, following the events of noon, they understood that Tang Yu had also consumed a significant amount of resources. Thus, few were willing to part with rare items for trade, with most offering only common supplies. However, Tang Yu was unperturbed. This was merely the beginning. He had no doubt he would find buyers, so he continued to add ingredients for the nourishing lamb soup to the kitchen, filling the production list to its capacity. He decided to leave it at that, as the materials were sufficient to last until the following morning. He completed the production list for the medical station as well. He also discovered a notable advantage of the facility's production list. Once items were completed, they would automatically stack in the list as long as they were not retrieved, which was quite convenient. Thus, time passed leisurely until 10 p.m. A red light appeared in the subway tunnel leading towards the Red Romantic Club, making its way toward the Garden subway station. Tang Yu immediately sensed something was amiss. Chapter 47. Eliminating the intruder, the Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle reveals its might. These past few days have been quite peculiar, with this derelict subway station attracting a crowd. Tang Yu swiftly donned his gear, fully armed in under 2 minutes. After a moment's hesitation, he placed the MP5 submachine gun into his backpack and retrieved the Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle, pulling back the bolt to chamber 7. 62 by 54 millimeters armor-piercing round. He loaded 4 bullets into the magazine. After securing the weapon in his backpack, he donned the hood of the night cloak, stepped out of his hideout, and melded into the shadows. At that moment, the red light had just exited the tunnel, arriving at the waiting hall of the Garden subway station. Tang Yu concealed himself behind a massive stone pillar, 3 meters from the entrance, quietly awaiting the intruder's arrival. As the sound of footsteps crunching on the ice grew nearer, he saw a beam of flashlight piercing through the depths of the tracks, accompanied by a conspicuous red laser. Goodness, a laser target designator. How impressive. Tang Yu quickly burrowed deeper into the shadows. The tactical gear of this intruder had already piqued Tang Yu's interest. Tactical equipment. Despite his efforts over the past few days, he had only managed to acquire a handful of tactical accessories, no more than 4 or 5 in total. The intruder was moving swiftly, evidently unconcerned about the presence of anyone in the subway station, proceeding with great confidence. Yet, at each intersection, they would still sweep the area with their flashlight before quickly moving on. As the intruder passed the stone pillar and continued toward the tunnel on the other side of the tracks, Tang Yu peered out from behind the pillar. The intruder was evidently a combat elite, adorned with an exceptionally lavish array of weaponry. Notably, the primary weapon in his grasp was equipped with a tactical flashlight laser combination, as well as a muzzle suppressor and a telescopic sight, all indicative of superior gear. He appeared to be clad in a high-grade ballistic vest, albeit a lightweight version that only safeguarded his front and back torso. Once the adversary had traversed a distance of 50 meters, Tang Yu stealthily maneuvered from behind the stone pillar to its side, gently lowering himself onto the marble floor. The Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle had now materialized in his hands. The frigid surface of the subway floor sent chills through him, yet Tang Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. He positioned his right eye against the sniper rifle's 4x scope. Through the lens, the intruder, now 60 meters away, loomed large, prompting Tang Yu to adjust the magnification until achieving optimal clarity. A crosshair aligned with the diffuse light emitted from the tactical flashlight, locking onto the enemy's chest. Momentarily hesitating, he redirected the aim towards the intruder's head, harboring concerns about the ballistic vest's protective level. Should it conceal high-grade ballistic plates, the risk would outweigh the benefit. With the crosshair now fixed on the target's cranium, Tang Yu held his breath. Though uncertain about long-range sniping, he felt confident within a few dozen meters. The intruder's head swayed slightly with each step, and Tang Yu calculated the rhythm of this motion. At last, just as the intruder was about to take his second step, his head exhibited a brief moment of stillness. Bang! The resounding gunfire echoed throughout the subway station, reverberating endlessly. Through the scope, Tang Yu observed the tactical flashlight tumble to the ground, ceasing its movement. With a sense of elation, he removed his digital headset. It was his inaugural experience with a sniper rifle. Fortunately, the headset provided a layer of protection. Had the high-frequency sound of the gunshot not transitioned to a lower frequency, his hearing could have been compromised. Even so, his right shoulder throbbed with pain, a result of the rifle's formidable recoil. After a brief examination of his body, he confirmed there were no significant injuries. Stowing away the sniper rifle, he advanced towards the location of the adversary. The red dot on the virtual map had vanished, clearly indicating the enemy's demise. Due to the recoil, he had not witnessed the precise impact of the bullet, only noting the adversary's weapon fall to the ground. As he approached within approximately 20 meters, he finally discerned a headless corpse lying on the ground, illuminated by the fallen flashlight. Swiftly reaching the body, he understood the grim reality of its decapitation. This was due to his aim being directed at the head, yet the bullet struck the opponent's neck. The formidable kinetic energy and the large-caliber bullet severed the neck, causing the head to plummet to the ground 2 meters away. This gruesome scene, even for Tang Yu, who had encountered numerous life-and-death battles, evoked a slight feeling of nausea. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure. After swiftly scavenging the opponent's weapons, equipment, and backpack, Tang Yu promptly returned to his hiding place. He then emerged to cleanse the traces and footprints left around his concealment. Once assured that everything was in order, he returned to his refuge. He refrained from inspecting the adversary's weaponry at that moment. There would be time for that later. Instead, he opened the opponent's backpack and ammunition pouch, eager to uncover the reason for their presence here. Indeed, upon opening the ammunition pouch, a map presented itself before Tang Yu. Blueprint of the urban hospital in the White Tower district of Luo City. Type: intelligence item. Space occupied, 2x1. Description: this is an internal map detailing the structure of the urban hospital, which may pique the interest of certain individuals. Notably, the location of the director's office was highlighted in red ink. At that moment, understanding dawned upon Tang Yu, and a sympathetic expression crossed his face. This must be the reason the employer had dispatched individuals to the urban hospital after failing to receive what they desired from the duo he had intercepted the previous night. Unfortunately, they too had fallen victim to his intervention along the way. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. He was accumulating more enemies by the day. Fortunately, no one was aware of his existence. Otherwise, the streets would likely be in chaos. However, the backpack contained more than just this map. Another map bore an uncanny resemblance to the map of the White Tower district of Luo City he had previously acquired, with the sole distinction being that this time the marked location was not the trading center, but a place referred to as the Luo City Opera House. Inscribed with the words base camp, Tang Yu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that the individual from that evening was also a vagabond, albeit from a different organization of drifters. Were they all so straightforward, marking their base camp directly on the map, one after another? Nonetheless, this map arrived just in time. The previous one had been used as material for constructing the intelligence center and had vanished. He had been troubled by the lack of a map. Yet, what intrigued Tang Yu the most was a peculiar new key. This key was entirely crimson, as though soaked in blood. Key to the abandoned factory. Chapter 48. Key to the abandoned factory. The breathing green vine. Key to the abandoned factory. Type: key to the abandoned factory in Luo City. Purpose: this key unlocks a marked room on the second floor of an abandoned factory in the White Pagoda district of Luo City. Introduction: a mysterious key belonging to a door within the city's forsaken factory, adorned with peculiar symbols. This key evoked an unsettling sensation in Tang Yu, who carefully stored it away and turned his attention to another item in his possession. It was a letter. Tang Yu opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Dear Lord Grimace, I have finally been able to reach you. The butcher has betrayed you. Just days ago, he abducted the director of the city hospital, your dear brother, in pursuit of a laboratory access keycard. However, it appears that an unexpected incident occurred last night, as two wanderers sent to retrieve the keycard have gone missing. Dear Lord Grimace, I am uncertain when I shall find my way into your embrace. I have prepared a room on the second floor of the abandoned factory, ready for the sacrificial ceremony to become your devoted follower. I eagerly await your response. Dagger. The contents of the letter left Tang Yu utterly bewildered. Is the current state of the vagrants so wild? The intrigue rivals that of a spy thriller. It seems this individual is an underling of the butcher, yet secretly serves as the leader of the cult devoted to that sinister deity, tasked with monitoring the butcher's actions. This traitor's desire is to partake in the sacrificial ritual and become a disciple of the malevolent god. A lofty ambition indeed. If that is the case, the key he just acquired must belong to this individual's designated room in the abandoned factory. Strangely, the duo who ventured to the hospital last night were not, as Tang Yu had suspected, sent by the hospital director, but rather by the butcher, the leader of the vagrants, with the intent of obtaining the laboratory keycard. Coincidentally, the hospital director is in the hands of this individual, and even more astonishingly, he is the brother of the mysterious figure behind Lord Grimace. What power does this laboratory hold that so many are eager to enter? What experiments are conducted within its walls? Are they of the inhumane variety? These questions loomed large in Tang Yu's mind as he made a note of the uncertainties, hoping to uncover answers in the future. He then shifted his gaze to the weaponry he had acquired. The weapon was an AK-101 assault rifle, equipped with a comprehensive array of tactical accessories, a tactical flashlight and laser combo, a CQB 556x45 muzzle brake, a Monster 2x32 scope, and an RVG foregrip. Tang Yu tested the feel of the firearm. It was remarkably comfortable, particularly the scope, which allowed for swift adjustments between distances, proving exceedingly convenient. Had he possessed this sight earlier, he could have easily dispatched his foes with an M4A1 rifle rather than resorting to a sniper rifle. The other equipment was rather mundane. The bulletproof vest offered level 4 ballistic protection, which was insufficient for Tang Yu. The handgun and melee weapon were unremarkable. The only standout items were the two grenades nestled within the enemy's gear. RGO Grenade, X2. Type: throwing weapon. Occupied space, 1x1. Explosion delay, 3 seconds upon impact. If not triggered, 35 seconds. Throwing strength, 55. Explosion radius, 2 à 7 mètres. Concussion radius, 12 meters. Shrapnel count. 85 XF1 shrapnels. Introduction. The RGO is a personal defense grenade. This is quite intriguing. With an explosion occurring 3 seconds upon impact, it resembles a drop bomb. This is impressive. Verging on a lethal weapon, one can hurl it directly at an enemy's face. Upon collision, it will detonate. Unlike the previously timed grenades that allowed for a fleeting chance to evade upon sight, this grenade guarantees death upon contact. However, it places significantly higher demands on Tang Yu. A mere slip of the hand could result in the grenade landing nearby, leading to instant demise. Nevertheless, Tang Yu remains elated to possess 2 formidable weapons. At this moment, the hour approaches midnight. Tang Yu hastily tidies up before retiring for the night. The apocalyptic world has now entered winter in Luo City. Frigid air has begun to envelop the city. Among the makeshift camps, fierce fires are lit, with wooden furniture and books being ignited by the displaced populace for warmth. Even the electrical systems have become unstable under the extreme cold, causing the camp lights to flicker erratically. Survivors, having fled their shelters due to recent torrential rains, huddle in abandoned rooms, shivering uncontrollably. They dare not ignite fires or turn on lights, relying solely on a few costly garments acquired through trade to maintain their body heat. Simultaneously, they seek assistance on the world and regional channels, yet the responses are scant. Few are willing to share the hard-earned supplies they possess, not only in the city, but also in the grasslands, deserts, and coastlines. The biting cold accompanies fierce winds. Apart from a handful of survivors, the majority struggle for existence. When Tang Yu awakens again, it is already the 7th day of the apocalypse. He stretches his back and, upon emerging from his bed, is struck by a noticeable chill, causing him to pause momentarily. He soon realizes it is past 10 in the morning. The firewood in the hearth has recently extinguished, resulting in a drop in temperature within his refuge. After rekindling the fire, Tang Yu opens the panel to briefly glance at the chat channel. Yet he finds himself momentarily frozen in place before heading to the restroom to freshen up. Last night, the harsh reality of the apocalyptic world claimed the lives of over 500 individuals, and today the outdoor temperature has plummeted to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Observing the city photos shared by other survivors, he notes the ominous clouds shrouding the city, with winds beginning to pick up. Some predict that a snowstorm may arrive by the afternoon or evening. In the World Channel, this matter is also being discussed. Today, all survivors are unable to venture outside in search of supplies, paralyzed by the fear of catching a cold or falling ill, further exacerbating their plight. The grim news of dozens of casualties in each region last night has spread a wave of despondency among the populace. However, this is not absolute. Some survivors selling heating and warming supplies are vigorously hawking their wares in their respective regional channels, albeit at exorbitant prices. When Tang Yu finished his morning routine and beheld this information, he promptly disseminated the trading details for nourishing lamb soup to both the World Channel and regional channels. He then visited the medical station to check the newly refreshed medical supplies, only to find 3 sterile bandages on the workbench, which he promptly stored away. Subsequently, he opened today's Monopoly panel, rubbing his hands in anticipation. It was the last day before Calamity struck, and he hoped for a stroke of luck. Lord Guan Yu, God of wealth, esteemed ancestor, I, your humble descendant Tang Yu, earnestly pray for a fortuitous roll today. As the dice rolled, Tang Yu's focus remained unwavering. As the dice gradually came to a halt, a number materialized before him. Mini Tang Yu hopped twice and landed on a square adorned with a gift box icon. The survivors received a gift, breathing pot hose. Chapter 49, A Bloodstained Letter, Intelligence Center completed. Upon hearing the mechanical prompt, Tang Yu's expression turned blank. What on earth? Breathing what? Pot hose. Just as Tang Yu pondered, a lush green potted plant appeared before him. Indeed, it was a thriving pot hose. Breathing pot hose, mother plant. Type, rare plant effect 1. Purifies the air within a radius of 3 meters, eliminating gaseous pollutants, microorganisms, radiation, and particulate matter. Converting these substances into growth factors for the pot hose and oxygen that can be absorbed by the human body. Effect 2. Requires 1,000 milliliters of pure water daily, under sufficient moisture. It can split into a new pot hose offspring every 3 days. The offspring possesses effect 1, but cannot split, if growth factors are abundant. The splitting time will be correspondingly reduced. Description: this miraculous plant originates from an unknown place. Under certain conditions, you may find it indispensable. Tang Yu's expression shifted from doubt to seriousness. This pot hose is extraordinary. His mind immediately envisioned its potential value in environments laden with toxic gases or plagues, surpassing the efficacy of any gas mask. He placed the pot hose on the small coffee table in front of the single sofa, and the air in the entire resting area, including the kitchen, became significantly fresher. Excellent. He then drew 1,000 milliliters of purified water from the water purifier and watered the pot hose. The visibly lush green leaves of the pot hose unfurled gracefully, swaying gently in the absence of wind, producing a soft, rustling sound. Truly a marvel. Today, his wealth points surged to an impressive 303, a remarkable increase of 102 points from the previous day due to the recent acquisition of a park, bringing the total to 791 points. After closing the page, Tang Yu proceeded to the kitchen, where he savored a bowl of nourishing lamb soup. Once he replenished the fluids and energy expended overnight, he brewed himself a cup of red tea and settled into a single armchair to select materials worthy of trade for the day. It was evident that the sudden drop in temperature had left many susceptible to colds, perhaps prompting a more pragmatic outlook. Consequently, a greater number of individuals were now willing to engage in trade with Tang Yu, presenting a variety of commendable goods. Although rare items remained scarce, they were not entirely absent. Among the transactions, 2 individuals offered graphics cards, a new addition to Tang Yu's trading materials. As the impending extreme cold disaster approached, he needed to prepare for survival. With great delight, he acquired 2 graphics cards, bringing his total to 4. His curiosity regarding the future applications of these cards piqued. He then prioritized completing trades with several other survivors who possessed rare materials, resulting in the acquisition of 4 rare items. 1 blueprint for an island variable frequency air conditioner, 1 blueprint for a gas mask, 1 blueprint for constructing an underground water well, and 1 bloodied letter. After concluding 6 trades, Tang Yu placed the graphics cards and blueprints into storage. His gaze fell upon the letter, its dark red stains covering the entire envelope, devoid of any text. A bloodied letter. Type: intelligence item. View count: 11. Description: a letter carefully safeguarded in someone's embrace, indicating that its contents are of great significance. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow and proceeded to open the envelope. Inside, he found a sheet of paper along with a house key. He turned his attention to the contents of a letter. Report to the Colonel. I have infiltrated the lair of the cultists. It appears that these cultists are backed by a mysterious force, employing brainwashing methods to convert refugees or survivors into loyal followers. Ultimately, they utilize a transformation serum to complete the conversion of these cultists. However, this transformation ritual is exceedingly perilous, with a survival rate of less than 1 in 5. Only the transformation of survivors has a relatively higher success rate. Thus, the cultists are actively capturing survivors to facilitate this conversion. From my understanding, Luo City is currently the most severely affected by the cultists, and I suspect this may be the initial site of their operations, seemingly linked to some laboratory. I have just participated in a sacrificial ceremony and felt a certain degree of influence and control over my mind. Consequently, my identity was discovered, and I am now in flight. If you receive this letter, Colonel, please scrutinize the information carefully. Initially, I intended for Love to deliver an encrypted USB drive to you. He is an employee at the Garden subway station. However, given the prolonged absence of news from him since the onset of the apocalypse, it seems he may have encountered misfortune. I sincerely hope he survives. To my astonishment, this matter pertains to the followers of the malevolent deity, and it appears that there is an undercover agent involved. The subway employee mentioned in the letter must be the owner of the locker number 45, which I discovered at my refuge on the first day of the apocalypse. Indeed, that encrypted USB drive was found in his backpack. The waters in Luo City seemed to run increasingly deep. As I gazed at the key in my hand, I suddenly recognized the familiar patterns etched upon its surface. The blood-red key, designated as type Apartment 15 key, serves the purpose of unlocking room 704 of Apartment 15. This key is shrouded in mystery, seemingly capable of granting access to a door. I promptly retrieved the runed key taken from the intruder last night. As expected, the patterns on both keys were strikingly identical. I recalled the flickering candlelight emanating from Apartment 15 that night. It was indeed the so-called sacrificial ceremony. My understanding of the followers of the malevolent deity has deepened. However, there is no urgency for further exploration at this moment. I carefully stored the key, as venturing to Apartment 15 or the abandoned factory is evidently not feasible now. I must await a more opportune time. At precisely 1:30 p.m., I anxiously observed a shimmering screen, which gradually faded away. The intelligence center, which had occupied my thoughts throughout the day, had finally been constructed. In a location where the screen once resided, a table appeared, upon which a laptop was operating, displaying an array of numerical symbols, interspersed with photographs of individuals and buildings. Various documents and USB drives lay haphazardly scattered across the table. I swiftly opened the panel to peruse the facility's introduction. Intelligence Center, Level 1. Type, Hideout Facility. Effect 1. Randomly acquires one piece of intelligence information daily. Ordinary value information with a 40 chance, advanced value information with a 30 chance. Rare value information with a 25 chance, and significant value information with a 5 chance. Effect 2. Allows advanced knowledge of the next disaster information, with 11 uses remaining. Effect 3. Can acquire one piece of significant value intelligence, with a cooldown period of 168 hours, 1 week. Next phase, Intelligence Center, Level 2. Upgrade requirements. Hideout Security, Level 3. Ventilation System, Level 3. Intelligence Center, Level 1. Generator Set, Level 3. Confidential Intelligence X3. Encrypted USB Drives X3. Power Cables X5. Solid-State Drives X2. Upgrade Time, 48 hours. Current upgrade conditions are insufficient. Unable to proceed. Chapter 50. The Cataclysmic Deluge Preparation Plans. What? Tang Yu was utterly astonished, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had contemplated the capabilities the Intelligence Center might possess countless times, envisioning the first and third abilities. However, he had never fathomed the existence of the second ability, the capacity to predict the next impending disaster. Could it be that I am, indeed, the illegitimate child of this game? Tang Yu's thoughts began to spiral in confusion. The enormity of this revelation left him with goosebumps. After a prolonged silence of over 10 minutes, he finally managed to suppress the shock that surged within him. Those who have not experienced such a moment cannot comprehend the profound emotions Tang Yu felt, that sensation of acquiring a pivotal advantage amidst the apocalypse. He felt as though he were ensconced in a dream. Fortunately, he had completed the construction of the Intelligence Center today. Any delay of even a day or two would have resulted in catastrophic losses. Tang Yu's heart swelled with excitement. He returned to the Intelligence Center and activated the panel to forecast the next disaster. As soon as he uttered his intentions, the previously garbled screen on the laptop momentarily froze, followed by the emergence of a video, which began to play. Tang Yu promptly activated the recording function in the chat and aimed it at the screen. The video transitioned through various scenes: grasslands, towering mountains, dense forests, coastlines, arid deserts, sandy beaches, and bustling cities. As the footage progressed, Tang Yu caught glimpses of survivors traversing the wilderness in search of sustenance, engaging in conflicts with refugees in urban settings, and witnessing the chaotic struggles among various factions of survivors. Then, the scene shifted to a sky engulfed in dark clouds, followed by torrential rain that poured down with increasing ferocity, quickly submerging coastlines, plains, forests, and eventually cities, deserts, and barren lands. At that moment, it was as if the heavens had torn open, unleashing relentless torrents upon the earth. In a matter of moments, cities were engulfed by the deluge, the water level rising dramatically by 70 to 80 meters. Within the flood, fish-like creatures, measuring several meters in length, swam vigorously, occasionally leaping from the water to devour the unfortunate survivors. 97% of the world's land was submerged, with countless bodies of both survivors and refugees drifting upon the surface. The video concluded with an image of the underwater landscape, where translucent aquatic plants glimmered with a soft luminescence, accompanied by a large shipping container floating on the water surface. The video came to a definitive end, and the laptop displayed several lines of text. Disaster name: the Cataclysmic Deluge. Disaster occurrence time: 7 days after the polar blizzard catastrophe. Disaster duration: 5 days. Disaster opportunities: the catastrophic oddity, golden seaweed, random containers. The apocalypse flood. Tang Yu gazed at the bold characters on the screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. The impending calamity was indeed a deluge. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that the Intelligence Center had been completed today. Otherwise, trouble would have ensued. Although his current refuge was waterproof, it was only designed to withstand ordinary rainfall. In the face of the monumental flood depicted in the video, it would be utterly inadequate. Setting aside the underwater pressure, the mere duration of submersion would compromise the integrity of the building and its walls. However, another aspect that captured Tang Yu's attention was the section labeled Disaster Opportunities. The term opportunity naturally implies something advantageous for the survivors. It is not difficult to envision that both the luminescent seaweed and the colossal container would only manifest amidst an apocalyptic flood and in limited quantities. Yet, the potential benefits from acquiring them are unfathomable. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within Tang Yu. If such disaster opportunities existed during the impending flood, could there not also be similar prospects within the current polar snowstorm? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. All disaster opportunities are not exclusive to specific calamities. Rather, they manifest across various disasters, albeit with heightened difficulty in acquisition, contingent upon the survivor's audacity and capability. This should also be the opportunity bestowed upon survivors by the Doomsday Game. The opportunities are presented. Whether they can be seized depends on the survivor's prowess. Tang Yu's gaze towards the intelligence center sparkled with fervor. It was indeed a precious asset, explaining why the enigmatic figure behind Luo City was so invested in it. However, at this moment, the predictive capacity of the intelligence center had reset to 0. Yet Tang Yu was not particularly concerned, since the center could predict once. It could predict again. If his conjecture was correct, when the intelligence center upgraded to level 2, it would once more be capable of forecasting disaster information. What Tang Yu needed to do now was to leverage this prophetic advantage and devise a plan to maximize his benefits. Currently, 2 critical matters demanded his attention. The first was to seize the opportunity presented by the polar snowstorm to trade nourishing lamb soup for resources conducive to surviving the impending flood, including upgrade blueprints for his refuge. The second was to identify the disaster opportunity items hidden within this polar snowstorm. Regarding the first matter, Tang Yu meticulously cataloged all waterproof facilities within his refuge. Foremost among these was the security gate. He had no intention of relocating during the flood, as his refuge was the only place where he could feel completely secure. Thus, upgrading the security gate was of paramount importance, with waterproofing, pressure resistance, and impact resistance being the primary functionalities required. Furthermore, between the refuge and the security gate, it is imperative to establish a buffer space, which means that an additional isolation area is necessary within both the refuge and the security perimeter. This is crucial because if Tang Yu intends to seek opportunities amidst the cataclysmic flood disaster, he must frequently enter and exit the refuge. Without this buffer space, the refuge would likely be obliterated the moment the security gate swings open. Therefore, the significance of this buffer zone cannot be overstated. Additionally, the modification of the oxygen circulation equipment and ventilation ducts is essential. While Tang Yu possesses a potted plant known as the breathing green lily, which can partially fulfill the oxygen production requirement, its quantity is regrettably insufficient, yielding only 3 additional offspring after a week. Tang Yu requires oxygen for respiration, and the generator also necessitates it. Thus, having an extra oxygen circulation machine would provide the utmost security. Moreover, the ventilation ducts must undergo underwater modification. Otherwise, when the deluge arrives, water will undoubtedly seep into the refuge through these ducts, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Attention must also be paid to the renovation plans for the walls and ceiling, as they must be specifically adapted to withstand the pressures and water resistance at depths of 70 to 80 meters underwater. As for the remaining water supply and food, Tang Yu feels relatively unconcerned. As long as he prepares ample food reserves in advance, he believes he can manage. Furthermore, both the water purifier and his unused blueprint for constructing a groundwater well can effortlessly resolve this issue. These are the necessary renovations for the refuge. Next, we turn to the supplies Tang Yu requires for his underwater excursions. To navigate freely underwater, a pressure-resistant diving suit is indispensable, along with offensive weapons suitable for aquatic environments. Firearms are virtually ineffective underwater, with bullets barely traveling 2 meters. Thus, harpoon launchers and similar weaponry would suffice, and ideally, advanced technological weaponry would be advantageous. After more than 2 hours of meticulous contemplation, Tang Yu successfully outlined the preparations necessary for the impending flood disaster. Consequently, the direction for trading supplies has become clear. As for the potential opportunities presented by the impending polar blizzard, Tang Yu remains somewhat uncertain but has identified a possible avenue for exploration. In the context of the flood disaster, aquatic vegetation tends to manifest at the depths, representing one of the most perilous zones during the catastrophe. However, the most dangerous aspect of the polar blizzard, without a doubt, lies within the tempest itself. It may require him to brave the frigid winds and venture into the snow to uncover the answers he seeks. Yet, The thought of searching for such opportunities in sub-zero temperatures amidst a snowstorm fills Tang Yu with trepidation. To him, it seems akin to courting death. Nevertheless, time remains on his side, and perhaps a twist of fate is yet to come. Tang Yu glanced at the regional chat messages. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling -11 degrees, and all survivors had retreated to their refuges or rooms to keep warm. Everyone seemed to have nothing to do, as each person in the channel was exchanging trading information, utilizing their existing resources to procure materials they needed. Today, Tang Yu had exhausted his quota of messages in the World Channel, so he resorted to the regional channel to communicate about nourishing lamb soup and Anacin pain relievers. Tang Yu. As the weather grows colder, nourishing lamb soup image and Anacin pain reliever image are the best choices for warding off the wind and cold. I prioritize trades for construction and upgrade blueprints for hideouts, while also seeking to acquire graphics cards, disaster coins, confidential intelligence, and other materials. Those in need, please message me with your prices. Favorable rates are available in this region. In fact, after Tang Yu's extensive acquisition of graphics cards in the World Channel that morning, many had already recognized their value, resulting in several individuals in the regional channel mocking him for allegedly taking advantage of others. However, Tang Yu remained unfazed. There would always be those who could not resist the urge to trade. After all, regardless of how precious the graphics cards were, one could only discuss such matters after surviving the first wave of disaster. Once his messages were sent, the private chat contained only mundane trading offers, which Tang Yu chose to disregard. He returned to the intelligence center, where two pieces of information awaited his attention. He first reviewed the daily intelligence report. Underneath the benches by the fountain at White Tower Park, a small briefcase would appear at 7 p.m. with a combination lock set to 325876, containing a blueprint. Tang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. White Tower Park was indeed the very park he had acquired. The park was conveniently located just behind the subway station, with the entrance to White Tower Park right outside the subway exit. With the time now being 2 p.m., he had 5 hours to spare. There was no rush, so he extracted the weekly significant intelligence from the center. On the second night of the polar blizzard disaster, at 11 p.m., atop the trading center in Luo City, a disaster relic known as the polar snow lotus would appear during the height of the storm. What? Tang Yu stared wide-eyed at his laptop screen. The disaster relic, polar snow lotus. Indeed, opportunities amidst disaster were present. His gaze shifted, filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Obtaining the snow lotus would not be easy. On one hand, the timing of its appearance coincided with the peak of the polar blizzard, and Tang Yu could already envision the extreme cold and blizzard conditions, making survival immensely challenging. Yet, this also confirmed his suspicion that disaster opportunities emerged in the most severe locations. The other obstacle was the snow lotus's location, the trading center, which served as a camp for refugees, led by the notorious leader, the Meat Dog. Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The difficulty of obtaining it was nothing short of hellish. On his laptop, a countdown of 168 hours began, marking the cooling period for significant intelligence. Tang Yu retrieved the map of the White Tower district and began his analysis. The trading center was actually not far from the Pinewood Hotel he had previously explored, merely a street's distance away, approximately 300 to 400 meters in a straight line. Based on Tang Yu's estimations, the number of refugees inside should be at least in the hundreds. Otherwise, the feral dogs could not possibly control such a vast territory. To acquire the snow lotus, Tang Yu needed to address two pressing issues. The first was the challenge of survival amidst the polar blizzard, tackling the frigid temperatures and the difficulty of movement during such storms. The second was determining how to access the trading center and reach the rooftop. A direct confrontation was immediately dismissed by Tang Yu. Thus, he would have to stealthily infiltrate the trading center. After contemplating for a while, a simple plan materialized in his mind. At 6:30 in the evening, Tang Yu emerged from the subway station fully equipped. With less than 6 hours until the polar blizzard arrival, the temperature had already plummeted below -20 degrees Celsius. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and snowflakes began to fall sporadically. Wrapped tightly in his sheepskin military coat, his body was warmed only by a bowl of mutton soup consumed just before leaving, preventing him from succumbing to the biting cold. Before long, he arrived near the central fountain of White Tower Park, concealing himself in the shadows behind a cluster of bushes, beside a towering maple tree. Just 5 meters away lay the long bench mentioned in the intelligence report, but Tang Yu, aided by the faint light, was certain that nothing was hidden beneath it. It seemed he would have to wait until 7 o'clock. Indeed, as the clock struck 6:55, two figures appeared on the outskirts of the park, one following the other, hastily making their way towards the central fountain. Tang Yu caught sight of their silhouettes. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. The person in front collapsed, motionless, as the briefcase he had been clutching fell to the ground. The other individual rushed forward to retrieve the case. Just as the gunman was about to touch the briefcase, the downed man unexpectedly rolled over and grasped the other's leg. To Tang Yu's astonishment, he noticed that the man was clutching a hand grenade. In shock, Tang Yu quickly ducked behind the maple tree, pressing himself against the ground and covering his head. Not only had he spotted the grenade, but the gunman had also taken notice. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. The shot individual was beyond saving. However, his delaying tactic had served its purpose. In the gunman's furious gaze, the inevitable occurred. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the maple tree. As shrapnel embedded itself into the bark, Tang Yu clamped his hands over his ears, realizing too late that he should have come equipped with headphones. He had not anticipated such a scenario, and his reaction time was insufficient. Rising to assess the explosion site, he was met with a grim scene strewn with blood and dismembered remains. The suitcase, shaken by the force of the explosion, had now appeared beneath the chair. At this moment, the clock indicated precisely 7 p.m. Chapter 52. The synthesis blueprint of the human gene evolution serum in the hidden chamber of the Garden subway station. Tang Yu gazed at the encrypted suitcase before him, entering the 6-digit code provided by the Intelligence Center, 325,876. With a click, the suitcase opened, and Tang Yu heard the whirring of intricate machinery. Subsequently, a metallic panel marked with the letters CBS rose, revealing its contents. Upon seeing what lay within, Tang Yu felt a surge of trepidation. Inside was a bomb, ominously blinking a red light. It was evident that any attempt to forcibly open the suitcase without the correct code would result in catastrophic consequences. As the panel lifted, the flashing red light of the bomb dimmed and ceased its operation. Next to the bomb was a sheet of paper exuding a faint luminescence. This blueprint differed significantly from any Tang Yu had encountered before. Its material was not ordinary paper. Observing it from various angles, he noted a subtle metallic sheen, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, as if a delicate grid pattern was barely visible. Tang Yu picked up the blueprint, and relevant information materialized on his display. Synthesis blueprint of the human gene evolution serum. Son of the ocean. Type: epic blueprint. Effect: upon injection of this gene evolution serum, the user gains the abilities to breathe underwater, control water, and withstand underwater pressure. Synthesis requirements: Medical Station Level 2, Intelligence Center Level 2, Disaster Artifact X1, Rare Plant X2, Adrenaline Injector X2, Pressure Resistant Diving Suit X1, Disaster Currency X1. Synthesis time, 24 hours. Description: one of the 3 completed gene evolution serum blueprints developed by the CBS laboratory through extensive human experimentation, possessing extraordinary powers. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized the information displayed. CBS Laboratory. He looked once more at the 3 letters on the suitcase panel. This was indeed a product of that very laboratory, and one of the 3 completed versions at that. Curiosity about the identities of the 2 individuals intensified within him. Regrettably, he had found no useful identification or items among their possessions. He could only harbor this question in the depths of his mind, redirecting his focus to the blueprint of the serum. Now, he comprehended the true purpose of the CBS laboratory, which had long been coveted by various factions in Luo City, and many of his lingering questions had been resolved. If Tang Yu's deductions were correct, this laboratory conducted live human experiments to study the so-called gene evolution serum. The so-called devotees of the malevolent deity utilize transformation potions, which are nothing but the failed products or byproducts from the laboratory's research on genetic evolution. This explains why these nefarious followers possess such extraordinary abilities. The enigmatic man who controls the entire city, known to be the uncle of Black Dog, undoubtedly holds some insider knowledge. This is precisely why he has prohibited Black Dog from using the transformation potions to become a devotee, as he is aware of the immense side effects associated with these failed concoctions. The director of the city hospital is the brother of this mysterious man and possesses the blueprints for a super rare facility known as the Medical Station. Tang Yu could not help but notice the striking similarities between this situation and Black Dog's narrative. It is highly probable that Black Dog's uncle entrusted these significant items to two individuals he deemed most trustworthy before departing from Kaluo City. Yet, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, they all ended up in Tang Yu's possession. It was difficult for Tang Yu not to associate the origins of the medical station and the intelligence center with the laboratory. The coincidence was simply too remarkable. The two facility blueprints held by the mysterious man precisely outlined the requirements for producing the Ocean Sun Potion. It seems the Black Dog's diary mentioned that the blueprint for the intelligence center was reserved by someone for his uncle. Contemplating this, Tang Yu pondered a possibility. The medical station, the intelligence center, and the Ocean Sun genetic evolution potion must have all leaked from this CBS laboratory. They likely profited immensely by selling these blueprints or potions. The mysterious individual appears to function as a broker, facilitating transactions between the laboratory and its clients for mutual gain. The intricate web of power dynamics in Kaluo City began to crystallize in Tang Yu's mind. With this realization, Tang Yu's gaze hardened with resolve. If that were the case, the potion must be created without delay. The blueprint for this potion, recognized by the Doomsday Game panel as a perfect genetic concoction, should pose no issues. The crux of the matter lies in the potion's efficacy, which is vital for Tang Yu to survive the impending second cataclysm, the Great Flood. Its emergence would directly resolve Tang Yu's challenges in underwater operations. By producing this potion, he could concentrate his efforts solely on upgrading his hideout. Furthermore, this marks the first time Tang Yu has encountered an epic-level blueprint. Fortunately, he already possesses the two critical facilities necessary for the hideout. He merely needs to upgrade the intelligence center to level 2 to meet the production requirements. The only remaining challenge lies in acquiring the last few materials, rare plants X2, which Tang Yu already has, as the breathing green lily can produce offshoots every 3 days, allowing him to secure 2 before the Great Flood disaster. He also has an ample supply of disaster coins and adrenaline injections. Now, only the disaster relic and the pressure-resistant diving suit remain. The specific time and location of the Calamity's strange artifact have now been discerned. However, meticulous planning is essential. As for the pressure-resistant diving suit, it can only be procured through trade with other survivors who may possess such an item. Yet, today his messages in the World Channel have reached 0, forcing him to send acquisition notices a few times in the regional channel instead. Upon witnessing Tang Yu's presence, other survivors inquired about trading for the nourishing mutton soup. With the outdoor temperature plummeting to over -20 degrees Celsius, many survivors, despite igniting bonfires in their hiding places, struggle against the biting cold. Over the past 7 days, the number of individuals in the regional channel has dwindled from an initial 1,000 to 698, suffering a loss of approximately 30 prior to the disaster's onset. Among them, over 100 succumbed to high fevers induced by exposure to the cold in recent days. However, those who have survived this rigorous selection process now possess a certain level of sustenance. As long as temperatures do not continue to decline, their chances of weathering this calamity remain high. Yet, will the temperature truly not drop any further? No one is so naive as to believe that. Chapter 53. The First Day of Calamity, Holographic Shield Construction Blueprint for the Hiding Place. Lu Haoyan. Yu Shun, can you trade more of that mutton soup? Wang Cici. Indeed, the disaster is upon us tonight. Can you trade a bit more? Our supplies are running low. We've previously bartered for warm supplies. Tang Yu. The quantity of mutton soup is exceedingly limited, and I have nearly exhausted my survival resources to secure enough ingredients for its preparation. Thus, I can only trade based on the significance of what you offer me. Everyone is struggling. Tang Yu, I will provide appropriate care for our region, but only if you possess items I require. It is unreasonable to exchange life-sustaining food for worthless goods. For instance, I will only purchase 1 set of the pressure-resistant diving suit. I can trade 5 bowls of mutton soup for it. Tang Yu, and please refrain from moral coercion. We are in the midst of an apocalyptic game, and you are all aware of the stakes. If you annoy me, I will simply block you. I owe you nothing. Upon reading Tang Yu's words, those with ulterior motives quickly abandon their thoughts. What jest! He is the sole individual capable of providing food that alleviates the cold status. To provoke him would only result in their own misfortune. Tang Yu then checked his private message inbox and discovered yet another survivor wishing to trade a graphics card. He promptly completed the transaction, bringing his total to 5 graphics cards. As midnight approached, even within the confines of his hiding place, Tang Yu felt a chill. Checking the indoor thermometer revealed a temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, a stark contrast to the 25 degrees earlier in the day. He hastily replenished the firewood in the hearth. Maximizing the burn intensity and the indoor temperature soon climbed back above 25 degrees. Tang Yu, now fully aware, realized that the outdoor temperature had undoubtedly plummeted to nearly minus 30 degrees. He entered the kitchen to store the prepared lamb soup and refilled the ingredients. Spreading a cashmere blanket beneath him and covering himself with a thick cotton quilt, he began to rest. In the small living room, the potted green radish swayed gently, absorbing all harmful gases that lingered in the hideaway and converting them into growth factors and oxygen. That night, Tang Yu slept exceptionally well. When he awoke the following morning, he felt warm and comfortable all over. However, as he extended his arm out from under the quilt, he was met with a distinctly chilly sensation. This coldness jolted him back to reality. The firewood in the fireplace crackled softly, though the flames had dimmed and the temperature within the hideout had dropped. Tang Yu tossed aside the quilt, shivering as he donned his cashmere pajamas, and glanced at the indoor temperature, 9 degrees above zero. After replenishing the wood in the fireplace, he savored his lamb soup while perusing the day's regional updates. Indeed, it was the first day of the polar blizzard disaster. In just one night, the number of survivors had dwindled to 553, with over 140 perishing from the cold. The entire channel was filled with lamentations. Private messages had accumulated into the thousands, many of which contained harsh curses directed at Tang Yu for his perceived inaction in the face of death. In response, Tang Yu simply deleted the messages. His capabilities were limited, and he was no savior. It was already a struggle to ensure his own survival. He quickly finished his meal and returned to his bed to check the messages. Most were inquiries about trading the nourishing lamb soup, and everyone was now forthright about their offerings. They sent information regarding items available for trade, though nearly all requests for lamb soup were substantial, often 10 or 5 portions at a time. Scanning through the messages, Tang Yu proposed a reasonable trade price based on the quality of the items offered, typically suggesting 1 or 2 portions. Regardless, he sent the information, leaving the outcome to the discretion of the other party. Soon, however, he stumbled upon something remarkably intriguing, a look of surprise and excitement gracing his face. Blueprint for holographic barrier construction for the hideout. Type: rare blueprint. Effect: construct a holographic barrier that perfectly envelopes the entire hideout, providing camouflage, water resistance, and moderate defensive capabilities. Construction requirements: generator, level 3, hideout security, level 3, hideout walls, level 2, intelligence center, level 2, CPU X1, CPU fan X2, circuit board X3, graphics card X2, electronic components X5, phase control relay X2, programmable processor X1, electromagnetic coil X1. Construction time, 24 hours. This was simply exhilarating for Tang Yu. This is what one might call a glimmer of hope amid despair. According to the information presented in this blueprint, it perfectly addresses Tang Yu's need for a refuge in the face of a catastrophic flood. With this holographic shield enveloping his hideout, there would be no necessity for him to seek additional facility blueprints. The mere water repellent effect would resolve all issues, even with the entrance to his refuge wide open. The flood would be unable to breach his sanctuary in the slightest. This is precisely why others remain oblivious to the impending disaster of a great flood. Had they known, this item would never have appeared in Tang Yu's trading information. It must be acquired. However, this survivor sent the message at 1 a.m. last night, requesting a considerable amount of supplies, specifically 20 bowls of mutton soup. Tang Yu reached out directly, uncertain whether the individual was still alive. City, Tang Yu, are you still alive? For this item, I can offer a maximum of 5 bowls of mutton soup. Are we trading? After waiting for a while with no response, Tang Yu could not help but frown. Surely, the Haven tea perished. He then distracted himself by perusing other trading information. Finally, 10 minutes later, the awaited message arrived. City Wong Didu. That's too little. I need 10 bowls of mutton soup. And if you have any medicine for treating high fevers, throw in a bottle of that as well. Tang Yu frowned once more, realizing that the individual had likely contracted a cold that had escalated into a high fever. However, he pondered over their demands. For him, the price was acceptable. Yet he was apprehensive that agreeing to such a price might lead the other party to suddenly inflate their demands. After all, the prices for trading items in the World Channel were quite transparent, typically ranging around 1 or 2 bowls. City, Tang Yu. That's impossible. This item only has some camouflage effect, while the other effects are virtually useless. City Tang Yu. A maximum of 5 bowls of mutton soup and 3 fever-reducing tablets. That is my utmost limit. If that doesn't suffice, you might as well keep it. After sending the message, Tang Yu anxiously watched the panel. He He was wagering on the other party's illness and his own assertiveness. The stronger he appeared, the higher the likelihood of completing the transaction. His words were indeed truthful. Given the current circumstances, for most individuals, the three effects of this blueprint, camouflage, water repellence, and moderate defense, render the camouflage the most effective. The other two effects are deemed insignificant by many. Most survivors' hideouts are discreetly located, even if there exists a chance of being discovered. As long as proper camouflage is executed, the risk of confrontation diminishes. Should enemies discover the location of a hideout, the moderate defensive capabilities would merely prolong the inevitable demise. The water repellence effect is even more trivial, a superfluous feature with no practical application at present. It is only because Tang Yu is aware that the next calamity is a great flood that he pays any mind to this blueprint, especially considering he already possessed the camouflage coating sticker. Indeed, within mere minutes, the other party sent a trade request. Chapter 54, Field Surgical Kit. The mass production capabilities of the medical station. The two swiftly completed the transaction. Tang Yu returned the blueprint to the warehouse. The construction of this facility was not urgent. At the very least, it would be postponed until after the first wave of apocalyptic disasters had passed. Currently, it was merely the first day of the polar blizzard. Yet he had secured two crucial supplies to combat the impending second apocalyptic flood. One was the holographic shield for concealment to enhance his hideout, and the other was the Son of the Ocean gene evolution potion to strengthen Tang Yu himself. The only remaining task was to gather the materials necessary to craft these two blueprints. At present, Tang Yu's greatest concern was how to reach the trading center building by 10 o'clock tomorrow night to obtain the disaster relic, Polar Snow Lotus. He had always been captivated by this relic, and now, due to this Son of the Ocean gene enhancement potion, his desire had escalated to a necessity. However, his immediate priority was to address the challenges of traveling amidst the blizzard and devising a strategy to infiltrate the trading center. Through the regional channel chat, Tang Yu learned that the outdoor temperature had plummeted to over minus 40 degrees. The survivors who perished last night all succumbed to the extreme cold. Some survivors' hideouts had poorly sealed security doors. After just one night, the entrance was already encased in ice crystals, rendering it impossible to exit. At this moment, the ground was blanketed with snow nearly half a meter thick, making it utterly infeasible for survivors to walk normally. Each step was a tremendous test of stamina. Furthermore, ensuring warmth in such frigid temperatures was of paramount importance. Although Tang Yu could rely on the nourishing mutton soup, his yang energy elevation effect to withstand the cold, he pondered what he would do in an emergency. He could not very well be engaged in battle and then turn around to flaunt mutton soup. He needed even more effective thermal clothing. Previously, his sheepskin coat had performed admirably, but it was only suitable for temperatures around minus 20 to 30 degrees. Faced with the potential for minus 50 or 60 degrees, Tang Yu felt no confidence at all. Thus, he needed to devise a solution for transportation and warm clothing today. Tang Yu rose from his bed and went to the medical station to inspect the medical supplies refreshed for the day. Upon spotting two unfamiliar rectangular medical kits on the workbench, a look of surprise spread across his face. A significant find. Field Surgical Kit. Type, Trauma Treatment. Occupancy, 3x1. Uses, 15-15. Effect, removes one instance of fracture or gunshot wound. Introduction, an advanced surgical kit equipped with superior instruments, designed to treat severe injuries on the battlefield. Note, the Field Surgical Kit can only remove one instance of either a fracture or a gunshot wound at a time. Survivors must utilize additional medical kits for further healing of that area. Head and chest injuries remain irreparable. This surgical kit is evidently an upgraded version of the previously utilized emergency surgical kit by Tang Yu. Its usage has increased from 5 to 15 applications, and its efficacy has also been significantly enhanced. It now possesses the capability to remove both gunshot wounds and fractures simultaneously. This advancement provides Tang Yu with a greater assurance of safety during outdoor combat. With a sense of contentment, he stowed these two new surgical kits in his warehouse. The medical station, after 2 days of relentless production, has generated a substantial quantity of medical supplies, including 23 vehicle-mounted first aid kits, 32 Grizzly first aid kits, 1 defibrillator, and 5 emergency surgical kits. Tang Yu collected all these advanced medical items. Given the calamity that has recently befallen them, survivors are largely unable to venture out to explore, thus diminishing the immediate demand for these medical supplies. It is prudent to wait until after the disaster for trading opportunities. At that point, survivors will undoubtedly emerge in search of survival resources, making it the opportune moment to exchange these advanced medical supplies. Tang Yu accessed the World Channel to compose today's trading information. His primary acquisition targets included travel tools and warm clothing suitable for polar blizzards, as well as the construction blueprint for the holographic barrier of a hideout and the items required for the Son of the Ocean genetic evolution potion, which encompasses materials for upgrading hideout facilities. The message read, City, Tang Yu, 50 images of nourishing lamb soup, paired with 1 analgesic and 1 amoxicillin antibiotic. Purchasing 5 motors, 10 mechanical parts, 20 wires, 5 confidential intelligence documents, 1 pressure-resistant diving suit, 5 phase control relays, various low-tier medical supplies and rare items, graphics cards, and precious goods. Additionally, those with snow travel vehicles or ultra-low temperature warm clothing are encouraged to contact me. Favorable prices await. This information was also shared in the regional channel. Survivors had long anticipated Tang Yu's message, with many initially lacking hope due to their scarcity of rare items. However, upon noticing the inclusion of various low-tier medical supplies and electronic components in Tang Yu's acquisition list, many became agitated and promptly began sending him all the low-tier medical resources they had gathered. When individuals successfully exchanged these seemingly useless medical scraps for a bowl of lamb soup, they jubilantly captured the moment and shared their excitement on the World Channel. As time progresses, an increasing number of survivors are successfully exchanging various low-tier medical supplies for bowls of mutton soup from Tang Yu. The entire chat channel is filled with praises for Tang Yu, who is regarded as a benefactor catering to the needs of ordinary survivors. Although a substantial quantity of medical supplies is required to procure a single bowl of soup, many survivors express their gratitude, as items like pills, instruments, and tourniquets are of little direct use to them. This outcome has left many quite content. However, there are always those with dark hearts who make sarcastic remarks, such as Sandy, who previously had a falling out with Tang Yu. She is now making disparaging comments in the chat channel, but her presence has become increasingly unwelcome. Witnessing her obstinate attitude, many have taken it upon themselves to rebuke her without Tang Yu needing to intervene. Her private messages have once again been exposed, and within a hidden spot on the grassland, Sandy glances at the ever-increasing number of private messages with a grim expression. A bunch of sycophants, reduced to lackeys over a mere bowl of mutton soup. Pathetic. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, he remains blissfully unaware of the turmoil in the World Channel. Instead, he gazes in astonishment at the item description before him. Chapter 55, Continuous Harvest. Encountering CBS items. Frozen warehouse, super, durable, low-temperature, anti-freeze suit. Type, rare, item material. Multi-layer composite tarsal material. Fine low-temperature cotton effect. Resistant to temperatures ranging from 0 to minus 250 degrees Celsius, providing anti-freeze, liquid nitrogen protection, cold resistance, waterproofing, and thermal insulation. Movement impact. -5 description. This is a protective suit designed for specialized environmental operations, suitable for LNG fueling stations, liquefied gas, natural gas, liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, cold storage, and laboratories in ultra-low temperature conditions. Note, only by equipping the complete protective suit, low-temperature full suit, low-temperature hood, low-temperature gloves, and low-temperature boots, can one achieve ultra-low temperature protection. At this moment, Tang Yu cannot suppress the smile that spreads across his face. What a surprise if not this. He has never encountered such a garment, capable of maintaining warmth even in temperatures as low as minus 250 degrees Celsius. He immediately contacts the survivor on the other end to inquire about the price, only to discover that their demands are quite simple. The individual had found this anti-freeze suit yesterday in a cold storage workshop. Unfortunately, by that time, they had already succumbed to a cold, having exhausted their heating materials. Even with this anti-freeze suit, it would not stave off the decline in their condition, which has now escalated to a state of high fever. With no other choice but to trade for a chance at survival, Tang Yu could only hope that the resources exchanged would see him through this frigid disaster. After some contemplation, he negotiated with the other party and relinquished 3 portions of nourishing mutton soup, 2 tablets of pain relief medication, 2 capsules of amoxicillin antibiotics, 20 units of timber, 1 unit of fuel, and 1 lighter in exchange for a piece of clothing. When he retrieved the item from his private messages, Tang Yu was astonished to find it encased in an enormous suitcase. Inside, not only were the promised garments, but also a 50-centimeter air compression canister connected to a breathing mask. Through the item description, he quickly comprehended that this ultra-low temperature protective suit once donned with its hood, would create a complete barrier from the external environment, which was the very reason it could withstand extreme cold. At this point, an air supply apparatus needed to be connected for independent oxygen provision. Tang Yu marveled at the ingenuity of the design. After carefully storing the specialized attire, he continued to peruse the information available. It was undeniable that his ability to trade the recipe for nourishing mutton soup through the world channel had seemingly alleviated many survivors' resistance. Perhaps they possessed the very items he sought. Within minutes, Tang Yu stumbled upon another coveted item, the Husky brand Snow electric motorcycle. Type, rare item. Effect, facilitates rapid movement in snowy environments, capable of carrying up to 50 kilograms, with a maximum speed of 20 kilometers h, silent, agile, and robust. Endurance, 6 hours in 0°C, 5 hours at -30°C, 4 hours at -70°C. Charging time, requires 10 hours with a level 2 generator. Description, this remarkable item allows you to experience the joy of dog sledding all on your own. Tang Yu could hardly contain his excitement. To his astonishment, he had effortlessly located two crucial items. He hurriedly contacted the other party to negotiate the quantity of resources required for the trade. However, the demand was exorbitant, with the other party requesting 15 portions of mutton soup. After attempting to haggle, they remained steadfast. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed by their tactics. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to respond, as if the item held no significance to him. He simply ignored their unreasonable price. On one hand, this was a test of the other party's resolve. On the other, Tang Yu wished to explore whether alternative items might be available. Just then, a survivor from the West Coast region reached out to him, sending a picture of the very item he had been searching for over the past 2 days, a pressure-resistant diving suit. One of the essential items for crafting the Son of the Ocean gene evolution elixir. The counterpart only traded it for 3 bowls of mutton soup, a few fever-reducing tablets, and amoxicillin. Normally, this item would be utterly worthless in the current environment, despite being rare in the hands of another. It might not even be worth a can of beef. However, as Tang Yu opted to directly purchase it without haggling, the transaction was swiftly completed. Pressure-resistant diving suit. Type, rare item. Effect, enable survivors to withstand underwater pressures of approximately 500 meters. Description, adorned with the CBS emblem. It seemingly originates from a mysterious location. Note, to be used in conjunction with an underwater oxygen tank. CBS? Tang Yu gazed at the 3 letters emblazoned on the back of the diving suit. This marked the 3rd occasion he had encountered these letters. The first was on the reverse side of the laboratory access keycard, and the second was on the metal briefcase that contained the blueprint for the Son of the Ocean gene evolution elixir. Now, it appeared once more on this diving suit. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes, his intrigue towards the laboratory intensifying, especially as Quello City seemed to harbor an inexplicable connection to it. Every event or faction he encountered appeared to be in pursuit of the laboratory's whereabouts. The emergence of this laboratory's item at the seaside only heightened his suspicions. Instinctively, he felt that there was something more to this situation. He promptly re-established contact with the survivor he had just traded with. City, Tang Yu, brother. Where did you find this diving suit? Can you share the details with me? The other party, apparently engaged in conversation, quickly replied. West Coast, Lutzi Sheen, you still need it? I found this a couple of days ago in a storeroom of a sanatorium. A sanatorium? Tang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time without arriving at a conclusion. City, Tang Yu. Thanks, brother. If you come across any items bearing the CBS insignia again, feel free to contact me for a trade. I will offer favorable terms. He then sent a bowl of mutton soup in trade. City, Tang Yu. Brother, here, a bowl of food for you. Take care and stay alive. The other party seemed taken aback by Tang Yu's gesture. He had seen Tang Yu's message. West Coast, Lutzi Sheen, no problem you got. If I find anything, I'll contact you right away. The transaction concluded. Lutzi Sheen, currently hiding in his refuge, looked at the bowl of mutton soup with delight, completely unprepared for the unexpected reward of food simply for answering question. Thus, he gained some insight into Tang Yu's character. In every exchange, one must give to receive. It appears he places great value on that item marked with CBS. I recall that within the office of the sanatorium, there were several other items bearing the same insignia. Once the calamity has passed, I hope to seize the opportunity to revisit. In Chapter 56, having acquired the snowmobile and the statue of Guan Yu, Tang Yu placed the pressure-resistant diving suit into storage, his spirits notably uplifted. Only 2 requirements remained unmet for the production of this Son of the Ocean genetic evolution potion. The intelligence center had ascended to level 2, and the collection of materials for its upgrade was underway, though the extraordinary item from the disaster would not be available until tomorrow night. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept onto Tang Yu's lips as he reopened the private chat interface. Indeed, after a brief pause, the survivor who had previously proposed a trade for the husky electric snowmobile was becoming increasingly restless. It seemed he had come to understand Tang Yu's stance. Attempting to leverage this item to manipulate him was no longer feasible. Initially, he had intended to use this item to gain an advantage and procure additional supplies. Who was unaware of Tang Yu's renowned abundance of resources? Now, however, clarity had dawned upon him. While Tang Yu required the item he possessed, he equally needed the unique, nourishing lamb soup that Tang Yu produced. The problem lay in the fact that Tang Yu's lamb soup was unparalleled, with no other item capable of matching its value. Even on the World Channel, one could find analgin painkillers and amoxicillin antibiotics being sold. Yet, without removing the cold wind condition, these could merely alleviate symptoms without offering a complete cure. Moreover, the young energy boost effect of nourishing lamb soup was an unprecedented enhancement in the current frigid climate, allowing survivors to emerge from their hiding places to confront unforeseen challenges, thus increasing their margin for error. However, regarding the snowmobile in his possession, he could not guarantee that other survivors did not have similar items. It was evident that Tang Yu had no intention of acquiring a second snow-moving apparatus after already possessing one. Consequently, after a period of waiting for Tang Yu's response, this survivor, filled with regret and anxiety, sent another message. Mountain Wu Jing. God Yu, I apologize for the earlier typo. This item only requires 5 bowls of lamb soup. Just a few fever-reducing pills and antibiotics would suffice, and you can decide the quantity. Upon reading the message, Tang Yu pondered for a moment, but chose not to respond. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen, brewed himself a cup of red tea, and settled into a single armchair by the fireplace, quietly waiting. 10 minutes later, Mountain Wu Jing. God Yu, how about 3 bowls? It truly cannot go any lower. I even broke a bone in my pursuit of this item. A smile blossomed on Tang Yu's lips as he set down his cup of red tea. In the city, Tang Yu remarked, this price is acceptable. After exchanging 3 portions of nourishing lamb soup, 3 tablets of analgesic, and 3 capsules of amoxicillin, he acquired the Husky brand snowmobile. The vehicle was considerably larger than a conventional motorcycle, primarily due to its increased width. The rear wheels had been ingeniously modified into 2 tracks, while the front wheels were replaced by 2 small skis. As it moved, the tracks provided propulsion while the skis facilitated steering, making operation both simple and convenient. Tang Yu connected the charger to the generator, and as the red light on the snowmobile's dashboard illuminated, charging commenced, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Now, he had arranged both the means of transportation and cold weather gear for his journey to the trading center tomorrow night. The only remaining concern was how to access the top floor of the trading center. He had yet to roll the dice today. Just as he was about to open the Super Monopoly panel, a thought struck him. He reopened the private chat and began scrolling upward. There it was. City, Tang Yu, brother, are you still alive? I recall you mentioning in the World Channel that you could assist in customizing wooden items. Moments later, a reply arrived. Forrest, Wang Hao Yu. You finally reached out to me again. Wooden items can be custom made. Just tell me what you need. Tang Yu's face lit up with joy. City, Tang Yu, excellent. Can you carve a statue of the god of war, Guan Yu? Wang Hao Yu replied with confusion. Forrest, Wang Hao Yu, what? The statue of Guan Yu, the god of war before the calamity? City, Tang Yu, yes, precisely that. Are you familiar with the design? Please carve a 50-centimeter tall statue with elements such as closed eyes, a beard, and a large blade. City, Tang Yu, once completed, coat it evenly with tung oil, and add an altar for the statue. I'll offer you 3 bowls of lamb soup. Is that agreeable? At that moment, in a concealed part of the forest, Wang Hao Yu stood before a roaring campfire, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he read the messages on his panel. At last, fortune has come my way. Just as he was about to respond to Tang Yu, a thought crossed his mind, and his smile grew even brighter. Forrest, Wang Hao Yu, since you now have a statue and altar, wouldn't you also require an incense burner and sandalwood? City, Tang Yu, can you craft sandalwood? Tang Yu was genuinely taken aback by this delightful revelation. Forrest, Wang Hao Yu. I cannot create sandalwood myself, but I know someone who can. He currently has a considerable stock available. In the city, Tang Yu proposed to Wang Hao Yu, facilitate the trade for me, and I shall provide the resources. Additionally, I will offer you 3 analgesic tablets and some amoxicillin. If you can prepare everything within half an hour, I will reward you with an extra bowl of mutton soup. Wang Haoyu responded with amusement. Haha, no problem, Yu Shun. I assure you I will handle it flawlessly. Tang Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wang Haoyu had such connections. He had been under the impression that sandalwood was difficult to procure. Now, it seemed that all offerings for the worship of Guandi were readily available. This exemplified how, driven by self-interest, human potential is indeed limitless. Just 29 minutes later, Wang Haoyu sent a trade request to Tang Yu, containing precisely what he had asked for, including a full 1,000 sticks of sandalwood. Wang Haoyu added, Yu Shun, my friend who supplies the sandalwood mentioned it was for you. He said you could determine the value. These were merely crafted for leisure and hold no real worth. Tang Yu, however, was not convinced by such claims and generously rewarded Wang Haoyu with an extra bowl of mutton soup, stating, Give that brother a bowl of mutton soup on my behalf. I appreciate his help, as I foresee future needs. Upon completing the transaction, Tang Yu eagerly placed the statue of Guandi in a prominent position in the living room, deliberately avoiding the kitchen and restroom. He poured a packet of oatmeal into the incense burner as a substitute for sand, and arranged 5 cans in front of the statue as offerings. After quickly cleansing his hands and applying fragrance, he approached the statue of Guandi with a solemn expression, lighting 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, and reciting, Great Emperor Guan, I, your junior Tang Yu, humbly worship you. May you bless me with prosperity and fortune. As he completed the prayer, he bowed 3 times and inserted the incense into the burner. With the ritual concluded, a smile crept onto Tang Yu's face as he opened the Super Monopoly panel and rolled the dice. When the dice settled, a number appeared. 4 points? Is this the store? Tang Yu's gaze fell upon the 4th square's emblem, distinct from all previous designs. It resembled a small room, inscribed with the word shop. As mini Tang Yu landed on this square, the panel transformed, revealing 3 rows of shelves, each with 3 tiers, displaying various items along with their prices. Remote dice, X2, requiring 200 wealth points. Flight card, X1, requiring 150 wealth points. Trait, interest, level 1, requiring 1,500 wealth points. Trait, chosen 1, requiring 2,000 wealth points. Rare pet, requiring 400 wealth points. The dazzling array of goods left Tang Yu momentarily awestruck. However, in the upper left corner of the panel, the 5-minute countdown was incessantly flashing, and only 4 minutes and 13 seconds remained. Time was of the essence. Tang Yu hurriedly glanced at his current points. Today, he had once again accumulated 303 wealth points, adding to the 791 points remaining from yesterday, bringing his total to 1094 points. Tang Yu barely had time to revel in the fact that his points had once again surpassed the previous record. He focused all his attention on the array of items before him, seeking a solution to his predicament. Stay card, prison card, shopping card, with characteristics for sale, thief. House extension, special pass, blessing of the god of fortune, curse of the god of misfortune. The more he looked, the more exhilarated he became, almost wishing to acquire them all. Yet his rationality constantly reminded him that he had only a little over 1,000 wealth points and must use them wisely. Finally, with just 2 minutes remaining, Tang Yu's roving gaze came to a halt, revealing a contemplative expression. One-time designated transaction card. Usage count, 11. Effect, upon use. It allows for the forcible purchase of a specified property, requiring an additional fee of 15 of the purchase price as a brokerage cost. Required, 250 wealth points. After pondering for a few seconds, the fog in his mind dissipated and a smile graced his lips. This is it. Without hesitation, Tang Yu chose to purchase the one-time designated transaction card. As his wealth points diminished, he saw the card appear in the item bar beside the Monopoly map. It was the very card he had just purchased. Having spent 250 wealth points on it, Tang Yu's wealth points now stood at 844. However, that should suffice. His gaze swept across the Monopoly map, and with each stop, information about that location appeared on the panel. 4S Card Dealership, Luo City Post and Telecommunications Bureau, American Ginseng Black Pearl Restaurant, Gao Yao Public Toilet. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on a high-rise building icon, Luo City Trading Center. Using the one-time designated transaction card, target Luo City Trading Center. As Tang Yu's thoughts shifted, the one-time designated transaction card in the item bar transformed into a stream of light, circling before him before slotting into the square representing Luo City Trading Center. A mechanical prompt echoed in Tang Yu's mind. Would you like to spend 650 points to purchase Luo City Trading Center? Upon hearing this voice, an expression of uncontainable excitement spread across Tang Yu's face. Yes, with his confirmation, the wealth points were deducted, leaving him with a mere 96 wealth points, as the 15 brokerage fee had already been accounted for. However, the expenditure is indeed worthwhile. A colossal architectural blueprint has emerged within his mind, its magnitude surpassing all his previous real estate ventures. The trading edifice boasts 23 stories, complemented by an immense trading hall replete with hundreds of interconnected rooms. Tang Yu found himself momentarily breathless at the sight. The most striking aspect was the incessant movement of red dots within. This, indeed, was the stronghold of the vagabonds and their mercenaries. Tang Yu meticulously shifted perspectives to scrutinize the dynamics of this trading center. The primary activity zones of these vagabonds appeared concentrated within the trading hall and below the 10th floor, likely serving as their communal space for interaction and lodging. Conversely, above the 10th floor, only 7 or 8 rooms were marked by the presence of red dots. Tang Yu surmised that these individuals must represent the mid to upper echelon within the vagabond hierarchy, their residential quarters and floor levels signifying their social stratification. On the 20th floor, there was but a single room occupied, the most spacious and ideally located within the building. Occasionally, individuals would enter this room, only to exit shortly thereafter. This must be the lair of the mercenary leader. Throughout the ensuing day, aside from responding to trading inquiries, Tang Yu devoted his entire focus to analyzing the architectural framework of the trading building and identifying exploitable vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, within the trading center, the mercenary leader's demeanor fluctuated ominously. He faced significant trouble. Just last night, he learned that the brother of a certain influential figure had gone missing, alongside a subordinate tasked with his protection. The mercenary leader could scarcely fathom the repercussions upon the return of this powerful individual, particularly upon discovering his nephew's demise and his brother's disappearance. A shiver coursed through him. In his agitation, he shouted towards the door, "Damn it, raise the temperature in here. It's freezing to death." Hearing his command, a subordinate promptly fetched splinters from nearby wooden furniture to stoke the blazing iron stove, while another generator in a different room strained to ensure the air conditioning units remained functional. One subordinate, clad in a cashmere coat, gazed at the crackling flames and spat towards the mercenary leader's room. "He sure knows how to order us around, doesn't he? So many brothers have perished these past days, yet he hasn't uttered a word of concern. It's a pity about Black Dog. He promised to bring me to the sacrificial ceremony in 2 months. If I could become a disciple of the divine, I would be set for life. I heard that the mysterious individual residing on the 7th floor of the Pinewood Hotel has vanished. Do you know? That might be why he is in such a foul mood." Upon hearing this, another individual perked up, cautiously glancing at the mercenary leader's room before leaning closer and inquiring, "What's going on? Tell me." Chapter 58, The Art of Explosives. Crafting dynamite, I heard from some brothers last night that one of them went to the 7th floor of the Pinewood Hotel to hand over a shift. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the brothers who were supposed to protect the enigmatic individual had all perished, leaving only their weapons behind. Most crucially, the mysterious figure had vanished completely. Upon returning, they relayed the situation to Meat Dog, and I witnessed his expression morph into one of both shock and fury upon hearing the news. The drifter chuckled, glancing once more at Meat Dog's quarters. He continued in hushed tones, "At that moment, Meat Dog's face was truly a sight to behold." At this, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Elsewhere, within the opulent theater building of Quello City, the butcher, Tai, reclined on a plush sofa, leaning against the continuously crackling fireplace, his eyes slightly squinted in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he opened his eyes, ignited a cigar, and took a deep puff. The potent aroma of tobacco invigorated his somewhat lethargic spirit. Settling back beside the fireplace, he savored the warmth of the flames and observed the rapidly falling snow outside. Despite the fireplace's warmth, a thick layer of frost had inevitably formed on the windows, which, if not for their special reinforcement, might have shattered under the intense cold. That fellow, military knife, should be dead by now. His right hand instinctively twisted the cigar as his thoughts lingered on military knife. It had been 2 days. Normally, he should have returned with the goods yesterday morning. Yet now, not only were the goods absent, but the city hospital seemed like a silent black hole, swallowing everyone he sent without a trace. This left him with a disquieting sensation. Could it be that someone has set their sights on me? The butcher pondered various possibilities. even contemplating whether anyone had witnessed him abducting Mr. Zhou's brother. The more he thought, the deeper his fear grew. He simply wished to rid himself of this hot potato. But to whom could he relinquish it? After a while, a spark ignited in his eyes, and a smile crept across his lips. Meanwhile, Tang Yu gazed perplexly at the content of a private message before him. More precisely, he was examining a book that the sender had shared, The Art of Explosives. Type, rare book. Effect, upon use, it enables the crafting of explosives from various chemical materials. Usage requirements, bathroom, level 2, kitchen, level 2, ventilation duct, level 2. Description, this is a highly practical book, believed to assist you through numerous challenges. This item is being offered by a survivor in exchange for nourishing lamb soup. Mining area, Lu Binbin, Yushin, how much lamb soup do you think this book could fetch? I found it in what appears to be a laboratory room here. The room was filled with various jars and containers, along with beakers and test tubes. Lu Binbin from the mining area remarked, this should be quite valuable, though the usage requirements are rather high. My expectations are modest. I merely wish to survive this extreme, cold disaster. Tang Yu, observing the information from Lu, discerned that the room he had discovered was likely dedicated to the production of explosive materials. Generally, such a chamber would contain numerous items that could be directly utilized. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu inquired, is a trade possible? However, are the other items in that room still available? Liu Bamba responded, do you want those scraps? You got? I have kept them, though no one has shown interest in them. He sent images of 3 chemical vessels and 4 chemical liquids. Tang Yu, upon viewing the images sent by Lu, understood the implications of his words. The remaining laboratory items were merely beakers, test tubes, glass, stirring rods, alcohol lamps, and other chemical apparatus, along with various chemical materials such as nitric acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, glycerin, cotton, mercury, and ethanol, among 2 to 3 dozen others. Tang Yu felt a wave of exasperation. Could it be that this fellow had emptied the entire laboratory? It was no wonder others showed little interest in these items. During the first wave of disasters, these chemical materials proved utterly useless. The rare book titled The Art of Explosives was likely intended for this survivor's personal use. But the severity of the disaster had far exceeded expectations, prompting him to reach out to Tang Yu. This, however, conveniently spared Tang Yu the trouble of further searching. Noting that Lu was situated in a mining area, he surmised that this location must harbor unique resources. Just as the forest yields timber, the grasslands provide beef and mutton, and coastal regions offer sea salt and fish. The mining area should possess special minerals. Lu appeared to be a decent individual, potentially worth befriending. Tang Yu proposed, all right, I will take everything. In exchange, I shall offer you 3 bowls of mutton soup, 3 analgesic tablets, 3 amoxicillin antibiotics, and 3 cans of meat. Does that sound agreeable? Lu Binbin was somewhat astonished upon receiving Tang Yu's message, having anticipated receiving only 2 bowls or even just 1 bowl of mutton soup. He quickly replied, that works. You got it. Thank you so much. The two swiftly concluded the transaction, and Lu Binbin, gazing at the provisions acquired in his backpack, felt his tense demeanor finally relax. Now, he should be in the clear. Damn it, if only he had discovered the mine earlier and constructed his refuge deep within it. He would not be in such a dire situation due to this extreme cold disaster. Alas, the rare book he had hoped to keep for himself was now a lost cause. Forget it. I'm still stuck with only a level 1 kitchen. Who knows how long it'll take before I even meet the learning requirements. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had already finished learning the book, The Art of Explosives. However, it turned out to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. Originally, he thought it would work just like shelter facilities, simply using the facility's crafting interface to produce items. But to his surprise, after learning the book, Tang Yu actually gained a brand new skill. Explosive crafting, type, rare life skill description, allows the user to craft various explosives using chemical or industrial materials, including but not limited to black powder, emulsion explosives, detonators, nitroglycerin, time bombs, remote control bombs, micro bombs, and other explosives. Effects: increases material reaction stability when crafting explosives. Increases success rate when crafting explosives. Increases success rate when dismantling bombs. Reduces the chance of accidents during explosive crafting. 10 chance to obtain additional effects when crafting explosives. At max level, 30 chance to obtain additional effects when crafting explosives. Explosive crafting time 50. Explosive dismantling time 50. Proficiency 0 10 0 0 0. How to increase proficiency. Craft explosives. Dismantle explosives. Kill enemies or destroy buildings using explosives. Chapter 59. The production process of nitrocellulose. Tang Yu stared at the description of the explosives crafting skill in disbelief. Is this really explosive crafting or bomb crafting? He muttered to himself. As he focused his attention, the explosives crafting skill interface opened. What he saw was a densely packed list of explosive recipes. It looked extremely similar to the crafting interface of the medical station. The only difference was that facilities like the medical station, bathroom, and kitchen only require materials to be prepared. Tang Yu didn't need to do anything else. Once the crafting time ended, the finished product would be obtained automatically. But this explosives crafting skill was completely different, although it also had a long crafting list. What was recorded there were the formulas, production procedures, and precautions for crafting each type of explosive. Everything written in meticulous detail. This was essentially a complete explosive manufacturing process, or rather, a foolproof step-by-step manual. If Tang Yu wanted the corresponding explosives, he would have to personally operate and perform every step himself. That realization left him completely dumbfounded. He looked at the extremely dangerous explosive names at the top of the list: nitroglycerin, mercury fulminate, and others. Holy crap, is this a joke? You want me to make this stuff myself? That's basically suicide. Only then did Tang Yu finally understand why the skill effects focused so heavily on increasing success rates and reducing accident chances. Because it really was possible to blow himself up during the crafting process. At that moment, Tang Yu actually felt like he had made a terrible deal. However, it was not long before Tang Yu adjusted his mindset. Since he had already utilized the materials, he acknowledged that this was indeed a rare skill. Up to this point, he possessed only two skills. One was the rare passive skill Stealth Action, and the other was explosive production. Thus, it was imperative to give it a try. He promptly contacted Wang Haoyu from the forest region to custom order a long rectangular table measuring 0.8 x 12 meters and a wooden chair. Additionally, he ordered a 4-tier wooden shelf to accommodate beakers, test tubes, and various chemical substances. Upon receiving Tang Yu's message, Wang Haoyu immediately commenced production and completed the transaction in a mere 10 minutes. Tang Yu sent Wang Haoyu a bowl of mutton soup in return, understanding that the furniture required a significant amount of timber, which was currently quite expensive. This was precisely what Tang Yu needed. Had it been anyone else, Wang Haoyu might not have accepted the order. Once Tang Yu received the goods, he made substantial adjustments to the layout of his hideout. The corner previously designated for storing fuel was cleared to make space for the workbench and chair. The 4-tier shelf was placed in the corner opposite the workbench. The fuel and timber that had been cleared away were piled in the corridor leading from the entrance to the living room. He did not wish to risk an explosion from a fuel barrel while crafting explosives, as that would not be a fitting end. With everything in place, Tang Yu opened the explosive production skill list to seek a suitable explosive for practice. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a particular item: nitrocellulose. Description: nitrocellulose is widely utilized across various fields, including but not limited to military products, the coatings industry, and printing. Tang Yu was somewhat familiar with nitrocellulose, as he had been quite fascinated with firearms in his previous life, knowing that nitrocellulose was a crucial component in the production of ammunition propellant. Its relatively low danger level made it perfect for his first endeavor, and he fortuitously possessed all the necessary materials for its creation. Approaching the 4-tier shelf, Tang Yu gathered the required beakers, measuring cups, glass stirring rods, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and cotton wool to the workbench. Observing the current indoor temperature, he noted that this corner, being distant from the resting area, was noticeably cooler, a condition Tang Yu had intentionally created. Perfect temperature, he mused. After taking several deep breaths, he commenced his first attempt at producing nitrocellulose. Following the operational requirements for nitrocellulose, he first procured a basin of ice water, then measured out XX ml of nitric acid and XX ml of sulfuric acid, combining both in a beaker. Immediately, he felt the temperature of the beaker rising rapidly, causing his heart to race. Those who have worked with explosives know that during the manufacturing process, the utmost attention must be paid to the occurrence of exothermic and luminescent reactions. A moment's negligence could necessitate immediately plunging the beaker into a nearby ice bath. Once the glass rod has been thoroughly stirred and the temperature of the beaker has returned to ambient levels, Tang Yu finally retrieves it. Subsequently, he extracts a certain quantity of degreased cotton and immerses it into the acidic mixed solution, stirring with a glass rod. During this period, the beaker heats up once more, prompting Tang Yu to again place it in the ice water for cooling. After approximately half a minute of stirring, he withdraws the beaker and ceases his actions, ensuring the temperature remains consistently between 10 and 20 degrees Celsius, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. What remains is the act of waiting. The degreased cotton has been soaking in the acidic solution for a quarter of an hour, ultimately completing the nitration process. Tang Yu uses the glass rod to extract the nitrate cotton from the beaker and places it into another container, proceeding to the restroom to rinse the nitrate cotton repeatedly. After washing it 6 or 7 times, he drains the final moisture from the cotton, retrieves another measuring cup filled with fresh water, and adds a small amount of baking soda, stirring it evenly. The drained nitrate cotton is then submerged in this solution, briefly stirred to neutralize any residual acidity. Once again, he removes the nitrate cotton, rinses it in clean water, and finally employs pH test strips to confirm that the nitrate cotton is devoid of acidity before draining the moisture. Using paper towels, he absorbs any remaining moisture from the nitrate cotton, then approaches his workspace, retrieving a wooden board. He carefully tears apart the nitrate cotton and lays it out on the board. Only at this moment does Tang Yu truly feel a sense of relief. This is merely the least dangerous form of nitrate cotton, and yet he has felt such trepidation. However, Tang Yu is aware that his anxiety stems from his initial encounter with these materials. Such nervousness is inevitable. With time and familiarity, he will undoubtedly become more composed. Perhaps it is the effect of the apocalyptic game. Merely a few minutes have passed when Tang Yu is astonished to find that the nitrate cotton, which was drying, has completely desiccated. While this discovery is surprising, he finds himself even more intrigued by another matter. He gathers the nitrate cotton, takes a piece approximately the size of his thumb, and places it on the tiled floor. A lighter appears in his hand. With a click, the flame slowly approaches the cotton. In Tang Yu's excited gaze, the flame gently touches the nitrate cotton. In an instant, the nitrate cotton ignites into a fierce blaze. But just as swiftly, the flames vanish without a trace, producing no smoke or residue. Were it not for Tang Yu's hands-on experiment, he might have thought he was experiencing an illusion. It worked. Tang Yu bursts into laughter. Although the combustion of nitrocellulose had no effect on Tang Yu, the psychological pleasure it brought him generated an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This skill in explosive creation was truly remarkable. If he could successfully create nitrocellulose, then surely he could conjure other explosives as well. At this thought, a scene from a movie he had once watched suddenly resurfaced in his mind. The protagonist, imprisoned, had managed to escape by inserting a piece of emulsified explosive the size of a chewing gum into a small hole in the wall, resulting in a large enough explosion for an adult to flee. He recalled that the actor portraying the protagonist was named something like Jason Statham. Tang Yu's mind began to race. He swiftly searched through the explosive creation skill list. Soon, a satisfied smile graced his lips. This was definitely feasible. Remote control emulsified explosive crafting requirements: ammonium nitrate X2, sodium nitrate X3, Vaseline X1, paraffin X1, urea X1, emulsifier X2, sensitizer X1, mercury X1, nitric acid X2, ethanol X3, mobile phone X1, electronic components X4, lithium battery X1, capacitor X1. Crafting method: according to the ratio specified in the recipe, add ammonium nitrate to the aqueous phase dissolving tank. Tang Yu gazed at the extensive crafting requirements, feeling a twinge of apprehension. However, to successfully acquire the polar snow lotus the following day, he had no choice but to give it a try. He approached the 4th level shelves to inspect the raw materials and discovered that he was missing the crucial ammonium nitrate. Thus, he promptly sought to purchase it through the regional channel. Before long, someone responded to his inquiry. "Njiaha, Yu Shun, do you need fertilizer?" "Tang Yu. I don't want that. I need ammonium nitrate." "Njiaha, ammonium nitrate is fertilizer. However, the ammonium nitrate available on the market is processed. I have pure ammonium nitrate." This was the first time Tang Yu had heard of such a thing. After some discussion, he learned that this individual had a fertilizer workshop nearby and had brought some fertilizer, including ammonium nitrate, to his hideout early on. Tang Yu found it quite intriguing. He had encountered survivors who possessed fuel resources, timber resources, and mineral resources, but now he was faced with one who possessed fertilizer resources. Although he was surprised, he quickly finalized the transaction, exchanging a bowl of lamb soup for 100 pounds of ammonium nitrate. Just as Tang Yu was about to end the call, he suddenly remembered something and quickly sent another message. "Tang Yu, brother, you mentioned that you thoroughly looted that fertilizer workshop. Did you find anything that could promote the growth of rare plants?" Tang Yu's question evidently surprised the other party, possibly prompting some contemplation. After 3 minutes, a reply finally came through. Njiaha, you actually possess a rare plant, this celestial entity. I do happen to have an item that can significantly enhance the growth of rare plants. This plant cultivation liquid you mentioned, correct? Type, rare item. Effect, a specialized cultivation liquid for rare plants, accelerating growth speed by 100, with a consumption rate of 100. Duration, 7 days. Description, this is a mass-produced plant cultivation liquid developed in the early research stages of the Titan laboratory, offering exceptional value. Note, it is crucial to ensure that necessary nutrients for plant growth are replenished promptly after use. Tang Yu gazed in astonishment at the item description on the panel. Initially, he had merely asked on a whim, harboring no significant hopes. To his surprise, this individual truly possessed such a treasure. Moreover, the mention of Titan Laboratory piqued his interest, prompting him to mentally note it before shifting his focus back to the bottle of cultivation liquid. With a growth speed enhancement of 100, the plant's growth rate would double. Thus, if the breathing pothose utilized this cultivation liquid, the time for it to produce offshoots would reduce from 3 days to merely 1.5. Over a span of 7 days, he could potentially acquire at least 4 offshoots. Suddenly, Tang Yu paused, shaking his head. That wasn't quite the calculation. The breathing pothose had been acquired yesterday, and a day had already passed. In 2 more days, it would divide into offshoots. If he employed the cultivation liquid now, within 7 days, the breathing pothose could indeed yield a maximum of 5 offshoots. 5 offshoots, coupled with the mother plant, that would total 6. The creation of the child of the ocean gene evolution potion required 2 offshoots, leaving Tang Yu with 4. This delighted him immensely. However, as he had yet to secure the item, he steadied his excitement and organized his thoughts before reaching out to the other party. Tang Yu, this item is quite appealing. I can exchange it for 3 bowls of lamb soup. Yet, upon reading the response from the other party, his brow furrowed. Njiaha, I can gift you this cultivation liquid, but I have one request. Should your plant yield any surplus fruits or offshoots, I would appreciate receiving a share. This request was something Tang Yu had never anticipated. While offering an offshoot under normal circumstances would be inconsequential, the impending disaster, a catastrophic flood, loomed. Tang Yu's refuge would inevitably be submerged, and he urgently required the breathing pothose to produce oxygen. After some contemplation, he replied, Tang Yu, if it is solely the cultivation liquid, I cannot commit to your request. The efficacy of this liquid is moderate, and I cannot guarantee the production of additional offshoots. Tang Yu anxiously awaited the other party's response, his gaze filled with a glimmer of hope. He was wagering on the assumption that his opponent possessed an even more advanced cultivation liquid. If there exists a type, there must inherently be a higher form. Thus, silence enveloped both parties. Tang Yu waited patiently, and upon noticing the lack of response from the other side, he approached the workbench, preparing the materials for concocting emulsified explosives. Although he yearned to acquire that vial of cultivation liquid, Tang Yu understood that this was a critical moment of psychological maneuvering, a battle of wits. He could almost envision his counterpart, Njiaha, gravely scrutinizing the information panel, awaiting Tang Yu to make the first move. However, Tang Yu chuckled lightly. He indeed desired the vial, yet he was acutely aware that rare plants resided in his possession. Even in the absence of cultivation liquid, rare plants could still thrive. It merely required additional time. Conversely, what use would an abundance of cultivation liquid be without a single rare plant to nurture? It certainly could not quench one's thirst. While Tang Yu was uncertain if he was the sole possessor of rare plants at this moment, their scarcity was undeniable. This was the very confidence that emboldened his gamble. Chapter 61. Unexpected gains and the wealth of daily intelligence. Tang Yu methodically completed all preparations for the explosive fabrication. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed when, just as he feared he had miscalculated, his private message inbox vibrated. Upon opening it, Tang Yu smiled. Njiaha, what do you think of this item? Can we exchange it for a rare plant? Image of type plant cultivation liquid. Image of type plant cultivation liquid. Type, rare item. Effect, exclusive cultivation liquid for rare plants. Growth speed 200, growth consumption 200, with a 5 chance of producing mutated specimens. Duration, 7 days. Description, this is the pinnacle of cultivation liquid from the early days of Titan Laboratory, coveted by countless plant enthusiasts. Note, cannot be combined with other cultivation liquids. Astounded, Tang Yu gazed at the item information, elated to discover that his opponent indeed possessed valuable goods. His eyes twinkled as he contemplated how to negotiate for more of this rare plant cultivation liquid, whether it was the previous model or the current enhanced version. The more he could acquire, the better it would be for him. However, now that the other party was aware of his possession of rare plants, they would undoubtedly grasp the significance of these rare cultivation liquids. This would complicate negotiations. After some reflection, Tang Yu decided it was prudent to secure this vial of cultivation liquid first. Only what was in his hands could be controlled. Further speculation would yield no fruit otherwise. Tang Yu, if it is this cultivation liquid, I can agree to the exchange, and I will provide you with a rare plant in return. And Jiaha, you shun? Would it be convenient for me to see the information on this rare plant? And Jiaha's true intention was to ascertain whether Tang Yu truly possessed rare plants, as this pertained to a highly valuable vial of rare cultivation liquid. Tang Yu understood his implication and sent the information regarding the breathing green lily. Upon confirming that Tang Yu indeed owned the rare plant, the other party promptly opted for a trade, much to Tang Yu's astonishment. Once the transaction was completed, the vial of plant cultivation liquid appeared in Tang Yu's backpack. After confirming that its effects were identical to what he had previously observed, he finally felt at ease and voiced his lingering curiosity. Tang Yu, in 2 days, I shall trade the plant to you. By the way, do you trust me so readily? You proceeded with the trade without hesitation. Upon receiving the message, and Jiaha displayed a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth. And Jiaha, you shun, I've been following your exploits for quite some time. Your reputation among our cohort of survivors is commendable. Your trade prices for resources are fair, and you maintain your principles. Therefore, I believe that a rare item would not compel you to forsake your standards. Tang Yu was taken aback by such a statement, and a bemused smile crept across his face. Perhaps this was a reflection of his relatively short time in this world. While he comprehended the challenges of the apocalyptic game, he still held on to certain convictions, and it seemed that his efforts were yielding positive results. The ensuing conversation was quite pleasant, as Tang Yu exchanged a bowl of mutton soup for the price of a vial of plant cultivation liquid, successfully acquiring 3 vials. It was not that Tang Yu desired to obtain more, but rather that Jiaha had run out of stock. While Tang Yu remained skeptical, he felt it unnecessary to press the matter further, especially since Jiaha had also agreed to send over 10 flower pots and some humus, which were relatively inconsequential resources. This would allow for immediate planting once the offspring were split. After completing the transaction, Tang Yu poured the vial of plant cultivation liquid into the pot of the breathing green lily, and then fetched 3,000 milliliters of purified water from the water purifier to pour into the pot. Come on, little one, produce some offspring quickly. Tang Yu was in high spirits as he made his way to the workbench, hoping to produce emulsified explosives that very day. However, as he passed by the information center, he paused, recalling that he had yet to check today's intel. Thus, Tang Yu opened the information center panel and chose to view the daily updates. The laptop on the workstation began displaying various images and information. A radar-like graphic was flickering incessantly, seemingly capturing data. After 5 seconds, the screen stabilized, revealing today's intelligence. Tonight at 11 p.m., the butcher will place the corpse of the district hospital director, Stephen Zhou, near the 4S shop in the White Tower area and instruct his men to guide the meat dogs to discover the body, framing it on cabin. Tang Yu was instantly taken aback by the immense amount of information contained within this intelligence. Goodness, the butcher is clearly up to something. He mentally organized his thoughts. The butcher and the meat dog are currently recognized as the 2 prominent leaders of the refugee camps. If he was not mistaken, the cabin mentioned in the intelligence should also be the leader of another refugee camp. The director of the city hospital was originally named Stephen Zhou. His brother, who was the enigmatic figure behind the meat dog and the grim face, according to Tang Yu's understanding, should have at least control over all the refugee forces in the White Tower district of Luo City. It is even possible that he directly controls the entire Luo City. Now, the butcher evidently intends to seize the opportunity while the mysterious figure is away from Luo City to obtain the key card to access the CBS laboratory, thus covertly abducting the director of the city hospital. If Tang Yu's assumptions were correct, this director had previously been under the protection of the meat dog. The 2 groups sent by the butcher to the hospital had been entirely dealt with by Tang Yu under fortunate circumstances, leaving the butcher feeling somewhat apprehensive. Hence, he devised this scheme to divert attention, redirecting the meat dog's focus onto this refugee leader named Cabin. In the end, whether the meat dog and Cabin find themselves at odds, or whether inquiries arise upon the mysterious figure's return, the butcher would successfully absolve himself of suspicion. Goodness, This is no mere apocalyptic game. It's akin to the tumultuous times of the Three Kingdoms. The Butcher's heart is truly wicked. Tang Yu lamented. Initially, he had no intention of further engaging with this matter, as it bore little connection to him. However, a possibility suddenly dawned on him. He promptly retrieved the city map of the White Tower district of Luo City for examination. Tang Yu quickly located the site marked as the 4S car dealership. This location indeed formed a triangular configuration with the trading center and the Butcher's Theater building, situated near the Hong Romantic Club. Tang Yu immediately contacted Wang Bohu. Recalling that the last time Wang Bohu departed, it was in that direction. He might possess knowledge regarding that area. Tang Yu, is there a 4S store near you? Are there refugees inside? Before long, Wang Bohu's response arrived. Chapter 62. Information on the 4S store, manufacturing emulsified explosives. Wang Bohu, Great One. Are you looking at that place? You must not go. It's a stronghold for refugees, teeming with people. I nearly got caught there last time. Tang Yu. You been there? Wang Bohu. Yes, initially I thought it was just a small refugee outpost and planned to sneak in. However, upon entering, I discovered there were at least 100 refugees inside. Had I not escaped quickly, I would have certainly faced dire consequences. Upon reading Wang Bohu's message, Tang Yu was convinced that this 4S store must indeed be the stronghold of cabin mentioned in the intelligence. Tang Yu, is your hideout far from that 4S store? At this moment, Wang Bohu lay concealed in his hideout, beside a warm hearth. Upon receiving a message from Tang Yu, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Could it be that the god of Yu had genuinely taken an interest in this place? Yet there were so many people. Based on his understanding of Tang Yu, Wang Bohu suspected that the latter was plotting something. Thus, he relayed the current situation to Tang Yu. Wang Bohu, I am quite a distance away and can observe from afar. Is there anything you require of me, esteemed deity? Tang Yu, perfect timing. I need you to keep an eye on the 4S dealership tonight. Pay particular attention to whether anyone sneaks in. If so, notify me immediately. Was the god of Yu privy to some insider information? Contemplating this, Wang Bohu could not discern any further insights. He soon acquiesced to Tang Yu's request. Wang Bohu, no problem, esteemed deity. I can monitor the area from my hideout, and I will inform you at the first sign of anything unusual. Tang Yu, thank you. Concluding the conversation, Tang Yu promptly set Wang Bohu's messages to alert mode. This way, should he receive any communication, even in slumber, he would awaken instantly, ensuring nothing was missed. Having dealt with the intelligence matter, Tang Yu found himself increasingly enamored with this intelligence center, realizing it was indeed a treasure. He felt that eliminating the black dog had been the wisest decision since entering the apocalyptic game. After calming his thoughts, Tang Yu consumed some food to replenish his energy and hydration before settling at the workstation in the corner. He adjusted his state to optimal readiness and began meticulously crafting remote emulsified explosives. As time slipped away unnoticed, the hideout was filled only with the crackling of the burning wood in the hearth and the faint hum of the generator. Tang Yu had been engrossed in his work for over 4 hours, his focus unwavering, resulting in significant physical and mental exhaustion. Finally, upon completing the last emulsified explosive, he leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. This sigh seemed to trigger a wave of fatigue, leaving him acutely aware of his aching body and heavy eyelids. He was utterly drained. It was not merely physical fatigue. The primary burden lay in his mental strain, having maintained a taut focus for those 4 hours, wary of any misstep that could lead to disaster. Summoning what little energy remained, he trudged to the kitchen and consumed a generous bowl of mutton soup he had reserved for himself, which bore the energized buff. Only with this buff could Tang Yu regain his vitality. Feeling the resurgence of both spirit and strength, he returned to the workbench, where an array of cylindrical objects lay neatly arranged. A smile graced his lips. The 4 hours spent were not in vain. Under the influence of his skill in explosive crafting, he had successfully produced 20 sticks of emulsified explosives, each the size of sausage, alongside 10 pieces the size of chewing gum. Although modest in size, their potency was undeniably significant. The emulsified explosives commonly utilized in mining operations were comparable in quantity to what he had created. Having completed the core components of the emulsified explosives, he realized he possessed a remote control device. Yet the electronic components and capacitors appeared insufficient, necessitating further procurement. Tang Yu meticulously cleared the workspace, returning various chemical materials to the shelves on the 4th floor, while the completed emulsified explosives were set aside in a separate location. Despite the safety and stability of the finished explosives, his cautious nature compelled him to prioritize additional precautions. After a day of relentless effort, the clock struck 7 in the evening, allowing Tang Yu a moment to rest. He poured himself a steaming cup of red tea and settled into a single armchair, posting a request for electronic components and capacitors in the regional chat channel. Given the commonality of these materials and the limited number of survivors capable of utilizing them, he quickly acquired a sufficient quantity of parts, exchanging only a few of the most inexpensive food items. With the materials for crafting the remote detonation device now fully assembled, he anticipated creating it the following day, at which point the remote emulsified explosive would be ready for deployment. In this apocalyptic game, who could have predicted that such a complex task as explosive crafting could be accomplished so effortlessly? In the real world, one would surely be considered a chemical prodigy or a demolition expert for such feats. Tang Yu maintained a clear mindset, fully aware of his own capabilities. Thus, his guiding principle in this apocalyptic game was to prepare for a full 10,000 points, never settling for a mere 9,999. He continued to check his private message inbox for any valuable items that might be offered in trade. Due to the day's explosive crafting, his inbox was now overflowing with messages, forcing him to search through them using keywords. As he sifted through the information, a smile gradually spread across his face. Indeed, it was only in desperate circumstances that individuals would part with their treasures in exchange for survival. Half an hour later, Tang Yu surveyed his backpack, now overflowing with items, unable to accommodate even a single additional bullet. The joy upon his lips was utterly uncontrollable. Just moments ago, he had astonishingly gathered the precious items necessary for the construction of Level 3 hideout security, Level 3 ventilation ducts, Level 3 lighting, and the rare facility, refugee treasure chest. This was merely the first day of the catastrophe. Meanwhile, other facilities that continued to upgrade, such as Level 2 intelligence center, Level 3 generator set, and Level 2 hideout walls, had also yielded some resources. Tang Yu estimated that within the 3 days of this disaster, he would be able to amass all that was needed. With his backpack completely filled, he decided to prioritize the upgrades of the facilities that could be enhanced. Tang Yu's gaze turned towards the hideout page, his eyes brimming with excitement. Chapter 63, Upgrading Facilities, Late-Night Visitors at the 4S Store, Lighting, Level 2. Type, Hideout Facility. Effect, provides basic illumination for the hideout. Next stage, Lighting, Level 3. Upgrade requirements. Lighting Level 2, Generator Set, Level 2, 15 LED bulbs, 10 capacitors, 6 wires. 5 light switches. Upgrade time, 90 minutes. Current upgrade requirements met. Would you like to upgrade? Ventilation duct. Safety type, Level 2. Type, Hideout Facility. Effect, Ventilation Performance 40. Indoor harmful gas discharge rate 30. Next stage, Ventilation duct, Level 3. Upgrade requirements. Generator set, Level 2. Ventilation duct, Level 2. 4 fans for motors, 14 wires. 5 PCB electronic chips, 5 assorted parts, 1 battery. Upgrade time, 120 minutes. Current upgrade requirements met. Would you like to upgrade? Tang Yu promptly confirmed. Yes. Instantly, a shimmering luminescence enveloped the entire lighting and ventilation facilities of the hideout, indicating that the upgrades had commenced. The other 2 facilities, refugee treasure chest, required a Level 2 intelligence center, while the upgrade for Level 3 hideout security necessitated a Level 3 lighting. Thus, Tang Yu had no choice but to await the completion of the lighting facility upgrade before he could proceed with the enhancement of hideout security. After a brief wash, he replenished the wood in the fireplace and the ingredients for mutton soup in the kitchen. He then made his way to the resting area in front of the heated platform. The temperature had plummeted significantly today, even though the fireplace burned continuously. The temperature within the hideout had nearly approached freezing. Wrapped in a thick cashmere nightgown, Tang Yu placed the ignited wood into the heated platform and waited in silence. 10 minutes later, he touched the surface of the heated platform and could distinctly feel the warmth. He quickly grabbed a thick quilt to cover himself and drifted into slumber. Later, around 10 o'clock in the evening, in Luo City, the howling blizzard relentlessly battered the glass, while snowflakes the size of ping-pong balls, propelled by the icy wind, appeared as sharp as blades. The large trees lining the streets occasionally emitted cracking sounds, splintering under the strain. Clearly, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the tempestuous snowstorm. At this moment, the temperature had plummeted to a frigid -50 degrees Celsius, with the snow accumulating to over a meter in depth. The more than 400 survivors still clinging to life in the White Tower district were huddled together in their shelters, trembling uncontrollably. Some had ignited every combustible item within their refuge, striving merely to endure this most arduous period. Wang Bohu, however, was clad in a bear fur coat, peering through a night vision telescope at the distant 4S store. As he bit into a piece of crispy snack, his mind was beset with questions. It was peculiar that the deity would exhibit such keen interest in this 4S store and specifically instructed him to remain vigilant this evening. Nevertheless, it was a rare opportunity to assist the divine. Wang Bohu's thoughts ceased as he discarded his food, gripping the telescope with both hands, fully concentrating on the task at hand. In his line of sight, amidst the eerie green surroundings, the night appeared as bright as day. Suddenly, two figures clad in thick winter coats emerged stealthily from the shadows. A wooden board laden with a corpse trail behind them, and their movements were clumsy, hindered by the snow as they made their way towards the entrance of the 4S store. The vagrants who had been patrolling the perimeter had retreated to the warmth of the rear building due to the polar blizzard. At that moment, the entire vicinity of the 4S store was devoid of any wanderers, as none would venture out into such frigid conditions. The two figures soon noted this absence, and, taking advantage of the swirling snow and darkness, slipped through the doors of the 4S store. By now, Wang Bohu had lost sight of them, but he surmised they would soon re-emerge. Thus, he waited in silence. Sure enough, after a mere 10 minutes, when his arm holding the night vision telescope began to ache, the two figures reappeared at the entrance of the 4S store. The only notable difference was that the corpse they had previously carried was now conspicuously absent. As they exited, they meticulously erased the traces of their passage through the snow, laboriously pushing through the thick drifts as they departed. Watching their vanishing silhouettes, Wang Bohu was left utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? His mind was in a state of bewilderment. What was the meaning behind their actions? How could they abandon a person and flee? Surely, this must be the very information the deity sought. With this thought, Wang Bohu recalled Tang Yu's instructions and hurriedly opened his private messaging inbox to contact him. Meanwhile, the butcher had also spotted the signal from his subordinate through the telescope. The task is accomplished. Everything is proceeding as planned. The butcher let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Now, let us observe the attitudes of the hound and that ghastly figure. The butcher signaled to one of his subordinates, who nodded slightly before retreating, gliding away on his skis into the swirling snowstorm. When Tang Yu was roused from his brief slumber by a notification from Wang Bohu, he realized he had only rested for a mere 2 to 3 hours. However, upon seeing that the message was from Wang Bohu, and noting that it was precisely 11:05 p.m., only a few minutes off from the time mentioned in the intel, Tang Yu understood that the thrilling spectacle was about to commence. Wang Bohu, great God, you won't believe what I've just seen. As Tang Yu listened to Wang Bohu recount the unfolding events, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. No, he thought, if there is a chance, I must eliminate this butcher at the earliest opportunity. He is a cunning old fox, and I cannot allow him to discover my existence. This was the first notion that surged through Tang Yu's mind. The butcher was not only treacherous, constantly scheming to betray his elder brother, but it also appeared his heart was filled with malice. In contrast, Tang Yu found himself preferring the hound. Even though his younger brother had perished many days ago, he was left with no recourse. Tang Yu, well done. Hold on a little longer. There should be a confrontation at the 4S store tonight. Keep me informed of the situation. With that, Tang Yu sent Wang Bohu 3 bowls of nourishing lamb soup, imbued with energized buff. One must provide sustenance for the donkey to pull the mill, after all. Indeed, upon receiving the 3 bowls of nourishing lamb soup from Tang Yu, Wang Bo, who was overjoyed. Although he had yet to touch the 2 bowls Tang Yu had sent previously, he would not refuse such a delightful offering. Moreover, he had begun to discern Tang Yu's temperament, so he accepted it without hesitation. Kvank Bohu Kinderstut. Just watch me, great God. By the way, if a fight breaks out, should I call for you, or do you have any specific instructions? Upon reading this, Tang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Tang Yu, no need to call me. Once the battle has concluded, simply inform me of the casualties among those attacking the 4S store. Chapter 64. Wang Bo, whose speculations, storms brewing in the trading building ending the conversation. Tang Yu silenced the notification from Wang Bo, who, and lay back down to rest. For him, knowing the outcome was sufficient. Given the butcher's current demeanor, he would undoubtedly attempt to incite misunderstandings between the hound and the leader of the 4S store's vagrants, Cabin, thus instigating conflict. Only by doing so could he reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos. Or perhaps this was the very scheme he had long sought to execute. Yet for Tang Yu, this situation was entirely fortuitous. Regardless of who emerged victorious from the clash between the Hound and Cabin, losses were inevitable on both sides. Especially under the current extreme weather conditions, sustaining injuries to vital areas outdoors is akin to awaiting death. Tang Yu even secretly wished for significant casualties among the meat dog's personnel. Such losses would afford him the opportunity to infiltrate the trading center. The greater the casualties among the meat dogs, the more favorable the circumstances for Tang Yu. After silently expressing gratitude to the butcher, a cunning individual, he drifted into a deep slumber within the warmth of his blankets. Yet just before losing consciousness, he muttered, "Old trickster, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations." Meanwhile, Wang Bo, who pondered over the final message sent by Tang Yu, deep in thought. What could this mean? Should he focus on the attacking party? Did Tang Yu harbor a grudge against them? Or was there a grander scheme at play? A chilling possibility crossed Wang Bohu's mind. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the great deity? Was the intention to incite enmity and conflict between these two factions? The very thought startled Wang Bohu. However, it was also perplexing. It was evident that the deity had only learned of the presence of refugees at the 4S shop that afternoon. His tone suggested he had acquired knowledge of the impending events through some other means, seeking Wang Bohu's assistance to verify the accuracy of that information. Nonetheless, the words of the deity undeniably indicated a keen interest in the imminent forces. This implied that the deity's subsequent actions would correlate with this faction, necessitating confirmation of their casualties to formulate a more effective plan. As a special talent cultivated for the apocalyptic game, Wang Bohu possessed exceptional analytical and deductive skills. Just from Tang Yu's inadvertent message, he had grasped the crux of the matter. Had Tang Yu been privy to Wang Bohu's deductions, he would likely have sighed in admiration for the latter's brilliance. Upon clarifying the entire situation, Wang Bohu's eyes brightened, revealing a grin that showcased his pearly whites. It appeared that the greater the casualties among the approaching faction, the easier it would be for the deity to succeed in his endeavors. He resumed his observation of the distant 4S shop through his night vision binoculars, and a bold idea took shape in his mind. At the trading center on the 20th floor, the meat dogs and a shadowy figure known as Ghostface wore grim expressions. Have we yet to locate that fellow Steven? Ghostface's voice was low and rasping, tinged with barely concealed frustration. His gaze was fixed intently on the meat dog's eyes, a deep-seated suspicion brewing within him. The sudden demise of the black dog had taken Ghostface by surprise. The black dog was known for his caution, never placing himself in perilous situations. It is capable of annihilating a contingent of over 20 individuals. Such a scenario could only arise through meticulous scheming. Otherwise, it seems nearly impossible. The most probable instigator is the flesh dog, who has long been held in disfavor by the black dog, often disregarding his directives, thus maintaining an elevated status. Yet, out of deference to the superior, the flesh dog typically feigns ignorance. But can he truly be devoid of ulterior motives? A man who is capable of betraying his former leader to ascend to the position of chief is not one to be underestimated. The ghost face is unconvinced that this individual is simply a sycophant, especially now, as the younger brother of the esteemed figure, Stephen, under the flesh dog's protection, has inexplicably been abducted. This has heightened Ghostface's suspicions to a breaking point. The location where Stephen is concealed is known solely to the superior, the black dog, and the flesh dog. Even the vagabonds assigned to protect Stephen were specifically dispatched by the superior to entrust to the flesh dog. Ghostface himself is unaware of the exact whereabouts, only that it lies within the White Tower district. With the superior absent, the black dog slain, and Stephen kidnapped. Alongside the demise of his protectors, all signs point to the flesh dog. The murderous intent emanating from Ghostface is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The flesh dog, acutely aware of the palpable hostility in the air, instinctively reaches for his favored weapon, the Colt Python revolver, concealed behind him. A glint of ruthless determination flickers in his lowered gaze, and the atmosphere in the room has plummeted to an oppressive low. Just as the two stand on the precipice of confrontation, the door bursts open, pushed by a subordinate. The younger man, upon witnessing the tension between the two, momentarily falters, before a look of exhilaration spreads across his face as he gazes at the flesh dog. "Boss, we found a lead on the individual from the Pinewood Hotel." Upon hearing this, both the flesh dog and Ghostface fix their eyes on the young man in unison. Where? Their simultaneous inquiries echo in the room. leaving the messenger momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze darting between the two men. Sensing the palpable tension, the subordinate quickly divulges what he knows. So, someone took Stephen from the cabin, is that correct? The flesh dog queries the young man in a grave tone. Yes, that person is outside. I brought him along. Upon this revelation, the flesh dog and Ghostface immediately stride towards the door, where they encounter a man whose face is pale and frostbitten, shivering uncontrollably. A doctor-like vagabond has just extracted a thermometer from the man, scrutinizing its reading. Brother, this man has a high fever. He requires urgent medical attention. Upon hearing this, Ghostface bypasses the flesh dog and approaches the afflicted individual directly. He reached out and opened the front of the man's shirt, revealing a gunshot wound on the right side of his chest. The wound had already formed a scab, indicating it had been there for at least 3 or 4 days. At this moment, the man, known as Meat Dog, recognized the face before him, displaying an expression of astonishment. Aren't you one of those who protect Stephen? It dawned on him that this was the individual who had disappeared alongside Stephen at the Pinewood Hotel. Upon hearing Meat Dog's voice, the man's initially hazy consciousness began to clear. He gazed at Meat Dog, gasping for breath, and managed to utter, quickly go to the 4S shop. Cabin has taken Mr. Joe, it's dangerous. Chapter 65. The approaching battle, the murderous intent of the Night Wong Bo, who, wrapped in a bearskin coat, yawned as he glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. Are these people coming or not? His eyes instinctively turned toward the location of the 4S shop, and suddenly his expression froze. He hastily grabbed his night vision binoculars and adjusted the focus. Indeed, he had not misjudged. In the pitch-black night, several dim beams of flashlight cautiously approached the entrance of the 4S shop. Further away, approximately 400 to 500 meters off, it seemed that a fleet of snowmobiles was parked atop the snow, with every vehicle manned and ready for immediate action, perhaps to avoid alerting the enemies at the 4S shop with the sound of their engines. Through the night vision binoculars, Wong Bo, who clearly observed a long line of figures moving slowly across the snowy terrain, numbering at least 70 or 80 individuals. Behind them, he spotted a few shadowy figures clad in black, all wearing hoods, trailing the group and moving cautiously along the path left by the others. Although they were well concealed, the night vision allowed Wong Bo to discern the bizarre patterns and symbols displayed on their faces. Good grief, there are even cultists of the dark deity, he exclaimed, astonished. Upon counting carefully, he noted 4 cultists, each exhibiting an eerie gait. Among them, one cultist sent a chill of dread through him, even from a distance. No way. There's even a high priest of the dark deity among them. He was thoroughly shaken. Wong Bo, who possessed considerable knowledge of the more obscure aspects of the Apocalypse game, a distinct advantage as a seed survivor of the base city. Each high priest of the dark deity was a terrifying entity, their powers varying, but all were like harbingers of death once they appeared on the battlefield. Although he had initially resolved to act, he now felt a sense of hesitation. However, after a brief reconsideration of the situation at the 4S shop, the uncertainty in his eyes vanished, replaced by determination that was both resolute and decisive. This opportunity is exceedingly rare, if executed with precision. I can undoubtedly reap unimaginable benefits, significantly elevating my survival prospects, which should also assist the esteemed entity in their endeavors. It is a venture worth the risk, especially since avoiding the clutches of the malevolent priesthood poses minimal threat from others. With this thought in mind, Wong Bo promptly began donning his gear, subsequently retrieving a bowl of nourishing mutton soup infused with the energized buff gifted to him by Tang Yu. He savored it heartily, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body, radiating warmth from within. With a smile, he stepped out from his hiding place. In a flicker of light and shadow, his figure vanished into the darkness. In the Baita district of Luo City, the 4S car dealership stood deserted. The showroom was devoid of vehicles, replaced instead by several roaring bonfires and a group of vagabonds engaged in revelry with drink and boastful tales. Due to the blizzard, they had huddled within the confines of the dealership, relying on the scant entertainment available to pass the time. Unbeknownst to them, mere hours prior, a corpse had made its appearance within their sanctuary. Furthermore, they remained oblivious to the fact that just beyond their walls, a band of fully armed vagabonds was eyeing them with predatory intent. The confidant of the Flesh Hound, the assassin known as Dagger, had infiltrated the 4S dealership and discovered Stephen Zhou bound to a chair in one of the rooms. However, upon first sight of the man, Dagger sensed something amiss. He quickly approached, placing his hand upon Stephen's carotid artery, feeling the icy chill of a lifeless body, frozen and stiff. He was dead. This grim realization caused Dagger's eyes to narrow, and his heart raced. This was a calamity. Black Dog was dead. Now this individual, too, had met the same fate. Dagger could almost envision the repercussions that would unfold when the Lord received this news. As he stood in stunned silence, a figure materialized in the room, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The ghost face approached the already deceased Stephen Zhou with an impassive expression. Ignoring Dagger's instinctive defensive posture, he grasped Stephen's chin, examining him for a moment before turning to exit the room. Inform Black Dog that this place must be eradicated tonight. Failure to do so means he will meet the same end. Upon the utterance of these words, the room was left with Dagger as its sole occupant. It was evident that Ghostface's words were directed at him. Dagger discerned the chilling tone in Ghostface's voice, understanding that there was no room left for negotiation. If Black Dog were to perish, he too would inevitably share that fate. The only path forward was the annihilation of Cabin. Although Dagger sensed an underlying mystery in this situation, he trusted that Ghostface had also perceived it. Yet, this matter was far too grave. A formidable instigator must perish without hesitation. The Blade promptly produced a handheld radio, transmitting the intelligence and the words of the Phantom to the Bloodhound. Indeed, upon receiving the news of Stephen's demise and the Phantom's message, the Bloodhound fell into a contemplative silence. 5 seconds later, a weary voice emerged. Blade strike. This is our sole opportunity for survival. The battle is entrusted to your command. Strive to diminish Cabin's combat strength at the earliest. This is a fight to the death, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Remember, the objective tonight is singular. Leave no trace of life within this camp. Go. As the Bloodhound's voice faded, the Blade's gaze towards the 4S dealership turned icy. Just as the Blade stealthily approached the dealership, within a building opposite, Wang Bohu cautiously navigated through a corridor littered with debris and suitcases. He reached a room on the 5th floor, positioning himself by a window near the 4S dealership. After meticulously assessing the line of sight and angles for attack, he nodded slightly. This would be the spot. He then retrieved a fine thread, several bells, and grenades, returning to the corridor to set up traps for vigilance and deception. 10 minutes later, Wang Bohu reappeared at the window, drawing the curtains closed. He pulled up a chair to sit, extracting a lengthy box from his backpack. Opening the box revealed a sniper rifle along with its accessories. Methodically, he assembled the suppressor, high magnification scope, and other tactical components chambering around. With his feet resting on the chair, the sniper rifle propped against the backrest, he adjusted his stance, the barrel now aimed towards the 4S dealership. A candy was popped into his mouth as his right eye pressed against the high magnification scope. The Blade's head came into view through his scope. A slight smile crept across his face. Come on, baby. The Elder's long gun is eager for action. Chapter 66. Gunfire in the Night. Intense combat at the 4S dealership in the Bai Tower district of Luo City. Within the showroom of the 4S car dealership, Cabin was vigorously rallying his men. Downstairs, his subordinates devoured beef and sardine cans, sipping whiskey mixed with lemonade, basking in the warmth of the bonfire. They stood in stark contrast to the howling blizzard raging outside. Yet, in the shadows beyond the firelight, figures flitted past, swiftly drawing closer, their eyes gleaming with excitement and malice as they gazed at the destitute huddled by the flames. For days, having witnessed their comrades' relentless slaughter, they had harbored an unquenchable rage, seeking an outlet for their pent-up fury. Today, they finally discerned who had been orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes. They were resolved to bathe the entire 4S dealership in blood. Under the Blade's directives, everyone swiftly mobilized for the impending onslaught. They aimed to eliminate the adversaries at the very moment the firing commenced, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Across from the 4S dealership, within a towering edifice, Wang Bohu, through his high-powered scope, discerned the deployment and arrangement of the assailants with remarkable clarity, his brow furrowing in concern. This was unacceptable. If they were allowed to complete their setup, it would result in an overwhelmingly one-sided confrontation. Such a scenario was intolerable for Wang Bohu. He desired a battlefield fraught with chaos, for only amidst utter disarray could his interests flourish to their fullest potential. With a swift shift in thought, Wang Bohu narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. This is rather amusing. I cannot acquiesce to this. In the next moment, the target in the scope shifted, and the angle of the rifle was adjusted slightly. A figure materialized directly in his crosshairs, and a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Bang! A crisp and resonant gunshot shattered the stillness of the night, echoing through the stormy city, causing all the homeless nearby the 4S dealership to tremble in shock. Inside the dealership, among a group of revelers, one individual, facing away from the entrance, had his head blown apart, collapsing to the ground. The splattered red and white matter stained the faces and bodies of those nearby. In the next instant, after a brief moment of stunned silence, a roar erupted. Enemy attack! There are enemies! Seek cover! This cry reverberated throughout the 4S dealership, prompting all the homeless to discard their food and drink, seizing nearby weapons and entering a state of combat readiness. Consequently, they quickly discovered a pack of feral, homeless assailants lurking less than 30 meters away. At once, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat, bayubi-a-booby-oo, bang 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 kaboom. The sounds of various firearms and grenade explosions filled the air within the 4S dealership. Upstairs, Cabin, who had been toiling away, sensed something amiss at the first crack of gunfire and promptly descended from his bed. Approaching the window, he peered down just in time to witness the body of a subordinate fell by a single shot. Damn it, what the hell? He cursed, rubbing his bald head in frustration. He swiftly made his way to his equipment rack, donning his gear with an agility that belied his short and stout stature. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire intensified below. Bullets occasionally struck the second-floor windows, producing a series of sharp, cracking noises. Let me see who dares to challenge me. Perhaps you forgot my nickname is the Bull, Cabin exclaimed, patting his bulletproof vest, slipping a red sweater over it, and finally draping a fur coat over his shoulders. His gaze fell upon the PK machine gun resting on the adjacent table, alongside its massive PK 762x54 or 100-round magazine. A sinister grin crept across his face. Igniting a cigar and placing it between his lips, he forcefully kicked open the office door, aiming at the intruders outside the showroom and pulling the trigger. In the midst of the astonished gazes of all onlookers, the PK machine gun unleashed a demonic roar. Meanwhile, back with the blade, the moment the first gunshot rang out, his mind momentarily blanked, his initial thought being, which bastard fired first. However, in the next instant, his combat instincts sharply discerned that this sound could not possibly emanate from a civilian submachine gun or AK. It was the distinctive crack of a sniper rifle. Before he could alert anyone, the civilians in the 4S shop had already detected their presence, and both sides immediately engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. Consequently, the stealthy assault that Blade had meticulously planned was abruptly transformed into a full-blown firefight due to the sudden gunfire. In the shadows, there were hidden threats. As he dodged, his long-honed instincts from clandestine battles quickly alerted him to this fact, just as he was about to communicate this information through the intercom to the rear. A violent explosion echoed from another direction within the 4S shop, propelling a figure skyward, leaving only half of their body behind. Beware of landmines, he warned, followed by several more explosive sounds. The civilians allied with Meat Dog were momentarily stunned by the thunderous blasts, while Cabin's men erupted into laughter. Huh, fools. Do you really think we were unaware of those little paths? I relish the sight of someone being blown into the air. It's delightful. At that moment, Blade realized that combat had erupted on their side, and Meat Dog's reinforcements had arrived from another direction to launch their attack. What they hadn't anticipated was Cabin's malevolent cunning in surrounding the entire 4S shop with landmines. Damn it, how could this happen? At this juncture, Meat Dog, riding a snowmobile, reached the entrance of the 4S shop, his expression grim. Fortunately, his subordinate had gone ahead. Otherwise, he would have been the one blown apart by the landmine. Fully armed, he appeared far from his usual clumsy self. Blade spotted Meat Dog, and as he approached, quickly informed him, "Boss, we didn't fire the shots. There are hidden threats." Meat Dog, however, interrupted him brusquely. "No need to elaborate. The masked figure is already hunting down this rat. Our sole objective is to eliminate Cabin." With that, Meat Dog raised his Remington M870 shotgun, aimed at a group of civilians within the 4S shop, and pulled the trigger. The deafening blast resonated. In the next moment, the civilians, who were engrossed in their attack, were met with a shower of blood. Damn it, it's a shotgun loaded with buckshot. Cabin's men scrambled to find cover. A sinister smile crept across Meat Dog's face. "Die, all of you." Bang! The fleshhound emptied the magazine and swiftly retreated to cover, reloading with seamless precision. Just as he was poised to venture out once more in pursuit of his prey, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the door to the room on the second floor of the 4S building was violently kicked open. A stout figure appeared at the threshold. In the next moment, flames erupted, filling the entire hall with a cacophony reminiscent of a demonic choir. The bullets rained down like a tempest upon the flesh hound's comrades, painting the air with vivid splashes of crimson. Upon hearing that familiar gunfire, the flesh hound gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Cabin." Chapter 67. The Day of Catastrophe. Tang Yu's shock as dawn broke. Tang Yu awoke and instinctively opened his chat messages for a fleeting glance. He then shut his eyes again, lying back down. However, mere seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes wide and reopened his private chat inbox, revealing an expression of disbelief. To his astonishment, he discovered that Wang Bohu had sent him over 100 messages that very morning, the majority laden with images, while the scant written words served merely as captions for the visuals. What on earth did this fellow do last night? Why would he inform me that the refugees at the 4S dealership had been annihilated? Tang Yu hastily scrolled through the chat history to find Wang Bohu's last message from the previous night. 2 hours later, Wang Bohu began sending the first photograph. It seemed to depict the moment the flesh hound sought out cabin, but why was it executed so covertly? Moreover, the number of individuals involved appeared rather exaggerated. Gradually, through Wang Bohu's images and explanations, Tang Yu pieced together how Wang Bohu had disrupted the flesh hound's ambush against cabin with the first shot in the dead of night, igniting a fierce confrontation between two rival factions of refugees. Ultimately, it appeared that cabin had managed to escape through the sewers, protected by his subordinates, while the flesh hounds group sustained heavy casualties upon returning to their stronghold. Gazing at Wang Bohu's messages, Tang Yu felt as if he were lost in a dream. This lad is truly remarkable. Who exactly is this person's commander? He had always perceived Wang Bohu as a capable individual worthy of friendship, and these past few days had indeed confirmed Tang Yu's suspicions. Yet, he had never envisioned that this audacious fellow would dare to make such a bold move. We are talking about nearly 300 refugees and the clash of two factions. He had the audacity to provoke them, and astonishingly, he succeeded. All Tang Yu could do was express his admiration with a simple impressive, to convey his respect. Thus, he promptly sent a message of astonishment to the illustrious brother. Initially, he believed that after enduring a sleepless night, the other party would have already succumbed to slumber, but soon, Wang Bohu's reply arrived. Wang Bohu, haha, great one, impressive, right? Tang Yu, zemak bang. How many people were in the attacking group, and how many returned? Do you have an approximate count? Upon sending the message, Tang Yu directed his attention to the virtual map of the Quello Trading Center. In the next moment, an expression of incredulity crossed his face. To his astonishment, the vast trading center, which had been densely populated with red dots only yesterday, now contained merely over 40. These individuals appeared to be congregated on the 20th floor, presumably engaged in treatment or rest. Meanwhile, Wang Bohu, upon hearing Tang Yu's inquiry, reaffirmed his suspicions from the previous night. Indeed, the subsequent actions of the esteemed figure were directly linked to that group. Fortunately, he had anticipated Tang Yu's question and promptly relayed the data he had gathered. Wang Bohu, esteemed one, the number of individuals attacking the group of refugees is approximately between 90 and 110, with roughly 20 to 30 managing to return alive. The actual situation should not deviate significantly from my statistics. Wang Bohu. As for the refugees from the 4S store, their numbers are around 130 to 150, with about a dozen or 20 escaping in the end. Wang Bohu. Initially, the individuals from the 4S store had the upper hand, employing landmines as formidable weapons, which momentarily stunned the attacking group of refugees. Ultimately, had it not been for an exceptionally powerful priest of the Dark God-S cult intervening, they would not have fled. Upon reading Wang Bohu's message, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened. Tang Yu, a priest of the Dark God-S cult? I am familiar with the cultists. What exactly is a priest? Wang Bohu. It is understandable that you are unaware, as this is information known only to the seed members within the base city. The priests are indeed cultists of the Dark God, but their abilities far surpass those of ordinary cultists. They typically preside over the sacrificial ceremonies of the cult, and their numbers are exceedingly rare, yet each priest possesses formidable strength. Tang Yu immediately recalled the black that he had observed a few days prior at the subway station. It was indeed a confirmation of the existence of high-ranking cultists. This hypothesis had lingered in his mind upon witnessing that dark figure, so he was not particularly surprised after reading Wang Bohu's content. However, one aspect piqued his interest. Tang Yu, seed members of the base city? What does that entail? Wang Bohu. There is no need for secrecy anymore. As you know, following the apocalyptic disaster, the concept of nations has virtually vanished. The 100 bronze-based cities operate independently, each seeking a means to survive the apocalyptic game. The Seed Plan is a collaborative human survival initiative devised by the 100 bronze-based cities. I am one of the Seed members nurtured by Base City 99. We have been specially selected for rigorous training and education, acquiring game information unknown to ordinary individuals, effectively preparing us as combat survival personnel for the apocalyptic game. Wong Bo-hu. It is precisely due to the immense resources required to nurture a Seed member that such plans have yet to disseminate among the general populace. Our mission is clear. When one of us is chosen by the apocalyptic game, we must leverage our knowledge and skills to swiftly enhance our strength upon entering the game. Our goal is to endure longer within this grim scenario, rooting ourselves like seeds in the soil, thereby bringing forth greater hope for survival on Blue Star. Frankly, Tang Yu was profoundly struck by the message from Wong Bo-hu, simultaneously grasping the source of the earlier information regarding graphics cards and disaster coins. Most importantly, he finally understood something he had long been curious about: how Wong Bo-hu consistently managed to acquire various rare items and blueprints. It was evident that professionals like him were vastly different from ordinary individuals. Reflecting upon it, every time he had aided Tang Yu in overcoming critical hurdles, it seemed those items had been procured through trades by Wong Bo-hu. The nerve poison was one such example, as was the Formula 4 nutritive lamb soup. As a Seed competitor, Wong Bo-hu undoubtedly possessed more trump cards than Tang Yu. Wong Bo-hu's significance in Tang Yu's mind had once again elevated. However, he harbored no other thoughts regarding him. Wong Bo-hu had his own abilities, and Tang Yu had his own advantages. The facts bore this out. As an ordinary person, Tang Yu had relied on his unique advantages and resolute determination to progress to his current standing. He would neither belittle himself nor regard others with disdain. Regaining his focus, Tang Yu redirected his thoughts towards the situation with the meat dog. According to Wong Bo-hu, following last night's battle, the losses inflicted upon the meat dog were substantial. He surmised the reason behind the meat dog's stubborn resistance against Caban. It was highly likely connected to Stephen Zhou, whose other identity was that of the brother of the enigmatic figure behind Luo City. His nephew had been slain under the meat dog's command, and now his brother had also met his demise. If Tang Yu's deductions were accurate, Stephen Zhou's safety had previously been the responsibility of the meat dog. With both relatives now facing calamity at the hands of the meat dog, would the mysterious figure refrain from seeking retribution upon his return? It was under such circumstances that the meat dog might resort to last night's seemingly reckless and unwise actions. In truth, he had long been left with no alternative. Contemplating this, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Once again, it was thanks to that scoundrel Wong Bo-hu. Had the meat dog followed through with his original plan for a surprise attack, prior to the Caban refugees realizing what was happening, he might have directly eliminated 30 to 50 of their combatants. Such an outcome would have led to a one-sided conflict, significantly reducing the meat dog's casualties. However, the present result was one of mutual destruction. It could be said that the shot fired by Wong Bo-hu had fundamentally altered the trajectory of the entire battle. Regarded as a golden opportunity, the risks associated with Tang Yu's actions this evening have unexpectedly diminished to their lowest point. Consequently, Tang Yu sought out Wong Bo-hu once more, promptly delivering 10 bowls of nourishing mutton soup. "Brother, you've worked hard. Feel free to indulge. Let me know once you've finished." As Wong Bo-hu gazed at the 10 bowls of mutton soup that Tang Yu had traded, he was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly grasp Tang Yu's intentions. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he cast a glance at his hiding place, filled to the brim with an array of weapons, equipment, and ammunition, trophies he had stealthily acquired the previous night. In earlier times, he would not have dared to even dream of such a bounty. Then, as if struck by a thought, Wong Bo-hu rummaged through his backpack and reopened the private message from Tang Yu. "Haha, thank you, Great One. Thanks to your information, I made quite a fortune last night, even eliminating a cultist of an evil god. This should be of some assistance to you. Consider it a gift." Following this, he sent a transaction request. Upon completion, Tang Yu examined the description of the item in his possession, lost in contemplation, before his eyes brightened. "All right, thank you," he concluded, ending the call with a look of delight as he stowed the item in his backpack. He then commenced today's tasks, as he planned to head to the trading building that evening. Therefore, he intended to complete all preparations in the morning, take a brief rest in the afternoon, and conserve his energy for the night's operation. The temperature in the hideout had once again dropped, and Tang Yu could see his breath forming white mist in the air causing him to shiver involuntarily. After a hasty bite to eat, he quickly replenished the basic supplies consumed in the kitchen and bathroom the previous night. Following the night's endeavors, both the lighting and ventilation systems had reached level 3, prompting Tang Yu to upgrade the security of the hideout. After filling the fireplace with wood, he proceeded to the medical station. The supplies that had refreshed today were particularly impressive, yielding an adrenaline syringe, an incredibly valuable high-grade medical resource. Carefully securing the syringe, he retrieved the various medical and surgical kits he had crafted the day before, replenishing the basic low-tier medical supplies and resetting the crafting list. Thanks to the incessant production at the medical station over the past 2 days, Tang Yu's stock of high-grade medical supplies had become quite substantial. The primary reason for this was the third effect of the medical station, which granted a 20 chance of producing one additional item each time a medical product was crafted. Though the odds were low, the continuous operation of the medical station, coupled with a sufficient base quantity, resulted in a notably impressive surplus. It is essential to recognize that the increase pertains to advanced medical supplies rather than basic medical provisions. These are two entirely distinct concepts. Subsequently, Tang Yu arrived at the intelligence center to retrieve the daily intelligence report. At exactly 11 p.m., the polar blizzard will reach its peak intensity, as extremes often counterbalance. A brief 2-minute lull in the storm will occur 15 minutes later, after which the intensity will once again escalate before gradually diminishing. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. This indeed echoed the intelligence shared weekly prior. The emergence of the rare disaster, the polar snow lotus, coincides precisely with the peak intensity of this polar blizzard. However, today's intelligence conveyed another critical aspect. 15 minutes after the storm reaches its zenith, specifically at 11:15 p.m., there will be a 2-minute interval of calm, after which the storm's ferocity will steadily decline. This implies that if one can endure until the following evening, they would have effectively weathered 70% of the catastrophe. Tang Yu understood the gravity of this information. He promptly realized how pivotal this news was for him. It dawned on him that today was essentially the final day to trade the nourishing lamb soup. Although trading could continue once the storm's intensity subsided, other survivors, feeling the storm's weakening, would likely only trade if they were truly afflicted by the elements and facing life-threatening conditions. This situation was quite troublesome. Tang Yu immediately compiled a list of essential upgrade materials required for their hideout. He had to seize the opportunity during the storm's peak to gather the construction materials for upgrading the intelligence center to level 2, the generator to level 3, the hideout walls to level 2, and the holographic shield of the hideout. Fortunately, most of the necessary materials for these upgrades had already been acquired over the past 2 days, leaving only a few items outstanding. With diligent effort today, it should be achievable. Once the intelligence center is upgraded to level 2, he could directly construct the much-desired refugee treasure chest, as he had already gathered the resources yesterday. Everything was ready, awaiting only the level 2 intelligence center. After witnessing the formidable capabilities of the intelligence center, Tang Yu was utterly eager for the refugee treasure chest. Thankfully, he was already on the cusp of success and merely needed to take one final step. Tang Yu swiftly organized the needed materials into a shopping list and sent it to the World Channel. He also prepared all his stock of nourishing lamb soup for trading. Following a vigorous production effort the previous afternoon and evening, he had approximately 120 servings of nourishing lamb soup ready. He was still maintaining a production rate of 8 bowls per hour, which should suffice for the demand. Tang Yu had resolutely decided that as long as there were suitable items available and the prices were not exorbitantly high, he would procure them all. His sole objective was to acquire all the necessary supplies on this day, which marked the peak of the Calamity. City, Tang Yu, image of nourishing lamb soup brothers. The temperature will drop further today. Those who have yet to procure lamb soup should do so promptly, as supplies are limited. Today, I am acquiring low-tier medical supplies, basic foodstuffs, beverages, various chemical materials, raw chemicals such as nitric acid, sulfuric acid, etc., confidential intelligence, graphics cards, disaster currency, and rare items. If anyone possesses these supplies, please message me directly. Many survivors were eagerly awaiting Tang Yu's procurement announcements, as everyone anticipated his targets based on his previous day's acquisition of low-tier materials. True to expectation, upon reviewing Tang Yu's procurement plan for the day, many survivors broke into smiles, for among the items he sought were those they possessed. This was particularly true for survivors from the mining areas, many of whom had located explosives workshops and amassed a considerable collection of chemical raw materials. However, These items had previously been deemed unwanted, relegated to the depths of their inventories. Now, witnessing the opportunity to exchange them for the highly sought-after, nourishing lamb soup, they were filled with excitement. Chapter 69. The Split Offspring of the Green Philodendron. Enhanced Backpack Space. Tang Yu glanced at the increasing number of private messages. He chose to refrain from checking immediately, planning to address them all at once later. Returning to the resting area, he noted that the breathing green philodendron, having been watered with 3,000 milliliters of purified water and treated with a bottle of plant cultivation liquid yesterday, had grown overnight to sprout an aerial root from its long branches. Another branch had also begun to show a budding aerial root. This was indeed as he had anticipated. The first offspring had matured, completing its division swiftly under the influence of the plant cultivation liquid after a day had passed. He quickly checked the information on the breathing green philodendron. The panel indicated that one offspring was now mature. By simply severing the branch with the aerial root and either burying it in soil or placing it in purified water, the offspring would thrive. The other budding aerial root would also mature by tonight. Excellent, an additional offspring could be obtained. Tang Yu was labia procurat a fluve pot. Filled it with the humus soil he had purchased yesterday and severed the branch with the aerial root, inserting it into the soil. After watering it with 1,000 milliliters of purified water, he observed the green philodendron branch unfurling and gently swaying, seemingly in a good mood. Seeing the panel display that everything was functioning normally, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. This was his first experience with such cultivation, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, the outcome was quite favorable. After thoroughly watering the mother plant of the breathable pot hose with 3,000 milliliters of pure water, Tang Yu's gaze shifted to the statue of the revered Emperor Guan nearby. He proceeded to the washroom to cleanse his hands and apply some incense. Completing this established ritual, he stood solemnly before the statue. Great Emperor Guan, I, the junior Tang Yu, earnestly offer my prayers. May you bless me with great fortune and prosperous wealth. Upon finishing his prayers, Tang Yu held 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, bowed respectfully 3 times, and inserted the incense into the incense burner. At this moment, he felt a surge of optimism, convinced that today would bring him exceptional luck. Without hesitation, Tang Yu swiftly opened the Super Monopoly panel and rolled the dice. He then closed his eyes, silently chanting, "Great fortune, great fortune." At last, when the sound of the dice rolling ceased, he opened his eyes to find the mini Tang Yu on the Super Monopoly map already bouncing excitedly, landing on a specific square. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the square's design, a box marked with a question mark. Unlike the event squares, this one felt more akin to a mystery box. The next instant, Super Monopoly confirmed Tang Yu's speculation. Survivor receives a random enhancement. Enhancement target, backpack space. As the mechanical voice faded, all items stored in his backpack tumbled to the ground. The backpack space underwent a significant transformation under Tang Yu's watchful gaze. The first change was the expansion of the backpack space, increasing from 5 slots to a remarkable 100 slots, a 20-fold enhancement. The second change left Tang Yu utterly astonished. He approached the generator unit and focused on the snow electric motorcycle he had traded for the day before. Placing his right hand on the motorcycle, he concentrated and, suddenly, the space before him was empty. Yet, within his backpack space, one of the previously vacant slots was now occupied by the very snow motorcycle he had just been contemplating. Incredible! This revelation caused Tang Yu's eyes to widen in disbelief. That motorcycle weighed approximately 300 pounds, yet upon storing it in his backpack space, he felt no burden whatsoever. This was the third transformation he had discovered. Enthusiastically, Tang Yu began conducting experiments within his hiding place, cycling various items into the backpack space. Ultimately, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Haha, this is amazing. Tang Yu was now thoroughly convinced that the backpack's capacity, once enhanced, had completely transcended the constraints of normality. Regardless of the size or weight of the items, as long as they were stored within the current backpack space, each item occupied merely a single slot, with no encumbrance whatsoever. Moreover, similar items, provided they shared identical models, specifications, and capacities, could be stacked together, still only accounting for 1 slot in the inventory. However, any used items could no longer be combined with their similar counterparts. For instance, 2 bottles of identical water could be merged, but if one bottle were partially consumed and subsequently returned to the backpack space, it would necessitate occupying a separate slot. These alterations filled Tang Yu with unbridled joy. Nonetheless, The enhanced backpack came with its own limitations. He could no longer equip any additional backpack containers to augment his inventory slots, although he could still equip ammunition pouches. This remained a minor drawback. Yet, Tang Yu swiftly devised a solution. While backpack containers could no longer be equipped, satchels remained unaffected. By placing items within the backpack container, although he could not utilize the one item per slot method of his backpack space, an entire container filled with supplies would still only occupy one slot when stored in his backpack. This significantly expanded his capacity. With sufficiently large containers, he could certainly carry a considerable quantity of items. Tang Yu meticulously gathered the items that had fallen to the ground earlier, various commonly used objects such as keys, key cards, medical supplies, and armor-piercing ammunition, placing them into the previous camel outdoor backpack. Finally, he stored this backpack within his inventory. Observing the neat and orderly backpack space brought a smile to his face. After thoroughly examining the backpack space, Tang Yu noted his accumulated wealth points for the day. He now owned 5 properties: Garden Subway Station, Red Romance Club, City Hospital, White Tower Park, and Quello City Trading Center. Today, these properties yielded a total of 425 points. And with the 96 points remaining from the previous day's purchase of the trading center, Tang Yu's wealth points currently stood at 521. Nodding slightly, Tang Yu closed the Super Tycoon panel, pondering when he might once again encounter that remarkable shop filled with extraordinary items. Chapter 70, RGO Grenade Modification, X2, Upgraded Hideout Facilities. Reflecting once more on the array of rare and powerful items, cards, and traits he had seen in that shop yesterday, Tang Yu felt an insatiable itch for more. With a gentle sigh and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he recognized that perhaps he was being overly greedy. He already possessed capabilities far exceeding those of a typical survivor. If he continued to proceed with caution and determination, he would undoubtedly thrive in this apocalyptic game for a long time to come. With that thought, he returned his focus. Approaching the explosives workbench, he found the surface meticulously organized with an array of electronic components, lithium batteries, capacitors, and other assorted items. His task at hand was to fabricate a remote detonator for the emulsified explosives. Fortunately, this endeavor was neither complex nor perilous. The most hazardous aspect of emulsified explosives had been completed the previous day. Under the guidance of his explosives crafting skill, he deftly positioned the last lithium battery, and within the span of less than an hour, he successfully transformed the necessary components into a remote detonator, simultaneously enhancing the performance of the mobile device. Remarkably, despite having never previously engaged with such apparatuses, he found the assembly process to be astonishingly intuitive, as if he had executed it countless times before. This phenomenon rekindled his curiosity about the apocalyptic game. He began to comprehend that the true treasures within this realm were not merely the weaponry and equipment, but rather the diverse skill books acquired through exploration and survival. With a newfound direction for his subsequent collection efforts, he rose from the workbench, retrieving the emulsified explosives he had crafted the day prior from the 4-tiered shelf, and began methodically installing the remote detonation mechanism. This entire process took less than half an hour to complete. The final step involved wrapping adhesive tape around the back of the emulsified explosives. Thus, 20 units of remote emulsified explosives were thoroughly assembled. A notification regarding the remote emulsified explosives materialized on his interface. Remote emulsified explosives type. Explosive material space occupied. 2 by 1 remote radius. 100 meters detonation delay. 5 seconds explosion intensity. 150 blast radius. 10 to 20 meters concussion radius. 30 meters note 1. Please maintain a safe distance from the blast radius. Cherish life and keep away from explosives. Note 2. Do not affix steel balls, iron nails, or similar items to the explosive surface. This is exceedingly dangerous. He gazed at the information panel with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. This was indeed a formidable weapon. Should it detonate within a 20-meter radius, survival was highly improbable. If there were any debris nearby, the shrapnel effect during detonation could prove lethal even at a distance of 30 meters. He then noticed the second cautionary note on the explosives information panel. Could it really be used in such a manner? He pondered momentarily before bursting into laughter, smacking his thigh in amusement. How foolish of me. He promptly made his way to the storage area, where assorted materials were kept. Soon, he retrieved several thin, square objects. 5mm steel balls type, miscellaneous material. Introduction. This is a rather common type of steel ball, seemingly essential for certain mechanical components. Indeed, Tang Yu discovered a bottle of powerful adhesive. He returned to the explosives workstation and carefully stowed away 15 units of remote-controlled emulsified explosives, leaving 5 on the table. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly unwrapped the packaging of the steel balls, causing hundreds of perfectly round spheres to tumble into the basin he had prepared earlier. He then seized the steel balls and adhesive, embarking on a transformation of the emulsified explosives. Half an hour later, Tang Yu beheld the 5 modified units of remote-controlled emulsified explosives and 2 RGO grenades laid out before him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. At that moment, these explosives had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Both the emulsified explosives and the RGO grenades were now encrusted with a multitude of steel balls. Anyone suffering from trypophobia would undoubtedly feel a shiver run down their spine upon seeing them. One could only imagine the catastrophic effect these explosives or grenades would unleash upon detonation. Particularly concerning were the RGO grenades, which naturally produced 85 F1 shrapnel pieces upon explosion, now augmented by Tang Yu's addition of so many steel balls. It was feared that anyone struck by such a grenade would be rendered akin to a sieve. Having secured these extraordinary weapons of survival into his backpack, it was now 10 o'clock in the morning. The temperature within the hideout had plummeted to -5 degrees, while the fireplace continued to blaze incessantly. Tang Yu had managed to endure his time at the explosives workstation thanks to the Rabbit brand military coat he wore. However, even so, by this hour, his feet and legs had begun to feel numb from the cold. He made his way to the kitchen and promptly consumed a bowl of freshly made, nutritious lamb soup. With the invigorating effects of the soup, he felt revitalized. He lamented that he should have brought back 2 bowls of lamb soup earlier to stave off the chill. After such a lengthy period, the security door of the hideout had completed its upgrade. Due to the absence of special schematics, the Level 3 hideout security, Level 3 lighting, and Level 3 ventilation system retained their previous functionalities while also undergoing enhancements. The hideout security exhibited a 10% improvement in both silent operation and defensive capabilities. The lighting had replaced the previous energy-saving bulbs with LED lights, providing brighter and safer illumination without generating excess heat or risk of damage, further reducing energy consumption. The significance of the ventilation system had diminished considerably, primarily due to the presence of the breathing pot hose. Even the previously valued ventilation efficiency and toxic gas expulsion rate paled in comparison to the potent purification effects of the breathing pot hose. Nonetheless, although its practical utility had waned, its status in the hideout's facility upgrades remained remarkably solid. For instance, in order to elevate the generator set to Level 3, one of the essential prerequisites is the Level 3 ventilation duct. This is precisely why Tang Yu expended considerable effort to upgrade the ventilation duct. Now that all 3 facilities have been successfully upgraded, coupled with the completion of the tasks within the hideout today, he can now devote his full attention to private messages and select trading items. Sitting comfortably on a single sofa, warmed by the flickering fireplace, Tang Yu opened his private message inbox and was immediately captivated by the first item he beheld. This item piqued his interest. Chapter 71, The Sharkskin Diving Suit. A man stirring the entire trading market. Sharkskin diving suit. Type, rare item. Effect 1. While submerged, reduces water flow friction resistance by 30, wave resistance by 30, and shape resistance by 30. Effect 2. Swimming speed increased by 40, stamina consumption reduced by 30. Description. A diving suit designed to mimic shark skin, which has garnered immense popularity among swimming enthusiasts since its inception. The suit's effects are truly invaluable in preparation for the impending cataclysmic flood. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He now possessed the Child of the Ocean gene evolution potion. Once he successfully synthesizes this potion, he will gain the ability to breathe underwater and manipulate water. With the addition of the sharkskin diving suit, his mobility in the aquatic realm will be significantly enhanced. Tang Yu promptly contacted the seller, only to discover that the individual was on the brink of death due to a severe cold, which explained their willingness to trade such a precious item. The seller was born near the coastline and had originally planned to endure the current frigid calamity, using the diving suit to explore the underwater world afterward. Now, they had no choice but to barter for their survival. Ultimately, Tang Yu exchanged 3 bowls of lamb soup, 2 cans of meat, 2 fever-reducing tablets, and 2 amoxicillin antibiotics for this rare item. These supplies would be sufficient for the seller to survive this disaster, as enduring through the night would mean that the intensity of the blizzard would diminish the following day. This fortunate transaction brought a glimmer of joy to Tang Yu. He then continued to peruse his private messages. His trading tasks for the day were quite demanding, as today was the optimal time to acquire the Level 2 Intelligence Center and Level 3 Generator set, along with the materials for the Level 2 hideout walls. If he failed to make these trades today, the chances of acquiring them after the blizzard's intensity significantly decreased the following day would be exceedingly slim. Once this batch of newcomers survives the catastrophe and becomes fully integrated into the true apocalyptic game, the value of these advanced materials would likely multiply several times over, perhaps even by dozens. Tang Yu could easily surmise that the surviving newcomers, once the world merges, would undoubtedly become coveted gems in the eyes of the seasoned survivors, who would be eyeing the various advanced materials or rare items on their persons. In a world where only the strongest survive, who among the survivors is not a seasoned veteran? It is a realm governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, where one must be prepared to do anything to endure. Even when encountering fellow survivors from Blue Star, one must remain vigilant and cautious. Moreover, there exists a faction of beings, known solely from training manuals, who are the true adversaries. Compared to humanity, these beings pose a far greater threat. While there may exist a slim chance for cooperation among humans, when faced with these entities, the struggle becomes a matter of life and death. This notion had been reiterated to him repeatedly prior to his entry into the apocalyptic game. Speaking of which, it stands to reason that these beings periodically assimilate newcomers into the game. Returning to the present, it has already been over an hour since he began his endeavors. Under the pressure of survival, Tang Yu has managed to gather most of the necessary resources to upgrade the 3 facilities. Yet curiously, each facility is still lacking 1 or 2 crucial items. The Intelligence Center requires 2 pieces of confidential information. The generator is missing 1 injector and 1 thermostat. Strangely, the hiding place wall is short 1 wall-breaking hammer. At this moment, Tang Yu can no longer wait. He immediately contacts Wang Bohu, uncertain if he has awakened yet. However, a message from Wang Bohu arrives swiftly. Wang Bohu, what is up, Great One? Tang Yu, wow, you're still awake. Wang Bohu, I was asleep. Your message woke me up. Tang Yu realizes that Wang Bohu has set his notifications to alert him. A twinge of guilt washes over him. Tang Yu, my apologies. By the way, do you still have your speaking quota in the World Channel today? Wang Bohu, yes. What do you want me to say? I'll post it for you. Thus, Tang Yu relays his request to Wang Bohu. Shortly thereafter, in the World Channel, City, Wang Bohu, everyone, Yushin has asked me to inform you, before 7 p.m. tonight, if anyone possesses confidential documents, injectors, thermostats, or wall-breaking hammers, he will purchase them at a rate of 10 bowls of nourishing lamb soup each, limited to before 7 p.m. tonight. Friends who have these items should seize this opportunity. This announcement indeed captured the attention of many survivors. In recent days, if there has been any item in high demand, it is undoubtedly the nourishing lamb soup in Tang Yu's possession. Typically, even rare items trade for no more than 3 or 4 bowls of lamb soup. Yet now the offer has surged to 10 bowls. This has certainly piqued the interest of many. Undoubtedly, the primary reason for this interest lies in the exceptionally high price Tang Yu has set. In fact, apart from Tang Yu trading lamb soup, some survivors have also been discreetly selling nourishing lamb soup within the World Channel. These individuals are all previous trading partners of Tang Yu, each possessing varying quantities of the nourishing mutton soup. Furthermore, Tang Yu does not engage in the acquisition of all types of goods. Rather, he focuses solely on items related to this soup or various high-end commodities, such as graphics cards and rare artifacts. If we were to categorize the current trading market of survivors into 3 tiers, high, mid, and low, the nourishing mutton soup undoubtedly circulates within the upper echelon and a fraction of the mid-tier market. As for the low-tier market, unless it concerns essential goods that Tang Yu specifically seeks, such as medical supplies, electronic components, or food, it is exceedingly difficult for other types of commodities to be traded for the nourishing mutton soup. For instance, the wood necessary for heating, cotton for warm clothing, and wool should be among the most sought-after items during this frigid season. However, Tang Yu has ample reserves of these materials and lacks the inclination to resell them. His focus is entirely devoted to upgrading the facilities of his hideout and acquiring the disaster relic, known as the Polar Snow Lotus. Consequently, he does not engage in their acquisition. Yet, these survivors are in dire need of Tang Yu's nourishing mutton soup, especially given the extreme cold, which raises the risk of succumbing to the chill. This has resulted in a significant imbalance in supply. Thus, the mid to low-tier trading market has become rife with opportunists. Those survivors with excess, nourishing mutton soup leverage it to trade for substantial amounts of wood, cotton, and wool, currently valuable commodities for warmth. Through these exchanges, they amass considerable mid to low-tier resources, preparing for the aftermath of the first disaster. In the hands of these individuals, a bowl of mutton soup equates to immense wealth. It is precisely for this reason that yesterday, when Tang Yu contacted Wang Haoyu, expressing his willingness to trade the nourishing mutton soup for a statue of the god of war, the latter was so exhilarated. It was all driven by profit. Even if they do not consume it themselves, trading it is still a highly lucrative venture. Therefore, upon receiving the message from Tang Yu's designated spokesperson, Wang Boho, those possessing the goods Tang Yu sought were instantaneously stirred. Nonetheless, some hesitated, although unaware of the true value of their items. They recognized that anything for which Tang Yu would expend such a high value must be of significant worth. They began to waver between retaining and trading their possessions. Chapter 72. Upgrade the hideout walls. Tang Yu's notebook. Tang Yu remained oblivious to the ripple effect his actions had on the other survivors. After witnessing Wang Bohu send that message on his behalf, he returned to reviewing his private messages, this time focusing on the transactions involving low-tier goods. Today, the survivors engaging in trade with him have revealed that low-tier supplies have become exceedingly scarce, particularly medical supplies and electronic components. The survivors possessing these resources have primarily completed their trades yesterday. Thus, today, the focus remains on those from the mining districts or urban areas, who seek to exchange their chemical raw materials for Tang Yu's nourishing mutton soup. Tang Yu promptly communicated with these individuals based on the quantities they offered, facilitating immediate transactions where possible. Should the offer amounts prove insufficient to warrant a single bowl of nourishing mutton soup, Tang Yu would candidly express this, gauging their reactions. After half an hour, the hideout, which was once filled to the brim with goods on the 4-tier shelves, now felt slightly cramped. Tang Yu also reached out to Wang Haoyu from the forest region, urging him to swiftly construct 2 additional 4-tier shelves to accommodate the growing stockpile of chemical raw materials. Observing the now somewhat congested hideout, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The space was still too limited. His current hideout had already been upgraded once via an upgrade scroll, expanding from an initial area of 82 square meters to over 200 square meters. Initially spacious, the constant upgrades of the hideout's facilities and the increasing volume of supplies had led to a constricted atmosphere. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he lamented the myriad of tasks at hand. It felt as if one issue was merely resolved while another emerged. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu yawned and brewed himself a cup of red tea to rejuvenate his spirit. He resumed checking for messages. Evidently, Wang Bohu's prior communication had borne fruit, as 3 individuals reached out to inquire if he would indeed exchange 10 bowls of nourishing mutton soup for their items. Tang Yu confirmed affirmatively, and the 3 promptly sent details of their possessions. 2 of the survivors offered a wall-breaking hammer and a sprayer, essential materials for upgrading the generator and the hideout's walls. They swiftly completed their transactions with Tang Yu. Consequently, all materials required to elevate the hideout walls from level 1 to level 2 were now in his possession. As for the generator, only a thermostat remained after acquiring the sprayer. Coincidentally, the thermostat was held by the 3rd survivor seeking a trade. Initially elated, Tang Yu's expression shifted upon learning that the survivor demanded 15 bowls of nourishing mutton soup in exchange. His greatest concern had materialized. Reflecting on this, Tang Yu replied to the individual, City, Tang Yu, brother, 10 bowls of mutton soup is already a considerable price. Can we negotiate? This was a tentative probe. Reserve Station, Duan Shui. Could it be that Yushin has finally found what he has been seeking all along? I nearly perished in pursuit of this item. I demand 15 bowls of mutton soup, no less. As he perused the response, Tang Yu's gaze flickered, alternating between the individual's avatar and their information, meticulously deciphering the underlying implications of their words. His desire for the thermostat was palpable. However, the other party's demeanor clearly indicated they had him at a disadvantage. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang Yu pressed his lips together. He could indeed afford the 15 bowls. Securing this item would be worth the cost. City, Tang Yu. Very well, let us proceed with the trade. To his surprise, the other party remained silent for an extended period, only sending a new message after a minute had elapsed. Reserve Station, Duan Shui. It appears that I may be the sole survivor possessing this item. I have thus changed my mind. I now require 30 bowls of mutton soup. Tang Yu promptly closed the dialog box and blocked this individual, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had anticipated that such a greedy person would never be satisfied. Tang Yu was confident that if he acquiesced to the 30-bowl demand, the person would immediately demand 50. Duan Shuai, an intriguing character indeed. He made a mental note of this name, marking it as the second he had recorded, the first being Sandy. He had never been one to repay kindness with kindness. Rather, he believed in exacting vengeance for even the slightest transgression. Especially in a world ravaged by catastrophe, virtuous individuals seldom survive. As the first wave of disaster unfolded, each survivor emerged from disparate regions. He would simply remember these names for future encounters. Regaining his composure, perhaps in a twist of fate, another individual approached Tang Yu with an offer to trade confidential intelligence. However, alongside the 10 bowls of mutton soup, they insisted on including a submachine gun. Tang Yu readily acquiesced, recognizing the extreme rarity of confidential intelligence. He exchanged one of the 2 silenced submachine guns he had previously procured during a delivery at the hospital. The transaction proceeded seamlessly. Consequently, the only items he now sought were a confidential document and the elusive thermostat. After swiftly reviewing the private messages and finding no further items of interest, Tang Yu cleared his inbox, awaiting new communications. He then retrieved the materials necessary for upgrading the insulated walls of his hideout. Insulated walls of hideout, level 1. Type, hideout facility. Effect, reduces temperature loss within the hideout by 60, silence by 40. Next stage, hideout security level 2, ventilation ducts level 2, generator set level 2, wall demolition hammer X1, tool set X1, metal parts X5, foam sealant X10, duct tape X5, wires X15, pack of screws X3. Upgrade duration, 120 minutes. The current upgrade conditions have been met. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Yes. At that moment, the wall transformed into a shimmering light curtain. The completion would take merely 2 hours, which is rather satisfactory. Now, only the intelligence center and generator unit remain. With a slight sigh, Tang Yu did not allow himself to feel disheartened. A glance at the time revealed that after such an extended period of trading, it was now 3:30 in the afternoon. Checking his private message inbox once more, he still found no trace of the confidential intelligence and thermostat. Returning to the resting area, he nestled back in a bed. It was time to rejuvenate. The evening's operation was of utmost importance, and Tang Yu needed to ensure he was in peak mental and physical condition. Setting an alarm for 7 o'clock in the evening, he closed his eyes, allowing his breathing to become steady. Meanwhile, in the supply station area, Duan Shuai, who had just been blacklisted by Tang Yu, waited for a response that never came. Consequently, he sent a message to Tang Yu, only to be met with a notification of his blacklisting. Immediately, he opened his private message inbox. Duan Shuai, brother, that Tang Yu has blacklisted me. Did we push too hard? A few seconds later, a response arrived. Lu Qingming, damn, that woman surnamed Sang is utterly unreliable. She claimed that this surname Tang would spare no expense for what he urgently needed. Lu Qingming, forget it if I'm blacklisted, so be it. I'll contact that surname Tang again tonight. Didn't you just ask for 15 bowls of lamb soup? And he agreed? Tonight, I shall demand those 15 bowls. This fool doesn't even recognize the fortune he possesses, squandering such a splendid opportunity. Chapter 73. Proceeding to the trading center. Departure. The hiding place was enveloped in profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of wood in the fireplace and the hum of the generator unit. A faint snore could be heard from the heated brick bed. The alarm rang, signaling that it was now 7 in the evening. Tang Yu stretched lazily and yawned before quickly getting up to head to the bathroom for a brief wash. Upon opening his private message inbox, he discovered that no one had traded for the 2 items. Suppressing his disappointment and urgency, he noticed that Wang Haoyu had sent him something intriguing. Cyan green. Category, fungus. Effect, consuming it for 30 minutes will induce the following abnormal states based on the amount ingested: gastroenteritis, neuropsychiatric abnormalities, hemolysis, renal necrosis, rhabdomyolysis. Description: this is an exquisitely delicious food, for which many have risked poisoning time and again in pursuit of its flavor. Note: heating at temperatures above 100 degrees for 30 minutes will reduce its toxicity by 95, rendering it safe for consumption. In the event of poisoning, please promptly use antidote. Gastroenteritis. Type: abnormal state. Effect 1. Stamina -50, vitality -40, health -30. Effect 2. After 20 minutes, there is a 30% chance of dehydration and symptoms of hematemesis, with a life value loss of 7 points per second. Neuropsychiatric anomaly. Type: abnormal state. Effect: hallucinations accompanied by cognitive impairments. Hemolysis. Type, abnormal state. Effect 1, stamina -30, health -30, vitality -40, inability to staunch bleeding after taking damage. Effect 2, after 15 minutes, a 15 chance of death or fainting. Rhabdomyolysis. Type, abnormal state. Effect 1, movement speed -30, operation speed -25, carrying capacity -80. Effect 2, when attacking an enemy. There's a 20 chance of losing a certain amount of life due to recoil from the firearm. The amount of life lost is determined by the magnitude of the weapon's recoil. Tang Yu displayed a look of surprise. He had unexpectedly encountered a rare herb. Moreover, the aforementioned abnormal states seemed exceedingly potent. He had once tasted this before his journey, a night spent in conversation with his family dog, which led him to shun such substances entirely. Yet now, Tang Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue. He found himself increasingly fascinated by these peculiar items. If utilized wisely, they could yield extraordinary effects. City, Tang Yu, how many of these do you possess? I want them all. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. Hee, I knew you would appreciate these, Divine Yu. My friend gathered these a few days ago. He has about 20 left. I'll ask him for you. Tang Yu paused at this revelation. Another friend? The last time it was Sandalwood, and this fellow seemed to have an abundance of acquaintances. In a mere 3 minutes, Wang Hao Yu sent a trade notification. To Tang Yu's astonishment, there were 27 of the rare herb. He promptly exchanged 2 bowls of lamb soup with Wang Hao Yu. City, Tang Yu, save any more of this delightful item for me in the future. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. Understood. I shall not disturb you further. Closing the page, Tang Yu immediately stored the 27 herbs in his backpack space. He proceeded to the kitchen to savor a bowl of nourishing lamb soup infused with ginseng, angelica, and goji berries, acquiring the buffs, energized, and a 30 reduction in stamina consumption for 2 hours, alongside a strength increase of 20. Noticing that the hiding place wall had successfully upgraded to level 2, it appeared significantly more robust than before. The effects had also been enhanced from their previous state. Subsequently, Tang Yu began to organize his equipment. The time was now 7:15 p.m., with only 3 hours and 45 minutes remaining until 11 p.m. The trading center was approximately 3 kilometers from the Garden Station subway. Thus, he needed to hasten to reach it in time. Main weapon, PP-9101 Keter B silenced submachine gun. AK-101 assault rifle equipped with tactical flashlight and laser combination X1. CQB 556X45 muzzle brake X1. Monster 2X32 scope X1. RVG 4 grip X1. Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle. Along with spare ammunition and fully loaded magazines for the aforementioned firearms. Sidearm. Stechkin APB silenced automatic pistol. Close combat weapon. 6H5 bayonet. As for throwable weapons, Tang Yu simply placed a box filled with grenades into his backpack, which included 2 modified RGO grenades filled with steel balls and 2 flashbangs. The grenade box occupied only 1 item slot. Likewise, Tang Yu also stored the 3 briefcases he had previously retrieved from room 903 of the Pinewood Hotel, each possessing an 8x8, 64-slot capacity. Additionally, he had a 35-slot space container, the Camel Travel Backpack, already in his backpack. At this moment, his backpack accommodated 5 large-capacity containers. Subsequently, Tang Yu prepared 15 standard remote emulsified explosives and 5 modified remote emulsified explosives, along with 10 pieces of chewing gum emulsified explosives, and of course, a mini detonator specifically designed to trigger the chewing gum explosives. In terms of equipment, a night cloak and black mask dedicated to stealth. Armor protection included a ballistic vest with level 5 armor plates inserted, a level 4 ballistic helmet, level 2 reinforced military boots, and 07A tactical gloves. Auxiliary gear, goggles, digital headphones, supportive combat items, 25 paralytic toxin, a towel X1, and various supplies that might prove useful. Medical supplies, field surgical kit, first aid kit, and ibuprofen painkillers. Food provisions, nourishing lamb soup, purified water, canned meat, and energy drinks. All these items were stored in Tang Yu's backpack, while he donned the previously acquired freezer super durable low-temperature suit. This was his warm gear to counter the polar blizzard en route to the trading building. Once fully equipped and the air-breathing mask properly connected, he approached the corridor of his hideout's entrance. He cast a final glance at the surroundings within. Upon turning back, his gaze was now filled with sharpness and resilience. Reaching the entrance, he pushed outward. The sharpness and resilience in Tang Yu's eyes vanished, replaced by confusion. Why wouldn't it budge? This time, Tang Yu directly utilized the strength of his shoulder to slam against the door. Crack! Tang Yu burst forth from the hideout as the door swung open. He stumbled to regain his footing and turned back to look. Only then did he see that the wall where the hideout's door had been was now covered in a layer of hard frost. Not just this wall, but the entire subway station now resembled the interior of a frozen refrigerator. Everything was cloaked in a thick layer of frost. Tang Yu understood the situation. Although the subway station would not be directly buried by the blizzard, the impact had been minimized. Nevertheless, the biting cold had encased the entire city in ice. At that moment, the outdoor temperature had plunged to minus 65 degrees. If Tang Yu had not been clad in his frost-resistant suit, he would likely have succumbed to frostbite by now. With a simple sigh of reflection, he made his way towards the subway entrance. In Calamity City, though it was barely past 7 in the evening, the sky was already shrouded in darkness. The entrance of the Huayuan station was blanketed with a thick accumulation of snow, appearing to be nearly 15 centimeters deep. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky, accompanied by the howling cold wind, creating a veil of white mist. Tang Yu began to clear the snow, and from the space of his backpack, he retrieved an electric snow scooter. After he struggled to mount the scooter, he glanced at his surroundings and twisted the throttle. In the next moment, the electric snow scooter began to move slowly, turning to find its direction, and silently vanished into the vastness of the swirling snow. The heavy snowfall continued to blanket the earth, and the fierce wind smoothed over the tire tracks. Soon, at the subway entrance, there were no traces left of anyone's passage. Everything returned to a pristine white world. Chapter 74. The clown mask reappears in the trading hall of the Calamity City Trading Center. The entire city's power supply had ceased due to the extreme cold, plunging everything into darkness. A group of more than 20 homeless individuals sat huddled around a large bonfire, warming themselves by the flames. Do you really think Cabin is that formidable? Even after being ambushed by the bosses, he still managed to fight back, resulting in the deaths of over 80 brothers, exclaimed a homeless man wearing a clown mask, inserting the neck of a whiskey bottle into the hole of his mask to take a swig. His companions erupted in laughter and playful jeers. Clown, can't you just take off that tattered mask? Hey, that is out of the question. I adore clowns. Another chimed in with a chuckle, glancing toward the staircase before whispering. Do you think that meat dog called us back today after sending us to occupy territories elsewhere for so long? Any idea why? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, exchanging curious glances. The speaker, noticing he had captured their attention, grinned and leisurely took a sip of his drink. For heaven's sake, stop dawdling. If you don't spill it soon, we want tea. Listen. All right, I'm getting to it, he replied with a chuckle. Leaning in closer, he whispered, listen. No one is to speak of this carelessly. Yesterday, Meat Dog and the others did not, as he claimed today, eliminate Cabin. What? Cabin is still alive? A look of shock spread across some faces. This revelation starkly contrasted with the information Meat Dog had relayed to them earlier in the afternoon. Others also displayed expressions of disbelief. Who would have imagined? We were all deceived by the gluttonous dog. His words were nothing but nonsense. The man wore a smug expression. Let me tell you, my cousin participated in the battle last night, and you have no idea how dreadful it was. Be quiet and stick to the point. What is the situation with Cabin? The others urged once more. The man then reluctantly replied, my cousin said that Cabin escaped through the sewers. Not only did he flee, but over a dozen of his subordinates also got away. That's precisely why the gluttonous dog called us back. Upon hearing this, the other refugees realized the gluttonous dog's intentions. He was fearful that Cabin might come after him and wanted them to protect him. Damn it. I knew that fat pig wouldn't keep his mouth shut. Anyway, we're all back now. Let us drink. The jester mask called out, handing out drinks. Cool me. Let us drink. Half an hour later, under the influence of alcohol, the group had become somewhat unsteady, swaying in the warmth of the flames, occasionally sipping their drinks and nibbling on the food from the pot. I can't hold it any longer. I need to relieve myself. The jester mask struggled to rise and stumbled toward the restroom. In this dreadful weather, where can't you relieve yourself? Don't get frostbitten. Shut it. You think I'm you? The jester retorted playfully. However, upon reaching the restroom, he suddenly shed the drunken demeanor and pressed his body against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside, confirming that no one was following him. Only then did he approach a urinal, retrieving a note and a piece of red cloth from a crevice in the wall behind it. Just as he was about to unfold the note, a chill swept over him from behind. Despite wearing extreme cold weather gear, he could not help but shiver, sensing something was amiss. There's someone in the restroom. But that didn't make sense. He had personally verified that everyone downstairs was drinking by the bonfire. Such thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Before he could react further, a towel was pressed against his mouth and nose, rendering him paralyzed and unable to move. Tang Yu, clad in a night cloak and black mask, looked down at the incapacitated refugee, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He had infiltrated the area long ago, observing the refugees for an opportunity. The jester was one of his primary focuses due to his erratic behavior, which was hard to overlook. After confirming that the other refugees remained by the bonfire through the virtual map, he bent down and retrieved the note and red claw from the jester-masked refugee. In the next moment, astonishment flickered across Tang Yu's face as he glanced again at the fallen jester mask, his eyes brimming with shock. What in the world? Are all these refugees traitors and double agents? The note read, "Desiring to seek refuge with the butcher, you must intoxicate those on the first floor and, before 10 o'clock, find a way to eliminate the guard stationed on the second floor of the trading hall. At 10, the butcher will arrive through the main entrance with his men to slaughter the mutts. Remember to wear a red armband on your left arm as you go to assist." At this moment, Tang Yu's heart was profoundly shaken. The butcher was indeed a ruthless individual, intending to eradicate the opposition while the mutts were at their weakest. A true schemer, he had even infiltrated the ranks of the mutts, establishing more than one traitor. The author of this note likely held a position of considerable influence, possibly being the one who lured the mutts to the cabin the previous night. A bold idea flickered in Tang Yu's mind, causing his heart to race with excitement. For it was indeed a wildly audacious thought. He then cast his gaze upon the motionless jester mask on the ground, through the 3 eye holes. He could discern the fear and despair reflected in the eyes of its wearer. After comparing their heights and builds, he nodded slightly, noting they were quite similar. While methodically searching the individual for any equipment or items to stow away in his backpack, he remained vigilant of the positions of other vagrants on the virtual map. Glock 17x1, 6H5 bayonet x1, level 2 bulletproof vest x1, F1 grenades x3, sterile gauze x2. The main weapon of this individual was likely stored in the trading hall, leaving only a few personal effects. Tang Yu then stripped the vagrant of his coat, including the jester mask atop his head, dragging the vagrant into a toilet stall. With a swift thrust of the bayonet into the heart, he brought a swift end to the life before him, extracting the bloodied bayonet from the vagrant's chest. He wiped it clean on the victim's clothing before stowing it back in his backpack. The vagrant lay, face down, blood pooling in the already frozen toilet, rapidly congealing in the frigid air, the body growing cold. The stench was overwhelming. Tang Yu grimaced at the yellowed mask, displaying his disdain and reluctance. He retrieved a bowl of mutton soup from his backpack, consuming it in a few hearty gulps, revitalizing his body and refreshing the state of yang energy rising. Only then did Tang Yu remove the black mask and the night cloak. After a moment of mental preparation, he donned the vagrant's coat and mask. Glancing at his reflection in the restroom mirror, he noted the resemblance was not too far off, nodding in satisfaction. Casting one last look at the lifeless vagrant, Tang Yu closed the stall door and reopened the window he had previously shut, allowing the cold wind and falling snow to disperse the lingering scent of blood. He then mimicked the staggering gait of the jester mask as he ambled toward the group of vagrants. As Tang Yu wobbled into the trading hall, one of the vagrants, with a slurred tongue, called out, "Jester, I thought you had fallen in. I was preparing to fish you out." "Nonsense. I have discovered something remarkable. What do you see here?" Tang Yu spoke with a deliberately unclear articulation, while simultaneously raising an object with both hands. At that moment, all the vagrants were inebriated, their minds clouded and eyes glazed. Under Tang Yu's intentional mimicry of a jester's tone, none of them detected anything amiss. Their gazes were fixed upon the item in Tang Yu's grasp, and soon their faces lit up with delight. Chapter 75, Beef and Mushroom Soup, the Harvest Amidst Intoxication. Observing the object in Tang Yu's hands, the vagrants were filled with elation. "Goodness, canned meat and mushrooms. Jester, where did you find this?" Tang Yu evaded the outstretched hands of the crowd, laughing exaggeratedly. "Hee, I discovered it behind a flower pot outside the restroom. It must have been secretly stashed away by some fellow around here, and now it has fallen into our hands. Haha, well done, Jester." These folks in the base live in comfort, enjoying fresh mushrooms, while we struggle to get our hands on a beer can. Enough chatter. Let's quickly toss these into the pot and eat. Indeed, with that, Tang Yu ceased to evade, the can, and the mushrooms were swiftly seized by the throng of vagrants, who brandished their military knives and began slicing the mushrooms. What kind of mushrooms are these? Why do they turn blue? Are they poisonous? Tang Yu split. Get lost. If you won't eat, hand them over to me. This is a precious find. Have you lot ever seen wild mushrooms? True. I still can't tell vegetables apart, so why bother thinking too much? Let us eat. Exactly. It's been ages since I've seen fresh food. As the mushrooms and canned beef simmered in the pot, Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and called out, "Don't you dare snatch from me. I found this food. It can't be cooked for too long, or it will lose its flavor. If anyone tries to take it from me, don't blame me for being harsh." Upon hearing this, the other vagrant scoffed. Nonsense, whoever grabs it first owns it. Tang Yu, while managing the situation verbally, scrutinized the distribution of vagrants on the virtual map. During his journey on the snowmobile, he had already noticed that the meat dogs had clearly learned from the previous day's lessons. They had established lookout posts in the 3 best vantage points on the second floor of the trading hall, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. It was precisely because he had identified this, along with the additional 20 or so vagrants in the trading hall, that Tang Yu took the time to make a wide detour, arriving at the back of the trading building. After retrieving the snowmobile and his anti-cold gear, he braved the blizzard, bolstered by the effects of the rising yang, buff, and the night cloak and black mask. He finally managed to sneak through the window into the restroom. It was fortuitous that the extreme polar blizzard had caused a city-wide blackout, allowing him to proceed so smoothly in the enveloping darkness. The clock read 20 minutes past 9 in the evening, and there were less than 40 minutes remaining before the butcher's arrival. Casting his gaze around, he focused on a noticeably prominent beggar and inquired, "Shall we send something to the brothers on watch?" The beggar paused slightly upon hearing Tang Yu's words. They were the kind of people who cared little for the lives of others, and he waved his hand dismissively. "If you wish to send it, then go ahead." Tang Yu Juka. Moments later, the food in the pot bubbled vigorously, the enticing aroma of beef stew and mushrooms wafting through the air. The surrounding beggars swallowed hard in anticipation. Observing their reactions, Tang Yu fetched a stainless steel basin, approached the pot, and ladled a generous portion of beef and mushroom soup before heading upstairs. "You're not allowed to sneak a taste. Wait for my return, especially for those mushrooms. Do you hear me?" A chorus of laughter and agreement arose from the group. However, just as Tang Yu turned the corner of the trading hall staircase, everyone simultaneously plunged their spoons into the pot, targeting the succulent beef and flavorful mushrooms. At the moment he ascended the stairs, Tang Yu caught a glimpse of their actions from the corner of his eye. Narrowing his gaze, he deliberately lingered at the staircase for an additional 2 minutes before proceeding upward. Upon reaching the second floor, his attention settled on the nearest sentry, who was curled up in a thermal blanket and sleeping bag, idly observing the scene outside the trading hall. A cigarette dangled from his lips, the glowing ember a striking contrast against the night. Tang Yu shook his head silently. The beggars were indeed unreliable. His presence did not go unnoticed by the sentinel on duty. "What brings you here?" "Ha! I've cooked some beef and mushroom soup to share with the brothers. To keep warm, since those above do not care for us. We must care for ourselves. Do not hesitate. This is all for you." Tang Yu's words evidently caught the sentinel off guard. "Beef and mushroom soup?" As Tang Yu approached, the sentinel's eyes widened at the sight of the steaming food and the mouth-watering aroma, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. "Quickly, call the other brothers to come and have some hot soup. It will warm you up. You will need to endure the night on watch. If I may suggest, if the butcher does indeed arrive tonight, just keep an eye on the entrance. You can count on us." The sentinel regarded Tang Yu with mild surprise, nodding slightly. He then raised his right hand to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. In mere moments, 2 others approached, equally surprised by Tang Yu's summons. "What's going on? Why did you call us over?" "Hey, it won't hurt to take a moment. This brother has brought us a basin of beef and mushroom soup. Hurry, it's freezing out here." Upon seeing the pot of soup, their demeanor shifted entirely, and they began to engage with Tang Yu as comrades. "All right, you all should eat quickly." The 3 wasted no time, gathering around the stainless steel basin to indulge. "It smells incredible. The flavor of this mushroom is remarkably intense. But what variety is it? Who cares? It has been far too long since I last savored fresh food." Observing the 3 companions indulging in their meal, Tang Yu glanced at the clock. It read precisely 9:35. With a smile, he greeted them before heading downstairs. As anticipated, upon his return, he discovered that only 2 pieces of beef remained in the pot. "Haha, you returned too late, clown." As Tang Yu's voice resonated with indignation, everyone erupted in laughter. "Let us drink." Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a feast. As the clock inched closer to 10, all the vagrants were thoroughly intoxicated. Under the influence of alcohol and the effects of the toxic substance, each vagrant exhibited signs of delirium, often accompanied by hallucinations. Wow, boss. What did you grow horns on your head? I want some too. Nonsense. The boss has a little fairy conversing with me. Laughter erupted. Drink, drink. This wine is delightful. It even leaps up and pours itself in my mouth. Meanwhile, Tang Yu jested and roamed among the vagrants, surreptitiously patting one person and rummaging through another's belongings. All the vagrants merely chuckled foolishly, ignoring him. At that moment, a guard stationed above evidently heard the commotion below and leaned out to inquire, "Brother, what's happening down there?" "Nothing serious, just a bit of fun. I'm merely trying to coax them," he reassured. "Rest assured, with me around, everything is under control." Perhaps due to the earlier food delivery, the guard paid little mind to his words. "All right, brother, just keep an eye on things." He then returned to his post. Tang Yu, however, wore a broad smile on his face. F.A. Grenendix husonjols, RGD ut Grenendix-njols, Flashbang x-ut, Akam Ösoldrediful x-ut, Vepr Hunter Carbine x-kettu, Veprkime Carbine x-kettu. MP9 submachine gun X5, AKS-74U short assault rifle X6, various handguns X22, travel bag, 12 space, X1, various magazines X43, melee weapons X22, bank office key X1, supermarket manager's office key X1, street corner clinic radiology room key X1, and lo and behold, a Rolex gold watch X1, with doomsday currency amounting to 163,000. In a single sweep, he had collected nearly all the resources from the vagrants that could be seized. As for the body armor and bulletproof vests, removing them would consume too much time and pose significant risk, so he opted to forego that endeavor. Tang Yu gazed regretfully at the delirious vagrants. What a pity. If I were to eliminate them all, will my title of enemy of the vagrants ascend to a higher rank? There was no time to ponder. Thus, he promptly rose and made his way toward the rear of the trading hall, where the trading building sat above, occupied by Meat Dog and the others. Turning the corner and leaning against the wall, Tang Yu glanced at the time. It was precisely 10 o'clock. He turned back to look at the refugees still laughing by the campfire, a smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured on your journey. Your legacy is entrusted to me." He then swiftly made his way to the stairwell, ascending towards the upper floors. Chapter 76, The Trader, all on guard. Outside the trading hall, in a nearby building, the butcher checked the time. The hour had come. Everyone was to set forth and directly assault the trading hall with urgency, as the sentries should have been neutralized. Be cautious. If you encounter anyone with a red armband on their left arm, do not harm them. They are allies. Understood, Boss Butcher. Tang Yu traversed the empty stairwell of the trading hall. On the virtual map, aside from the refugees in the trading hall, the remaining individuals were stationed on the 20th floor. In the center of the 20th floor was a vast suite, likely the location of the Meat Dog. A grand hall was encircled by 5 smaller rooms. Currently, aside from 2 red dots in the hall, only the largest room appeared occupied, presumably by the Meat Dog. The remaining 40 to 50 refugees were scattered throughout the other rooms on the floor. Although the number of refugees did not align with what Wang Bo, who had reported, Tang Yu surmised these must be the 2 or 3 dozen who had survived from the previous night, while the others were likely those who had remained at the main camp. "That Meat Dog is truly afraid of death," he scoffed inwardly. Observing the distribution of refugees on the virtual map and checking the time again, it was already 1 minute past 10. I must hasten. The butcher was likely preparing to launch an attack any moment now. Tang Yu sprinted up the stairs. Just as he reached the 19th floor, a series of gunshots rang out, reverberating through the silent night and the trading hall. The sentries on the 2nd floor of the trading hall, having heeded Tang Yu's earlier warning, had indeed focused their attention on the front of the hall. Thus, as the butcher's team emerged onto the street before the trading hall, they were immediately spotted by the sentries. The butcher's team quickly retaliated, and gunfire erupted. Meanwhile, the 20 or so refugees on the 1st floor, already hallucinating, instinctively sought cover upon hearing the gunfire. However, under the influence of their delusions and cognitive dissonance, the scene descended into chaos. 3 sentries were swiftly eliminated. When the butcher's men charged into the trading hall and beheld the 20 or so refugees muttering to themselves in confusion, they paused momentarily, only to promptly proceed with their grim task. Bullets rained down as they unleashed a barrage, and the refugees collapsed to the ground. Dozens, if not hundreds, of refugees continued to trudge through the snow-laden streets into the trading hall. The 3 sentries on the 2nd floor had already been dealt with in the initial moments. And now the Butcher's forces had fully secured both the first and second floors of the trading hall. Under the protection of his subordinate, the Butcher, adorned with a thick polar combat suit and a snow fox fur collar while puffing on a cigar, strode into the trading hall. Casting a cursory glance at the fallen corpses, a cold smile crept across his lips. Indeed, the ragtag group, led by the mutt, was nothing but a bunch of worthless scum. At that moment, an individual approached the Butcher. "Boss, we couldn't locate the informant with the red armband, and the sentries remain unaccounted for. What do you think?" The Butcher waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. He likely has his reasons. Did you not notice that all those individuals are unarmed?" The man, taken aback by the Butcher's words, shifted his gaze to the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Indeed, all the weapons were missing. He stepped forward to search, only to find that not only were the weapons gone, but all equipment, save for their bulletproof vests and magazine pouches, was also absent. As he spoke, he recalled the unusual state of the refugees they had encountered earlier, his expression shifting to one of realization. "I thought it was strange when we entered. Those fellows must have been influenced by the informant." Although he found his subordinate's earlier comments peculiar, the Butcher chose not to probe further. "Enough. The mutt must have reacted by now. They are few in number. Let us proceed." Meanwhile, Tang Yu, engaged in combat below, had already ascended to the 20th floor. To his surprise, there was still electricity here, illuminating the floor brightly under the glow of lights, and he could hear the hum of the generator. At that moment, the sounds of battle from below alerted all the refugees on the 20th floor to the unsettling situation. The voice of the mutt echoed through the corridor. "Quick, grab your weapons. It must be that scoundrel cabin coming for us. If he seeks death, let us oblige him." Dozens of refugees rushed through the hallway, preparing their gear and weapons, amidst the cacophony of shouts and the clatter of equipment, filling the entire floor with a sense of urgency. Donning a clown mask, Tang Yu blended into the fray as he made his way deeper into the building. Just as he passed a room, a figure suddenly yanked him inside and locked the door behind them. Startled, Tang Yu instinctively drew his silenced pistol, aiming it at his captor. It was then that he noticed the individual, though pale, possessed a piercing gaze. Unfazed by the weapon in Tang Yu's hand, the person coldly inquired, "How did you get up here? Were you not ordered to bring the others?" And to eliminate the sentries. What prompted this confrontation? Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu instantly recognized that the individual before him was the very informant who had previously delivered messages to the clown. Just as he prepared to deceive the person, he noticed a shift in their expression. Realizing that they had discerned his true identity so close at hand, Tang Yu reacted swiftly, firing 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, ending the conflict in an instant. "You know too much." The sound of the silenced pistol is not entirely devoid of noise. However, it is easily masked by the chaotic sounds in the corridor, barely causing a ripple. Upon observing the virtual map, it is clear that no one has noticed this side. At this moment, all the refugees have moved towards the eastern and western staircases, establishing defensive fortifications. Various tables, chairs, and benches have been piled up in the stairwell between the 18th and 19th floors, intentionally leaving one floor as a buffer, while a second line of defense has been erected between the 20th and 19th floors. This indicates that the mud is not entirely useless after all. The refugees, armed and concealed behind the cover on the 19th floor, await the arrival of intruders. Tang Yu breathes a sigh of relief, crouching down to collect all the supplies from the corpse into his backpack space, and then begins to scavenge within the room. Clearly, this individual had suffered severe injuries previously, as Tang Yu finds numerous items for treating wounds. Unfortunately, there are no high-grade supplies, merely commonplace items. However, the backpack stored in the cabinet catches Tang Yu's eye. It is a 5x7, 35 slots capacity backpack, a rather unexpected find, as 35-slot containers are quite rare. Previously, he had only owned a camel travel backpack with the same capacity, so this brings his total to 2. The contents of the backpack delight Tang Yu immensely, revealing a collection of valuable items, some of which he has never possessed before. Wooden clock X1, golden rooster X2, golden egg X6, worn antique book X1, bronze lion X1. While examining the area beneath the pillow, Tang Yu discovers a device reminiscent of a beeper. Information receiver, type, rare item effect, can receive specific information sent by an information sender. Receiving distance, 2,000 meters. Tang Yu raises an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a splendid find. This must be the device through which he receives instructions from a butcher. Yet, possessing only the receiver is of little use. With a quick thought, he places the information receiver into his clothing pocket. Chapter 77. The Arrival of the Phantom Face. Scavenging the 20th floor, installing explosives. Tang Yu inspects the historical information on the receiver, discovering that it has been entirely cleared. It is only natural, having become an informant. One would not leave evidence behind, and death is imminent. After thoroughly pillaging all the supplies in the room, he drags a blanket from the bed to cover the corpse and bloodstains on the floor. Tang Yu then departs from the room. At this moment, the corridor on the 20th floor is nearly devoid of people, with all the refugees hiding near the staircases on the east and west sides, preparing to ambush the intruders. The mud is also fully armed, concealed behind the cover on the 19th floor. He had already heard the sounds of Cabin and his men ascending the stairs. Not far from downstairs, either on the 17th or 16th floor. Damn it, if only the bayonet were here. The gaze of the meat dog was imbued with fierce intensity. Yesterday, the bayonet had been reduced to a sieve by Cabin's machine gun while attempting to save him, leaving him without a single trustworthy ally. His eyes subtly swept over his subordinates, narrowing slightly. With such a commotion, that ghost-faced fellow should be arriving soon. If he turns a blind eye to this predicament, he mustn't blame me for destroying everything. I can perish, but he shall not escape unscathed. At this moment, the clock struck approximately 10:15. On the virtual map, Tang Yu observed that the Butcher S team had halted near the 17th floor. They had also discerned the Meat Dog S intention to prepare for a defensive stand. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Yu roamed through the various rooms on the 20th floor. He casually picked up a piece of chocolate from the table and popped it into his mouth. Wearing a clown mask, his exaggerated smile concealed a gentle hum. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me. The little bird says good morning. Why are you carrying a bomb? Let us go blow something up. Each time Tang Yu entered a room, he would completely empty its supplies, simultaneously installing the pre-researched optimal detonation points with remote emulsified explosives. He activated the explosives remote control, using nearby plants, chairs, and tables for simple concealment before moving on to the next room. The positions of these explosives had been meticulously studied by Tang Yu. They were not easily detectable, yet when detonated, they would undoubtedly cover a vast area of the 20th floor. Originally, this was a gift prepared for the meat dog. Little did he expect that the butcher would choose tonight to trouble the meat dog. How fortuitous it was to seize this opportunity to eliminate this old schemer as well. Otherwise, Tang Yu genuinely worried about how this maniac would react upon discovering his existence. He believed the remote, emulsified explosives would offer them a rather unique experience. Having secured the explosives, Tang Yu arrived at the central room on the 20th floor, a place that had long piqued his curiosity. The meat dog, as the leader of the refugees, must possess considerable high-grade supplies. However, upon stepping into the hall of that room, Tang Yu's movements momentarily stalled. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his breath becoming somewhat erratic. This was due to the appearance of 3 new light points in the previously empty trading hall on the first floor of the virtual map. 2 were red and black, and 1 was pure black. Cultists of the Evil God. Tang Yu had only learned this name from Wang Boho earlier today. Yet, this was not his first encounter with them. He never anticipated such a lively evening. Indeed, it was exceedingly intriguing. Regaining his focus, Tang Yu redirected his attention to the room before him. Even though the priest of the malevolent deity was formidable, he had only just entered the trading hall, requiring time to acclimate. Moreover, there was a butcher in the midst. Nevertheless, he needed to swiftly gather resources, for this place would soon transform into a battlefield, and he had no desire to engage in combat. The room was vast, apart from the central hall warmed by the flames of the destitute. There were 5 or 6 suites. Tang Yu proceeded directly to the room nearest the corridor, opened the door, and gazed within. Tang Yu was astounded. This was, without a doubt, an armory. In the trading hall, the specter, accompanied by 2 acolytes of the malevolent deity, surveyed the lifeless bodies of the destitute sprawled beside the bonfire. His expression inscrutable. Even without a meticulous examination, the specter could discern that these individuals had offered no resistance or retaliation in their final moments. Some even bore expressions of surprise and shock. His gaze soon landed upon a fallen, deep blue mushroom, trampled underfoot. After scrutinizing it, he discarded it back to the ground. Mushrooms. Setting aside the question of where this sinister weather had yielded such fungi, it was evident that no such growths existed within the confines of the city. This was not the pre-apocalyptic era when fresh vegetables and fruits were abundant. This was peculiar. A fleeting image crossed the specter's mind, reminiscent of the scene at the subway tunnel where the black dog had met its demise. This sensation felt oddly familiar. Could the one who had slain the black dog be among today's invaders? If so, then the troublemakers of recent days had indeed arrived. Did the key that belonged to the black dog also rest with this individual? A smirk curled his lips, and a chilling intent deepened within him. Let's proceed. Tang Yu, in disbelief, beheld the room filled to the brim with crates of arms. His excitement was palpable. Some crates had already been opened, revealing firearms yet to be claimed. AKS-74N, AKS-74, AKMS. This cache consisted entirely of AK series weapons, not brand new, but in nearly pristine condition. Yet, this fact only heightened Tang Yu's exhilaration. His gaze shifted to the other crates. This one is filled with various models of handguns. Take it. These 2 crates contain submachine guns. Take them as well. 5 crates of grenades. Take those. 18 crates of ammunition. Take them. Astonishingly, there are even shotguns. How could I let those go? Take them all. Thus, when Tang Yu re-emerged from that room, it was stripped bare, leaving only the 4 walls behind, cleaner than a rat's nest. This was exhilarating. With a heart brimming with excitement, Tang Yu strode toward the next room. This chamber was stocked with food, water, and other survival supplies, all neatly contained within large plastic boxes. Tang Yu, feeling rather apathetic, decided to simply collect everything without further inspection. The subsequent rooms were filled with medical supplies, yet they paled in comparison to the vast reserves of food. Nevertheless, 4 large boxes were still brimming with these supplies. He opted to take everything back for a meticulous inventory later. At this point, only 2 rooms remained unsearched. One was the room frequently occupied by the butcher's dog, and the other housed a massive generator that was currently operational. Without hesitation, Tang Yu made his way to the butcher's dog's room. It was evident that the chaos from the butcher's attack had left the place in disarray. However, as he directed his gaze towards the wall opposite the entrance, his mouth gradually widened in astonishment, a grin forming at the corners. Good heavens! I've struck gold. Chapter 78. The room filled with treasures, confidential intelligence finally obtained. Beholding the sight before him, he saw an entire wall brimming with various valuable items, numbering at least 2 or 3 dozen. The bronze lion statue he had discovered from the trader was not alone, for there were 3 of them here. A glass cabinet was filled with an abundance of golden Rolex watches, totaling over a dozen. Other treasures included gold necklaces, antique vases, and cat deity sculptures, leaving Tang Yu utterly speechless. He had anticipated that the butcher's dog, as a leader among the refugees, would possess considerable wealth. But he had not expected such an extensive collection of valuables. It was also possible that the butcher's dog had a particular fondness for these precious items, leading him to amass them and display them prominently in his room. After all, a sensible person would understand the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Yet, Tang Yu paid no heed to the butcher's dog's intentions. Now, these treasures had become his, due to the sheer volume of items. Tang Yu retrieved a prepared 64-slot suitcase from his backpack. He then opened the glass cabinet and commenced his treasure hunt. It took him 2 suitcases to gather all the valuable items. Turning his attention to the remaining objects in the room, he noticed a weapon rack that was supposed to hold 3 weapons, but only 2 remained. The third was likely in the possession of the butcher's dog. The brand new weapons caught Tang Yu's eye, and he hurried to examine the weapon rack. SV-98 Sniper Rifle. Type: Sniper Rifle. Slots occupied: 6x1. Recoil: vertical 158, horizontal 498. Effective range: 1,000 meters. Firing mode: single shot. Rate of fire: 30. Accuracy: 0.55. Ammunition caliber: 7. 62 by 54 mm R. Default magazine: 7. 62x54 are 10-round SV-98 polymer magazine. Description: designed as a bolt-action rifle fed by magazine, is intended for eliminating crucial enemy targets within a range of 1,000 meters. Type: shotgun. Occupying space: 5x1. Recoil: vertical 278, horizontal 410. Effective range: 70 meters. Firing mode: single shot. Rate of fire: 30. Accuracy: 21-31. Ammunition caliber: 12 by 70 millimeters. Default magazine: MP133x6, 12 gauge. 6-round capacity. Introduction. The MP133 pump-action shotgun is a reliable and practical weapon for hunting and self-defense, featuring the rare classic empty chamber indicator among its peers. A fine weapon indeed. Tang Yu caressed the 2 firearms, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Particularly the sniper rifle, with its gleaming carbon steel barrel, appeared to him as a masterpiece of lethal craftsmanship, since he had experienced the exhilarating sensation of a headshot with a Mosin-Nagant sniper rifle. He had developed a fondness for that feeling. The more he gazed upon this weapon, the greater his joy became. Most remarkable was the rifle's integrated bipod, significantly reducing the difficulty of usage for Tang Yu. With no time for reflection, he noticed 3 weapon crates nearby, presumably meant to house the 3 firearms. He carefully stowed the 2 guns into a crate, directly transferring it into his backpack space. Beside these 3 large crates was a slightly smaller one. Upon opening it, he discovered the sniper scope within. Sig Tango 6T16 by 24 30mm scope. Type scope. Occupying space 2x1. Zeroing distances 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. Effective range 1500. Modes 2 types. A 6-power magnification. He closed the crate and added it to his backpack space. He also stored the adjacent weapon rack, as his hideout was in need of a place to display weapons. Although it could not fit at the moment, he resolved to make space in the future. Just as he prepared to leave, he instinctively glanced at the virtual map. His steps suddenly halted. He stood before a 4-drawer cabinet, pushing it aside with force to reveal a small safe hidden within the wall. Goodness, I almost left without noticing this. Fortunately, I had learned to be cautious after the incident in the hospital director's office. Upon inspection, he realized this safe was of an entirely different caliber than the one in the director's office, featuring only a keyhole with no additional combination locks. However, the thick steel plating of the safe suggested that it would not yield easily without the key. Undoubtedly, the key was attached to the body of the feral dog. Yet Tang Yu found no inconvenience in this. Pressing his right hand against the safe, it vanished in the next moment, now residing within his backpack space. Tang Yu subsequently discovered that the 4-tiered cabinet was, in fact, a container for items, akin to the functionality of a warehouse. To his astonishment, he found within it a piece of classified intelligence. Overjoyed, he realized that his last piece of classified intelligence had been uncovered under such circumstances. Consequently, all the materials needed for upgrading the intelligence center to level 2 had been gathered. How could this not fill him with exhilaration? He proceeded to collect the exquisite sofa, coffee table, and the boss's chair and desk from the room of the flesh dog, tucking them into his backpack space. By now, he had thoroughly plundered the flesh dog's room, rendering it as barren as a locust-swept land, with only the 4 walls remaining. At that moment, the butcher, having completed his brief preparations, launched an assault on the flesh dog. The 2 factions engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire in the stairwell between the 18th and 19th floors. The entire trading building echoed with the sounds of gunfire and grenade explosions. Meanwhile, through the virtual map, Tang Yu observed that the 3 cultists had reached the 16th floor, perilously close to the butcher's team. The clock read 10:35, leaving a mere 25 minutes until 11. Time was of the essence. He entered the final room, standing before a massive generator. This contraption appeared quite sophisticated. It should contain a thermostat. He attempted to store it in his backpack space, but to his dismay, it remained immovable. Perhaps the generator was firmly connected to various wires by the refugees, resulting in the failure of his attempt. As Tang Yu pondered how to obtain the thermostat, a refugee rushed in, pulling a flatbed cart, and dashed into the room where the ammunition boxes had previously been stored. With intense gunfire raging in the corridors and ammunition running low, resupply was critical. However, upon entering, the refugee was instantly befuddled by the sight of a room cleaner than a rat's nest. He thought he had entered the wrong room and stepped back to reassess. Once more, he was perplexed. Surely, this was the right place. But where was the ammunition? Chapter 79, Information Receiver, reveals that the thermostat was within reach. Just as the refugee stood bewildered at the sudden disappearance of the military supplies, Tang Yu's jester-like head peeked out from the generator room, observing the disoriented refugee. "Hey, brother, what are you looking for?" The refugee, surprised to find anyone there, felt as though he had discovered a savior. "Brother, we need ammunition, but the arms room is completely empty." As he spoke, the refugee's suspicion shifted toward Tang Yu. "Wait a minute. Everyone is defending in the stairwell. What are you doing here?" Tang Yu expressed his irritation, stating, "Don't mention it. The leader of the meat dogs specifically instructed me to locate this machine's thermostat, claiming it would be useful to him shortly." "What? You don't believe me? If you doubt my words, go ask the leader yourself. I have no desire to be here. Were it not for his request, I would not be involved in this." The vagrant, momentarily taken aback by Tang Yu's retort, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Why would he send a layman for such a task instead of me? What's he thinking? He then turned to Tang Yu. Step aside. The thermostat is right behind you. See that connection to the waterway? That's the thermostat. Following the direction of the other man's gaze, Tang Yu indeed spotted the thermostat. Its shape identical to the image previously sent by Duan Shuai. Oh, thank you, brother, Tang Yu exclaimed, and in the midst of the man's astonished stare, a silenced pistol appeared in his hand. Puff, puff, 2 crimson holes appeared on the man's forehead. As he fell to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. Tang Yu, let me express my gratitude to you. Your warmth has touched my heart. He hummed to himself, his gaze fixated on the generator's thermostat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the stairwell between the 17th and 18th floors, the butcher wore a grim expression. This situation was untenable. Their ammunition had dwindled to nearly 30 rounds, although his numbers surpassed those of the meat dogs by more than double. The narrow passageway of the stairwell rendered their numerical advantage ineffective. Moreover, the meat dogs were employing a strategy of high ground against low. The butcher contacted his subordinate responsible for commanding the Western offensive via the intercom. Upon learning that the battle there had also reached a stalemate, he knew a change was imperative. Otherwise, in this current state, even their superior numbers could not withstand the gradual depletion akin to adding fuel to a slow-burning fire. He retrieved the information transmitter from his person, preparing to send a message to the insider, only to hear his subordinate's voice crackling through the intercom. Boss, it's Ghostface. He has launched an attack from behind us with a sharpshooter, and the meat dogs are intensifying their assault. We can't hold out much longer. What should we do? Damn it. Why is Ghostface here? Isn't he the one who looks down on that meat dog? However, the butcher understood that this was not the time for contemplation. Hold your ground. I will call for reinforcements immediately. Watch for the right moment. The instant any trouble arises on the meat dog side, counterattack swiftly. After uttering these words, the butcher set aside his concerns. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Meanwhile, Tang Yu was pondering how to detach the thermostat, but the generator was currently operational. Just then, he felt a slight vibration in his pocket. He pulled out the information receiver, which displayed a succinct message. Attack the enemies in the eastern stairwell to create conditions for our ascent. Undoubtedly, this message had been sent by the butcher. It seems this old schemer is growing anxious. Upon examining the virtual map, it is evident that the battle in the western staircase corridor is exceedingly fierce. The butcher's subordinates have dwindled to merely 20 in a short span. Initially, both sides should have boasted 40 to 50 combatants, while the defenders of the meat hounds numbered only 20 on either side. They were evenly matched in their exchanges. However, now, the ghostly face, accompanied by 2 acolytes of the malevolent deity, has stealthily approached the rear of the western team to launch an attack, dramatically shifting the tide of battle. With each assault, a commoner falls, and the skirmish in the west is likely to last no more than a few minutes. This old schemer aims to eliminate the foes at the eastern staircase corridor, thereby enabling a pincer movement against the adversaries in the west. Truly a cunning plan. Yet, Tang Yu glanced at the operating generator set and was struck by an idea. Checking the time, it was already 10:45. There was still time. He procured a towel and tightly wrapped it around the thermostat. Almost instantaneously, a grenade appeared in his hand. After removing the safety pin, he inserted the grenade into the crevice of the generator, away from the thermostat. He made a hasty exit from the room, concealing himself. With a thunderous explosion, the entire generator was reduced to fragments, igniting the fuel into a roaring inferno. The entire power system on the 20th floor was rendered inoperative, plunging everything into darkness. In the pitch-black western staircase corridor, only the faint glow from the burning illumination sticks below provided a semblance of light. The meat hound, upon hearing the resounding explosion and witnessing the extinguishing lights in the staircase, immediately comprehended that the generator had malfunctioned. Damn it! Everyone intensify your attacks. Eliminate those bastards below. And 2 of you, go check the situation. Upon hearing the meat hound's command, the commoners escalated their assault, effectively suppressing the butcher's men, who now dare not show their faces. Similarly, the defenders in the east, lacking the meat hound's guidance, fell into disarray. Though the butcher wondered why no assault was launched toward the east, he too heard the chaos and shouts from above, quickly realizing this was a rare opportunity. Everyone, retreat to the 17th floor and prepare for a strong offensive. Unleash the flashbangs. Hearing the butcher's orders, everyone, save for a few at the forefront wearing tactical headsets, retreated to the 17th floor, hiding behind the walls and desperately covering their ears. Seconds later, Under the cover of the assault team, 4 or 5 flashbangs were hurled upward. Bang, bang, bang. The upper floor resounded with the heart-wrenching screams of over 20 commoners. Quickly, charge up. The butcher bellowed with impatience. Tang Yu emerged from the corner, gazing at the shattered remnants of the generator with a look of regret. Time had been too tight. Had he possessed sufficient time, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Time was of the essence, as Tang Yu had already observed through the virtual map that both factions had undergone significant changes due to the hand grenade he had deployed. He swiftly made his way to the room housing the generator, deftly navigating over the flaming fuel on the ground. His gaze immediately fell upon the component wrapped in a towel, still connected to a portion of a severed water pipe. After unwrapping the towel to confirm the thermostat was intact, and indeed the item he required, Tang Yu hastily stowed it in his backpack, a grateful smile gracing his face. What a challenge it had been. Yet, he finally had it in his possession. Chapter 80. Confrontation on the 20th floor, racing towards the rooftop. Just as Tang Yu secured the thermostat, he noticed from the virtual map that the butcher's minions were swiftly meeting their demise in the western stairwell, while 2 of the hound's subordinates were sprinting towards him. Realizing he could no longer linger in this location, he turned his attention to the eastern stairwell, where the situation was markedly different. The butcher was rapidly eliminating the hound's lackeys, having already seized control of the defensive positions between the 19th and 20th floors. The clock read 10:50. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu retrieved the red armband he had acquired earlier in the restroom of the first-floor trading hall and fastened it to his left arm. He then dashed towards the eastern stairwell. His swift movements did not go unnoticed, as the 2 refugees who had entered the 20th floor spotted him and shone their flashlights in his direction. "Who goes there?" they called out. Upon seeing him flee, they opened fire. Unfortunately for them, Tang Yu had already rounded the corner of the stairwell, the bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the walls. "Go tell the boss that someone has made it to the eastern stairwell," came the voice of the refugee. Tang Yu turned the corner, arriving at the entrance of the eastern stairwell fire door, where he pressed himself against the wall, refraining from exiting immediately. The butcher and his cohorts had evidently heard the gunfire from the earlier assault on Tang Yu. Realizing someone was indeed at the entrance of the 20th floor stairwell, they all took cover behind the defensive positions, on high alert. Observing the positions of the butcher and his men on the virtual map, Tang Yu called out loudly, "Is that you, Boss Butcher? Do not shoot. I am one of your own, here to provide support." The personnel at the western stairwell are on the verge of being overwhelmed by the hounds. They have discovered my actions with the generator, and if we do not act swiftly, it will be too late. Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, the butcher narrowed his eyes. "All right, enough shouting. Step forward." Tang Yu promptly replied, "Understood, Boss Butcher, do not fire." With that, he raised his hands and emerged from the fire door, subtly tilting his body so that the red armband on his left arm would be visible to the butcher at once. As he stepped out, several tactical flashlights illuminated him, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. The butcher, in turn, immediately took note of the red armband on Tang Yu's arm and nodded slightly. With a swift gesture of his right hand, 30 or so subordinates swiftly passed by him, entering the 20th floor to establish a stronghold. If what Tang Yu had just asserted was indeed true, then the meat dogs would soon make their appearance on this level. The butcher approached Tang Yu, a smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "How did you manage to render those fellows on the first floor utterly defenseless?" The old man was still testing him. Tang Yu mused inwardly, though his expression betrayed only a forced smile. It was quite simple, really. I kept them well lubricated with alcohol and discreetly laced their food with a toxic substance, inducing hallucinations, which allowed me to relieve them of their weapons. As for the sentinels above, I cannot be blamed. They refused to partake in any sustenance, thereby thwarting your plan, esteemed butcher. Upon hearing Tang Yu recount the earlier events with such precision, the butcher was convinced that Tang Yu was indeed the insider. It seemed that Scorpion was currently in close quarters with the meat dogs, making it inconvenient for him to move, prompting this young man to sabotage the generator in order to facilitate his own extraction. The butcher found himself somewhat more at ease with the jester mask adorning Tang Yu's face. This fellow seems capable enough. Perhaps he can be cultivated for future endeavors. He thought to himself, then said aloud, "Very well, stay by my side." He then proceeded forward. Tang Yu watched the butcher's retreating figure, yearning to dispatch this old schemer with a single shot, yet he knew the moment was not ripe. Meanwhile, the meat dog had just reduced the last adversary to a mere sieve. He soon heard a report from his subordinate. "Boss, we indeed discovered that the generator was sabotaged. The perpetrator fled towards the eastern staircase. With an exaggerated sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, Ghostface, accompanied by the last remaining follower of the evil god, traversed the corpses to reach the meat dog. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, he turned to the meat dog. "Look at your men. They are all traitors. The individuals on the first floor were poisoned, which explains their utter lack of resistance and their subsequent demise." In response to Ghostface's remarks, the meat dog remained unperturbed. Indeed, they owed much to Ghostface. Without him, they would still be in a state of distress. "Very well, the eastern staircase is likely cleared. Our ammunition is dwindling. Our primary objective now is to seize the armory." With the meat dog as command, everyone promptly ascended to the 20th floor, stealthily making their way towards the armory in the center of the level. The illumination on this floor was exceedingly dim, with only the flickering light from the generator room and a smoldering furnace providing any brightness. Yet, no one dared to activate their tactical flashlights. Instead, advancing cautiously in the darkness, Ghostface subtly gestured to the follower behind him, and the two began seeking advantageous positions, biding their time for the opportune moment. Donning his night vision goggles once more, the previously pitch-black environment transformed into a remarkably clear vista. Armed with his precision sniper rifle, he swiftly arrived at a vantage point with an excellent line of sight. As Ghostface took aim, a laser sight, visible only through the night vision goggles, materialized within his field of vision. He was fully prepared for the impending attack. At that moment, the Fleshhound approached him, solemnly stating, "I suspect this time it is not Cabin. That fellow could not possibly have retained such a large following after last night's battle." The Ghostface displayed no signs of surprise, considering the overwhelming numbers attacking the Fleshhound. It was implausible that it was Cabin. If it was not Cabin, then there could only be one other individual. The Fleshhound gritted his teeth and declared, "The Butcher." Do you know why I call him the Butcher? The Butcher. Observing the movements of the Fleshhound's subordinates through the night vision display, inquired of Tang Yu, "Why is that, Boss Butcher?" The Butcher gently patted the shoulder of a subordinate before responding in a calm voice, "Because once you become my enemy, I will ensure not a single one of you remains." In the next moment, 7 or 8 grenades were hurled by the frontline refugees, landing at the feet of the enemy. The sound of gunfire erupted alongside the explosions of the grenades. The refugees around him opened fire, both sides taking cover behind the walls on either side to engage in combat. At the moment the grenades were thrown, Tang Yu had already retreated to the fire exit at the stairwell. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce exchange of fire, he retrieved 2 remote-controlled emulsified explosives, tore off the adhesive backing, and pressed them firmly against the wall, activating the remote control mechanism. He then returned to the stairwell, closed the fire exit, and took out 2 grenades, removing the safety pins and binding them with string to the handle of the fire exit door. This was a trick he had learned today from Wang Bohu on how to craft traps to eliminate the followers of the evil deity. Once everything was in place, Tang Yu glanced at the virtual map to assess the personnel situation of both factions. A light chuckle escaped his lips as he dashed up the stairs towards the rooftop terrace. "Old Imbi, I hope you enjoy the gift I am sending you." He soon arrived at the rooftop, relieved to find the iron door unlocked. The ground was littered with cigarette butts, indicating that the refugee leaders had likely frequented this spot to smoke. Checking the time, it was 10:58. He swiftly removed the jester mask from his head, along with the refugee coat, and changed into his gear from his backpack. The Rabbit brand military coat was donned as the outermost layer. After consuming a bowl of nourishing lamb soup, he reset the duration of the rising yang buff. The clock struck 11. Tang Rant's eyes sparkled with hope and excitement. Subsequently, he thrust his right hand forcefully against the imposing metal door that stood before him. Chapter 81. The True Polar Blizzard, the Unmatched Attributes of the Polar Snow Lotus. As anticipated, the iron door did not yield to Tang Yu's push. He took 2 steps back and delivered a powerful kick. The heavy military boots struck the iron door, momentarily halting, before the metal door, long frozen by the extreme cold, was forced outward. In that instant, an unending storm of snow and wind rushed from the rooftop towards Tang Yu. A fierce blizzard lashed against Tang Yu's face through the crack of the ajar door. The snowflakes, usually inconspicuous, felt like stinging slaps as they relentlessly struck him. The frigid air made it increasingly difficult for Tang Yu to breathe. Ice crystals rapidly formed on his eyebrows and hair. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. He braced himself against the overwhelming storm, pushing his body through the doorframe. With one hand clutching the metal doorknob, swaying in the tempest, and the other gripping the doorframe, He exerted every ounce of strength to pull himself back. With a resounding bang, the heavy metal door finally closed, and the tempest he had just faced felt like a nightmarish illusion. Tang Yu gasped for breath, his body instinctively shivering, not from the cold, but from sheer fright. The sheer ferocity of the blizzard had genuinely terrified him. This was his first encounter with the true face of natural disaster, revealing the insignificance of humanity in the face of such power. Previously, while en route to the trading building, he had felt a sense of smugness, believing the extreme cold disaster to be trivial. Yet now, witnessing the terrifying reality of the polar blizzard, he realized how absurd he had been. He even began to doubt whether the intensity he had just experienced was the true strength of the blizzard, suspecting that the rest of the extreme cold disaster was merely a simplified version designed to accommodate newcomers like him. It was as if he had been navigating through two entirely different levels of disaster. Having come to this realization, Tang Yu promptly removed his gear and donned a super cold-resistant suit. The earlier, rising yang buff had mitigated the effects of the extreme cold on him, but the impact of the wind and snow had been overwhelming. Now, only this suit could withstand the intensity of the polar blizzard. Time was of the essence. This maximum difficulty blizzard would last only 15 minutes before transitioning into a windless interlude. Having already squandered 3 minutes, he could not afford any further delays. The disaster artifacts would only manifest during the peak of the calamity, and he could not gamble on their existence 15 minutes later. He could not take such risks. Adjusting his air-breathing mask and taking a deep breath, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened with determination. He was resolute in his pursuit of the disaster artifact. With great force, he pushed the metal door open. The blizzard immediately pushed back a step, but he was prepared. Gripping the door frame to steady himself, he braved the storm, stepping out of the stairway passage and finally standing on the rooftop terrace of the trading building. As the wind and snow crackled against his breathing mask, Tang Yu surveyed the terrace, searching for signs of the elusive disaster artifact. Suddenly, his gaze was arrested. Beneath the respiratory mask, Tang Yu's mouth hung slightly agape, his eyes reflecting astonishment, awe, incredulity, and boundless ecstasy. At this moment, what blizzards, what doomsday games, what beasts, butchers, ghastly faces, and enigmatic figures. All of it became utterly inconsequential. In his eyes, only the polar snow lotus remained, blooming resplendently amidst the relentless snowstorm. At the center of the rooftop terrace of the trading building, a pristine snow lotus bud emitted a faint luminescence, casting a clear light within a 2-meter radius. Even amidst the ravaging tempest, the once roaring blizzard, as it approached the snow lotus bud, transformed into an unexpectedly gentle and tranquil force. From Tang Yu's perspective, it seemed as though an invisible barrier enveloped the polar snow lotus bud, shielding it from the storm's wrath. Yet, Tang Yu understood the truth. It was as if the blizzard itself refrained from harming it. He hurried toward the polar snow lotus bud, and as he stepped into the 2-meter range, the effects of the blizzard ceased to affect him. Even his previously heightened tension and excitement settled into a serene calm. Tang Yu noticed that a new status buff, calm and focused, had appeared on his interface. Calm and focused. Type, beneficial status. Effect 1, soothes emotions, alleviates mental stress. Effect 2, focus 20, intelligence 5, health 15. Incredible. Tang Yu's heart, which had just found tranquility, surged once more. How extraordinary. He had not even taken action yet. Merely standing here had granted him this buff. Moreover, the buff's effects immediately reminded him of a most suitable application. The explosive crafting skill was immensely powerful. Yet every time he engaged in crafting, he felt a pang of anxiety. If he could have the calm and focused buff for every crafting session, the likelihood of mishaps would undoubtedly diminish significantly. What a remarkable boon. As Tang Yu stood before the polar snow lotus, its information materialized on his interface. Polar snow lotus. Type, catastrophic oddity. Appearance conditions, extreme cold disaster, world S apex. Effect 1. Upon consumption, grants permanent cold resistance 60, permanent frostbite resistance 60, permanent health cap 50. Effect 2. When steeped in water for drinking, grants permanent dizziness resistance 60, permanent blindness resistance 60, permanent intelligence 20. Description. This is a legendary plant that appears solely under extreme climatic conditions, a coveted entry on every plant enthusiast life list. Growth maturity countdown, 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Note, It is imperative that the collection occurs within 1 minute of growth and maturity, and no contact with any non-natural items is permitted. Otherwise, the specimen will wither instantaneously. As Tang Yu gazed upon the panel, displaying various entries for permanent attribute enhancements, his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this truly a calamity artifact? However, upon reading the final note of caution, he quickly regained his composure. Now is not the time for idle thoughts. If contact with non-natural items was prohibited, then he would simply utilize items from the natural world, with the countdown showing 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Tang Yu promptly opened a private chat and scrolled through to find a familiar avatar. He clicked in. Chapter 82. A new title, achievements, legendary status, and astonishing attribute boosts. City, Tang Yu. Brother, are you there? Urgent help needed. As Tang Yu sent the message, anxiety began to grip his heart. It was already late. And in such a blizzard, survivors generally retired early. This was partly to conserve time and partly to minimize the depletion of body heat and resources. He kept a close watch on the countdown of the polar snow lotus, while simultaneously monitoring the chat window. His anxious feelings were even beginning to overwhelm the calming effects of tranquil focus. Fortunately, mere seconds later, a response arrived. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. You shun? What is the matter? Speak. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sent his request. City, Tang Yu, brother. I urgently need a wooden box approximately 30 by 30 centimeters within 2 minutes, devoid of any non-natural materials, crafted from pure wood. Can you manage that? It would be best to also make a matching wooden shovel and clamp. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. Just wood? That is simple. Hold on a moment. I'll have it ready shortly. With Wang Hao Yu's reply, Tang Yu finally relaxed. The countdown now stood at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Tang Yu pulled his thoughts together and glanced at the virtual map of the 20th floor. He was startled to discover that skirmishes were still ongoing, with the Butcher's original team of over 40 now reduced to barely 20. Meanwhile, the Meat Hounds still had a fighting force of about a dozen. This revelation astonished Tang Yu. Something is amiss. The Butcher had a numerical advantage, and, at the start, he had used grenades to eliminate several drifters. Why did it now seem they were at a disadvantage? Soon, Tang Yu discerned the source of the problem. Each time the black light point, the evil god's priest with the ghastly visage appeared to attack. The Butcher's side suffered the loss of a combatant. This individual was an infallible sharpshooter. Tang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He surmised that the Butcher's current feelings of helplessness surpassed his own. Just as Tang Yu imagined, the Butcher, witnessing his fallen subordinates, was consumed by fury and despair. Damn that ghastly face. Does it truly seek to oppose me? To his astonishment, merely a ghostly visage had reduced his team from nearly 100 to a mere 20. The Butcher realized that he could no longer afford to continue in this manner. He once again retrieved the information transmitter to send a message to the mole still lingering near the hound. Eliminate the ghostly visage immediately. At that moment, the Butcher was oblivious to everything else. The mole's demise was inconsequential. As long as he could secure the hound and the ghostly visage, he could accept these losses. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that the so-called traitor had already been dispatched by Tang Yu. Thus, his anticipation for a response would prove futile. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had neither the time nor inclination to attend to him. Forest, Wang Hao Yu. You God, I trust I fulfill my duty. What do you think? Wang Hao Yu directly initiated a trade with Tang Yu, requiring nothing in return. Tang Yu, absorbed in his own affairs, hardly paid attention to these trivialities. He promptly retrieved the wooden box from his private messages and confirmed it contained precisely what he sought, letting out a sigh of relief. At this juncture, the countdown had dwindled to a mere 30 seconds. Tang Yu crouched down, placing the wooden box beside the polar snow lotus. Wielding a wooden shovel in one hand and a wooden clip in the other, his gaze fixated on the countdown timer. 25, 24, 23, 3, 2. When the countdown finally reached its conclusion, under Tang Yu's eager gaze, the snow lotus, previously in a state of bud, began to unfurl its petals, reminiscent of a bashful young maiden peering up with curiosity, innocent yet imbued with purity. The faint luminescence emanating from the snow lotus intensified into a gentle white glow, radiating outward as its petals fully opened. Tang Yu found himself enveloped in this luminous aura, immediately hearing 3 crisp mechanical notifications. Survival Tang Yu, fortunate to witness the birth of a calamity artifact, has attained the ordinary title, favored by disaster. Survivor Tang Yu, having endured trials, has finally discovered the legendary treasure of Calamity, a marvel of the world, and achieved Disaster Traveler, Regional Legend Level 1. The survivor is enveloped by the light of the Calamity artifact, Polar Snow Lotus, permanently increasing. Maximum health by 50, maximum stamina by 20, health by 20, vitality by 20, and frost resistance by 50. Simultaneously, a new buff appeared in Tang Yu's status panel, Blessing of the Snow Lotus. Type: Enhancement Status. Effect: the survivor is impervious to all snowstorms and extreme cold temperatures, with a movement speed of 20 in snowy terrain. Duration: 2 hours. Goodness gracious. Tang Yu's mind was utterly blank, overwhelmed by the plethora of rewards. Is this truly what they refer to as a Calamity artifact? Fortunately, he still retained awareness of what was most crucial, quickly glancing at the countdown for harvesting the Polar Snow Lotus. Only 48 seconds remained. Thankfully, he had not squandered any time. Neglecting everything else, Tang Yu swiftly grasped the Polar Snow Lotus plant with his right hand using a wooden clip, while his left hand wielded a wooden shovel, diligently digging at the roots. The process proceeded remarkably smoothly, and under the influence of the shovel, the root stem of the snow lotus snapped cleanly. It was quite astonishing where the fresh soil on the rooftop of this trading building had come from, as it perfectly surrounded the Polar Snow Lotus within a 2-meter radius. Ridiculous. However, Tang Yu had grown accustomed to the bizarre operations of this apocalyptic game. Just when he thought they might sprout another Polar Snow Lotus, he was utterly taken aback. Before his eyes, a new snow lotus indeed sprouted from the very spot where the root stem had been, growing at an unprecedented speed. In merely 5 seconds, it underwent the entire cycle of breaking ground, growing, blooming, and withering. Each growth stage occurred roughly every second. As the second snow lotus withered a seed, the size of a peanut, fell from the flower and rolled twice before resting at Tang Yu's feet. At that moment, Tang Yu felt a peculiar itch in his brain. What on earth was happening? Was this a buy-one-get-one free offer? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. He first placed the Polar Snow Lotus he held into a wooden box, then used the wooden clip to secure the seed on the ground and added it to the box as well. Once he finally closed the lid and stowed it away in his backpack, a wave of relief washed over him, even as his brain was continuously releasing dopamine, bringing him immense joy. Still, he felt a tinge of fatigue. It had been quite the struggle, meticulously scheming and seeking opportunities over the past 2 days. At last, he had acquired this exceedingly rare disaster relic. Nonetheless, it was all worth it, not to mention the value of the Polar Snow Lotus. The permanent attribute enhancement he gained from the radiant light that enveloped its birth was ample reward for Tang Yu's efforts. However, this was not the time for him to rest. He hastened to the edge of the trading building. This evening, Tang Yu had only accomplished one of his objectives. His focus shifted to the virtual map of the 20 floors, still embroiled in fierce conflict. A sly smile crept across his lips. It was time for him to enter the fray for the next task. Chapter 83. Powerless Triangular Glider, Remote-Controlled Emulsified Explosive Detonation. Tang Yu was now imbued with the blessings of the Snow Lotus and the uplifting aura, with a permanent enhancement of 50 in frost resistance. The polar blizzard no longer posed any threat to him. The relentless snowflakes within a meter of Tang Yu transformed into gentle flurries, while the fierce cold winds softened into a mild breeze as they flowed past him. Consequently, Tang Yu did not return through the stairwell to the rooftop. Instead, he began to change his equipment right on the trading building south rooftop terrace. The anti-freeze suit was stored away in the backpack, having proven invaluable today, earning its rightful place as a hero. Donning the level 5 body armor once more, he draped the cloak of night over himself and secured the black mask and digital headphones atop his head. He was now fully prepared. The clock struck 11:14, and he could already sense the intensity of the blizzard waning rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a large item from his backpack, unfolding it with swift precision. As he completed the assembly, the raging storm above suddenly ceased. Even the snowflakes vanished, ushering in a brief interlude of calm. At this moment, Tang Yu connected the belt strapped around his waist to the hooks on the assembled item. All was ready. He inhaled deeply twice, then sprinted towards the edge of the rooftop of the trading building. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. He reached the precipice. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped forward. In an instant, he glided through the night sky like a silent owl, soaring aloft. Tang Yu had taken flight. What euphoria! He gazed down at the streets and the silhouettes of the towering buildings around him. Turning his head, He admired the vast, triangular wings behind him. Powerless triangular glider. Type: rare special item. Effect 1. Automatic mastery of the flying techniques of the powerless triangular glider. Effect 2. Enhances aerial stability. Improves directional control. Reduces airflow impact on the glider. Description: this is a toy for the brave, a peril for the timid. Note: please take off from heights above 50 meters. This was indeed the very item gifted to him by Wang Bohu that morning. The moment Tang Yu beheld it, he envisioned using it to escape. Yet now, his intentions had shifted. Gripping the support frame of the glider, he adjusted his flight path, carving an arc through the air as he aimed for the street in front of the trading building. Fortuitously, the trading building was the tallest structure in the area, while the highest nearby buildings barely reached 10 stories. Riding the final seconds of the calm before the storm, he descended to approximately 3 meters above the ground, plunging headfirst into the thick blanket of snow. Quickly, he folded the glider and stowed it back in his backpack. The entrance to the trading building lay just 50 meters ahead, and with the assistance of a snowmobile, he swiftly reached the entrance. He entered the west stairwell of the building, ascending rapidly. This stairwell was under the control of the meat dogs and the ghost faces. Consulting his virtual map, Tang Yu noted that all the refugees were currently engaged in an assault on the 20th floor, so he made no effort to temper his pace, racing instead to the 15th floor. At this distance, the sound of gunfire could be distinctly heard, and even the murmurs of the refugees were faintly discernible. Tang Yu immediately halted his steps, transitioning into a stealthy approach, his body pressed against the wall as he ascended slowly. The virtual minimap activated at full power, and the effects of the stealth operation passive skill were triggered. Simultaneously, the enhancements of the Cloak of Night and Black Mask enveloped Tang Yu, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the shadows. On the 20th floor, the exchanges of gunfire had turned exceedingly cautious, with only sporadic shots being fired. The ammunition was limited on both sides, and the looming threat of the Phantom had rendered the Butcher's refugees increasingly wary. After Tang Yu had been gone for over 20 minutes, the Butcher began to sense something amiss when the informant from the meat dogs remained unusually silent. "Where's that kid?" The Butcher glanced at his subordinate, who was seated on an ammunition crate, reloading bullets. "Boss, who?" "The one who let us in." At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over the Butcher. Indeed, after a thorough search of their ranks, his men reported, "Boss, that guy is gone. Did he run away? Damn it. Someone go check the situation." Upon hearing the Butcher's command, one of the refugees closest to the staircase's fire exit sprinted towards it, attempting to push open the door. But it wouldn't budge. Thus, he took a couple of steps back and kicked it forcefully. The fire door flew open under the impact, sending 2 grenades tumbling out, which crashed against the wall across the stairwell. They ricocheted back, landing at the feet of the refugee. When a tactical flashlight illuminated the scene, the refugee's expression shifted dramatically. The next moment, boom, boom, Tang Yu had reached the 19th floor, and he too heard the explosions, realizing they originated from the eastern staircase. It was time to hasten his ascent. Seizing the moment of chaos caused by the blasts, he quickened his pace upwards. However, most of his focus remained on the cultist priest of the malevolent deity, fortunate that the adversary was positioned further within. Thus, when Tang Yu arrived at the fire exit wall on the 20th floor, he still went unnoticed. The fire door stood wide open, and he could faintly hear the Butcher issuing commands inside. Moreover, on the virtual map, he observed that the Butcher's men had suffered considerable losses from the earlier explosions. They were already regrouping and approaching the staircase, clearly shaken and ready to retreat due to the explosions that had shattered the Butcher's psychological defenses. Yet, how could Tang Yu allow such a scenario to unfold? With a swift motion, he revealed a mobile device capable of detonating the remote emulsified explosive. The screen displayed the number 20, corresponding to 20 units of the explosives. On the virtual map, he saw the Butcher, shielded by his subordinates, nearing the fire exit of the stairwell. Tang Yu swiftly pressed 2 numbers. In the next moment, the 20th floor trembled violently. 2 resounding explosions left the flesh dog and the grinning face bewildered, unable to comprehend the Butcher's intentions. What transpired on the east side that led to a succession of explosions? The intensity of the recent detonations was clearly beyond the capacity of mere grenades. For a moment, the 2 exchanged glances, but the flesh dog reacted with remarkable alacrity, promptly organizing his team to launch a final assault and conclude the conflict. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, having foreseen the outcome the instant the explosions occurred, retracted the remote control phone into his backpack. In his hand, two modified remote-controlled emulsified explosives reappeared, which he affixed to the walls on either side of the fire door in the west stairwell of the 20th floor as a precautionary measure. His lack of direct contact with the priest of the evil god instilled a sense of caution within him. Subsequently, the last modified remote-controlled explosive appeared in Tang Yu's grasp. While he retrieved the remote control phone again, adjusting his position to achieve the optimal throwing angle, he hurled the emulsified explosive towards the corridor behind the fire door, targeting the area with the highest concentration of personnel. Immediately after, he scrambled down the stairs. At the moment he rounded the corner, he pressed the explosion button with determination. With the detonation of the modified emulsified explosive, a tremendous shockwave erupted, sending dozens, if not hundreds, of steel balls ricocheting in all directions. A full 5 seconds passed before Tang Yu managed to rise from the ground, his attention immediately fixed on the virtual map. A smile crept onto his lips as he realized the explosive's power had exceeded his expectations. Originally, around 20 refugees occupied the corridor of the 20th floor, but now, nearly all had perished, leaving only 3 or 4 dim red dots still glowing. This was in no small part thanks to the flesh dog, who had gathered his subordinates for an assault on the butcher, inadvertently assisting Tang Yu greatly. Rubbing his sore elbow, Tang Yu wore a bittersweet smile. The explosions had been so intense that they had knocked him down the stairs, landing him on the 19th floor. Consequently, he had sustained his most serious injury of the day, a bruise on his elbow. However, contemplating the impending bounty he was about to reap transformed his expression into one of exhilaration. After plodding for so long and toiling for hours, the time to harvest had finally arrived. Tang Yu dashed back up the stairs, but just as he ascended 5 steps, a sudden tension gripped him. He pressed his body against the wall, brandishing an AK-101 assault rifle aimed precisely at the stairwell of the 20th floor. It was merely because, within the virtual map, Tang Yu discerned that beneath one of the dim red light points, a deeper darkness appeared to be concealed. This was the priest of the evil deity, the ghost face. How could this not obliterate you? You must be defying destiny. Tang Yu He held an extraordinary trepidation towards this priest of the evil deity. Whether through the information provided by Wang Bohu or his own intuition, each appearance of this individual brought immense pressure. At this moment, he ceased all movements, fixating intently on the black light point within the virtual map, analyzing the opponent's circumstances. It was evident that the commotion caused by Tang Yu ascending the stairs had indeed caught the ghost face's attention. The opponent remained motionless, his black light point still shrouded beneath that dim red hue. Tang Yu soon realized how this individual had evaded the explosion. The ghost face occupied a corner position, having likely noticed the moment Tang Yu had thrown the remote emulsifying explosives. In a moment of urgency, he must have swiftly turned around the corner and pulled a refugee to shield himself from the shockwave and shrapnel of the explosion. Thus, the current situation came to pass. The refugee, positioned before him, had likely been protected from most of the steel pellets and impact due to the corner, combined with the ballistic vest he wore, allowing him to survive, though he seemed perilously close to death. The ghost face's intentions were manifestly clear: to conceal himself behind this refugee and spring a surprise attack upon Tang Yu's appearance. This was a person well-versed in cunning tactics, a veritable master of deceit. Alas, his maneuvers were laid bare within Tang Yu's virtual map, rendering them utterly transparent. Tang Yu was a man endowed with extraordinary advantages, and upon grasping the ghost face's intentions, a thought flickered through his mind, accompanied by a cold smirk. He immediately ceased to conceal his actions, instead ascending towards the 20th floor with deliberate steps. At this moment, the ghost face, as Tang Yu had predicted, was hiding beneath the corpulent body of a meat dog, his precision rifle poised and aimed steadfastly at the corner. The mask on the ghost face's visage had long since fallen away in the recent explosion, revealing a gash on his forehead, blood trailing down from the corner of his eye. His left leg had also sustained injury from the blast, leaving it devoid of sensation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the pain. Were it not for his superhuman physical constitution, he would likely have suffered grievous internal injuries from the shockwave of the explosion. Much like the meat dog accompanying him, he deliberately slowed his breathing, intently listening to the footsteps echoing from the stairwell, calculating the distance. The meat dog's breathing had become nearly imperceptible, brushing against the fine hairs on the ghost face's face. Closer, even nearer, the opponent seemed oblivious to any abnormalities, having already entered the floor and begun rummaging through the corpses of the refugees. It must be the collection of spoils, for one can occasionally hear exclamations such as, "Wow, this AK is incredible," or "This one is good. Let's take it." The phantom face can already feel a flicker of sensation in his left leg, as a piercing pain surges through him. This is a positive sign. Come on, hurry over. There are still spoils to be had. The phantom face waits in silence, resembling a hunter poised for his prey to fall into a trap. He hears the footsteps of the approaching adversary, steady and measured, drawing closer to the corner. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Now is the moment. A hooded figure emerges from the corner. Bang! No, that isn't him. Just as the phantom face realizes something is amiss, a dark object is forcefully hurled at him from around the corner, crashing down beside him before he can react. No! Boom! Crackle! Tang Yu hides behind the corner, listening intently to the low-frequency sounds emanating from his digital headset, his narrowed gaze betraying a fierce intensity. Finally, as he observes the 2 points of light, one black and one red, vanish from the virtual map, a cold smile creeps across his lips. Now, they understand who the true mastermind is, don't they? Just then, as Tang Yu's expression shifts to one of incredulity, that familiar mechanical notification sound resonates once more. Survivor Tang Yu has single-handedly slain the evil god cultist priest during the first round of the Calamity, earning the rare title of Nightwalker and attaining a regional legend level of 1. Survivor Tang Yu has now accumulated 3 points of regional legend level during the first round of the Calamity, achieving the accolade of Rising Legend and a world legend level of 1. My goodness, Tang Yu's face reflects a blend of astonishment and elation, yet another achievement title, and a trifecta of regional legend points. This time, he has even acquired a point of world legend level. He had not anticipated the significance of the evil god cultist priest. Merely defeating him granted a rare level title and a point of regional legend level. A rare level title. The previous titles he had obtained, Enemy of the Vagabonds and Favored Child of Calamity, were merely of ordinary rank. However, this indicates that the level of titles is likely akin to that of items, ordinary, rare, epic. As for the higher tiers, Tang Yu remains unaware. Nevertheless, judging by the current difficulty of acquiring titles, each one is exceedingly challenging. For instance, Enemy of the Vagabonds can only be earned by the first survivor to achieve the accolade Vagabond Slayer in the novice version of the Doomsday Game. With 100,000 individuals entering the Doomsday Game each month for survival challenges, only one person will attain this title. A 1 in 100,000 chance. What a formidable difficulty. The challenge of obtaining the title, Favored Child of Calamity, is even more daunting, for Tang Yu had meticulously prepared for it. Only with a touch of fortune did one manage to attain this. Not to mention, simply entering this trading hall filled with refugees would be enough to dissuade 999 survivors. Looking back at this rare title, Night Stalker, one cannot help but think that this ghastly visage is likely the most formidable boss of this initial catastrophe.